Vhumad God Chapter 3985 to Chapter 4068. The toad's eyelids twitched wildly. Damn, this kid was too terrifying. This lightning tribulation could kill people. Morong Qingqing was also a little worried. She also heard Lin Xian's screams. However, the Crimson Dragon was a little suspicious. This kid's screams were very strange. Why did it feel like he was laughing? Indeed, Lin Xian was also screaming, but it was because he was comfortable. Although the lightning had smashed his body into a bloody mess, she felt that he was undergoing a transformation. This time, he had swallowed a large number of heavenly Tao golden lotuses. In addition, he had fought all the way. Finally, he had accumulated a lot. At this moment, all of his strength had erupted. Not far away from him was Jian Chen. Cracks had also appeared on the other party's body. Many places were charred black, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Damn it. Jian Chen's eyes were incomparably red as he stared at Lin Xian. He held the starry sky sword and charged over. However, just as he approached Lin Xian, he spat out blood and flew backward. The lightning around Lin Xian became even more violent. Even he couldn't resist it. Go. He knew that he would be an idiot if he stayed here now. He quickly retreated. Do you want to leave? Didn't you want to fight me to the death? Come on, I'll give you a handicap of 1 hand. I'll give you a handicap of 100 moves. Lin Xian rode the lightning tribulation and quickly flew forward. Damn it, get lost. Stay away from me. Jian Chen was scared out of his wits. As soon as he got close to him, the lightning tribulation increased. Just like that, he fled all the way. How could Lin Xian let him go? It trapped him tightly. No matter how strong Jian Chen was, under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, his skin and flesh were also split open. His body had exploded several times. He was about to be killed. Senior brother, save me. Jian Chen sent out a cry for help. Between heaven and earth, a sword chi split open the sea of lightning. This was Wan Jianni. It was a strike from an endless area. Using this crack, Jian Chen escaped. The surrounding people were terrified. Although Jian Chen escaped, everyone knew that the other party had lost. And he was seriously injured. If it wasn't for Wan Jianni making a move, the other party would have died without a doubt. Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored Jian Chen. Instead, he turned his gaze to the 7th region. He soared into the air and charged over. Not good, the great demon king is here, run, the people in the 8th region screamed in fright and fled. However, as soon as they escaped, they realized that Lin Xian didn't stay in the 8th area at all. He quickly charged towards the 7th region. This brat wanted to kill 9 Qilins. Everyone understood what was going on. The 9-headed Qilin naturally understood as well. He was horrified and wanted to flee. However, before he could even move, Lin Xian had already charged over. The lightning that filled the sky enveloped him. No, he asked Yu Quan for help. However, at this moment, Right Fist did not have the time to pay attention to him. He was still engaged in a life-and-death battle with Xianxia. Thus, the 9 Qilins were in a very miserable state. His strength was not even as strong as Jian Chen's, so how could he possibly block it? In an instant, he was severely injured. Damn it, he wanted to tear apart the lightning in the sky and escape. However, he was kicked down by Lin Xian. The golden foot was like a huge mountain, causing his arm to crack. Void beast. The 9-headed Qilin roared and dimmed. Lin Xian frowned. Did he want to use his spatial magic to escape? It was useless. He used the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. In the sea of lightning, a pair of golden eyes looked through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As Lin Xian's strength increased, the future of the heavenly secret divine eyes became even more terrifying. He directly locked onto the 9-headed Qilin. There was no way to escape. He controlled the arena and pierced through countless worlds. Moreover, the great dragon sword soul was released and locked onto all directions. Before the void beast could escape, it was beaten out of its hiding place. The void beast vomited blood, and the 9-headed Qilin was sent flying. The two separated. Lin Xian carried the supreme lightning and directly destroyed the 9-headed Qilin. The nine-headed Qilan's corpse floated up and down and quickly came back to life. However, it was killed again. Twice, the nine-headed Qilan had died twice in the Sea of Lightning. In addition to the previous time, it had died 3 times. He originally only had 7 lives left. Now, he only had 4 lives left. The void beast's eyes also turned red. He disregarded everything, even if he was injured. He also wanted to use the power of the void. In the end, he was seriously injured and left with the nine-headed Qilan. Everyone's hair stood on end. The terrifying nine-headed Qilan was actually beaten to death. He even lost 3 lives. This was an extremely heavy loss. The people in the 7th area also fled. At present, other than Lin Xian, only Xianxia and Yuquan were left. In the end, the 2 of them even fought to other areas. Only Lin Xian was left. Lin Xian bathed in the divine lightning and resisted with all his strength. After 5 days and 5 nights, the lightning that filled the sky disappeared. Lin Xian walked out. His body was overflowing with light. The injuries that he had suffered previously all disappeared at the last moment. The aura on his body was much stronger than before. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 5th level. This kind of cultivation was actually nothing among the saints around, because many of them were at the late stage of the 5th level. But on Lin Xian, it was too difficult. One had to know that he had a divine body and a dragon sword soul. To break through was 10 times or 100 times more difficult than other saints. And once he broke through, his power would far surpass those saints. Sure enough, the surrounding people were terrified. Lin Wudi was already so terrifying before he broke through. Now that he had broken through to the mid-stage of the 5th level, who could be his match? Among the chief disciples, there was absolutely no one who could be his match. Even if he met Jian Chen, he probably didn't need the lightning tribulation. The other party could defeat Jian Chen. Some of the experts of the sacred city were terrified. Who could stop the rise of the other party? Damn it. In the distance, Jian Chen's injuries had already recovered. But the wound in his heart would never be healed. The other party dared to use the lightning tribulation to deal with him and successfully broke through. All of this drove her crazy. In the first area, Lei Zhen's hair stood on end. This person was too terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't make a move before. However, he felt a sense of powerlessness. The other party had broken through to this point. Was he still a match for the other party? That's great. The Toad and Hong and the others exclaimed. Morong Qingqing and the others also smiled. The risk from before was worth it. The current Lin Xian should be the strongest person below the pilgrim list. Boom. Boom. At this moment, earth-shattering roars came from the 6th area. 2 figures flew out at the same time. Between heaven and earth, there was saint blood floating. Was there a result? Everyone's eyes were attracted. Even the few geniuses on the pilgrim list turned their heads to look. They saw that Yuquan was covered in blood and his face was pale. It was obvious that he had been severely injured before. Especially his soul, he had probably received a powerful attack from the Huan Bell. On the other side, Xianxia was also covered in blood. She was originally wearing a long blue dress embroidered with countless great daos. But at this moment, there was bright red blood standing on it, which was abnormally shocking. However, looking at her condition, she seemed to be better than Yuquan. In other words, Yuquan was still defeated by the other party. Damn woman, just you wait. Yuquan roared. His face was gloomy, and he turned to leave. He had indeed lost to her, but he swore. As long as he found a powerful soul defense weapon, he would not be afraid of her. Next time, he would definitely defeat this woman. Then, he would take her as his concubine. After returning to the 7th area, Yuquan prepared to recuperate. The next step was to seize the Destiny Stone. However, he found that the 7th area was in ruins, as if it had been struck by lightning. There was no one there. There was only one figure standing there. Seeing this figure, Yuquan was furious. The wounds on his body that had originally healed opened again because of his excitement. Kid, you still dare to come? Go to hell. He was already in a bad mood. At this moment, when he saw Lin Xian, he was naturally furious. He immediately attacked with a terrifying desolate blade, splitting the sky and splitting the earth. "Kid, come back quickly," the dark divine dragon roared. Morong Qingqing also said, "Brother Xian, don't fight him head-on." They were all very worried. The surrounding people were also stunned. Wasn't this Lin Wudi too excited? Facing Yu Quan, he didn't want to escape. What did he want to do? One had to know that last time, Yu Quan's casual attack was something that Lin Xian couldn't block at all. Not to mention now, he attacked in a rage. He estimated that within 3 moves, he would be able to kill Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi had just broken through and became the #1 chief disciple. Was he going to be killed? Some people felt that the sky was about to collapse. If that was really the case, then it would be a big joke. It would be best to kill him. Jianshan watched the battle from afar, gritting his teeth. Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged the 3 blades. Then, he floated in the void and didn't escape. Instead, he stared at the figure in front of him with interest. At this moment, Yu Quan's face was pale, but his eyes were blood red. Many cracks appeared on his armor. Some of them could be seen through the cracks, and even some of his internal organs. These were all torn apart by the sound wave attack of the joyous bell. Moreover, Lin Xian could feel that not only was his body injured, but his soul was also weak. This was a good opportunity for him to make a move. "It just so happens that I'll use you to test my strength after breaking through." Lin Xian was excited and eager to give it a try. "You dare to provoke me?" Yu Quan smiled. The cracks on his body were rapidly being healed by the aura of the Great Desolation. "Brat, do you think you can provoke me just because I'm injured? You're too naive." A giant dragon was a giant dragon. Even if it was injured, it was not something that an ant could provoke. Yu Quan's eyes were filled with disdain. Previously, he was able to injure the other party with a single slap. Now, even if the other party's cultivation had broken through, so what? He was only at the mid-stage of the 5th heavenly layer. He could wipe out a group of such people with a wave of his hand. Lin Xian made the first move. He unleashed a terrifying sword light that slashed forward in an overwhelming manner. The people around him were terrified. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would dare to take the initiative to attack. Yu Quan was infuriated. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Truth be told, other than those who were not on the pilgrim list, he did not bother to make a move. Even if the other party was the #1 chief disciple, he didn't think highly of him. But now, this little ant had truly angered him. Therefore, he decided that even if he would lose some face, he would still kill the other party. Boom, he broke through the void, and his speed was as fast as lightning as he charged over. With one punch, the terrifying barren fist sent all of the flaming sword chi flying. At the same time, he quickly charged over. "Go to hell." His fist turned into a palm, and he grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also waved his palm to contend with it. The large golden palm was like fire in the sky. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. After that, Lin Xian retreated, stepping on the void. His chi and blood were surging, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The people around him were all stunned. Lin Wudi actually blocked it. It was too unbelievable. Can he contend with those on the pilgrim list after breaking through once? Interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He shook his numb arm, and the power in his body began to circulate again. On the opposite side, Yu Quan's expression became a little ugly. Lin Xian blocked it. This was not what he had expected. In his imagination, this attack would be able to smash the other party into pieces. However, he did not expect that he would only be able to repel the other party. The other party was not even injured. This made him feel like his face was burning. That was a feeling of humiliation. "Go to hell." A blade of desolation appeared in his hand, and he slashed down crazily. Lin Xian roared and quickly dodged. Then, the great sun sword turned into countless sun sword chi. The sword and saber collided, and a sonorous sound swept across the 9 heavens. Countless cracks accompanied it. The scene of the two fighting was terrifying. The surrounding saints were all stunned. Lin Wudi could really contend with the prodigies on the pilgrim list, however, the other people on the pilgrim list frowned. Those followers were also dumbfounded. It couldn't be, right? They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Is this kid already so heaven-defying? Humph. Mo Xiao snorted coldly, making a fuss over nothing. It was just that Yu Quan was seriously injured. Otherwise, would this kid have the right to be so arrogant? Indeed, many people saw it. Even though Yu Quan was using the power of desolation to heal his wounds, there were still some wounds that could not be healed in a short period of time. Moreover, as the fierce battle continued, those wounds split open again, and blood flowed out. However, the seriously injured Yu Quan was not someone that anyone could resist. Even Jian Chen and the others had no confidence at all, and they could not block him at all. Lin Xian was able to fight evenly. This undoubtedly showed that Lin Xian's strength had long surpassed that of the chief disciple. Ah! Yu Quan roared. The aura of desolation on his body continued to spread. After hundreds of moves, he could not kill an ant. That made him lose all his face. Go to hell. He struck out a desolate mountain, and a terrifying aura surged. It enveloped a part of the sky. Wherever it passed, it turned into ashes. Nothing could resist it. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He felt a great sense of danger. It should be the top-secret technique of the Great Desolate Mansion. He did not dare to be careless. In an instant, he used Tai Chi. He waved his hands and struck out a Tai Chi diagram, which spun in front of him. The power of yin and yang erupted along with the Tai Chi diagram. Buzz! Buzz! The Tai Chi diagram faced off against the desolate mountain. It directly blocked the aura of desolation. The aura of yin and yang filled the air, and it was abnormally terrifying. He pulled out the great spear of destruction, used it as an axe, and slashed down from the sky. It carried the law of death and the law of sword. With a bang, it crossed the heavy sky and smashed into Yu Quan's body. Yu Quan was instantly sent flying. His battle armor, which had already cracked, was now even more shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Roar! Yu Quan roared, and the desolation scripture in his body circulated crazily. He let out a beast-like roar. The palm of desolation. He struck out an extremely terrifying palm of desolation that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Lin Xian quickly dodged. At the same time, he waved the great spear of destruction. All kinds of terrifying sword chi rushed out. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying collision sound rang out. Everyone was shocked. Yu Quan was completely enraged. He soared into the sky like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex as he fought Lin Xian in close combat. Lin Xian was still not afraid. His divine body was not afraid of close combat, so the battle between the two was very shocking. No way, this Lin Wudi is heaven-defying. Can he really fight against Yu Quan? Why do I feel like he's going to suppress Yu Quan now? The surrounding saints whispered, and some of the followers were even more terrified. They felt that it was hard to imagine. All along, the people on the pilgrim list had been godlike existences. But now, someone was going to go against the heavens and kill the gods. Some people even said, "Young master, will Yu Quan really be defeated?" If that was the case, then it would be a big joke. Mo Xiao, who was surrounded by Huang Quan, held the devil trident with an unusually cold expression. Damn it, this Yu Quan won't fail miserably, right? In this way, not only would he be defeated, everyone on the pilgrim list would lose face. In the third zone, Wan Jiani carried a peerless divine sword with a solemn expression. What a piece of trash. He couldn't even beat an ant. Chao Tianxing had his hands behind his back, wearing a ghost-like mask. He didn't say anything. On the other side, Qin Xianer, who was charming all living beings, was swallowing pills. At the side, they were interested in watching this battle. Yu Quan was completely enraged. He also knew that whether it was his allies, followers, or enemies, they were all paying attention to him. At this moment, they were all paying attention to him. He absolutely could not lose. With a roar, the laws all over his body spread out. The terrifying aura of desolation formed a sacred domain that enveloped Lin Xian. Those laws formed one desolate blade after another in the sacred domain. With a shocking aura, they rampaged between heaven and earth. Lin Xian fought with all his strength. The two exchanged blows, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Terrifying laws intertwined between heaven and earth, and a terrifying roar filled the seventh zone. After another 100 moves, the two separated and confronted each other. There were some wounds on Lin Xian's body, which were caused by the other party's desolate aura. Yu Quan was also not feeling good. He was already injured, and now the wounds on his body were even more terrifying. Some of the wounds that had already healed split open once again. They specifically attacked his wounds, worsening his injuries. In the seventh region, the entire space was completely shattered. Not a single place was intact. When the people in the other regions saw this, they were terrified. Lin Wudi was too strong. He could really compete with Yu Quan. That was a genius ranked on the pilgrim roll. How powerful was that? Many people couldn't believe it. Yu Quan was so angry that his whole body trembled, and a terrifying light flickered in his eyes. Behind him, the aura of desolation combined with the laws to form a mysterious pattern. It was a vast mountain range that formed a valley. There was a blurry figure in the valley, and no one could see clearly what it was. However, just the aura that was emanating from it was enough to send chills down the spines of all the elite geniuses and powerful beings of the older generation. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Although he was injured, he did not care. Now, he had a rough idea of how strong his battle prowess was. Dealing with the current Yu Quan would not be a problem. Furthermore, he still had many trump cards that he had yet to use. This breakthrough had indeed caused his strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. I underestimated you. I didn't expect an ant to be able to compete with me. On the opposite side, Yu Quan spoke. His eyes became more and more piercing. However, the battle could end now. You can be proud that you made me attack with my full strength even if you die. Before he finished speaking, he made his move. Carrying the mysterious illusion and the valley, he soared through the air and directly charged in front of Lin Xian. The void in front of him kept shattering. It was obvious that Yu Quan was really angry. On the other side, Lin Xian also moved as if he had transformed into a true dragon. His entire body was blooming with terrifying sword light. At this moment, he also attacked with all his strength. Buzz. Buzz, terrifying sword chi and many kinds of laws spread between heaven and earth. The void in front of him kept shattering. Boom, the two collided again, and a world-destroying battle broke out. It seemed that both of them wanted to finish off each other in this battle. The great spear of destruction in Lin Xian's hand kept attacking. It seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword, quickly attacking Yu Quan's cracked wounds. He wanted to completely split Yu Quan's body apart. However, Yu Quan was still very strong. Although he was seriously injured, he was still extremely terrifying. His body kept swaying, avoiding those wounds. He tried his best to block the sword chi. Buzz, at the same time, a few cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. Those were the marks of his opponent's gaze. Moreover, what made his hair stand on end was that behind his opponent, a ray of light suddenly flew out of the mysterious valley. His bones were exposed from his shoulders. It was so terrifying. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. It seemed that he had to be extremely careful. There might be even more terrifying methods in the mysterious valley. Lin Xian attacked with all his strength. He used the law of sword to the extreme. The great spear of destruction was like a black dragon being waved by him. He attacked aggressively. His opponent's desolate aura trembled continuously. At the same time, Lin Xian used his fists and legs to fight in close combat. He was very confident in his physique. Therefore, he was not afraid at all when his opponent dared to fight him in close combat. Buzz, after exchanging another 30 moves, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly shone with a golden light. He activated a terrifying eye technique. It turned into countless golden light blades and stabbed at his opponent. His opponent had been attacked by his soul before. Now that he attacked unexpectedly, his opponent's soul was severely injured again. Sure enough, Yu Quan did not expect Lin Xian's eye technique to be so powerful. His body trembled, and his soul felt like it was about to split open. His movements had also slowed down, revealing an opening. It was a good opportunity. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. He held the great spear of destruction with both hands. The law of sword condensed on it, and a dragon's roar sounded. It formed a dragon shadow that coiled around the black spear. Buzz. He slashed forward with his sword. He attacked the crack on his opponent's abdomen. Before that crack, his opponent's internal organs had already been exposed. Now, he was attacking with all his strength, trying to cut his opponent in half. Buzz, that terrifying aura caused Yuquan's body to tremble. Damn it, his expression changed drastically. If it was hit by this attack, it might really be split in half. How dare you, he retreated frantically, enduring the pain in his soul. He attacked forcefully. The long spear of desolation kept slamming down, forming countless defenses in front of him. Boom. Boom, earth-shattering collisions sounded. The people in the other areas were all paralyzed on the ground. Their minds were blank. And in front of their eyes, it was incomparably bright. The light and the law of the two completely drowned the front, not good. Some of the top experts' eyes were bright. They saw the battle inside through the law. What had happened? The others also became nervous. What was it that could make these people so shocked? Soon, they also saw the scene in front of them through the cracks of the law. Then, they were all terrified. Yuquan was sent flying, and more blood flowed out of his body. The wound on his opponent's body became even more terrifying, and it seemed that he was about to be cut in half. Only some skin on the side was still connected. The sword strike just now had seriously injured Yuquan again. Ah! Yuquan let out a miserable cry, and the people around him felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't believe it. Even the few people on the pilgrim roll were surprised. This battle was also beyond their expectations. Die, kid! Yuquan roared and rushed over again. Behind him, a figure appeared in the mysterious valley. The figure was abnormally hazy, but it could be seen clearly. Although the figure was blurry, he was bound by 8 chains that firmly locked him in the valley. What is it? Many people felt their scalps go numb. Even Wanjiani and the others frowned. The Great Desolation technique of the Great Desolation Mansion was too terrifying. The Finger of Desolation. The figure bound by the mysterious chain stretched out a finger and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He could feel the immense murderous intent. This attack was truly too terrifying. It seemed that Yuquan was really going all out. With a roar, he took out the great dragon sword soul and slashed forward. Boom! Boom, boom! The two of them exploded with unparalleled power. Both of them were sent flying, and many cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. His divine body was also shattered at this moment. From this, one could imagine how frightening that mysterious figure was. However, Yuquan was in an even worse state. This time, he was really cut in half. Not only that, but many sword wounds also appeared on his broken body. The densely packed wounds were a shocking sight. This attack had seriously injured both of them. No way! Everyone gasped. Yuquan was really cut in half by the opponent's sword. At this moment, Yuquan was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. His face became extremely ferocious. Damn it, this is really too despicable. He didn't even suffer such serious injuries when fighting Xianxia. Now, he was seriously injured by an ant. It was driving him crazy. Lin Xian's body was also covered in blood, but he laughed, and laughed proudly. Geniuses on the pilgrim ranking were nothing more than that, and he was still able to injure them. What is that sword shadow on your body? On the other side, Yuquan's expression was terrifying as he stared at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Not to mention him, even Mo Xiao and the others felt their hair stand on end. This brat actually had such a treasure. This was even more so for Wanjiani and Jianchen. Jianchen's eyes were fiery red. This kind of sword aura was too terrifying. His opponent actually had such a terrifying sword Dao treasure. Wanjiani's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He stared at the dragon sword shadow. I could feel the power of the strongest. At this moment, countless sword chi appeared around him as if he was worshipping the sword god. This caused many people to be shocked. 10,000 swords returned to sect. This was the ultimate technique of the 10,000 swords pavilion. With the first of 10,000 swords, it was terrifying to the extreme. Mo Xiao, Xianxia, and the other experts on the Holy Pilgrim list were also on high alert. Kid, just you wait. This matter isn't over yet. I will never let you go. If I wasn't injured, you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Indeed, he was clenching his teeth. If he didn't fight with Xianxia, he could definitely kill the other party. Lin Xian coldly snorted. It's useless to say anything now. Today, I will send you on your way. He had a bold idea. The other's eyelids were also twitching. No way. What does this kid want to do, damn it? Yu Quan was even more furious. The two halves of his body quickly healed. His face was extremely ugly. Brother Wan, please lend me a hand. This kid's treasure is very suitable for you. Yu Quan asked Wan Jiani for help. Damn this guy. He's too despicable. The Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and the others cursed loudly. Morong Qingqing and the others were also extremely nervous. Wan Jiani soared into the sky. Alright, I'll help you. He actually crossed several regions and came to the 7th region. Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand became even more dazzling, letting out waves of dragon roars. Kid, you're just taking advantage of the situation. If Yu Quan wasn't injured, you wouldn't have the chance to win. That's right. The fiendish cultivator also flew over, his body wrapped in dozens of chains. However, he was not afraid. Moreover, don't think that you can fight against me just because you injured Yu Quan. To tell you the truth, we are all minor saints. It's just that our cultivation base is suppressed here. If we were in the outside world, we could kill you with just a flick of our fingers. So, in front of us, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Not good. Lin Wudi is in danger. The two experts on the holy list wanted to help Yu Quan. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he couldn't resist them. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. After saying so much, he just wanted to regain his face. How many years have you guys cultivated? I've only cultivated for a few years. I'm just a mid-5th layer saint. I'm indeed proud of defeating you guys. How dare you call yourselves minor saints? If I'm a minor saint, I'll kill the 3 of you with one hand. Facing the pressure of the 3, he was still not afraid. Mo Shou shouted coldly. He took a step forward, and the Yellow Springs diagram above his head spun out. It seemed that he wanted to refine Lin Xian. On the other side, Wan Jiani's body was filled with sword qi. It seems that I need to teach you a good lesson and let you know what fear is. Io, you guys are ganging up to bully a young little brother. You guys are really heroic. I can't stand it anymore. At this moment, a beautiful figure floated over and came to Lin Xian's side. She smiled sweetly. What? You guys really don't care about your status and want to attack someone who is hundreds or even thousands of years younger than you, Xianxia, what do you mean? Mo Shou frowned. This has nothing to do with you. Xianxia smiled sweetly, and her charming eyes made the blood of the people around her boil. Even the fiendish cultivator's pupils shrank, as if he was facing a great enemy. Xianxia giggled. If it has nothing to do with me, then it has something to do with you? What does this have to do with you? Humph, he killed the chief disciple of my Yellow Springs Hall. Of course, I'll take revenge on him. He killed so many sword saints of my Myriad Swords Pavilion. How can I let him go? I'll bring him back to the Myriad Swords Pavilion and let him use the rest of his life to atone for his sins. You guys are just greedy for treasures. Xianxia smiled sweetly. I feel like old friends with this little brother. I want to protect him. Can't I? You can try. Yu Quan also stood out. His broken body had already recovered. His expression was incomparably ferocious. Xianxia, your joyous union bell is powerful, but can you fight against the 3 of us together? Not to mention the 3 of them, Xianxia couldn't even fight against 2 of them, let alone Wan Jiani. Oh, is that so? At this moment, Chao Tiansheng, who had been standing with his hands behind his back and watching the battle in silence, also spoke. His figure flickered, and he also came to the 7th area. He faced Wan Jiani. This scene made Yu Quan and Mo Shou's faces turn extremely ugly. Apart from Wan Jiani, who had an unparalleled sword qi, these people were afraid of another person, and that was Chao Tiansheng. Because Chao Tiansheng was too mysterious and didn't make a move easily. However, no one dared to doubt his strength. At this moment, his appearance made Mo Xiao and Yu Quan feel like they were facing a great enemy. Xianxia's smile became even more charming, and she said coquettishly, "What? Can this lineup stop you, Chao Tianqing? Are you going to interfere in this matter? Are you going to protect this kid?" Wang Jianyi's voice was biting cold, and the sword intent on his body became even more terrifying, as if it was going to pierce the sky. Chao Tianqing still stood with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a ferocious mask, and no one could see his expression. However, his eyes were as calm as water. "I've long heard that Wang Jianyi's sword technique is unparalleled, and I'd like to experience it today." "Is that so? Then as you wish." The sword intent on Wang Jianyi's body became even more terrifying. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure. The expert's dragon shadow swayed, and countless dragon-shaped sword chi surrounded him. If they really fought, he would be able to contend with Yu Quan, and at least he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. "Why is it so lively? Do you want to rank in advance?" At this moment, another voice rang out. Then, a figure appeared out of thin air above them. Who was this person? When did he appear? The surrounding saints were all at a loss. They didn't sense it at all before. Even Mo Xiao and Lu Quan's pupils shrank. Wang Jianyi frowned. "Gu Feng, do you want to interfere too? Gu Feng, is he the spatial expert on the pilgrim list?" Many people screamed. Space was king. The space god art was mysterious and unfathomable, unparalleled. Now that a spatial super expert had appeared, everyone was in an uproar. Lin Xian was also surprised. He looked at Gu Feng. Gu Feng was too strange. He could only see a blurry figure, but he couldn't see his face at all. The reason for that was because the spatial energy he possessed was extremely frightening. Their gazes were completely engulfed by the power of space. Therefore, he was unable to detect the other party's appearance or even the aura of their cultivation. Space was capable of isolating everything. "Lin Wudi, interesting. You remind me of someone." Gu Feng's eyes were incomparably dark, like two black holes. He looked down. His voice stunned everyone. What was going on? Did Gu Feng know Lin Wudi? Lin Xian was taken aback as well. Could it really be him? True spirit world, Gu family. Legend had it that there was a divine body. Back then, so many geniuses had appeared. In the end, the divine body did not appear. There were even people who doubted whether he had a divine body or not. But now, Lin Xian felt that it was very possible that it was this person in front of him. He wasn't confident because he had never seen the other party before. However, the other party's words seemed to remind him that there might be some kind of connection between the two of them. This connection was probably because they all came from the true spirit world. Just as everyone was discussing, they suddenly trembled and looked around in bewilderment. What a terrifying murderous aura. What was going on? It seemed like a god of death was about to appear. Lin Xian was also stunned. There was a top assassin. Xianxia also stopped smiling. "Wu Xin, are you here?" she asked coquettishly. The crowd was in an uproar again. Wu Xin was a super assassin in the mortal world. He was also one of the people on the pilgrim ranking. He had also come. Now, the 7 people on the transcendence ranking were finally all here. However, no one appeared between heaven and earth. That murderous aura came suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. It disappeared without a trace. Everyone even thought that they had been hallucinating. Did that Wu Xian come or not? Because of Lin Xian, so many people on the pilgrim ranking had come to confront each other. It could be said that this was the first time this had happened. However, at this moment, a shocking fluctuation came from the depths of the Destiny planet. Everyone's expression changed. The Destiny Stone was about to open. "Humph, I'll spare your life this time." Wang Jianyi's figure flickered, and he returned to his own area. "Kid, you're very lucky. However, once you're out of the Destiny planet, you're still an ant in front of us." Mo Xiao also soared into the sky. "Little brother, return to your own area. It's time to test your destiny." Xianxia smiled coquettishly and winked. What a powerful bewitching technique. Lin Xian was shocked. He couldn't help it just now, but fortunately, his soul was also very strong. He recovered in an instant. I understand. Thank you, fairy. Xianxia was stunned. One had to know that her charm was something that even Mo Xiao and the others might not be able to completely resist. However, the youth in front of her had recovered in an instant. It really surprised her. It's getting more and more interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me. Xianxia smiled coquettishly, then soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Chao Tianxing also left. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian still thanked him. If not for Chao Tianxing's arrival, Wang Jiani would have already made his move. Those people returned to their own areas, leaving only Yu Quan in the 7th area. Yu Quan's face was gloomy. Brat, you're so arrogant. Once I recover my true cultivation, I'll show you how I'll kill you. He gritted his teeth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'll accompany you anytime. But don't worry, I'll soon make it to the sage rankings. At that time, the first person to challenge me will be you. I'll trample you under my feet and replace you. At this point, Lin Xian laughed loudly and returned to the 9th zone. Damn it. Yu Quan was about to vomit blood. The other party was openly provoking him, but he couldn't fight back. This feeling was really too sullen. In the end, he held back and didn't make a move. This was the most important moment. They had all come to the celestial fate planet to wait for this moment. Sure enough, countless people looked in the direction of the commotion. There was a resplendent light in front of them. It was a scene of immortals. There was a huge stone in front of them. It had 9 caves and was incomparably mysterious. Is that the legendary destiny stone? It can test our future destiny. These people were extremely excited. After Lin Xian returned, Morong Qingqing and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked ahead. Is it finally about to begin? They were also a little nervous. They didn't know what level they would reach in the end. Everyone leaned forward and went up. At this moment, a figure in a green robe appeared beside the destiny stone. This person was wearing a bronze mask. Everyone was familiar with him. He was the bronze envoy. The bronze emissary walked out of the bronze gate. Could it be that he was going to preside over the test? Sure enough, the bronze emissary's voice was unusually calm. His voice spread throughout the surroundings. The test of the destiny stone had begun. Who will do it? Let me do it. A figure turned into lightning and instantly rushed forward. He was Lei Zhen. At this moment, he couldn't wait any longer. He had to find out what his destiny was. The bronze emissary didn't say anything. The others were also curious. They wanted to see what kind of future Lei Zhen had. At the same time, they also wanted to know how the destiny stone would test his destiny. Lei Zhen continued walking forward. He drew a line of blood on his palm and then placed his hand on the destiny stone. The blood merged into the destiny stone. In the next moment, the light on the destiny stone spun and intertwined with the great Tao. Everyone was nervous and looked forward to it. As for Lei Zhen, he was extremely nervous. At this moment, the destiny stone changed. The changes intertwined and formed an image. In that illusion, there was a mighty and extraordinary figure. Stepping on thunder, he looked like the thunder god. There were 3 strange flowers above his head. They quickly formed and became more and more colorful. Then, the 3 strange purple flowers disappeared. All kinds of auspicious signs descended between heaven and earth. What was that? Everyone was surprised and didn't understand. They watched carefully and didn't dare to breathe loudly. The auspicious signs of heaven and earth quickly gathered. In the end, there was a shadow of a lotus, but it wasn't solid. It was very faint. Soon, all the illusions disappeared. Lei Zhen was also confused. He looked at the bronze emissary and said respectfully, "Senior, please enlighten me." The bronze emissary said indifferently. The 3 strange flowers on his head were the 3 flowers at one's prominence. From that, he was a small saint. The auspicious signs in the sky were auspicious signs from the heavens. From that, he could become a sacred venerate. When he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. In other words, Lei Zhen could become a sacred venerate. It was too amazing. Someone said, "Is he only a sacred venerate?" They thought that Lei Zhen could become a sacred king. Lei Zhen's expression changed drastically. Although becoming a sacred venerate was also a supreme expert, he was unwilling to accept it. His goal was to become a sacred king. Senior, what is a sacred king? Lei Zhen asked quickly. The bronze emissary said indifferently. The lotus steps was the sacred king's illusion. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar again. In the end, all the strange phenomena formed an illusory lotus under Lei Zhen's feet. He still hadn't reached the level of lotus blooming step, but he had already surpassed the level of heavenly general auspicious signs. What was going on? The envoy looked at Lei Zhen and said in a deep voice. It won't be a problem for you to become a sacred venerate. However, with your aptitude, it won't be easy for you to become a sage king. If one did not have a heaven-defying opportunity, one would not be able to become a sage king. This news was like a thunderclap. Lei Zhen's face turned ugly. Given his talent, he could only become a holy venerate. The blow was too great for him. One had to know that sage king and sage sovereign were only 2 words apart, but their identities were vastly different. A sage king was a supreme existence in the second astral realm. The saint venerables could only kneel before the saint kings. However, the others were extremely envious. Although they couldn't become saint kings, saint venerables were extremely terrifying. That was a supreme expert who could sweep through an entire star field. If they could become one, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. I still have a chance. Lei Zhen clenched his fists. It wasn't that he couldn't become a sage king, but this path was much more difficult. As long as there was a chance, he wouldn't give up. Lei Zhen took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Thank you, senior. Then, he stepped back. Who would be the next one? Everyone was looking forward to it. To be honest, not everyone had the opportunity and strength to predict the destiny. Some people didn't even have the Dao flower, let alone predict the destiny. Most people came to the destiny planet to look for treasures and work hard to improve themselves. Only a very small number of people were eager to know their future. And this group of people were those who stood at the pinnacle of existence. I'll do it, 9-headed Qilin quickly walked out. He couldn't wait any longer. This time, he had lost so many lives. He wanted a perfect result. He glared fiercely at Lin Xian, then came in front of the destiny stone. He bowed respectfully. He cut his palm and placed it on the destiny stone. Everyone was nervous and excited again. They didn't know what level 9-headed Qilin would reach. Soon, the figure of 9-headed Qilin appeared on the destiny stone. 3 flowers appeared above his head, and auspicious signs appeared. It was a sage king. Many people exclaimed. However, it wasn't over. After the auspicious signs appeared, lotus flowers appeared under his feet. Lotus flowers bloomed with every step. Heavens, a sage king! This 9-headed Qilin had the potential to become a sage king, everyone screamed. 9-headed Qilin's lips curled into a smile. Very good. Lei Zhen's face turned cold when he saw this. Damn it, he had been defeated by the other party. The bronze envoy also nodded slightly. If there were no accidents, with your talent and potential, you could become a sage king. Thank you, envoy. 9-headed Qilin bowed respectfully and then walked away proudly. During this time, he glanced at Lin Xian with a hint of provocation. Lin Xian sneered. Wasn't 9-headed Qilin a sage king? He believed that with his talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a sage king. Next, more experts went up. They were either chief disciples, top prodigies, or elders. Most of these people were holy venerates. There were very few sage kings. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a sage king. However, it made sense. After becoming a sage king, one could open up a sage city and accept 10,000 sages. How glorious was that! As for those above the sage king, no one had appeared. Could someone become a supreme sage? Everyone didn't dare to believe it. There were so many sage cities in the astral realm, but there might not be a supreme sage. Thinking of the supreme sage, Lin Xian and the others thought of La Heishan. This was the remnant soul of a supreme sage. They wondered what Heishan had experienced back then for him to die. At the same time, they were also curious. How was Heishan in the Golden Palace? Was he in danger? Not long after, another scream was heard. It turned out that someone was creating lotus flowers with every step, forming the image of a sage king. This made everyone exclaim. Lin Xian and the others were also surprised. Who was it? This was incredible. Li Hongxiu and the others looked carefully. It was Jian Shen, the Crimson Dragon, and the others gritted their teeth. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Jian Shen, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, creating lotus flowers with every step. It seemed that his talent was indeed very strong. Next, the two peerless beauties, Gao Yu and Bai Luo, also went up to take the test. Their situation was similar to Lei Zhen's. Auspicious signs descended from the heavens and an illusory lotus appeared beneath their feet. They had no problem becoming sacred sovereigns. However, to become a sacred king, it was difficult. With their talents, it would be very difficult for them to do so unless they had other great opportunities. The crown prince of the New Moon clan was in the same situation. More people went up. Everyone's gaze shifted to Lin Xian. So far, there were not many people who had the talent of becoming a sacred king. They wondered what Lin Wudi would be like. He should have the talent of becoming a sacred king. That was for sure. He had defeated Jian Shen and nine-headed Qilin. They wondered when he would go up for the test. They were looking forward to it. Some people also said that not only Lin Wudi, but the people around him were also very strong. They all had a high chance of becoming a saint king. Why don't you guys go and try? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I'll go and try. The Northern Devil walked out. He cut his hand and placed it on the destiny stone. Soon, a golden lotus appeared beneath his feet. Lotuses bloomed with every step. Oh my God, this person also had the talent to become a sacred king. Who was he? Many people were shocked. This was one of Lin Wudi's companions. The surrounding experts were too shocked. Although they had seen the Northern Devil before, they did not think that he was famous. He was far inferior to Lin Wudi and Li Hongxiu. However, they did not expect that such a person had the talent to become a sacred king. One had to know that only Jian Shen, nine-headed Qilin, and a few others had such talent. Didn't this mean that this young man called the Northern Devil's talent was not inferior to nine-headed Qilin and the others? Not bad. The Northern Devil smiled when he returned. Lin Xian and the others gave him a thumbs up. He was very talented. The Crimson Dragon said from the side. Kid, don't worry. With your talent and that old man in a black shirt, you can become a sacred king. It's not impossible for you to surpass a sacred king in the future. Indeed. Lin Xian nodded after hearing that. Previously, the Bronze Envoy had said that as long as one had a heaven-defying opportunity, one could break through to the sacred king. Moreover, they knew that the sacred king's prediction was not 100% correct. For example, if one died prematurely, no matter how good one's fate was, it would be useless. I'll try. Li Hongxiu also stepped forward. She was the daughter of the Saint King, and her bloodline was extremely terrifying. Therefore, he was able to achieve the scene of lotuses blooming with every step. As expected, the daughter of a Saint King also had the talent to become a Saint King. Everyone was extremely envious. Little sister Qingqing, are you not going? Li Hongxiu asked after coming back. Lin Xian also said, Qingqing, go and try it. However, Morong Qingqing shook his head. No, I have the seven-colored phoenix bloodline. If it is revealed, I will be hunted down by the Phoenix clan. That would be bad. Lin Xian nodded. Since that was the case, then forget it. Anyway, Morong Qingqing's talent was definitely not inferior to his. That was a bloodline that even the emperor clans were jealous of. It should not be a problem for him to become a sage king. He even felt that Morong Qingqing could definitely go further. The Crimson Dragon and Toad didn't go either. The bloodline of the Crimson Dragon was also very terrifying among the Dragon clan. Therefore, he didn't want to take the lead. As for Toad, it was even more strange. It was originally a new creature of Tianming, so it didn't need to be tested. Therefore, only Lin Xian was left. However, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting. He wanted to see what kind of talent the people on the pilgrim list had. Yuquan snorted coldly and took the lead. Everyone was excited. Oh God, it's Yuquan. Are the people on the pilgrim list going to be tested? I wonder what kind of talent this group of people will have. These people were incomparably excited. Soon, lotuses rose under Yuquan's feet. Lotuses blooming with every step, everyone was envious. Yuquan wasn't surprised by this. He snorted and walked back. Then, Mo Xiao also walked up. Lotuses blooming with every step. Xianxia charmed all living beings. Lotuses blooming with every step. However, they were all lotus blooming steps, but there were still differences. Xianxia's lotuses were obviously brighter and more numerous than Yuquan's. Regarding this, Li Hongxiu explained that there were strong and weak saint kings. This meant that Xianxia's future achievements would be higher than Yuquan's. Knowing this result, Yuquan's face became a little ugly. Damn it, this woman. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by her again. When it was Wang Jianyi's turn, everyone screamed. Because Wang Jianyi's lotuses were even more terrifying than Xianxia's. The sky was full of golden lotuses, flashing non-stop, covering the sky and the earth. Not only that. In the illusion, in addition to lotuses blooming under his feet, there was also a glimmer of light flickering above his head. The light of the Milky Way, a flash of light appeared in the bronze envoy's eyes. He smiled. I didn't expect you to be able to trigger the light of the Milky Way. Although it was only a glimmer, it was very weak. It meant that you had a chance to break through to the great sage realm. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. They looked at Wang Jianyi with excited expressions. This talent was too heaven-defying. The first one appeared. A person with the ability to break through to the great sage realm had appeared. Even Lin Xian and the others were surprised. The dark red divine dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was incredible. Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others also had solemn expressions. So far, so many top prodigies and peerless powerhouses had been tested, but only Wang Jianyi had triggered the light of the Milky Way. Wang Jianyi's lips curled into a smile. He clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. A great sage, even he was excited at this moment. Great, Jianchen was cheering there. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was about to rise. If a great sage appeared in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, then they would be able to rule the second astral realm and surpass all the saint cities. As for the other holy cities, they were all extremely shocked. This was an incredible piece of news. It would probably cause a huge storm after the celestial fate star test ended. However, at this moment, the bronze envoy spoke. He said in a deep voice, although you triggered the light of the Milky Way, it was too weak. This doesn't mean that you can completely become a great sage. It's just that you have the possibility. As for whether you can become one, it depends on your luck. Thank you for your advice, Senior. I will remember it in my heart. Wang Jianyi cupped his fists and said gratefully. Although it was only a glimmer of possibility, it meant that he had surpassed the others. Because the others didn't even have the slightest chance. Damn it, he actually had the chance to become a great sage. Yuquan, Mo Xiao, and the others clenched their fists. Their eyes were red. Although they knew that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the other party to become a great sage. After all, there was such a possibility. However, they didn't have it at all. The gap was really too big. If they wanted to stop him, they would have to kill him before he became a great sage. Xianxia was also envious. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. The others were in an uproar. It seemed that from now on, they would have to befriend the 10,000 Swords Pavilion more. Everyone was in an uproar, but there were two people among them who were extremely calm. One of them was Chao Tianxing, who stood with his hands behind his back and wore a green ghost mask. His expression was calm, as if this was not something to be surprised about. The other was a space-type powerhouse who stood in the void, exuding the power of space all over his body, making it impossible for others to see him clearly. Gu Feng. Although the crowd could not see his face clearly, they could feel his smile. This was too strange. Everyone knew that this was because the other party's use of space power had reached perfection. They could only see what the other party wanted them to see. If he did not want them to see it, even if they broke their heads and used all their secret methods, they would not be able to find anything. The other party was actually smiling. It seemed that the other party also had unlimited confidence. They were looking forward to it. They did not know what the space-type powerhouse would look like. Let me test it. The appearance of the starry river's brilliance completely caused everyone to boil. Even the top assassin hiding in the dark could not hold it in anymore. He finally walked out of the void. This was the top killer saint in the mortal world. As expected, he also came. Many people screamed. This person was Xianxia. After he walked up, he also took the test. Under his feet, golden lotuses of the great path filled the sky, incomparably dazzling. The scene was better than that of Mo Xiao, Yu Quan, and the others. This made Mo Xiao and Yu Quan's expressions turn ugly. Especially Yu Quan, whose teeth were about to shatter. However, the only thing that made people sigh was that there was no starry river's brilliance with every step. This meant that the other party was not fated to become a supreme saint. Impossible, Xianxia could not accept this fact at all. Was he really not fated to become a supreme saint? Damn it, I don't believe it. What kind of broken stone is this? He actually pulled out a killing sword and slashed it fiercely. No, damn it, how dare you, many people screamed. If the Destiny Stone was destroyed, wouldn't that mean that they would not even be qualified to take the test? At this critical moment, the bronze emissary stretched out a finger and gently pointed in front of him. The sword in Xianxia's hand shattered, and his arm turned into a bloody mist and flew backward. Seeing that it was not easy for you to cultivate, I will spare your life. If you dare to offend me again, your heart and soul will be destroyed. Scram! The bronze emissary shouted coldly. Xianxia heard this and ran away. The others were shocked beyond words. That was Wu Xin, a top genius on the pilgrim list. But now, in front of the bronze emissary, he couldn't even block a single finger. How strong was the bronze emissary, they didn't know, but it was likely that no one would dare to act impudently in front of him anymore. Humph, what a reckless fool. He actually dared to provoke the bronze envoy. Gu Feng shook his head. He stepped forward and cupped his fists at the bronze envoy. Senior, please calm down. That kind of trash was not worth getting angry over. Why don't I use my heavenly fate test to make you happy? After saying that, he walked forward. The surrounding people whispered to each other. This Gu Feng was too confident. That's right, he actually looked down on Xianxia. He wondered what his destiny would be like. At this moment, countless people were paying attention. Even Lin Xian had a serious expression on his face. Soon, lotuses bloomed at every step. This caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. This was something that everyone had expected. The strength of this spatial cultivator was unparalleled. However, no one knew if he had the possibility of becoming a great sage. At this moment, even Wan Jiani became nervous. Could Gu Feng's future achievements be on par with his? In the next moment, countless people screamed. Look, it's the Milky Way splendor. Indeed, the Milky Way splendor appeared under Gu Feng's lead. It was incomparably dazzling, illuminating the sky. This Milky Way splendor was much brighter than Wan Jiani's. The talent of a great sage, he had the talent to become a great sage. This Gu Feng's talent was too strong. As expected of a spatial cultivator. Screams rang out one after another. At this moment, the surrounding sages were all stunned. Even the people on the pilgrim list were in an uproar. Was it true? Was his talent better than Wan Jiani's? Mo Xiao, Yu Quan, and the others clenched their fists tightly. They were about to go crazy with jealousy. Wan Jiani's face also turned ugly. Was there someone who surpassed him in talent? Damn it, Gu Feng's future achievements were actually greater than his. The bronze emissary's eyes also burst out with a bright light. He clapped his hands and laughed. Good, good, good. He didn't expect that there would finally be a complete Milky Way splendor. If there were no accidents in the future, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a great sage. A great sage was an existence above a sage king. There wasn't a single great sage in the entire second astral realm. One could imagine how heaven-defying and terrifying this was. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the others gasped. This was a peerless enemy. When he grew up in the future, he would definitely be incomparably terrifying. Wang Jian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. This Gufeng made him feel a sense of fear and danger. He had to get rid of him. And it had to be done in the near future, preferably before he became a sage. Otherwise, this spatial cultivator would be even more terrifying in the future. Even Chao Tianxing revealed a look of surprise this time. His eyes flickered with a mysterious light. No one knew what he was thinking. Space was king. It was indeed a well-deserved reputation. He nodded slightly. The surrounding people exclaimed, and it took a long time before they gradually calmed down. Everyone's gaze turned to Chao Tianxing. There was only one person left on the pilgrim rankings. This Chao Tianxing was incomparably mysterious. No one had even seen his real face. Moreover, he didn't fight often, but every time he did, it was earth-shattering. Previously, he had confronted Wang Jian. Thinking about it, his strength was definitely not inferior to Wang Jian. They wondered how his heaven's will was. Whispers sounded. Everyone was incomparably curious. Even Lin Xian and the others were looking forward to it. However, Chao Tianxing shook his head. I don't need to test my heaven's will. What? Everyone was stunned. He didn't need to test, even Wang Jian, Gufeng, and the others were stunned. Yu Quan and the others were even more stunned. They had worked so hard to suppress their cultivation to come to the celestial realm. Wasn't it just to test their heaven's will, but now, there was someone who didn't want to take the test. What kind of joke was this? Then why did he come here? Humph, I think you don't dare. Wang Jian snorted coldly. Previously, the other party dared to confront him, which made him very unhappy. Facing this kind of provocation, Chao Tianxing didn't care. There was no such thing as daring or not. It was just whether he wanted to or not. I said that I don't need to test. I hope that Lord Envoy can forgive me. The bronze envoy also revealed a look of surprise. There was actually someone who could resist this kind of temptation. One must know that. The future was so mysterious. If someone could seize the opportunity first, it would be much more convenient in the future. It could be said that one step ahead, and every step ahead. However, there was actually someone who didn't want this opportunity. It really surprised him. Lin Xian and the others also frowned. This Chao Tianxing was incredible. He must have a huge secret. The Crimson Dragon said. Morong Qingqing too. His eyes flickered. Perhaps he has the same bloodline as us. Indeed, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others did not participate in the test. Because they had shocking bloodlines. Once it was exposed, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Perhaps it would even cause the imperial clans to hunt them down. Chao Tianxing was unpredictable. Perhaps he had the same worry. But no one knew what it was exactly. Interesting. They couldn't see through him. Gufeng was also very surprised. He felt that the other party was even more mysterious than him. It seemed that he would be a difficult opponent in the future. Chao Tianxing gave up. This surprised everyone. However, the test still had to be carried out. Soon, someone went up to take the test again. It was their destiny. Most of them were followers of the pilgrim role. These people were called followers, but their strength was also abnormally strong. They were not weaker than the chief disciples. In fact, they were even stronger. Therefore, these people were very talented. Many of them had the hope of becoming sacred venerables. The saints in the other areas also came up to take the test. After all, as long as they went up and pressed their blood and palm on it, they would be able to see the future. This made everyone tempted. However, the next best was only a sacred venerable. The sacred king never appeared again. Everyone knew that if it was not the top chief disciples or the people on the pilgrim roll, it was impossible for others to become a sacred king. Not to mention a great sage. So far, there were only 2 people. To be exact, there was only one. Wang Jian only had hope. As for whether he would succeed in the future, no one knew. I'll go and try. Lin Xian looked for a long time. He took a deep breath and walked forward. As soon as he walked out, everyone stopped talking. The entire place was silent. Planet Tianming was terrifyingly quiet. Was Lin Wudy going to take the test? Could he finally not hold it in anymore? I thought he was going to give up too. Exclamations sounded. At this moment, it could be said that he was the center of attention. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, Prince De, and the others clenched their fists. This was their lifelong enemy. Yu Quan and the others also had ice-cold looks on their faces. Although the other side's cultivation was inferior to theirs, they were still quite powerful. However, his strength had already shocked them. In the future, he would be a strong opponent for the Pilgrim rankings. He could be said to be a potential enemy. The fate of such a person was what they were most concerned about. If it was super strong, they would find a way to kill it in the cradle. Northern Monster and the others were nervous as well. With this kid's talent and physique, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a Saint King, right? He wondered if he could become a great saint. They were also nervous and expectant. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian walked forward. Lin Xian first bowed to the bronze emissary before cutting his finger and pressing it forward. The bronze emissary also nodded slightly. His memory of the young man in front of him was still fresh. He remembered that the other party had even broken a world record. Such a person's talent and future were destined to be good. Perhaps Su could give her an unexpected surprise. Come, let me see what kind of heaven's mandate you can reach. Gufeng crossed his arms. The spatial energy in his body was becoming more and more mysterious. On the other side, Mr. Chow also had his hands behind his back. This time, his expression was solemn. Lin Xian's blood fused into the Heaven's Mandate Stone. The Heaven's Mandate Stone shone brightly as the great Tao intertwined. 3 flowers gathered above, auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and lotuses bloomed with every step. Soon, various phenomena appeared around Lin Xian, causing countless people to exclaim. Lotuses bloomed with every step. This kid really had the talent to become a Saint King, that was for sure. If he couldn't become a Saint King, the others probably wouldn't have any hope. After all, Lin Xian was now known as the #1 chief disciple. Did he have the opportunity to become a great saint? These people were all nervous. Even people as strong as Jian Chen and the 9 Qilins didn't have such a possibility. Even many of the experts on the pilgrim roll didn't have it. There were only 2 people. One was Gufeng, and the other was Wan Jiani. Gufeng was sure that Wan Jiani only had a slight chance. It could be said that he only had 1.5 chances. Could Lin Xian break the legend that Gufeng had created? To be honest, even Lin Xian was nervous. Gradually, light gathered above his head and then burst out. It was the galaxy splendor, countless people screamed. At this moment, all the saints on planet Tianming were shocked. This kid had really condensed it, the galaxy splendor, that's great. The Crimson Dragon and the others screamed. I knew that this kid definitely had the ability to become a great saint. Morong Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. It was rumored that when the 9-yang divine body was cultivated to greater mastery, it wouldn't be a problem to become a great saint. Now it seemed that it was true. Even Li Hongxiu was stunned. Wow, this kid actually had such a heaven-defying destiny. The toad jumped up in shock. Am I seeing things? It was so rare for a great saint to appear. Everyone knew that. Now, Lin Xian also had such a possibility. Moreover, the galaxy splendor was comparable to Gu Feng's, completely surpassing Wan Jiani's. In other words, if he didn't die, there would be no problem for him to become a great saint. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Damn it, how could it be like this? Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, the eldest prince, and the others gritted their teeth. Their eyes were red, and they were about to faint. In the past, they had never put the other party in their eyes, but now, the other party had already surpassed them. In the future, he would also ruthlessly trample them under his feet. This really frightened them. Gao Yu, Bai Luo, and the others exclaimed in shock. On the other side, Yu Quan gritted his teeth. Great saint, the other party's future was better than his, and it was much better than his. Mo Shou was the same. He was simply going crazy with jealousy. This kid was really too surprising. Jianchen was also shocked. He didn't dare to believe it. Wang Jianyi's face was cold, and his eyes were murderous. Was the other party's talent better than his? Damn it, he didn't believe it. Beside him, Xianxia said, "Senior brother, don't worry. The future is limitless. If he dies early, he won't have a chance to become a great saint. Senior brother, it's not convenient for you to make a move. When we leave planet Tianming, I'll make arrangements. I'll make sure that he can't even become a small saint." These people had the intention to kill. In fact, not only Jianchen and the Myriad Sword Pavilion, but the other saint cities also had the intention to kill. The reason for that was because Lin Xian had made too many enemies in the past. If such a person became a great saint in the future, then who in the two-star realm would be his match? Interesting. Chao Tianxing's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was very interested in Lin Xian. The bronze emissary also clapped and laughed. Good, good, good. It was simply heaven-defying to have a great saint. But now, there were two. It really made him happy. It seemed that this generation was even more terrifying than before. On the other side, the smile on Gu Feng's face disappeared. To be honest, he was looking forward to seeing what kind of future the other party would have. However, when he saw it, he felt a little uncomfortable. The other party had the same qualifications as him, a supreme saint. This made him extremely unhappy. He was the king of spatial divine powers. How could the other party compare to him? Humph, he snorted coldly, and his face darkened. A supreme saint? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Although he was very excited, this was not what he wanted. He wanted more. Just when the others thought that it was about to end, the situation changed again. This time everyone was stunned. Even the bronze emissary was dumbfounded. He could not believe it. His jaw was about to drop. The brilliance of the galaxy in the sky kept flickering, and then it formed one star after another. It turned into a starry universe and matured above Lin Xian's head. What kind of scene was this? It was too terrifying. Everyone was stunned. This was impossible. Gu Feng also screamed, and Wang Jianyi's eyes were filled with killing intent. He could not help but want to attack now. This kid had to be at the peak of the supreme saints. The Crimson Dragon and Morong Qingqing were also shocked. However, this was not the end. The starry universe above his head actually hung down and enveloped Lin Xian. Finally, it crawled under Lin Xian's feet. This scene was too terrifying. Stepping on the galaxy, was this still the brilliance of the galaxy? Everyone looked over and found that the changes continued. Lin Xian's figure appeared in the stars under his feet, and in the endless starry world. He was like a god, accepting the worship of all the worlds in the heavens. At this moment, the bronze messenger was terrified. He took 3 steps back and screamed in horror. Illuminating the heavens, you can actually reach the level of illuminating the heavens, impossible. The others were also stunned. They had never seen this scene before. At this moment, when they heard the bronze messenger scream and tremble, they were even more shocked. Illuminating the heavens, what was that? One had to know that different destinies had different titles. For example, the auspicious sign of the heavens was a saint. Lotus blooming with every step was a saint king. The splendor of the Milky Way was a great sage. However, at this moment, a new term had appeared, heaven illuminating. Could it be above the great sage realm? These people had such a thought. Then, they all shook their heads frantically. They were all stunned. That's impossible. Wasn't the existence above the great sage a legendary existence? Did anyone really have that kind of aptitude? This was simply too heaven-defying. Above the great sage, there was no need to mention the great emperor. Since ancient times, every martial monarch had been a supreme existence that had shaken both the past and the present. Such a person had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, their greatest goal in life was to become the legendary great emperor. They also walked the path of the primeval emperors, but in their hearts, they knew very well that the primeval emperors were the strongest. This was just a beautiful dream that no one could achieve. Right now, even becoming a great sage was an extravagant hope, let alone becoming an existence above the great sage. But now, someone had actually obtained that talent. It can't be. This brat, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The Crimson Dragon was also dumbfounded. Morong Qingqing exclaimed, "That's great. Brother Xian's future is too good." Li Hongxiu, who was next to him, was also stunned. She had never seen such a scene before. Not only them, but Wan Jiani, Gu Feng, and the others were also dumbfounded. Chao Tianqing's eyes burst out with a terrifying light. At this moment, he seemed to have been resurrected as he stared at Lin Xian. Impossible. Everyone was roaring. They couldn't accept it at all. They didn't dare to imagine it. Get rid of this brat. We must get rid of him. Wan Jiani, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others were filled with killing intent. They swore that they wouldn't wait a second after leaving the Heavenly Fate planet. They had to work together to get rid of him. They would never allow such a person to exist. At the same time, the Bronze Messenger was also stunned. He had never seen such a situation. Illuminating the heavens only existed in ancient books. At this moment, he saw it with his own eyes. Was he going to witness history? Was a great emperor suddenly rising in front of him? Thinking of this possibility, even with his cultivation and strength, he couldn't help but tremble. Illuminating the heavens, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was also excited and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Great. Although he didn't know whether it was a great emperor or not, it was definitely an existence above the great saint realm. His life and death battles weren't in vain. It was too worth it. This time's Heavenly Fate test was really worth it. However, at this moment, another change occurred. The heavens illuminating the heavens under Lin Xian's feet suddenly became incomparably dark. They turned into black lotuses, blooming everywhere. What's going on? Is there a change? Black lotuses, blooming with every step. What the hell was going on? These people were all stunned. Those black lotuses kept blooming and then crazily wrapped around Lin Xian. They wanted to swallow Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This kind of lotus? He was completely stunned. This sudden turn of events stunned all the people present. The bronze emissary was stunned again. This time, his eyes almost fell out again. At the same time, the heavens illuminating the heavens disappeared. The Heavenly Fate stone trembled, and blood gushed out from the 9 holes. It was abnormally strange and terrifying. It stained the starry sky, and the blood condensed into a huge killing intent. The killing intent was monstrous. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground. Retreat, they frantically retreated. What exactly happened? The black lotuses reappeared, and blood dyed the sky. The bronze emissary screamed crazily and jumped up. You are a person abandoned by the heavens. Lin Xian was also shocked. The heavens illuminating the heavens had long been dyed red by the blood. That immense killing intent almost caused his body to collapse. He frantically resisted, and at the same time, what shocked him even more was the black lotuses under his feet. How could he forget this kind of black lotus? He would remember it for the rest of his life. This was because when he was young, it was this kind of lotus that sealed his meridians, preventing him from cultivating. After that, Lord Alcohol appeared and cracked the black lotus, allowing him to cultivate. He thought that he would never see this kind of lotus again in his life. But he didn't expect to see it again now. And these black lotuses wanted to seal him again. Damn it, what's going on? He activated his dragon-shaped sword chi and frantically resisted. The others were even more stunned. A person abandoned by the heavens? What did this mean? Could it be that he was abandoned by the heavens? But what was going on with the heavens illuminating the heavens? All of this was too strange. Even though these people were favored by the heavens, they were still stunned. Ha 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 ha, at this moment, someone laughed proudly. It was Yu Quan. His nerves were incomparably ferocious. What heaven illuminator, what great holy sun. You're a dead man, did you see that kill? Heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Lin Wudi, you will definitely die. The others were also in an uproar. Mo Xiu jumped out and sneered. That's right, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Why are you still alive? Hurry up and kneel down and accept your death. This sudden change shocked everyone. It was impossible, right? How could it be like this? The North Demon and the others exclaimed. Li Hongshou also found it hard to understand. The Crimson Dragon frowned. Damn it, why did the Blood Fiend appear? How could the Heaven Illuminator disappear? How could that kid become a person abandoned by the heavens? One had to know that Lin Xian had many fortunes along the way. He had a divine body and a dragon sword soul. It was hard to find one in tens of thousands of years. And along the way, he had relied on his own strength to obtain all kinds of heavenly treasures. Such a person was simply the chosen one of the heavens. How could he be a person abandoned by the heavens? The toad screamed again. In his life, he had never felt as excited as today. This, he stuttered again. Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing was incomparably nervous. She didn't care whether he was a heaven illuminator or a person abandoned by the heavens. She was very worried about Lin Xian. She was afraid that Lin Xian couldn't accept this fact. Heaven illuminator and a person abandoned by the heavens actually happened to the same person at the same time. What a strange thing. Chao Tianxing had his hands behind his back. His brows were tightly knitted together. He couldn't understand this kind of thing. On the other side, Gu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Scared to death. I originally thought that he was going to completely surpass me. Now it seems that his path has come to an end. Such a person isn't worthy of my attention. He shook his head and ignored it. How could a person abandoned by the heavens have a future? Jianshen also revealed a cold smile. Senior brother, it seems that we don't need to do anything. The heavens and earth won't tolerate him. Beside him, the killing intent in Wan Jianni's eyes also disappeared. He also laughed. A person without a future is not worthy of our attack. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably grave. He did not understand what the Black Lotus represented, and what it meant to be abandoned by the heavens. However, he felt a great sense of danger. Fortunately, he was now a powerful saint. He was no longer the weak young man from back then. The dragon-shaped sword chi swung out, bringing with it an unparalleled sharp aura that cut off everything. Those black lotuses were blocked by the sword chi, unable to get close at all. However, Lin Xian's expression was extremely serious. He lifted his head to look at the bronze envoy and asked in a deep voice. Senior, what's going on? The bronze messenger was also stunned. His heart seemed to have been thrown into the 9 heavens before falling into a bottomless abyss. The young man in front of him had first conjured a heaven illuminator. This unprecedented illusion made him think that he was a young great emperor. But now, the illusion of someone who had been abandoned by the heavens appeared once more, staining the starry sky with blood. These two illusions were actually on the same person. It was truly shocking. However, the bronze envoy knew what this meant. Therefore, his voice turned icy cold. His meaning was already very clear. You have been abandoned by the heavens and earth and cannot exist in this world. He abruptly stretched out a large bronze hand and slapped forward fiercely. This sudden scene stunned everyone. The bronze envoy had made his move. Previously, the bronze envoy had severely injured Wu Xian with a single finger. Could Lin Xian block it? Wouldn't the slap destroy Lin Xian's astral soul? Not good. The Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others shrieked in alarm, wanting to intervene. However, just the aftermath of this energy made it impossible for them to move forward. On the other side, Lei Zhen, the 9-headed Qilin, and the others were ecstatic. Jian Chen and the others were even more excited. This was great. This attack would definitely kill the other party. He was still far from being able to fight with them. They did not even need to make a move to kill the other party. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The bronze envoy was definitely a sacred venerate. He might even be a saint king. How could he possibly block such an attack? He felt his entire body turn cold. He could not even summon the power of the Grand Sage Pagoda. Was he going to die? He was unwilling to accept this. So what if he was a bronze envoy? He activated the great dragon sword soul and roared crazily. He would not sit still and wait for death. This was not his style. It was like throwing an egg against a rock. Wan Jianni, Gu Feng, and the others sneered when they saw this. There was no suspense in this battle. At this critical moment, a ray of light suddenly lit up. It enveloped the bronze hand. Then, with a cracking sound, countless bronze fragments fell to the ground. The bronze hand in the sky was directly cut in half. The bronze envoy grunted and retreated. Who was it? He roared crazily. The others were also stunned. What was going on? Lin Wuti was not dead. Someone actually saved Lin Wuti. That was impossible. Who in this world could stop the bronze envoy? Lin Xian was also stunned. Could it be? He turned his head. A figure floated down from the ninth heaven and came to his side. It was a figure covered in black fog. It was impossible to see clearly. However, the aura he emitted was too strange and mysterious. Everyone felt an indescribable pressure. It was as if their hearts were about to shatter. Who are you? The bronze envoy's pupils constricted. This person's aura was very dangerous. Lin Xian smiled. Black Mountain, you're finally here. He did not expect Black Mountain to come at this critical moment. The Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. That's great, you old ghost. Do you know that it was extremely dangerous just now? The Crimson Dragon roared from behind. Master and the North Demon also rushed over. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was a top expert. With him around, Brother Xian should not be in danger. The toad shrunk its neck. It was scared to death. It naturally knew Black Mountain. It had seen him in the Golden Palace before. However, it did not expect him to be stronger than it had imagined. He actually dared to fight against the bronze envoy. Who was this person? Was there such a terrifying existence behind Lin Wuti, Yu Quan, and Mo Xiao, and the others felt their hair stand on end. Gu Feng and Wan Jianyi's faces became extremely solemn. Even Chao Tianqing's expression was solemn. Lei Zhen, Nine Qilins, and the others screamed. It was him. How could it be? They had seen Black Mountain once. Previously, in the depths of the Golden Palace, there was a figure standing in front of the golden platform. Although his back was facing them at that time, they could recognize him at a glance. It was the figure in front of them. Heavens, who was this person? Why did he protect Lin Wuti? They were about to go crazy from anger. You dare to fight against me? Do you want to die? The bronze envoy's voice was unusually cold. Black Mountain snorted. Little envoy, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Do you want to die? He was incomparably domineering. The bronze emissary's expression was cold. Which holy city are you from? He stared at him for a long time but couldn't tell which holy city he was from. However, he soon snorted coldly. No matter which holy city you are from, this kid is abandoned by the heavens. If you dare to help him, you are going against the heavens, your soul will be destroyed. Do you dare? At this point, the destined star suddenly erupted with unparalleled power. Lightning fell from the heavens as if to destroy everything. Are you threatening me? Black Mountain snorted coldly. Can you represent the heavens? What, abandoned by the heavens? You are just abandoned by the immortals. What's the big deal? If this path is blocked, there are other paths. If you dare to make a move, you have to ask my permission first. An extremely terrifying aura also rushed out of Black Mountain's body. A jade-like rui appeared in his hand. He waved it lightly, and the lightning above collapsed. The endless lightning strikes were destroyed before they even landed. This scene shocked the bronze emissary even more. Damn it, how did this happen? The toad jumped up. Damn it, how did you get that thing? The others were also stunned. They remembered this jade rui. Back then, on the golden platform, there was a sleeping woman. She had the body of a human and the tail of a snake, and she was holding the jade rui in her hand. Who would have thought that the other party would get his hands on it? How dare you use the queen's item? The toad was about to go crazy. It wanted nothing more than to pounce on the other party. However, it was stopped by the dark red holy dragon. Brother, don't worry. Old Black is too strong. You can't beat him. This person was really too strong. He could be easily destroyed by the lightning tribulation. What kind of existence was he? At the same time, they were even more shocked. Abandoned by the heavens? Abandoned by the immortals? What was going on? What did it mean? Even Lin Xian was stunned. It wasn't that he didn't have a future. Was there another path? The bronze emissary's pupils constricted. How did you know? Who are you? He was too shocked. This kind of secret wasn't something that just anyone could know. Even the second astral realm didn't know. How did the other party know? Damn it, could it be that the other party came from the third astral realm, the legendary world? He couldn't believe it. But why would such a person appear here? It shouldn't be. The bronze emissary would never have guessed that Black Mountain was a supreme saint, and a remnant soul at that. Lin Xian also asked, what does Black Mountain mean? What was an abandoned immortal? Speak clearly. Xian said, we'll talk about this later. The one beside you is the red spider lily, right? I'll help you get rid of it. Yu and the other resurrection lilies in his hands instantly collapsed. Black lotus, red spider lily, Lin Xian was even more shocked. It seemed like Xian knew a lot of things. Perhaps he could find out from Xian who had sealed him. Why were these black lotuses targeting him? Damn it. Don't think that you can be so arrogant in front of me just because you know a little. I am the bronze emissary, and I have been ordered to guard planet Tianming. I have the final say in this world. At this point, the entire world began to tremble along with him. Boundless laws of heaven and earth gathered in his hand, forming a world in his palm. What do you have to contend with me? In the end, the world within the palm transformed into a bronze gate. Everyone was very familiar with it. After crossing the bronze gate, there was a strange space. However, they didn't expect that the bronze gate could be used as a weapon in battle. Was this a sage artifact? The powerful aura shocked everyone. They were forced to crawl on the ground. Xian snorted coldly. My cultivation hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the right to be so arrogant in front of me. Indeed, if he was in his peak state, he could kill Xian with one look. However, he was only a remnant soul now. Even so, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Yu in his hand flew out and blocked the bronze gate. It even suppressed the bronze gate. Impossible. What is this thing? Could it be? The bronze emissary was stunned. Even his bronze gate was suppressed. At this moment, another person walked over from afar, coughing as he walked. How lively. An old woman came over to take a look. It was an old woman with white hair and a walking stick. Her back was hunched, and her face was sallow. She was coughing and looked very sick. She took 1 step, 2 steps, and arrived near the bronze emissary in an instant. Stop. Don't do these things anymore. Otherwise, your wife will teach you a lesson. The old woman's voice was low, but it could be heard clearly by the people. Many people exclaimed. Heavens, another person who looked down on the bronze emissary has appeared. It was unbelievable. Was this person also here to help Lin Xian? Damn it. What kind of luck did Lin Wuti have to have so many experts to protect him? At this moment, many people were jealous. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. With Xian around, he was relieved. Now that another mysterious expert had appeared, there shouldn't be any danger. Who are you? How dare you control me? The bronze emissary roared and slapped out. Oh, how dare you attack my wife? The old woman was leaning on her walking stick, and there was a flower basket hanging on it. She took out a pair of scissors from the basket and cut in front of her. The scissors suddenly let out a loud dragon roar and turned into 2 huge dragons, cutting the palm into pieces again. The bronze emissary retreated and screamed. Dragon scissors. You're the flower tailor, damn you, you're here too? The bronze emissary's expression became extremely ugly. The surrounding people were surprised. Who was this person? Some of the top experts exclaimed. Could it be someone from the Heavenly Law Union? What? The Heavenly Law Sect? The legendary existence that enforced justice on behalf of the heavens. Everyone had heard of this organization. This organization was very mysterious. It was said that they represented the heavens and earth to protect the safety of the top experts. They were to prevent some experts from being jealous and attacking them. That's not right. Wasn't Lin Wuti abandoned by the heavens? He shouldn't be tolerated by the heavens and earth. Why would the heavenly law help him? They should kill him. At this moment, everyone went crazy. They couldn't understand what was going on. Even Lin Xian couldn't figure it out. However, he was no stranger to the Heavenly Law Union. When he was attacked by the mortal world, he met an expert from the Heavenly Law Union. At that time, he was a drunkard who gave him a bottle of wine. He didn't expect another flower tailor to appear. It seemed that this flower tailor was even stronger. Do you still want to attack? The flower tailor continued to ask. He Shan sneered. If you attack again, this will be your grave. No one had ever dared to threaten the bronze emissary. However, this time, the bronze emissary admitted defeat. The flower tailor was enough to make him feel like he was facing a great enemy, not to mention the mysterious person beside her. It was as terrifying as the jade in his hand. He snorted coldly. He was abandoned by the heavens. Even if you save him today, he will not be tolerated by the heavens and earth. And you will be punished by the heavens and earth. I'm not afraid of threats. He Shan sneered and didn't care. The flower tailor also said that you don't represent the heavens. Let's go, young man. Tailor Hua and Black Mountain joined forces to take Su Qing, Morong Qingqing, and the others away and disappeared. The others were extremely surprised. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Could it be that Lin Wudi wasn't really abandoned by the heavens? Damn it, no, they had to make a move. They couldn't let him live. Originally, they thought that the other party would die when the bronze emissary made a move. Moreover, he had no future. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. The people of the Heavenly Dao Alliance came to his rescue, which meant that there must be a secret. But they didn't know what it was. More importantly, the other party had condensed a heaven illuminator. This was an existence that surpassed the great sage, so they absolutely couldn't allow such a person to exist. They had to kill him. For a time, many sacred cities began to plan. Once they left the Destiny Star, they would start a crazy hunt. On the other side, Tailor Hua and Black Mountain joined hands and left the bronze emissary with Lin Xian. However, they didn't leave the Destiny Star. Instead, they came to a safe place at the edge. Black Mountain used the jade in his hand to form an independent space that enveloped everyone. He said that this place wouldn't be controlled by the Destiny Star. The toad looked at the jade with red eyes, but it didn't dare to say anything. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, senior. Young man, you have a promising future. It's our duty to protect young geniuses like you. Not only you, but if other top geniuses are persecuted like this, we will definitely help." Tailor Hua said. "Senior, what's going on, Black Mountain, do you know? Hurry up and tell me." Lin Xian was too confused. What happened today was completely beyond his expectations. The black lotus that sealed him appeared again, and it was called the Red Spider Lily. He used a heaven illuminator, which was above the great sage. Then, he became a person abandoned by the heavens. And Black Mountain said that he was abandoned by the immortals. What was the difference between the two? What surprised him even more was that the Heavenly Dao Alliance, which claimed to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, was protecting him at this moment. Wasn't this the opposite of the scene that the Destiny Stone manifested? Morong Qingqing and the others were also confused, so they all looked at He Shan and Hua Tailor. He Shan said, "Kid, there are some things that you know too early. When you have the strength in the future and step into that realm, you will naturally understand." Damn it, old man. Everyone's hearts were itching with anxiety. They didn't expect that the other party wouldn't say anything. Lin Xian also sighed. He had not expected that the other party would actually hold back. However, He Shan added, "Don't worry. If this path doesn't work, there are other paths. You just need to walk down with peace of mind." As for the embroidered tailor at the side, I can say something. You are indeed not a person abandoned by the heavens, but a person abandoned by the immortals. Although we are known as the Heavenly Dao Union in the outside world, our true name is the Deity Dao Union. We are not in the same league as them. Everyone was stunned. There was too much information in these words. They were all confused. What was the meaning of this? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that he still didn't know most of the things that had happened. For example, who exactly were the black lotus flowers and the bronze envoy? However, Xiaochen understood. The faction behind the bronze envoy and the embroidered tailor were two different factions. Both of these factions represented the heavens. However, there was a subdivision. As for the other sages in the outside world, they did not know. They all thought that these two factions represented the heavenly Tao. That was probably why the previous matter happened. If that was the case, then Lin Xian had nothing to fear. Xiaochen smiled coldly. So what if he was a person abandoned by the immortals? Since he was not recognized by the Bronze Envoy's faction, he would take another path. He Shan also said that this path didn't work. There were other paths. He Shan wanted to end Xiaochen's life and death with just one destiny stone? That was too simple. An extremely terrifying light burst out of Lin Xian's eyes. Brat, you are not dispirited or afraid. This makes me feel very gratified. When He Shan saw Lin Xian's expression, he nodded in satisfaction. What is there to be afraid of? You already said that we are not in the same league. What can they do to me, young man? Just cultivate properly. There is no need to be afraid of them. We will help you block those people. Old woman, this is something we can do. Many thanks, senior. Lin Xian performed a cupped fist salute. Given the Bronze Envoy's status, it was even scarier than the Holy City. If those people wanted to attack, Xiaochen would be in great danger. Now, with the deity Dao Union's guarantee, those mysterious factions should not touch Xiaochen. However, there was still one more problem. Lin Xian felt very confused. Why did they target him? Lin Xian could not understand. This was especially so for that black lotus flower. Why did it want to seal him? After all, Xiaochen was not the only one with exceptional talent. Even He Shan was confused about this. He could not explain this either. The embroidered tailor, who was at the side, revealed a look of shock. She sized up Lin Xian again. Perhaps it was that possibility. He Shan did not elaborate. Instead, she instructed him again. Your future path might be very dangerous. However, if you can charge out, it is not impossible for you to become a heaven illuminator in the future. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A heaven illuminator, was that really a supreme existence above a great sage? Could Lin Xian really reach that step? Lin Xian also sucked in a deep breath of air, his eyes filled with excitement. Many thanks, senior. Now, they just had to wait here. The Heaven's Mandate Stone activated. The time before they left the Heaven's Mandate Star was very tight. Hence, they waited patiently. On the other side, the atmosphere at the Bronze Envoy's side was incredibly awkward. The incomparably powerful Bronze Emissary had actually been scared off. The surrounding people were all stupefied. Most of the important people had already tested their heavenly fate. As for the others, they did not dare to step forward. If they angered the Bronze Envoy at this moment, not to mention testing their heavenly fate, they might even lose their lives. This fellow was too strange. The things that happened to him were too strange. Right, that was right. Quickly get rid of him. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had no future and would die for sure. However, the Heavenly Dao Union's people chased him away. This meant that there was still hope for him. Furthermore, if he could continue living, could he become a heaven illuminator? When they thought of this possibility, they felt horrified. They absolutely could not allow such a person to exist. These people decided that they would immediately take action after returning and kill him with all their might. Just like that, they waited for another 3 days. After 3 days, the seal on the Heaven's Mandate Star was unlocked. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Were they finally leaving? They had stayed on the Heaven's Mandate Star for several years. During this time, they had obtained countless treasures. However, many of their companions had also fallen. At this moment, leaving them was really like a dream. Let's go. These people soared into the sky one after another. Quickly, they must get in front of Lin Wudi. Inform the people of the sacred land to join forces to kill him. This was the best opportunity. They could not let him grow wings and fly away. Lei Zhen, Nine-Headed Qilin, Yu Quan, Mo Xiao, and the others were moving very fast. Wang Jiani had already started to contact the people of the Myriad Sword Pavilion. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were also moving. They turned into a stream of light and flew out quickly. Outside the heavenly fate planet, countless experts and saints were waiting. Many of them were minor saints and powerful elders. At this moment, their expressions were solemn and filled with anxiety. A few years had passed. Those people inside should have obtained some good fortune. Of course, some elders of the sacred city were gnashing their teeth. They all had soul tablets in their hands and knew how many people had died. It was precisely because they knew that they were vomiting blood. The reason for that was because they discovered that the number of deaths far exceeded their expectations. Especially the Yellow Spring Palace and the Great Desolate Prefecture, their teeth were about to break. Because they realized that their chief disciples had died inside. This was intolerable. No matter who it was, they must kill him. These people were all holding sacred weapons, ready to move at any time. Finally, their eyelids twitched and they exclaimed, "He's here." In the mysterious world of stars in the distance, there was a bright light that pierced through the void, flying towards the universe outside. This was great. They knew that the people inside had finally come out. One figure after another flashed past quickly. The aura was unusually strong. It was Lei Zhen. His strength had become stronger. Late stage 9th heaven. He was not far from becoming a minor saint. The people of Thunder God City exclaimed. This was great. After coming out of seclusion for a period of time, he should be able to smoothly become a minor saint. However, they realized that Lei Zhen's face was not looking good. What's going on? What happened? They were puzzled. A few minor saints quickly flew over. On the other side, nine-headed Qilin also came out. He was also at the late stage 5th heaven. The elders of the Thousand Demon City all surrounded him. What's going on? Why is his face so ugly? What happened? These people quickly asked. By the way, why did so many of our geniuses die? Nine-headed Qilin's face was ugly. Facing the elders, he wanted to cry. Not only did the geniuses die, but he had also lost a few lives. Now, he was only left with 4 lives. Where could he go to reason with them? On the other side, Lei Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, quickly kill Lin Wudi. He can't leave this place alive." On the other side, nine-headed Qilin also roared. Yes, kill Lin Wudi and destroy his heart and soul. The elders of the 2 holy cities cried out in alarm. Could it be that all those people who died were done by that brat? Yes, that's right. Lei Zhen nodded, but there was a more important reason. Lin Wudi must not be allowed to live. What? These people exclaimed. The experts of the Great Desolation Mansion and the Acheron Palace rushed out. As soon as they came out, they roared, "Elders, hurry up and find Lin Wudi. Tear him to shreds." The surrounding sages were stunned. It was Lin Wudi again. Heavens, what did Lin Wudi do to provoke so much anger from the crowd? Our chief disciple was killed by him. And Yi, Yu Yayan, everyone. Yuru. Of Yayayin, Yu Yayan the. Yu. Not only that. Most of the people who had died there had died at the hands of that guy. These people gritted their teeth. There was a more important reason. They couldn't let Lin Wudi live. There was another reason. What was the reason? These people were stunned. They didn't have time to ask. Because more and more people rushed out of the celestial fate planet. In the next moment, they screamed. At this moment, a few extremely powerful people came out. Their cultivation base instantly reached the 5th heavenly layer, reaching the little saint realm. They roared at the sky. That power made some of the elders of the sacred city shudder. So strong. A little saint really sneaked in. They didn't dare to imagine. Such a person was like a god on the celestial fate planet. But soon, they were stunned. Because in these 2 moments, the little saint expert roared at the sky. Lin Wudi, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Wudi, today is the day you die. What's going on? It was related to Lin Wudi again. The surrounding people were stunned. This was a little saint. Lin Wudi dared to provoke such a person. No, they were on the pilgrim roll. Someone finally screamed and recognized them. They were on the pilgrim roll. That was Mo Xiao. And Yu Quan. Both of them were geniuses on the pilgrim roll. The Holy Pilgrimage list was a very powerful list. If one was not an extremely powerful saint, they would not be able to get on it. Lin Wudi was able to make the people on the pilgrim roll so angry. What did he do? At this moment, everyone was stunned. They all wanted to know. The elders of the myriad demon city, Thunder God City, Great Desolate Mansion, and Acheron Hall also heard the news and moved. Although they didn't understand now, they must find Lin Xian and control him first. Buzz, suddenly, countless powerful sword chi flashed between heaven and earth, tearing the void. The people of the sword pavilion. Many people's scalps went numb. This was a group of sword saints. Everyone was afraid when they were angry. When they came out, it was Yang Tian who roared. That was why they wanted to kill Lin Wudi. The people of the sacred city were about to vomit blood. Lin Wudi again. How many people did Lin Wudi offend? Why do I feel like he's made the world his enemy? At this time, Wan Jiani came out. On the other side, Gu Feng also came out. He appeared in a very mysterious way. In just an instant, he disappeared into the void. The people didn't know if the expert in this space had left or hidden. On the other side, Chao Tianxing also came out with his people. The people around were surprised. It seemed that all the people on the pilgrim roll had entered. They didn't know what the destiny of these people was like. To be honest, they were looking forward to the future of these people. After all, it was related to the fate of the sacred city. At the same time, they were also curious about what Lin Xian had done. Sherbu Fan and the others of Peerless City and Water Sky City also came out. They were younger than the other disciples of the sacred city, so they had their own strategies. They didn't fight for the fortune of the Hot Gate, but lost some other places. Although this opportunity might not be as great as the others, at least they came safely. Therefore, these people were very satisfied with their breakthroughs. They didn't go for the fortune-telling, so they didn't know what happened before. When they heard that Lin Xian was being attacked by so many sacred city disciples, they felt a lingering fear. What did eldest senior brother do? No, we have to inform the elders of Peerless City quickly. The situation was very bad. At this time, Yu Quan stood up and said loudly. Lin Wudi killed the geniuses of the sacred city. His crime was punishable by death, moreover, he was abandoned by the heavens. Heaven and earth couldn't tolerate him. Everyone had the right to kill him. The surrounding people were in an uproar, their faces full of shock. They knew that Lin Wudi had killed geniuses. Quite a few chief disciples and powerful saints had died at the hands of the other party. But heaven and earth did not tolerate him. What did that mean? Could it be, some of the elders from the holy city sucked in a breath of cold air? Had his heavenly fate been determined? That's right, his destiny had been measured. He was a person abandoned by the heavens. His blood dyed the blue sky, even the bronze messenger wanted to kill him. How could they not do it? Lin Wudi had no future. These people were all stunned. Soon, these elders of the holy city all laughed out loud. Great, this guy was definitely going to die. When they heard that he had killed so many chief disciples, they were terrified. When such a person grew up, he would be another powerhouse on the pilgrim list. But now, he was not tolerated by heaven and earth. Not to mention becoming a powerhouse on the pilgrim list, he might not even be able to walk out of here alive today. How could they know that the truth was far from that? These people wanted to kill Lin Xian because they were angry. But most importantly, they were terrified. After all, Lin Xian was the only person who could transform into a heaven illuminator. Even if they felt that it was too unbelievable, it couldn't be true. But the other party had at least condensed the glory of the galaxy. This meant that it was not a problem for him to become a supreme saint. Although they kept saying that the other party was a person abandoned by the heavens. But after all, the Heavenly Tao Alliance had made a move. Such a mysterious organization protected Lin Xian. One could imagine. Lin Xian had endless secrets. They would not allow such a potential threat to appear. That was the reason why these top powerhouses wanted to make a move. The people of Heavenly Water City were pale. How could their senior brother become a person abandoned by the heavens? How could it be? Elders, come quickly. They had already sent out the signal. On the other side, the people of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion were also surprised, because they realized that their little princess had not come out. That was the daughter of the Saint King. Would there be any problems? There was also a group of people who were incomparably mysterious. There were few of them, but they stood above the 9 heavens. Their bodies were surrounded by green light, and it was impossible to tell whether they were real or fake. Some people knew that these people were from Kunlun Pavilion. At this moment, they were also a little anxious. While they were waiting, a few figures flew out. Everyone turned their heads to look. The next moment, they screamed. Lin Wudi, it's him, he finally came out. Humph, after hiding for so long, you finally can't take it anymore. Even if he came out late, he would still die. The experts of the sacred city all surrounded him. Those on the pilgrim rankings moved as well. They had to make a move this time. Chao Tianxing was the only one who didn't make a move. He brought his people far away and stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, silently watching the battle. It seemed he just wanted to be a spectator. Xianxia also did not make a move. Her beautiful eyes were bewitching, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lin Xian and the others came out, followed by Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. The Northern Devil and the Crimson Dragon. The Toad didn't come out and remained on celestial fate. Black Mountain, the flowery tailor, also disappeared. As soon as these people came out, they were besieged by the all heavens. Countless terrifying auras enveloped them. As long as they didn't agree with each other, they would probably attack immediately. Such a violent power could instantly turn them into a bloody mist. Lin Wudi, kneel down and accept your death. Yu Quan roared. Mo Shou also stood out. You are a person abandoned by the heavens, so we should enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Hand over what you have on you, and we will give you a quick death. Wan Jiani also walked out. He was very jealous of Lin Xian's dragon-shaped sword shadow. The sword aura emitted from it made his heart beat faster. Not to mention, there were also Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the eldest prince around, as well as the experts of the other sacred city. No one could contend against such a lineup. It was too strong. It was as if they were enemies of the heavens. Senior brother. In the distance, Wang Xiaofeng and the others screamed in Aqua Sky City. Lin Xian finally came out, but the situation was too bad. Even if the people of Peerless City came, they probably wouldn't be able to see enough. They found that, except for a few of the sacred lands present, most of them were actually going to attack. Prepare to die, angry shouts sounded one after another. The dark rainbow godly dragon roared. Do you all want to die? Do you know who you're facing? Humph, those abandoned by the heavens deserve to die. The people of Acheron Hall sneered. The people of Demon City also snorted. Idiots, the divine dragon roared, and you listened to them? They just didn't dare to say it. Abandoned by the heavens? Let me tell you, this kid has condensed and illuminated the heavens. In the future, he will become a supreme existence above the supreme saint. Do you dare to attack a young great emperor? Do you not want to live anymore? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding saints all trembled. What was going on? Wasn't Lin Wudi abandoned by the heavens? How did he become a young great emperor? Seeing the shock of the surrounding people, the crimson dragon's mouth curled into a cold smile. How about it? You know fear now. If you know fear, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I will destroy all of your sacred lands in the future. Lei Zhen, what was going on? Yes, why was it different from what you said? The elders of the sacred city began to ask. They were too shocked now. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others had ugly expressions. The elders were fickle. He was a little talented, but he was indeed abandoned by the heavens. This was something that everyone who entered the heavenly fate star knew. They all saw that the bronze envoy had attacked him, even the bronze envoy wanted to kill him. Do you think he still has a future? As soon as these words came out, many people calmed down. A loach dared to mislead people here. No matter what you say today, you will die without a doubt. You are the loach, your whole family are loaches. The dark rainbow divine dragon roared, and his body suddenly grew larger. He turned into a true dragon, roaring at the sky, mighty and extraordinary. What a terrifying aura. The people of the demon city trembled and shivered. This was a dragon. Was he a member of the dragon clan? These people were all terrified. They didn't expect that by Lin Xian's side. He actually followed the people of the dragon clan. Humph, if you dare to attack Brother Xian, ask me first. Morong Qingqing, the seven-colored light on his body bloomed brilliantly. It turned into the phantom of a colorful phoenix. It covered the ground, and a loud phoenix cry rang out. At this moment, everyone trembled in fear again. Heaven, Phoenix, were they from the Phoenix clan? The true dragon and Phoenix had all come out, and they were all by Lin Xian's side. That scene was too shocking. Now, who dared to say that they were abandoned by the heavens? Li Hongxiu also walked out. She also had a terrifying aura on her body. It was her, the little princess of the heavenly fragrance pavilion. The daughter of the Saint King. The northern demon didn't say anything, but he also stood out. Behind him, there was a divine tree that connected the heavens and the earth, covering the sky. It was abnormally strange. Everyone was stunned. Why were the people around Lin Xian so terrifying? They felt that each of them was not weaker than the chief disciple. They were even much stronger. So what if the bronze emissary attacked? The people of the Heavenly Tao Alliance saved him personally. Think carefully. If you attack now, you will attack the group of young great emperors. In the future, all of your inheritances will be destroyed. The Heavenly Tao Alliance is protecting him. Does he really have the potential of a great emperor? Damn it, these people were too frightened. Wang Jianni snorted. No matter what you say, even if you are a young great emperor today, you will die without a doubt. How can a person without a future talk about talent? Yes, no matter who you are. You will die today. The surrounding experts and saints all stood up. Today, they wanted to eliminate the source of trouble to prevent future troubles. Ha 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 ha, Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. After saying so much, aren't you afraid of me? Are you still pretending to be righteous and upholding justice? What a bunch of despicable and shameless people. You said I killed your genius? Your chief disciple? Why don't you ask what your genius and chief disciple did? You joined forces with dozens of saints to kill me. I fought back. What's wrong with that? His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian looked around. Lei Zhen, you said you didn't dare to attack me. Now, you dare to come out and yell? You have a chance. I will definitely kill you. Lei Zhen was trembling with anger. Lin Xian then looked at the 9 Qilins. Now that they were jumping around so happily, how many of them were left? If you dare to be arrogant with the remaining 4 lives, I will kill you all together. I will turn you into a lonely soul and a ghost. The 9 Qilins vomited blood when they heard this. The people of Myriad Demon City were also frightened. What's going on? Only 4 of the 9 Qilins are left. They have lost 5 lives in there? Heavens! It was like a bolt from the blue that they couldn't accept. Lin Xian continued to look around and came to the pilgrim roll. Yu Quan? The genius on the pilgrim roll is very powerful. You can't suppress me in there. At most, we are tied. But you are a small saint. How dare you yell at me here? What? Lin Wudy is tied with Yu Quan? Everyone was going crazy. Was this guy trying to defy the heavens? Could he really be a young great emperor? Then, he looked at the 10,000 swords pavilion. Are you sword saints very powerful? What Tianshan 7 swords and 10 great sword saints? Didn't I kill them all? And you, Jian Shen, the head disciple, weren't you also scared witless by my lightning? If it weren't for your senior brother, you would have died long ago. Everyone was terrified once again. The sword saints of the 10,000 swords pavilion were so powerful and terrifying. But they were all eaten by Lin Xian. Jian Shen was also trembling with anger, but he couldn't say anything. Lin Xian looked at Wang Jianni. Although you're strong, you're also despicable and shameless. You want to kill me because you want the treasure in my hands. However, you will never get it in this lifetime. I am a heaven illuminator, unparalleled in the future. That stupid bronze emissary wanted to attack me because he was jealous of me. Do you guys not know the difference between life and death, taking 10,000 steps back, even if I don't condense the heaven illuminator? Then I at least have the glory of the Milky Way. That's the position of a great saint. ask yourself, if everyone goes in, how many can condense it? Only me. There's also a spatial powerhouse. As for this Wanjiani, he can only condense a trace of light. Your talent is so much worse than mine. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian's voice made everyone go crazy. These people from the holy city felt that their brains weren't enough. This information was too broad. Lin Xian's next words made them bleed. Wanjiani was also about to go crazy. Lin Xian said, of course, that spatial powerhouse is also not my match. Because what I condensed is really a heaven illuminator. It's above him. If you guys want to attack me, you have to think about the consequences. Lin Xian's words stunned everyone. It seemed that this kid had obtained a great fortune inside and killed everyone. The head disciple was no match for him at all. Even the people on the pilgrim list couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, he really had the talent of the ancient land. Even if he wasn't a great emperor, he was still a great saint. If such a person grew up, who in the second astral realm could contend against him? What are you being arrogant for? I was seriously injured back then and suppressed my cultivation. Otherwise, would you be my match now? UK roared. He couldn't afford to lose face. In the void, an inexplicable voice also came. After saying so much, didn't you just want a way out? You can't leave today. A strange voice came from the void. Who was it? The Crimson Dragon roared. Lin Xian's face was cold. Gu Feng, was the other party going to attack him as well? His eyes were filled with killing intent. When the others heard this, they all moved. No matter what you say, you can't escape death today. Kill him and split the treasures on him. Jianshan roared. The others were about to move. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. Who dared to attack? Then, countless red leaves danced in the sky. One terrifying divine ability after another was opened up, creating a path for him. The sky was full of red leaves. Vhumad was here. Many people exclaimed. He was a genius of the previous generation on the pilgrim list. His current strength was unimaginable. Behind Vhumad, there were some second-generation disciples and some elders of Wushuang City. After they arrived, they looked at Lin Xian. Who dares to touch the people of Wushuang City? These people roared crazily. They received the call for help from Shui Tiancheng and the others and immediately rushed over. It seemed that Lin Xian was in big trouble. Senior brother. The people of Wushuang City also rushed over. Lin Xian also said, Senior brother Fu, you're here. Vhumad nodded, then he looked at Yu Quan, Mo Xiao, and the others. Are the two of you going to attack? Why don't I play with you? The aura on his body was too terrifying. Yu Quan and Mo Xiao's scalps went numb. Are you trying to bully others? The two screamed. Vhumad also laughed when she heard this. Bullying others with your power? You guys attacked my junior brother. Isn't that bullying others with your power? I want to see what kind of monsters are on this year's pilgrim list. Vhumad's eyes swept across the surroundings. At this moment, Yu Quan, Mo Xiao, and the others frantically retreated. People like Lei Zhan and the others couldn't resist at all. Even Wanjiani was facing a great enemy. He used myriad swords convergence to resist with all his might. At the same time, he felt a chill on his back. Was this person really that terrifying? You're a genius of the previous generation. It's normal for us to be inferior to you. Yu Quan gritted his teeth and said. The other elders of the holy city also surrounded. Vhumad, today is not the place for you to behave atrociously. It has nothing to do with you. We only want to kill Lin Wudi. What should we do? The elders of Wushuang City were extremely anxious. If it were 1 or 2 holy city, they could fight. Even if it were 3 or 5 holy city, they would have a chance to kill their way out. But now, more than 10 holy city wanted to attack them. Unless the holy king came in person, no one could guarantee Lin Xian's safety. Lin Xian looked at the ferocious faces of the people around him and said coldly. Very well, I will remember you. I will not spare any of you. Are you really going to make a move on me? How dare you threaten us? You will definitely die today. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the 10,000 Demon City roared crazily. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. I have already given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, then don't blame me. He raised his head and looked at Fu Hongya. He said in a deep voice, Senior brother, take the people from Shishui Tiancheng and these elders and leave first. I can handle it. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense. Our Wushuang city is not afraid of them. I have already informed the experts in the holy city. They will be here soon. Senior brother, believe me, I will not joke with my life. I have some trump cards, but I can't protect too many people. Only when you leave can I be at ease. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Fu Hongya then said, okay, then we will retreat first. You can't joke with me. Don't worry, senior brother. I will definitely be able to return to Wushuang City alive. Fu Hongya nodded. He looked around and said coldly, listen up, my Wushuang City will not let this go. Let's go. He waved his hand and took Shishui Tiancheng and the other geniuses into the air and flew into the distance. Let them go? The people from the holy city gritted their teeth. It doesn't matter. If these people from Wushuang City leave, then so be it. Our most important goal is this Lin Wudi. As long as he doesn't leave. These people ignored Fu Hongya and the others. Instead, they stared at Lin Xian. They were afraid that he would suddenly escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He ignored them. Instead, he said to Morong Qingqing, hurry up and go back. Hongxiu, you go back too. Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing was a little worried. Li Hongxiu also said, can this kid do it? Otherwise, my heavenly fragrance pavilion will help you. Don't worry, don't you know me? Don't forget my trump card. The two beauties nodded. They knew that Lin Xian had a pagoda with strong defense. Not to mention the existence of Black Mountain. He Shan was only hiding now. When the time came for Lei Ting to strike, he would definitely let these people know what despair was. Be careful then. Morong Qingqing was reluctant to leave, but she still returned to the side of those mysterious figures. The mysterious people heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Morong Qingqing would insist. On the other side, the people from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion also heaved a sigh of relief. The two holy cities quickly left. Let's go. Qin Xianer thought for a moment, then led the people of Joyous Union Palace and flew into the distance. On the other side, Chao Tianqing and the others were also retreating. The others couldn't wait any longer. Previously, they were afraid of Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu's status. Now that the two of them were gone, they could attack without fear. Kill this brat. Don't kill it, catch it alive. Several voices echoed as countless sacred weapons and mystical skills were unleashed. Kid, hurry up and do it. The Crimson Dragon roared. The Northern Demon's expression was also serious. Lin Xian opened the Great Sage Tower in an instant, and the three of them entered. Terrifying Saint Qi and precepts bombarded the Great Sage Tower, causing the entire world to shatter. The hall kept bobbing up and down, drowned in endless energy. Inside, their blood was boiling, and their faces were pale. However, they weren't worried. This was a great sage weapon. Even if these people doubled their numbers, they wouldn't be able to break it. However, this wasn't a solution. They were too aggrieved to be beaten up passively. Old man, aren't you going to attack? Lin Xian roared. Endless energy surged outside, and these people laughed sinisterly. Some wanted the treasure, while others just wanted to kill Lin Xian. Hence, they attacked wildly. This time, he should be dead. However, they soon heard a voice. You bastards, I'll remember this. When the time comes, I'll make you suffer. Damn it, this brat is still alive? Is he made of divine metal? He's still alive? These people screamed in horror and attacked again. Countless sword chi, terrifying divine powers, and terrifying Saint Qi crazily descended. However, at this moment, a large hand reached out from the void in the distance. With a boom, it slapped down. In an instant, countless Saint Qi was slapped away. Many saints' bodies turned into blood mist, and they screamed in pain. Damn it, who is it? Lei Zhan and the others' expressions changed drastically. Oh no, it's that mysterious expert. Retreat quickly. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The pitch-black hand held a jade-like object and kept waving it. Nothing could compete with it. The saint weapons shattered, and the precepts in the sky were annihilated. The saints who attacked exploded into blood mist one by one. The remaining survivors also screamed. What did you say? Lin Woody had a super expert by his side. And he even attacked the bronze messenger. Damn it, little brat, why didn't you say so earlier? I was screwed over by you. The elders screamed crazily. How could no one tell them such important information? Who was the bronze messenger? How heaven-defying was it to be able to injure the bronze messenger? Did they want to die fighting against such a person? Run. These people fled crazily. However, the jade-like object was too mysterious and dazzling. It kept dancing and shattered everything. Between heaven and earth, blood mist filled the air, and corpses fell. Screams sounded one after another. These people from the Saint City were originally full of confidence, so they didn't leave at this moment. But now, most of them were killed. Even many small saints had died here. Their souls wanted to escape, but they were directly destroyed by the jade-like object. Run, Wan Jiani and the others' pupils shrank. Yu Quan and the others were also seriously injured and fled crazily. Mo Wuxiu, Lei Zhen, and the 9 Kailans fled desperately. This battle ended very quickly. They basically collapsed in an instant. These Saint City experts and small saints were no match for them at all. They could only burn themselves to protect some important geniuses and escape. In the end, except for these geniuses and a small number of saints who escaped, most of them died there. The dead starry sky had completely turned into hell. Damn it, the rest of the people were terrified. Their hearts were bleeding. Dozens of minor saints had died in this battle. The number of saints who died was uncountable. Even if they were from the Saint City, they couldn't bear it. These people didn't dare to stay any longer. The mysterious expert behind them was too terrifying. If they stayed any longer, their souls would be destroyed. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the shattered void, the Grand Sage Tower appeared. The few figures inside looked outside and sneered. How dare you fight against us? Are you courting death? Now, most of them were dead. The Crimson God said, Old Black, continue to kill them. Kill those on the pilgrim list. The black figure also appeared. He said, I'm old and useless. If I'm still alive, I can destroy them with a glance. Now, I'm just a remnant soul. It's not easy for me to do this. And this is with the help of the Rui Scepter and the Golden Palace. Master, are you all right? The North Demon was also worried. Lin Xian said. Black Mountain, it's all thanks to you this time. Take a rest. I'll deal with the rest of the people who escaped personally. Most of the people who escaped were young geniuses. Lin Xian believed that he could get rid of these people in the future. What about Brother Toad? Is he really not coming with us? The Crimson Dragon was disappointed. After all, he liked Toad very much. The two of them called each other brothers. Little White sighed. Yeah, the Toad didn't come. Who said that I wasn't coming? The Toad cried out and rushed out. Damn Toad, where did you go? The Crimson Dragon caught Toad and brought him into the Great Sage Tower. Toad said, I'm your backer. Open the Roland's Golden Palace. Without me, he wouldn't be able to borrow the power of the Roland's Golden Palace. Hei Shan's figure also appeared and entered the hall. Indeed, it's all thanks to this Toad. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use my power just now. As he said that, he waved the jade Rui in his hand. Toad's eyes turned red. Damn, didn't we agree that I would help you open the Roland's Golden Palace and you would return this Rui? You old thing, you're going back on your words. Toad jumped up and wanted to fight. The Crimson Dragon persuaded. Forget it, brother. We can't beat him. Besides, he helped us this time. Just give him this jade. Toad said, what do you know? This jade has a great background. I'm afraid that he won't be able to eat it and will stuff himself to death. The few of them were stunned after hearing that. The Crimson Dragon said, that can't be. This old man is the remnant soul of a great sage. Even he can't eat it, he can't. Toad gritted his teeth and said, even if you're a living great sage, you can't eat it. It's best to return it. Everyone gasped after hearing that. Lin Xian was also surprised. So, what kind of person was sleeping in the Roland's golden palace? Could it be an existence that surpassed the great sage realm? They didn't dare to imagine. He Shan seemed to have known about it. That was why he said that the little toad had no intention of swallowing this jade. This Ryu is currently sealed. As for me, I'm just a remnant soul. I'll borrow it for a period of time. Once I recover, I will return this Shiru jade to you. Humph, you better keep your word. The toad snorted coldly. Crimson Dragon, Lin Xian and the others were even more surprised after hearing this. Even He Shan was so polite. It seems that the existence in the Roland's Golden Palace is really something. Kid, what should we do next? The Crimson Dragon asked. Let's make a trip back to Wushuang City. They also streaked across the void and flew into the distance. At the same time, news of the celestial fate star spread throughout the starry sky. The entire second astral realm was in an uproar. Had the celestial fate star opened once more? Had those experts returned? Heavens, I wonder how many people have the chance to become Saint Kings this time. Countless people were excited. After all, this wasn't the first time they had come to the heavenly fate planet. They were familiar with the situation. They naturally knew that the most important thing was the future and destiny of these people. Soon, the news spread. 9 Qilins had the destiny to become a Saint King. What surprised everyone, as expected of 9 Qilins, their bloodline was super strong. It seemed that in the future, they should be the next city lord of the Thousand Demon City. Many people were moved. At the same time, more and more news spread. For example, Xianxia of the Myriad Sword Pavilion also had the talent of a Saint King. These chief disciples were all too incredible. Yes, but a few of them died. What a pity. I heard that they were killed by Lin Wudi. No way, that Lin Wudi was too strong. What kind of destiny did he have? These people were puzzled. Some people asked, where's Lei Zhen? Why haven't I heard of Lei Zhen? I heard that Lei Zhen only has the destiny of a Saint King. However, he has a slight chance of becoming a Saint Ninja King. But it seems that hope is fleeting. No way, Lei Zhen is so talented, but he can't become a Saint King with the soaring thunder body. What do you think? Is the Saint King cabbage? Not many chief disciples have this kind of talent. However, those people on the pilgrim list all have the destiny to become a Saint King. Not only that, I heard that Wan Jiani condensed a trace of the Milky Way splendor. He has the possibility of becoming a great saint. This Wan Jiani is really too terrifying. As for the other people, these warriors were all excited. This kind of discussion happened in every corner of the world. Gu Feng, that mysterious space element powerhouse, seemed to be the strongest. His Milky Way splendor was stronger than Wan Jiani's. Becoming a great saint was no problem. As expected of a space element powerhouse, their bloodline talent was really too strong. The others would probably be suppressed by these two people. Not necessarily, I heard that Chao Tianxing didn't take the test at all. What, someone rejected? Why? There were many explanations, but no one knew. For a moment, everyone was talking about Gu Feng and Wan Jiani's names because these two people's talents were too strong. Of course, there was also Chao Tianxing's name. Because this person was even stranger, he didn't even take the test. What was the reason? Other than these three people, the most talked about was not Jian Chen, nor was it 9 Qilin. It was Lin Wudi. Tell me about Lin Wudi's situation. Yes. I heard that many of the chief disciples were killed by him. I heard that the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain and the 10 sword saints were all killed by him. Those who returned from planet Tianming began to spread the news. The people of the second astral realm were stunned. What happened on planet Tianming was infinitely attractive to them. At this moment, when they heard about Lin Wudi, they were even more shocked. Was he that powerful? This Lin Wudi was too strong. What kind of destiny was he? Not only that, I'll tell you more. Do you know the Golden Crow 7th Prince? Everyone nodded. That was the Golden Crow Crown Prince, the son of the Sage King. Such a powerful person was killed by Lin Wudi. Moreover, he was killed early on. 90% of the Golden Crow clan died. In the end, only 1 or 2 Golden Crows escaped. Heavens, even the 7th prince died at the hands of the other party. Everyone went crazy. This battle record was too dazzling. Haha, I'll tell you another piece of news. Another expert had returned from the celestial fate planet. Did you know that the Golden Pung of Myriad Demon City, the Fire Phoenix of Myriad Sword Pavilion, and the Peacock Race's powerhouse, these were all super geniuses? Could it be that they were also killed by Lin Xian? That's right, at this moment, Lin Wudi's name seemed to have surpassed Gu Feng and the other two. It had reached an unbelievable level. It couldn't be helped. Gu Feng and the other two were geniuses on the pilgrim roll. They were powerful and had long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Therefore, they felt that it was natural for the three of them to do something earth-shattering. But Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian was a rising star. He was even the youngest among the chief disciples. Yet, one after another, the other party did things that shocked everyone's eyeballs. It was simply too shocking. Now, everyone wanted to know what Lin Wudi's destiny was. I guess it should be a Saint King. It was possible. After all, the 9 Qilins in Jian Chen could reach the Saint King level. He should be able to reach it too. Do you think it's possible for him to condense the glory of the galaxy? Some people guessed. Impossible. Even Wan Jiani only had a slight chance. The only one who could possibly do it was a spatial powerhouse. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, it was impossible. Indeed. Everyone nodded. They were looking forward to more news. Not long after, another piece of news spread. It was said that more than 10 sacred cities had surrounded celestial fate and were attacking Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi was surrounded by so many saint cities. He would definitely die. Haha, he deserved it. Look at how many geniuses and powerhouses he killed. It would be strange if he wasn't surrounded. Some people exclaimed, while others gloated. Indeed, everyone counted and found that most of the Saint Cities' powerhouses had fallen at the hands of the other party. How could the people of the Saint Cities tolerate it? It was over. He would definitely die. Even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. Everyone discussed. There was also news. Do you know why these people are chasing him? Revenge was one reason. Another reason was that Lin Wudi was abandoned by the heavens. His destiny had no future. What was going on? Abandoned by the heavens? What the hell was that? The people of the second astral realm were stunned. They had heard of many saint venerables, saint kings, and even great saints. But they had never heard of someone abandoned by the heavens. Idiot, you still don't understand? Heaven and earth didn't tolerate him. He was abandoned by the heavens. When this news came out, everyone was in an uproar. Lin Wudi was abandoned by the heavens? They almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So many powerhouses and geniuses had died at his hands. He was simply a chosen one. How could he be abandoned by the heavens? They didn't believe this news at all. However, many people had watched the test back then. Some saints had returned alive. As more and more news spread, everyone was suspicious. No way. They heard that the emissaries inside had attacked and killed Lin Wudi. Then how did he survive? There was an expert behind Lin Wudi. What kind of destiny did Lin Wudi have? What? Lin Wudi's destiny surpassed the glory of the galaxy. What was a heaven illuminator? It sounded so domineering. As for some details, they were also exposed. They knew that Starry River Splendor had reached the Great Sage level. This heaven illuminator was above the Great Sage realm. Countless people cried out in alarm. They heard Lin Xian's phantom receiving the worship of countless worlds. Then, blood dyed the sky red. Lin Xian's illusion was enveloped by endless blood, forming a huge blood circle between heaven and earth. Kill. It was said that at that time, the bronze emissary was alerted. The dead bronze emissary wanted to kill Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian was only able to escape because of the protection of an expert. It can't be, right? What exactly did this guy do that the heavens and earth would not tolerate him? He had killed too many people. He reckoned that he had angered the heavenly Tao. Some people were discussing and guessing. However, there were also people who were alarmed. Lin Wudi's talent was actually above that of a great saint. Could it be that he was a young great emperor? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was terrified. Now they finally understood why. The sacred cities wanted to hunt them down. If they let him grow, the future would be unimaginable. Quickly go and investigate the situation near planet Tianming. What is going on? These people were all excited. When the people of Peerless City heard the news, they were even more furious. They all moved out. Soon, the news spread. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood around planet Tianming. Countless saints had died, and many corpses of minor saints were found. Was the battle so fierce? Was Lin Wuti dead? That was what they were most concerned about. But soon, he saw Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others fleeing in panic. Even Wan Jiani, Yu Quan, and the others on the sacred rankings ran back with pale faces. They were all heavily injured. This scene caused an uproar in the astral plane. So many geniuses were injured. It's over. I feel like Lin Wuti is going to turn the tables. On this day, another piece of news spread. Many sacred cities joined forces and returned in defeat. More than 90% of the saints were dead. Only a few geniuses and a few saints returned alive. The others were soaked in blood. Was this all Lin Wuti's doing? Everyone was going crazy. Was the other party already this strong? No, it wasn't Lin Wuti. Didn't I say that there was an expert behind Lin Wuti who could injure the bronze emissary? It was said that the Heavenly Dao Union was also protecting him. Perhaps it was these 2 experts who did it. Did the Heavenly Dao Union also appear? It seemed that some sacred cities couldn't act rashly. That was because if Sage Wang Ran attacked, no one would be able to stop him from killing such a young genius. But even if they killed him now, they had to consider the consequences. It was very likely that the sacred cities would be annihilated. If the Sage Kings didn't make a move, the other experts could. I also heard that someone wanted to kill Lin Wuti. After all, the Golden Crow race and the Peacock race weren't to be trifled with. There was even a phoenix that died in the hands of the other party. How could the 10,000 ancient races let this matter rest? The second astral plane was stirred up because of Lin Xian alone. Previously, Gu Feng, Player 1, Chao Tianxing, and the other 2's names had also been suppressed by the other party. Not to mention Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others. Basically, no one mentioned them. Those people almost vomited blood when they heard the news. Their limelight was stolen by one person. Limitless Sect. Chao Tianxing had returned long ago. He said to pay close attention to Lin Wuti's news. If there was any movement, report it to him. After saying that, he went into seclusion. 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Jianqing and Wan Jiani also returned. Wan Jiani's face was hideous. That damn brat, he really didn't know what was good for him. I won't come out until I break through. Junior brother, don't worry about it. Come out when you become a small saint. Wan Jiani and Jianchen were both in seclusion. In fact, it wasn't just them. Mo Xiu, Qin Xianer, Yu Quan, and the others were also in seclusion. Lei Zhen and the 9 Qilins were also in seclusion. They were first treated by the sect and then went into seclusion. These people were crazy. They were training like crazy. First, they were indeed stimulated by Lin Xian. They were jealous of Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, they had received too many summons from the Heavenly Fate planet. Although they had been in seclusion before, they couldn't cultivate wholeheartedly in that kind of place. Therefore, the first thing they did when they returned was to seclusion. They wanted to completely absorb and refine the good fortune they had obtained. As expected, more and more experts came back to seclusion. Therefore, the news about Lin Xian didn't increase. Now, some experts and elders of the Holy City were looking for him all over the world. Some of the seniors who hadn't entered Celestial Star also had their eyes on Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was so strong that he must have obtained more fortunes. They wanted to snatch some fortunes from him. Peerless City immediately issued a warning. They forbade the seniors from attacking, or they would chase him to the ends of the earth. At the same time, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and the Kunlun Pavilion also announced that they would work together to protect Lin Xian. Everyone was surprised. It seemed that Lin Wuti wasn't without friends. However, most of the saints sneered because Lin Wudi had even more enemies. In the distant starry sky, a crazy roar suddenly came from a sun. Damn it. The nearby planetary systems all heard it. In fact, some of the planets in the vicinity suddenly cracked, unable to withstand the power of the explosion. This was the might of a Saint King. The saints in the stars trembled. They knew it was the Golden Crow Saint King. The Golden Crow Prince and most of the Golden Crows had died on Celestial Star, which naturally angered the Golden Crows. Sure enough, on the next day, the Golden Crows sent out peerless experts. 7 minor saints left the Golden Crows and flew to various places in the universe to search for Lin Wudi. At the same time, a powerful sword saint from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion made his move. He was also a minor saint called the Blood Sword Saint. He belonged to the Path of Slaughter. Demon City and the Great Desolation Mansion both sent out minor saints. They knew that Lin Wudi's strength was enough to fight against a peak 5th heavenly layer. Therefore, 5th heavenly layer saints weren't enough. If they were too strong, they would probably anger the people behind them. Therefore, they felt that it was very appropriate to send out minor saints. First, they could suppress the opponent in terms of cultivation and wouldn't incur the wrath of the super experts. Killing the opponent in a reasonable way would leave the others speechless. Many people couldn't find Lin Wudi at all and speculated that he must have returned to Peerless City. Therefore, they returned to Peerless City and didn't kill him. They waited for him to come. In the sky, a dark space was flowing. The celestial demon Overshadow was the territory of the sky demons. At this moment, the witch was both excited and nervous. Pieces of information gathered in his or her hands. She quickly spread the news throughout the Heavenly Fiend clan. The experts and elders of the Heavenly Fiend clan were incomparably shocked. The 4 great protectors were alarmed. Is the patriarch out? What happened to the ancestor? What kind of destiny was this? They were excited. Was the patriarch abandoned by the heavens? Nonsense. Don't listen to his nonsense. How could our old ancestor be someone abandoned by the heavens? The great ancestor was a great sage. Moreover, there was a possibility that he was above the great sage realm. Didn't that mean there was a possibility of him becoming a great emperor? The members of the Heaven Devil race were all stunned. Was the old ancestor already so powerful? No, it's that brat. That brat's bloodline talent is super strong. That's great. Our ancestor has really found a good body this time. The patriarch was being chased by so many people from the holy city? Damn it, do they want to die? These people from the Heaven Devil race were infuriated. Go and save the patriarch. They were both shocked and stunned. They felt as if their emotions were like ice and fire. It was truly too torturous. What's going on? No one knew where Lin Xian was. All they knew was that many of the holy cities had sent minor saints to hunt him down. F***ck. Do they really think that the Heaven Devil race has no one? Go, send the 4 great demon saints to intercept those people. Don't hold back. Just kill them. Soon, the 4 minor saints from the Heaven Devil race left quickly. The 4 great demon saints. On the other side, Peerless City had also sent people. This time, they sent 3 people. Other than Vhumad, the other 2 were second-generation disciples. They were very strong. All 3 of them had reached the minor saint realm. Similarly, they began to snipe the enemy after they went out. For a time, great battles broke out in the second astral realm from time to time. Oh heavens, a minor saint from Thunder God City was killed by someone. The news instantly caused a great commotion. Who was it? Was it Lin Wudi? No, it could be someone from the devil race. It was said that the place where Thunder God Qing died was filled with demonic qi. It was abnormally terrifying. Everyone gasped. At the same time, another piece of news came out. A little saint from the Great Desolate Prefecture had been killed by someone. A red leaf was left at the place where he died. It was Vhumad. It seemed that Peerless City had also made their move after the Heaven Devil race. It caused the crowd to scream in horror. Soon, another piece of news came out. A minor saint from the Golden Crow clan was killed again. Another red leaf fell. This Vhumad was too strong. Even a minor saint from the Golden Crow clan was no match for him. How strong was he? These people had gone crazy. After the Golden Crow clan received the news, they were furious and sent another 5 minor saints. For a time, the atmosphere became even more tense. However, those Saint Kings had not made their move yet. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that at this level, even the news of Lin Wudi could not alarm them. Of course, most of them knew that Saint Kings could not make a move at will. After all, such people were the overlords of the stars. Once they made a move, no one would be able to resist. If a Saint King made a move on a junior, it would definitely cause panic among the other saints. At that time, there would be a great war between the saints. No junior of the saints would be able to survive. Therefore, Saint Kings were not allowed to make a move on those below the Saint King realm. This was the tacit rule. In fact, Saint Kings and minor saints were the same. Basically, they would not make a move on the younger generation. However, this time, Lin Xian was an exception. He was a fifth heaven person, yet a minor saint actually made a move. At this moment, there was no one left on Heavenly Fate Star. However, at this moment, a mysterious cave suddenly appeared below. Following that, a beautiful figure charged out. She finally made it. She had nearly been sealed here. This beautiful figure was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had a layer of mysterious light on her body. Her strength had actually reached peak fifth heaven. It looked like she could enter the minor saint realm at any time. This was really incredible. This cultivation realm was even stronger than the 9 Qilins, Jianshen, and the others. It looked like she was very close to becoming a minor saint. Xianxia streaked across the sky and left this place. Heavenly Fate Star was about to be sealed again. It would only be opened again after 500 years. However, at this moment, the bronze envoy stood in the depths of Heavenly Fate Star. He gave off an extremely terrifying killing intent. A person abandoned by heaven and a Permitha flower appeared. It looked like he was someone who had to be killed. He is still in the dormant period. We cannot make a move easily. Furthermore, it was very likely that the deity Dao Union would target us. It looked like we could only think of a way to kill him with a borrowed knife. That brat should have offended several holy cities. It looked like we needed to get those holy cities to deal with him and get rid of this problem. The bronze envoy smiled coldly. The other party would not live for long. Eventually, Heavenly Fate Star closed again. A beam of light streaked across the starry heavens. That was a black spirit ship, the Black Earth. Lin Xian and the others sat cross-legged on it. In the past few days, they had received a lot of news. Their expressions were incredibly cold. These holy cities were still unwilling to give up. To think that they sent out so many minor saints to kill them. No, they could not return to Matchless City now. Lin Xian guessed that Wushuang City had to pass through a place filled with murderous traps. If he returned, he would be walking right into a trap. Kid, where are we going? It's not safe to keep drifting in the universe. If they were discovered, they would be hunted down again. Indeed, although they had the Grand Sage Tower's defense, it was still unpleasant to be hunted down. No one thought about it and said, "Come, let's go to the Sky Devil race." These people probably didn't expect him to go to the Sky Devil race. Therefore, they flew quickly. When they arrived at the Sky Devil covered area, the people of the Sky Devil race were stunned. Soon, they burst into cheers. "Patriarch, you're here." Lin Xian, the Northern Demon, the Crimson Dragon, and the Toad stood there. Black Mountain had already entered seclusion. This time, he had also obtained many fortunes on planet Tianming. It seemed that he was going to carry out his grand plan. His resurrection plan. He wanted to truly come back to life. Lin Xian didn't disturb him and let him cultivate in peace. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he wouldn't disturb him. The Sky Devil race was really huge at this moment. The 4 Guardian Elders stood at the front, and behind them was a dense mass of Sky Devil race experts. It was a frightening sight. Oh my heavens, what are they trying to do? The Toad almost ran away in fear. Did this kid offend these Sky Devil race people? Haha, brother, you don't understand, right? They're on our side. On our side? The Toad was stunned. Oh my heavens, does this kid have the Sky Devil race as his backing? Isn't he too strong? Welcome back, Patriarch. With the 4 guardian elders in the lead, the Sky Devil race people all knelt on the ground. At this moment, no matter if you were a saint venerable or a small saint, everyone was prostrating on the ground. Even the Northern Demon and the Crimson Dragon swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene. This scene was too spectacular. Lin Xian was also excited. His face regained its coldness. It was an unruly and arrogant expression that looked down on the world. After all, he still had to pretend to be the Sky Devil race's patriarch. Yes. The Sky Devil race people all stood up and looked forward. They were abnormally excited. Patriarch, rumor has it that you've reached the Heaven Illumination realm and that your future heavenly fate is above that of a great saint. Is that true? That's right, forefather. Isn't our Sky Demon clan about to soar? Even the 4 great protectors were excited. Old ancestor, those people still dared to slander you by saying that you were abandoned by the heavens. They really deserve to die. Should I go out and kill them? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Who were these people? They were even crazier than him. He said that it was not that exaggerated. However, becoming a great sage was not a problem. Lin Xian had learned to be smart now. It was time for him to keep a low profile. After all, the 2 words Great Emperor were too stimulating. If word got out, all the holy cities would want to kill him. But even a great saint was enough to make these Sky Demons so excited that they almost fainted. After all, if the Sky Demons were to produce a great god, the Sky Demon race would definitely be a god. In that case, they would be emperor-like existences in the 2nd astral realm. It was above all the sacred cities. Lin Xian looked at them and sighed in his heart. A great sage was enough to make these people so crazy. If he really told them about what happened yesterday, they would be shocked. He reckoned that these old things would be so excited that they would die. Alright, you guys go up. I'm going into seclusion. Don't disturb me. These are my friends. Treat them well. In the future, seeing them is like seeing me. We will follow your orders. These people said respectfully. Then, they stared at the Northern Demon and the others, imprinting their faces in their minds. They would definitely obey the forefathers' words. Little White jumped out and said, "Eat spirit fruits and spirit wine. Go and prepare." Lin Xian shouted coldly. As for him, he led his people toward the demonic palace. Not long after they entered, piles and piles of spirit wine and spirit fruits were sent over. Little White's eyes narrowed into crescents. Damn, this treatment is too good. Toad's eyes were red and he was drooling. I want it too. I want to test the golden crow, roast the phoenix, and roast the true dragon. With a smack, the crimson dragon slapped over. You dare to eat a dragon? Toad wiped his saliva. Brother, it was a slip of the tongue. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored the 3 of them. Instead, he said to the Northern Demon, "Cultivate here. You can have anything you want." And it was very safe. Next, Lin Xian and the Northern Demon began to cultivate in seclusion. Toad, Crimson Dragon, and Little White began to digest all kinds of spirit wine. The 3 of them were all demonic beasts, and their bloodlines were very special. Basically, they just needed to eat natural treasures. Lin Xian and the Northern Demon couldn't do that. They still needed to refine. And to prevent their cultivation from becoming unstable, they had to consolidate it. Lin Xian's harvest this time was too rich, he had condensed several types of laws, and his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 5th heavenly layer. The most important thing for him now was to consolidate his cultivation. His cultivation had been unstable all this time. At this moment, he had to consolidate it. Some of the laws also had to be taken out and tempered again. Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate in seclusion in the demonic palace. Those people in the outside world searched frantically, but they couldn't find him at all. They even suspected that Lin Xian was still alive. He couldn't have returned to Wushuang City, right? Impossible. Those from the sacred city gritted their teeth. Gradually, a piece of news spread. It was very likely that Lin Xian and those experts from the sacred city had perished together. When this news came out, it caused an uproar. Such an expert with the talent of a great emperor was going to die, they didn't dare to believe it. However, there was really no news about Lin Xian at all, which made them suspicious. Wushuang City was also worried. They frantically sent people to look for him. Kunlun Pavilion and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion also took action. At the same time, a piece of news spread, causing the second astral realm to be shocked. It turned out that someone had successfully crossed the sixth heavenly layer and reached the small saint realm. Who was it? Was it nine-headed Qilin? Or Jianchen? It could also be Lei Zhen. Everyone was discussing, guessing who the chief disciples were, but they found that none of them were the chief disciples. The news came from the Spirit Clan. The first person to break through to the small saint realm was the saintess of the Spirit Clan, Xianxia. When this news came out, everyone was in an uproar. Xianxia, she actually became a small saint in advance. It was too unbelievable. Because there was no news about Xianxia in the news before. There was even news about Gao Yuan and Bai Luo, Li Hongxiu, Morong Qingqing, but there was no news about Xianxia. This made people think that she had fallen. The people of the Spirit Clan were also in despair. But today, their saintess came back. Moreover, she came back with the cultivation base of the fifth heavenly layer. After 3 months of seclusion, she directly broke through to the small saint realm. This shocked the Spirit Clan. And this news spread quickly. It shocked everyone in the second astral realm. Although small saint was nothing in the eyes of some sacred city, she was the first young person to break through to the small saint realm. She was faster than Jianchen, the nine-headed Qilin, and the others. This meant that Xianxio's talent was absolutely superb. What kind of summoning did she receive? What kind of destiny did she have? All kinds of guesses. However, they found that there was no news about Xianxia in the entire heavenly fate star. This made them very puzzled. The people of Wushuang City were also surprised. They quickly sent people to the Spirit Clan to investigate. The people of Wushuang City went to the Spirit Clan and found that Xianxia was still in seclusion. The entire Spirit Clan treated her respectfully. But soon, the people of Wushuang City also left. They came to check on Xianxia's safety. Moreover, they were puzzled because they entered the heavenly fate star. They didn't meet Xianxia and didn't know what happened. Now that Xianxia was in seclusion, they could only wait until she came out of seclusion to ask again. Time passed slowly. Half a year had passed. Xianxia hadn't come out of seclusion yet. It seemed that she wouldn't come out in a short time. However, another piece of news came from the second astral realm, which caused an uproar. It turned out that someone had broken through to the small saint realm. This time, it was Lei Zhen. This Lei Zhen was really amazing. They didn't expect that he would compete with Jianchen, the nine-headed Qilin, and the others. He broke through in advance. I heard that his heavenly fate star was only a Saint Venerable. It was very difficult for him to enter the Saint King realm. I guess he must have been provoked. Knowing shame and bravery, perhaps this could really create a miracle. Exclamations came one after another. The people of Thunder God City were also in a good mood. And there was also news that Jianchen, the nine-headed Qilin, and the others were in seclusion. These people wouldn't come out until they reached the small saint realm. However, their pursuit of Lin Xian had never stopped. These people set up an ambush on the road that Wushuang City had to pass through. But after waiting for so long, they didn't see anyone at all. They had to change their strategy. Lin Wudi also had many friends around him. If they could catch a few of them, they could make him come out. The dragon and the man of the demon clan were not seen. They could only attack others. Didn't he have a few women? Why did he make a move on those women? These people of the sacred city began to have other plans. However, the women around Lin Xian had extraordinary identities. They didn't dare to assassinate them. They had other ways. On this day, the elders of the Myriad Sword Pavilion brought treasures to the Kunlun Pavilion. At the same time, the news also spread. Heavens, have you heard? The people of the Myriad Sword Pavilion went to the Kunlun Pavilion to propose. There was such a thing. It seemed that the Myriad Sword Pavilion represented Jianchen to the saintess of the Kunlun Pavilion Morong Qingqing. This Jianchen was incredible. He was as strong as Lin Wudi, wasn't he? In the future, he would definitely be able to make it onto the pilgrim rank and replace his senior brother, Wan Jiani. That Morong Qingchen was also incredible. Her face was extremely beautiful, and her talent was unparalleled. She was very. They were truly a perfect match. Many people. However, there were also some people who frowned. Why do I sense a hint of a conspiracy? It was said that the saintess of the Kunlun Pavilion was very close to Lin Wuti. Such a thing like that? These people discussed animatedly. But soon, they cried out in surprise again. It turned out that the elders of the Thousand Demon City had brought treasures to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. It was said that he was proposing to Nine-Headed Qilin, and the person he was proposing to was naturally Li Hongxiu. This scene naturally made people suck in a breath of cold air. The relationship between Li Hongxiu and Lin Wuti was also extraordinary. What did these people want? It looked like he wanted to lure Lin Wuti out. In an instant, everyone understood. At the same time, Thunder God City also made a move. The elder of Thunder God City went to the Spirit Clan to propose to Xianxia. This scene caused an uproar again. Xianxia was a disciple of Wushuang City. She had a close relationship with Lin Xian. Not ordinary. The women around Lin Xian had all been proposed to by other sacred cities. They definitely wanted Lin Wuti to come out. It seemed that these sacred cities really had no choice. They actually came up with such a move. This move was too ruthless. They just didn't know if that kid would come out. They still had to see if those sacred cities would agree. Everyone paid close attention. The people of Wushuang City were also anxious. They sent people to negotiate. In the end, Kunlun Pavilion and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion refused. However, the Spirit Clan did not immediately express their stance. The news spread. It was said that the people of the Spirit Clan had a secret meeting with the elder of Thunder God City. It seemed that they might agree. 7 days later, the news spread. The Spirit Clan really agreed. When the news came out, the second astral realm was in an uproar. Xianxia was originally very famous. The saintess of the Spirit Clan had an extraordinary status. She was very talented and beautiful. She was pursued by countless young talents. Now, she was the first to break through to become a small saint. Her future was limitless. Lei Zhen had long been famous in the second astral realm. Although this time, Tian Ming was not the top. But he was the existence that countless people looked up to. Especially Lei Zhen, who was the second to break through to become a small saint. He was even more popular. Now the two of them were going to marry. For a moment, many people exclaimed. Wushuang City, Shisui Tianshen, Wang Xiaofeng and the others frowned. Impossible. How could senior sister Jingqiu agree to that guy? Where was senior brother Lin? Why didn't he come out? They were very anxious. They didn't expect Lei Zhen to succeed. Demon City, Wanjian Pavilion, Great Desolate Mansion, Acheron Palace and the others were also surprised. They sneered. Originally, they wanted to use this opportunity to lure Lin Xian out. Although they failed, it was fine as long as one of them succeeded. They thought that Lin Wuti would definitely come out after receiving the news. What they wanted to do was to spread the news throughout the second astral realm. Every corner. Next, these sacred cities would operate behind the scenes. The news spread quickly. In the end, the heavenly demon overturned region also knew. The witch held the news in her hand and frowned slightly. She took the news and came to the heavenly demon palace. Looking at the closed door in front of her, she hesitated. She didn't know if she should report it. Inside the heavenly demon palace, the crimson dragon and the toad sensed the situation outside. They opened the door. Oh, it's a little beauty. Why are you here? Looking for me? The toad drooled. The crimson dragon poked its head out and asked. Why do I look at your expression? Is there any news outside? The witch also knew that although these two monsters were arrogant, they were their ancestors. After all, they didn't dare to offend the people around their patriarch. She took a deep breath and passed the jade slip in her hand over. She said that the information she gathered, Xianxia and Lei Zhen had both broken through to become small saints. Xianxia was the first to break through to become a small saint, which shocked many people. And recently, Thunder God City, Wanjian Pavilion, and Demon City. They proposed marriage to Xianxia, Li Hongxiu, and Morong Qingqing. Among them, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and Kunlun Pavilion refused. However, the Spirit Clan agreed. It was said that the wedding would be held in 3 months. What? Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon jumped up. Originally, he was quite happy when he heard that Xianxia was the first to break through to the small saint realm. But when he heard this news, he immediately frowned in anger. Damn it, Lei Zhen, that brat, does he want to die? It seemed that he was so reckless when I spared his life last time. What's going on? The toad was also surprised. The Crimson Dragon said that Xianxia was Brat Lin's woman, and others dared to touch her. F***ck. I'll kick him to death. Let's go and meet that Lei Zhen, it's useless. As far as I know, Lei Zhen is still in seclusion. Up ahead, the witch sighed. I've already sent the news. You'd better tell the old ancestor. If there's anything we need to do, we'll do it immediately. Alright, I got it. You can leave first. The dark rainbow divine dragon waved his claws and closed the door of the demonic palace again. He raised his head and looked forward. There were many blood-red lights surrounding Xian. It seemed that his cultivation had entered the most important juncture. We can't disturb him now, so the 3 of us will go and check the situation. Let's see if this is the intention of the Spirit Clan or the Xin family's girl. Okay. The toad nodded, a little excited. They could make a big fuss. Little White, let's go together. The Crimson Dragon called out. Little White shook its head. Yeah, I'm not going. The Crimson Dragon laughed at the side. Let me tell you, this time we can steal a lot of heavenly treasures and spiritual fruits. Maybe there's even good wine. Yeah, really? Big Bad Dragon, don't lie to me. That's for sure, I swear on my character. The toad and the dark god dragon tricked Whitey into leaving as well. Not only did the 3 of them leave, but they also took the void beast skin. They took the black earth and left the sky demon covered region. They went to the Spirit Clan. The Spirit Clan. These days, it was incomparably lively. After all, the saintess of the Spirit Clan was going to get married in 3 months. However, there were also some people who were worried and frowning. It didn't seem to be a good idea. Xiaoer was a core disciple of Wushuang City. Should we ask Wushuang City's opinion? However, there were also many people who objected. At most, Xiaoer could just leave Peerless City. There was no need for that. Xiaoer was only a small core disciple inside. However, if she could marry Lei Zhen, then her status would definitely change. Achieve meteoric success. In the future, she might even become the city lord's wife. That's right. Furthermore, this time around, the conditions offered by the Thunder God City were truly too generous. We were truly unable to refuse them. Lei Xianxia was really going all out this time. That was to promise the Spirit Clan that 2 people would be allowed to enter the holy city to cultivate every year. To a clan, this was a huge temptation. One had to know that in the second astral realm, there were countless clans and powers. There were also many clans like the Spirit Clan. Even if they gathered the strength of their entire clan, they might not be able to send a single person into the holy city. But now, there were 2 spots every year. It was like a pie falling from the sky. The only price to pay was to marry Xianxia to Lei Zhen. This was a piece of cake for them. Firstly, Xianxia was not related to them by blood. She was just an outsider who had become a leftover woman. Hence, this deal was too worth it. However, what about Lin Wudi? Don't forget that the Saintess and Lin Wudi had a very good relationship. If Lin Wudi knew about it, what would happen if he came to settle accounts with us? He had killed too many saints. Now, he was almost invincible below the small saint realm. So what? Rumor had it that he was abandoned by the heavens. Heaven and earth did not tolerate him. What future did he have? Furthermore, even if that was not the case, do you think she could continue living? How many holy cities wanted to kill him? How many experts wanted to obtain his fortune? Didn't you see that he did not even dare to show his face now? He was probably hiding somewhere. What hope did such a person have? Let's place our bets on Lei Zhen. More and more voices were heard. It was obvious that they had chosen Lei Zhen and had given up on Lin Xian. Of course, this was only their own decision. Because the most important person, Xianxia, was still in seclusion. Hence, it could be said that she did not know about the marriage at all. Outside the spirit clan that appeared was the Crimson Dragon and the other two. Below should be the spirit clan. The three of them looked down. The toad said, "Haha, I can't wait any longer." Whitey also hugged the treasure bowl and squeaked, "I can feel that there are many heavenly treasures waiting for me." The little guy was also eager to try. The Crimson Dragon said, "Be careful. We will use the void beast skin to hide. Otherwise, we will be in danger if we are discovered." The three of them took the black earth, put on the void beast skin, and quietly sneaked into the spirit clan. They inquired about the news and found that the majority of the people supported this marriage. Even if a small number of people opposed it, they were suppressed at this moment. They went to find out where the girl from the Xian family was. After searching for a while, they heard her again. These people found that Xianxia was still in seclusion. "What's going on? I am puzzled." The toad was depressed. It originally wanted to see what the legendary girl looked like. The Crimson Dragon said, "It seems that this matter has nothing to do with the Xian family's girl. The other party probably doesn't know. It should be the spirit clan's decision." "Humph, the spirit clan really wants to die. Do you want to make a move?" "I will make a scene." The toad wants to make a move. The Crimson Dragon said, "Don't make a move. Let's find out first and steal the heavenly treasures. Leave the matter of making a move to that kid." The three of them laughed and then began to wantonly collect. Whitey was in charge. Whitey was the most sensitive to the heavenly treasures, so it knew where the best things were. The toad was in charge of keeping watch, the Crimson Dragon was in charge of breaking the array, and then they began to collect. Some of the arrays that were difficult to break were directly collected with the treasure bowl. It could be said that they returned with a full load. The black earth almost couldn't hold it anymore. "Let's go." They put on the void beast skin and quietly left. Not long after they left, the people of the spirit clan screamed. The experts in charge of guarding the treasury fainted in fright. "What's going on? Oh no, our treasury has been stolen. Damn it, the spiritual herb garden has also been destroyed. My sacred elixir." These people screamed crazily. The entire spirit clan was in chaos. In the end, they found that all the treasures they usually kept had been looted. "Damn it, who is it? Who is it?" They actually dared to come and make a move at this time. Moreover, what made them want to vomit blood was that they didn't find a single suspicious person at all. This was really a silent loss. "Ha ha ha ha," outside, Toad and the other two were laughing crazily. It felt great. This time, they were returning from a fruitful trip. "Hurry up and eat. We are going to break through to the minor saint realm," the three of them were devouring crazily. Their bloodline, Fei Fan, needed a huge amount of resources to evolve. "Are we going back?" the toad asked with its legs crossed as it enjoyed the heavenly treasures. "Damn it. Those people from Thunder God City are too arrogant. Why don't we go and have a look?" The three of them changed their direction again and headed towards Thunder God City. They lingered for a long time, but they didn't dare to enter. Because Thunder God City was guarded by a Saint King. With their cultivation, they couldn't hide at all. Therefore, they were preparing to take action against some of the forces under Thunder God City. As a saint city, Thunder God City had many planets under its control. Therefore, they looted 3 of the worlds. Once again, they returned from a fruitful trip. Those 3 worlds were in chaos. Some elders of Thunder God City were so angry that they vomited blood. "Let's go to the Spirit Clan. It's almost time. Let's go to the Spirit Clan and meet up with that kid." The 3 of them drove the Black Earth and set off again. On the other side, in the demonic palace, Lin Xian's body shone brighter and brighter. Finally, with a boom, his body shone like a golden god of war. He, too, opened his eyes. Great. He had broken through. His physique had broken through again. Although he was only at the mid-5th heavenly layer, his physique had entered the minor saint realm. Those below the minor saint realm couldn't hurt his physique. They couldn't even get past his defense. As for the minor saint realm, Lin Xian could also fight against them with his powerful physique. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to before. Beside him, the northern demon was also awakened by the vibration. The towering divine tree behind him entered his body and disappeared. He started to fight. The aura on his body became stronger. Furthermore, Lin Xian could sense that the north demon possessed a powerful life aura. He knew that the northern demon also had a powerful bloodline. His defense might not be as good as his divine body, but his physique was much stronger than his life force and survival rate. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. It would be a war of attrition, and many of his opponents would be exhausted to death. Where are Ruzalong and the others? When Lin Xian woke up, he found that the entire hall was much quieter. This shouldn't be the case. Given the personalities of those three fellows, they should have been in a mess long ago. Northern Devil was confused as well. He said there was a message for us. They found a jade slip on the ground. Northern Demon took one and checked it. Then, his expression changed. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. Something big has happened. Hurry and take a look. The northern monster hurriedly handed the jade slip over. Then, he checked the second jade slip. Lin Xian didn't understand what was going on. After receiving it, his face quickly darkened. Damn it, does Lei Zhen want to die? The information inside was naturally collected by the witch, which was the information about the marriage alliance. Lin Xian was completely enraged after reading it. The second brother's jade slip was left behind by Ruffian Long and the others. Those three had already gone to the spirit race ahead of time. 3 months. It was about time for him to reach his destination. They hurriedly left. The two of them left the demonic palace. Northern Devil frowned. They were not just almost there, they were too late. What should they do? It didn't matter. They could use the demonic formation. The demonic clan used to be a sacred city. Although they didn't have a saint king now, they were much stronger than ordinary clans. Therefore, they had a strong foundation. They still had this kind of teleportation formation. It could directly open a spatial door and teleport people over a long distance. Lin Xian was going to use it now. Hearing that Lin Xian was going to leave again, the demonic clan members surrounded him. Patriarch, are you going to leave? Lin Xian said coldly. I've told you not to interfere with my business. Yes, Patriarch, we understand. Patriarch, do you need any help? Lin Xian thought for a moment, then nodded and said, bring 2 small saints. 2 of them who are stronger can follow us secretly. Without my orders, don't show yourself. We'll prepare now. As they sent people to activate the array formation, they also chose 2 experts from the demonic palace. These 2 were small saints. One was a mid-stage small saint and the other was a late-stage small saint. It shouldn't be a problem for these 2 to help. Soon, the teleportation was completed. Lin Xian, Northern Devil, and the 2 small saints boarded the formation. They set the location to be near the spirit clan. Then, the teleportation formation was activated and they disappeared. The time limit of 3 months was almost up. The spirit clan was very lively at this moment. Many clans in the second astral realm had started to prepare for the wedding. After all, Lingzhu was also a big clan. Moreover, the one to marry was a top genius like Lei Zhen. Even if they didn't want to make friends with the spirit clan, they had to curry favor with the Thunder God City. Moreover, they heard that in addition to the Thunder God City, Myriad Sword Pavilion, Acheron Palace, and other sacred cities would also send people to attend. With so many sacred cities together, it would be a grand occasion. The people of the spirit clan were very excited. They had never received so many big clans before. All of this originated from this marriage. Therefore, they had to do it well. From now on, the spirit clan could really rise to another level. The spirit clan also occupied a world with rich spiritual veins. The spirit clan was the clan that was best at finding spiritual veins of heaven and earth. Besides, they could also nourish spiritual veins. Therefore, the place where the spirit clan was located was really a sacred place for cultivation. When some of the guests from the starry sky arrived and sensed the aura here, they were all amazed. No wonder the spirit clan was so strong. This was the best place for cultivation. Yes, in a few thousand years, they might be able to cultivate a saint king. It would immediately become a sacred city. Fellow Taoists, you are too courteous. The elders and young geniuses of the spirit clan were accompanying these important guests. Among them, Ling Lianhua and the others were also present. They were very excited. Previously, these people were all against Xianxia. At this moment, they were also excited and gloating over her misfortune. Firstly, the status of the spirit clan could rise. Secondly, after Xianxia got married, she would definitely leave. At that time, no one would stop them. Perhaps she could also become a saintess. Thinking of this, how could Ling Lianhua not be excited? As the time approached, more and more experts from the clans arrived. Those from the other sacred cities had not arrived yet. Everyone guessed that the other sacred cities would only arrive on the same day. The Crimson Dragon, Toad, and the other two had also arrived. They wore the void beast skin and wandered around the world. Damn, so many people were attracted here. Damn it, these people are too opportunistic, aren't they? Humph. When the time comes, I will let them know what regret is. Little White was a little bored and dozed off. He was only interested in the treasures of heaven and earth. Those from the Starry Sky clans and experts who came were in groups of 3 to 5. They were either exchanging greetings or talking about the recent events. They were talking about the geniuses and heroes of the world. Look, the princess of the New Moon clan is here. She is not as beautiful and talented as Xianxia. Someone exclaimed. A group of people came from the New Moon clan. The one leading them was a beautiful woman. She rode on a crescent moon and descended. Soon, countless people surrounded her. They wanted to please her, but Gao Yu was cold and arrogant. It was this girl. The Toad gasped and blinked. The Crimson Dragon also said, she's here too. She's also here. Her aura has reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. She's probably not far from breaking through to the small saint realm. It's amazing that the destined star can shorten the time for these geniuses to break through by so many years. Indeed, under normal circumstances, these people would need hundreds of years or even hundreds of years to break through to the small saint realm. But now, they could break through in a few years or a few months. It's really a great fortune. I wonder if the Crown Prince of the New Moon clan is here. Rumor has it that he's about to break through to the small saint realm. Everyone was discussing. Hee, Princess New Moon is still so beautiful. I wonder when I can snatch her away. A few people in the crowd laughed coldly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Who is this? How dare they? They saw that these people were wearing black robes and had a strange aura. Are they from the Ghost Netherland? I wonder if the Ghost Netherland's ghost girl, by Luo, is here. Humph, how can our ghost girl be compared to the little princess? She's still far from it. These people from the Ghost Netherland looked extremely cold. There were also some powerful geniuses, and even some rising stars, which caused the crowd to exclaim. Oh, looking at this scene, I'm reminded of someone. You're talking about Lin Wudi, right? Yes, in the past, he always appeared in big scenes. And he was always able to do earth-shattering things. But now, no one knows where he is. It's good that he's hiding. If he dares to come out, he'll die immediately. Yes, he's a person abandoned by the heavens. With so many holy cities wanting to kill him, he probably won't dare to come out for the rest of his life. Many people shook their heads and sighed. At this time, a few people laughed coldly. Lin Wudi is nothing. If he dares to come out, he'll be torn to pieces. Humph, he'll be a coward for the rest of his life. Hearing this, everyone's scalps went numb. Now, there are people who dare to openly despise Lin Wudi. They all turned their heads. In the next moment, they screamed. The people from the holy city had arrived. Indeed, they saw a few figures walking out. Is the holy city here? Isn't it? These were some ordinary disciples of the holy city. They were the vanguard and had arrived early. The real elders and the top geniuses should arrive in 2 days. The auras of the people who walked over were very powerful. Even the ordinary disciples of the holy city were not people that ordinary geniuses could contend against. After all, to be able to enter the holy city, who didn't have some strength? Some of them were surrounded by lightning, some by the yellow springs, and some even carried a terrifying aura of desolation. These people came from different sacred cities, but they all had one enemy, and that was Lin Xian. At this moment, a genius from Thunder God City sneered. That Lin Wudi better not come out. Otherwise, our chief disciple will slap him to death. Everyone was in an uproar. It seemed like Lei Zhen was really going to rise. However, at this moment, a cold laugh rang out from the void. Lei Zhen? That trash, he has been defeated by Lin Wudi more than once. I think it must be at least 3 times, right? Not only that, he even hid in his shell. Humph, if Lin Wudi dares to come, he can probably slap Lei Zhen to death. Another voice rang out. The surrounding people were stunned. Oh my god, someone dared to tear down the stage of Lei Zhen and Thunder God City. Who is it? They looked around, but they couldn't find the person who spoke. Is there an expert? They exclaimed. The people of Thunder God City sank. Their faces sank. Who is it? Sneakily, you dare to slander our Thunder God City. Come out and accept your death. Trash, you can't even find where we are, and you have the face to be arrogant, haha, this uncle despises you. Humph, coward, come out, this daddy will slap you to death. Thunder God City roared in anger. This uncle will fulfill your wish. At this moment, 2 figures walked out from the void. It was the toad, the crimson dragon. Whitey was lying on the crimson dragon's head, yawning in boredom. It's you, many people screamed. They knew that there were several powerful beasts beside Lin Xian, but they didn't expect these 2 guys to come. Humph, you are here. Where is Lin Wudi? Tell him to come out. There is no need for that kid to make a move, this uncle can beat you down. The toad jumped out. Come, come, this uncle will teach you how to be a man. The toad's image is not good. Think about it, can a toad be liked by people? Moreover, the toad's body was much larger than an ordinary toad. In addition, his contemptuous eyes and disdainful expression. Suddenly, the corners of the people's mouths twitched. The people of Thunder God City felt their scalps go numb. Just 2 beasts, how dare they be arrogant in front of me? The people of Thunder God City sneered. What did you say? The Crimson Dragon was angry and directly slapped out. Slap, this uncle will teach you how to be a man. The toad even attacked. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and 3 disciples of Thunder God City flew out. Their faces were smashed, and there were all kinds of cracks on their bodies. Blood flowed out. The 3 of them fell to the ground and kept twitching. What did you say we are? Say it again. The toad jumped up and stepped on the 3 of their faces. The 3 of them were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Ah, damn it. I will fight it out with you. The toad's foot pierced through the heads of the 3, and their bodies were torn into pieces. How dare you provoke this uncle? Seems like you are courting death. When the disciples of Great Desolate Mansion saw this, they wanted to retreat. The Crimson Dragon slapped the other party and sent him flying. It was unknown whether the other party was dead or alive. The surrounding people were stunned. Aren't these 2 beasts too ferocious? It's simply torture. Are all the beasts around Lin Xian so powerful? The crowd was in an uproar. The scene here naturally alarmed the people of Spirit Race. After all, these were the disciples of Thunder God City. They could not afford to be injured here. Soon, the experts of Spirit Race rushed over. Who dares to cause trouble here? Are you tired of living? How dare you interfere with this uncle? The toad snorted. When the people of Spirit Race saw this, their eyelids twitched. 2 beasts, who are you? You are not worthy to talk to Ben Huang. The dark red dragon had an arrogant expression on its face. The toad also sneered. Let your master come. You bunch of lackeys aren't enough to deal with him. The people of Spirit Race were so angry that they vomited blood. Ling Lian frowned. What was going on? She asked the people beside her, and soon they got the news. These 2 beasts were the beasts around Lin Wudi. The people of the Spirit Race all frowned. Lin Wudi was here, the silhouette of the tree was the name of Lin Wudi. Before he came, they were disdainful. But when they heard these 3 words, they were so scared that they trembled. However, after waiting for a long time, they realized that Lin Wudi did not come. So that kid did not dare to come out. So what if he slapped 2 beasts? hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Those from the spirit race sneered. Take him down. Let that Lin Wudi know that our spirit race is not so easy to provoke. Ling Lianhua laughed sinisterly. Little girl, you dare to catch me? I will spit on you to death. The toad opened its mouth and spat out its saliva. This was not an ordinary saliva. It was highly toxic. Even a sage would be poisoned and injured if he touched it. Sure enough, many people from the spirit race had their bodies rotting. Ling Lianhua screamed in fright. Fortunately, she had a defensive treasure to block it. Otherwise, she would probably be disfigured. Ling Lianhua was trembling in anger. The surrounding people exclaimed. They were also able to tell that these two monstrous beasts were extraordinarily powerful. Ordinary sages were no match for them. Who dares to hurt my Thunder God city? At this moment, a roar came. Then, a figure bathed in lightning rushed over. Heavens! It was a core disciple of Thunder God City. Everyone screamed. Were the people from the sacred city here? They did not know that a part of the sacred city had indeed come. Their purpose was to catch Lin Xian. At this moment, they did not see Lin Xian. In the end, they saw two beasts. Heavenly Thunder God Fist, this man had reached the 5th heavenly layer. His strength was very powerful. The moment he attacked, countless people were terrified. They retreated frantically. Ling Lianhua and the rest smiled sinisterly. For a 5th heavenly layer to deal with two beasts, wouldn't that be easy? The toad sneered. You dare to fight with me? He slapped out two claws and slapped the other party's fist. With a boom, the other party's fist exploded. The other party's body was also torn apart. This genius came quickly and left quickly. Soon, he fell to the ground and screamed crazily. Too weak, too trashy. The surrounding people were all stunned. Was this really a toad? Why did it feel like a divine beast? Ling Lianhua and the rest were also stunned. They were about to cry. These two beasts were already so powerful, audacious. Who was causing trouble here? A few old men had come from the spirit race. Elder. Ling Lianhua and the others were excited. When the old man saw this scene, his face darkened. You two demonic beasts dare to behave so atrociously in our territory. As soon as he finished speaking, the toad slapped him. The old man jumped in fright and quickly retreated. Impudent men, do it. Since you dare to attack us, I'll play with you. The toad wanted to attack with all its might. At this moment, Whitey's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lousy, slapping the old man unconscious. The Crimson Dragon attacked, forming a huge mountain that pressed the old man to the ground. Xianxia, has Elder been subdued? The people of the spirit race had wanted to make a move. But when they saw this scene, they were all scared stiff. The old man came back to his senses and screamed crazily. Damn it, how dare you sneak attack me? As soon as he finished speaking, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The Crimson Dragon exerted force with its claws, and the old man's body was torn apart. Old man, for the sake of the Shin family's girl, I didn't kill you immediately. However, if you don't know what's good for you, Ben Huang has 1,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. Now, I'll wake you up and let you know which side you should stand on. Boom, the people of the spirit race were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This scene attracted many experts. In the end, a small saint appeared. A terrifying aura rushed over. In addition, the people of Thunder God City, Myriad Demon City, Myriad Sword Pavilion, and Great Desolate Mansion had also surrounded them. A terrifying aura filled the sky. The people of the sacred city had arrived. This time, the real elders and skyprides had come. It's best that you don't get married. Otherwise, you will die miserably. The dark divine dragon slapped the elder of the spirit race away and said, Wind is tight, retreat. The three of them jumped into the void and disappeared. Ah! The people of the spirit race roared crazily. The cultivators of the other sacred city also took action. After searching around, they found that the other party had mysteriously disappeared. Damn it! The people of the spirit race gritted their teeth. A few small saints said, Don't bother about this matter. The two demonic beasts are nothing to be afraid of. Hurry up and welcome them. As they spoke, they got into a big formation to welcome them. In the end, the old ancestor of the spirit race also came out. The elders of the spirit race all came out to welcome him. Fellow Taoists, thank you for coming to the spirit race. The old lady of the spirit race was full of smiles. Previously, she was also unwilling to accept this, but what else could she say now? The result was set. She could only hope that Chiao could understand their painstaking efforts. The sky prides of Myriad Sword Pavilion, Great Desolate Mansion, Myriad Demon City arrived one after another and were respectfully invited in. In the end, a lightning dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, filling the void. Everyone looked up at the sky. The people of Thunder God City had arrived. The lightning dragon was formed by a peerless great ability. There were many people on it. One of them was a man with horns on his head. Lightning surged on his body, making him look like a peerless thunder god. He was Lei Jin. At this moment, he was no longer frightened and fearful like before. Instead, he was high-spirited and had regained his unruly nature. Because he had finally reached the realm of minor saint. He had regained his confidence that he could sweep through everything. So what if he met Lin Xian again? He could easily kill him. Lei Jin's arrival had shocked everyone. The atmosphere of the spirit race had reached its peak. After the few elders of Thunder God City were invited in, they sat in the main hall. The first thing they asked was whether the saintess of the spirit race had come out from her seclusion. This? The elders of the spirit race hesitated. The faces of the people of Thunder God City sank. Why hasn't she come out from her seclusion? Humph, the wedding is in 3 days. Isn't the spirit race a little too arrogant, in their opinion? So what if Xianxia was talented? They were the sacred city. How dare she disrespect them? Fellow Taoist, please calm down. 3 days later, we guarantee that the wedding will be completed. There won't be any delay. The elders of the spirit race wiped off their cold sweat and retreated. Elder, we're not here to be Lin Wudi. Why are you so serious? A genius at the side laughed. One had to put on a good show. Otherwise, how could they lure the other party out? The elder snorted. Lei Jin's eyes flashed with a cold light. He said, moreover, this Xianxia is not bad. She can be my concubine. Just like that, another 2 days passed. There was only 1 day left. The residence was packed with people, and people were congratulating him everywhere. The Crimson Dragon. The 3 of them couldn't stand it anymore and jumped out. Where's Lei Jin? Get out here. I'll slap you to death. They were too anxious because there was only 1 day left. Lin Xian had not arrived yet. So they had to take action first to buy some time. It would be easier when that kid came. Acting recklessly, Lei Jin rushed out with his men. A toad and a snake dared to clamor in front of me. Where's Lin Wudi? Is he a coward who doesn't dare to come out? You don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of us. Can you beat that kid? You've been defeated by him several times, the toad and the others provoked. Lei Jin was furious. This was the shame of his life. He didn't allow others to mention it again. Previously, I was careless. Now that my strength has increased greatly, he is not my opponent at all. Men, take them down for me. I want to pull out their tendons and skin them, and hang their bodies on the city wall. I want to let Lin Wudi see the consequences of going against me. Lei Jin revealed a ferocious expression. On the side of Thunder God City, 8 people walked out. A great battle broke out. However, what was shocking was that the toad and the other 2 were very strong. The 8 experts of Thunder God City couldn't beat them at all. Hee, your Thunder God City only has this little strength, how shameful. This little strength is just scratching an itch for me. It's not enough. The Crimson Holy Dragon and the toad continued to clamor. Lei Jin roared and attacked again. This time, another 8 people rushed up. Even the people of Great Desolate Mansion and Acheron Palace sneered. We will also play with you. This is Brother Lei's big day, no one is allowed to disturb. The other holy cities took action one after another, surrounding Rizalong and the toad. The situation was critical to the extreme for a moment. Buzz, the Crimson Holy Dragon spat out some arrays, blocking the attack. They could still contend. This scene stunned everyone else. These three beasts were really too strong. The other holy cities' faces were gloomy, feeling that they had lost face. Finally, an elder of Thunder God City couldn't help it. A big hand stretched out. This was a small saint. At this moment, the power was really terrifying to the extreme. The array formed by the Crimson Dragon was instantly shattered. Not good. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad's faces changed drastically. Damn it, shameless. They actually sent a small saint, go to hell. There is no need to talk about morality with ants like you. Many people exclaimed. Some people closed their eyes. It seemed that these two demonic beasts were dead for sure. Boom, between the heaven and earth, a red leaf flew down and pierced through the gigantic palm. The Thunder God City elder who attacked let out a miserable shriek as he held his arm and retreated. When he saw the red leaf, his pupils shrank. Vhumad, he screamed in terror. The others were also in an uproar. Was Vhumad here, in the distance? The spirit boat flew over and 5 figures alighted. The leader was Vhumad, and the 4 second-generation disciples followed behind her. After Vhumad arrived, she said coldly, "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." At this point, another red leaf appeared in his hand. It exuded a peerless killing intent. The body of the Thunder God City's elder trembled as a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. The others didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Vhumad, don't go overboard. Today is a joyous day for our Thunder God City. Do you want to cause havoc everywhere? That's right. You're strong alone. We're not your match if we fight you alone. But what if they attacked together? Those from the Great Desolation Mansion and the Yellow Springs Palace also walked out. Their eyes flickered with cold light. You guys are no match for me. Facing so many little saints, Vhumad stood with a disdainful expression. This scene infuriated the Holy City elders so much that they almost vomited blood. How arrogant. Why did it feel like she was even more arrogant than Lin Wudi? You're talking about a joyous day? Vhumad's face darkened. I heard that someone wants to marry my junior sister from Wushuang City. Have you asked for Wushuang City's opinion? He snorted coldly, and the whole world trembled violently. The people of the Spirit Clan were so scared that their scalps went numb. The others also exclaimed in surprise. A good show was coming. The Spirit Clan didn't even discuss it with Wushuang City. I knew it. Otherwise, how could they marry Lei Zhen? Exclamations sounded one after another. The people of Thunder God City snorted coldly. This is a matter between Thunder Saint City and the Spirit Clan. What does it have to do with Wushuang City? Vhumad ignored them and asked with a frown. Where are the people of the Spirit Clan? Ask the patriarch of the Spirit Clan to come and see me. Yes, the Spirit Clan is too despicable. We've investigated. Xianxia is still in seclusion and doesn't know about this at all. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad also walked up and said with gritted teeth. Vhumad glanced at the two and nodded slightly. Yeah, Little White also jumped onto Vhumad's shoulder and blinked its big eyes. It gestured angrily. Vhumad smiled. Little guy, don't worry. I will help junior brother vent his anger. Not long after, the elders of the Spirit Clan walked out trembling. Greetings, young Master Fu. Although Vhumad was much younger than them, this was a world where strength was respected, so they had to treat him respectfully. You're the patriarch of the Spirit Clan? Vhumad stared at the white-haired old woman. It was the old woman. Well, let me ask you. Your Spirit Clan secretly married Thunder God City. Have you asked Wushuang City? Are you looking down on our peerless city? Are you looking down on us? Vhumad's voice was unusually cold. The people of the Spirit Clan broke out in cold sweat. Many elders looked at Thunder God City with pleading eyes. The clan chief was also frowning. About this. I think we still have the qualifications to arrange the sanctus of the Spirit Clan. That's right, Vhumad, don't go too far. Is your holy city trying to bully others? We won't ignore it, Thunder God City sneered. The people of the other holy cities all revealed sinister smiles. With these people supporting them, the people of the Spirit Clan straightened their backs. Yes, young Master Fu, this is our family matter. I hope you don't interfere. If you're here to attend the wedding, then we'll invite you in. If not, I hope you don't cause trouble on our wedding day. Humph, Fu Hongya's face sank and he snorted. Behind him, a second-generation disciple attacked. Slap. Slap, with 2 slaps, the elders of the spirit clan who spoke before were all sent flying. Their faces were smashed. They fell to the ground and screamed. One of them said coldly, "Our senior brother Fu is the chief disciple of the second generation. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak like this?" The others sucked in a breath of cold air. Weren't these second-generation disciples too strong? It seemed that Fu Hongya had brought the elites of the elites this time. Damn it, you've gone too far. The people of the spirit clan trembled with anger. Fu Hongya said coldly, "We've never thought of bullying others. However, the holy city has the status of a holy city. Today, I'm not here to represent myself, but Wushuang City, so, provoking me is the same as provoking Wushuang City. Wushuang City's reputation will not be tarnished. Whoever dares to be impudent will be killed without mercy." The people of the spirit clan did not dare to speak. The patriarch of the spirit clan, the old woman, said, "Everyone, please come in. Let us explain this matter properly. We won't drink the tea. We're here to clarify one thing. Is this marriage alliance the spirit race's idea or junior sister Shen's? Let her come out and we'll ask. If it's junior sister's opinion, we won't stop her. However, if you make your own arrangements behind junior sister's back, then don't blame Wushuang City." This. The leader of the spirit clan hesitated. The others were also terrified. The people of Thunder God City roared. "Fu Hongya, you're too arrogant. Do you really think we don't exist?" "That's right. So what if Xianxia is from Wushuang City? You have to listen to your elders, right?" The people of Myriad Swords Pavilion and Great Desolate Mansion also came out. This time, they had set up this trap in order to lure Lin Xian out. If Fu Hongya ruined it, then their previous arrangements would all be useless. "What? Do you really want to fight? My father will play with you." An extremely terrifying law appeared on Fu Hongya's body. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad were also ready to fight. The people of the other holy cities took out their sacred weapons. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. The surrounding people frantically retreated. Was a war about to break out? The people of the spirit clan were about to collapse. This was a joyous day. Was the spirit clan going to be bathed in blood? "Senior brother, why do you have to deal with this group of trash? Let me do it." At this critical moment, a laughter was heard. It was Lin Wudi's voice. Countless people looked up at the sky. "He's here." The people of the holy cities were also overjoyed. They looked into the distance. In the distance, a flying sword was flying over quickly. There were 2 figures standing on it. One of them was Lin Xian. The 2 of them were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the mansion below. "Kid, you're finally here." The Crimson Dragon and the Toad were relieved. Whitey also jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and babbled. Lin Xian rubbed Whitey and nodded. Then, he looked at Fu Hongya. "Senior brothers, you've worked hard. Junior brother, you're here." Fu Hongya also revealed a smile. "Kid, you're finally here. I thought you were going to be a coward for the rest of your life." The people of Thunder God City sneered. The eyes of the people from the other holy cities also lit up. "Great, this scourge can finally be eliminated today." Peng, Lin Xian took a step forward and attacked. With a slap, he sent the sage who had spoken flying. The man's head was slapped into his stomach. It was a very miserable sight. "Today, I'll beat you into a coward, how dare you?" Thunder God City roared. The little saint made his move. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. He turned into a bolt of lightning and attacked madly. Soon, the young geniuses of the Thunder Saint City all screamed. They were beaten miserably. "Impudent," the elders roared crazily. "Brat, you've gone too far." Lin Xian withdrew his hand and sneered, "I'll bully you guys today." "What? Are you going to bite me?" The people of the spirit race were so angry that they couldn't speak. They really couldn't do anything to the other party. Lin Xian snorted and looked around. Soon, she looked at the people from Thunder Saint City. "You guys were very arrogant before. With a wave of his hand, he directly enveloped a few geniuses of the holy cities. Damn it, how dare you, those people fought back crazily. However, their divine abilities and laws couldn't shake the golden palm at all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian caught them and brought them over. He waved his left hand. He slapped these people's faces. Soon, these people's faces became swollen like pig heads. The surrounding people were shocked. These people were also fifth heaven geniuses, but they couldn't fight back in the hands of Lin Xian. After smashing these people's faces, Lin Xian stepped on them and sealed them. Then, he attacked again. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was very arrogant. He dragged over a few genius disciples of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and also beat them into pig heads and suppressed them again. Next, these geniuses of the Demon City, Great Desolate Mansion, and Acheron Palace were all beaten up by Lin Xian. Ah, the elders of the holy cities roared crazily. It happened so fast that they couldn't react at all. When they reacted, Lin Xian had already succeeded. Damn kid, how dare you commit murder in front of us? Kneel down and accept your death. Today, no one can save you. How dare you touch my junior brother? Vhumad walked out, exuding a powerful aura. The second-generation disciple beside him also exuded the same aura. Lin Xian was facing so many little saints, but he was still not afraid. He looked at Lei Zhan and said coldly, I heard that you have broken through and become a little saint. Now you dare to challenge me, right, kid? I will pay you back 100 times, no, 10,000 times for the pain you made me suffer before. Lei Zhan walked out with a strong sense of self-confidence. He didn't just dare to challenge Lin Xian. He was going to kill Lin Xian with his own hands today. To relieve the hatred in his heart. Okay, I will fulfill your wish today. Let's have a life and death battle. Lin Xian's voice rang out. A life and death battle? Lin Wudi wants to have a life and death battle with Lei Zhan? The surrounding experts were in an uproar. Lei Zhan was already a little saint, but Lin Wudi was still a mid-fifth heavenly layer saint. The gap between the two was too big. Yes, even if Lin Wudi could fight across realms, the realm of Little Saint wasn't that easy to cross. This time, Lin Wudi was too arrogant. This guy was still as arrogant as before. But this time, he was going to lose. The people of Thunder God City laughed after hearing this. It seemed like this kid had been hiding for a long time and didn't know about the changes in the outside world. Lei Zhan sneered. You want to have a life and death battle with me? Come on, kid. Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. I won't bully you. I'll let you have 3 moves. Lei Zhan was very generous. It seemed like he was very confident about this battle. In fact, not only Lei Zhan thought so, but almost everyone thought so. It was impossible for anyone below the Little Saint realm to challenge a Little Saint. Even Lin Wudi couldn't do it. In Wushuang City, several second-generation disciples frowned and wanted to say something, but Vhumad stopped them. He said, Junior brother Lin is much more powerful than we thought. Since he dared to make a move, he must have a trump card. Let's just watch quietly. Several second-generation disciples didn't believe it, but since Vhumad said so, they didn't make a move. To be honest, they were very curious about this legendary junior brother Lin. What kind of magic did he have? Can this kid do it? The toad also underestimated him. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered. Seems like this kid should have broken through. Let's just watch a good show. Can the two of you go up to the 9th heaven to fight? The people of Spirit Race felt bitter. If these two people fought here, everything would be broken. They couldn't stop them at all. Come on, Lin Xian directly soared into the sky. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Behind Lei Zhan, the thunder wings flapped and turned into a stream of light. Both of them went up to the 9th heaven. Let's go and take a look. The other saints and powerhouses soared into the sky one after another. How could they miss such a spiritual battle? Vhumad and the others, as well as the 3 toads and the people from the holy city, all soared into the sky. At this moment, countless gazes gathered in the sky. Kid, come on, I'll let you have 3 moves. Then, I'll kill you in 1 move. Lei Zhan was extremely excited now. He could finally take revenge with his own hands. the people from the other holy city also sneered. After today, Lin Wudi would definitely die, and they could have a good night's sleep. Let me have 3 moves? You're really magnanimous. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. Buzz, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stomped his foot and tore the void. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lei Zhen. The golden palm slapped out. It slapped towards the opponent's face. What a fast speed! Many people exclaimed, and Lei Zhen's pupils shrank. How was this speed possible? Did people below the minor saint have such speed? He couldn't believe it. His body dodged subconsciously. He said he would let the opponent have 3 moves. However, he was still careless. With a slap, the palm hit his face, causing Lei Zhen's body to flip 36 times in the air. His face was swollen, and his teeth fell out. Blood flew out from the corner of his mouth. The surrounding people who were watching the battle looked as if they had seen a ghost. How many situations? They were all stunned. To be honest, in their opinion, within 3 moves, Lin Wudi couldn't even touch a corner of Lei Zhen. After 3 moves, Lei Zhen could kill Lin Wudi with 1 slash. But now, Lin Wudi actually sent Lei Zhen flying with 1 slap. Don't hit people in the face. This Lei Zhen was really miserable. After being stunned for a moment, countless screams rang out. The people of Thunder God City went crazy. Careless, it must be Lei Zhen who was careless and underestimated the enemy. Wushuang City, several second-generation disciples were also stunned. Vhumad, however, raised the corner of her mouth into a smile. It seemed that junior brother Lin didn't let them down. This kid seemed to have a breakthrough. The Crimson Dragon and the others were also very excited. How was this possible? Lei Zhen was also stunned. To be honest, he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Lin Xian laughed. Why? Does your face hurt? Initially, I thought that your strength would have undergone a tremendous change after you broke through to the minor saint realm. You disappoint me. You're still trash, unable to withstand a single blow. Damn it. Lei Zhen was so angry that his whole body trembled. You're courting death. Terrifying lightning surged out of his body. Lin Xian laughed. Oh, didn't you say you were going to let me have 3 moves? This was only the first move. There were still 2 more moves. You can't help but want to make a move. The corners of the surrounding people's mouths twitched. This Lei Zhen was too arrogant previously. Now, it seemed like he was slapping his face. Brat, I didn't expect your strength to increase. I was too careless before. Furthermore, you've completely angered me, so I've cancelled the benefits of the 3 moves. Now, I will make you wish you were dead. He could not help but want to attack immediately. He would definitely torture the other party to death. Boom, the law of thunder erupted, and the 9 heavens were completely engulfed by lightning. Retreat quickly. The surrounding onlookers frantically retreated. They even formed countless formations to defend themselves. Only Lin Xian and Lei Zhen were left in front of them. Go to hell. Lei Zhen let out a furious roar as the sky filled with thunderbolts surged forward. In an instant, Lin Xian was engulfed by the lightning. Not enough. Too weak. Lin Xian rushed out from the lightning in an instant. He waved his hands, tearing apart the lightning clouds in the sky. He turned into a stream of light and rushed out. 9 Suns Divine Fist. The terrifying fist was waved, exuding a vigorous aura. It was as if countless suns were trembling between heaven and earth. Impossible. How can you fight against me? Could it be that you've also broken through to the minor saint realm? Lei Zhen was stunned. The others were also stunned. This was really out of their expectations. They did not even know what was going on. This was too illogical. How did Lin Wudi do it? Has he become so heaven-defying? In Wushuang City, the second-generation disciples were also stunned. Senior brother Fu, what kind of trump card does this junior brother Lin have? The corner of Fu Hongya's mouth raised into a smile. Didn't you guys notice that although junior brother Lin's cultivation base is at the mid-stage of the 5th layer, but you guys can feel his physique? That's the physique of a minor saint. His physique has reached the saint realm, his physique has reached the minor saint realm in advance. They sucked in a cold breath. What kind of physique is this, Lei Zhen? His physique has reached the minor saint realm. Be careful not to fight him in close combat. The Elder of Thunder God also noticed this and reminded loudly. Lei Zhen's body trembled when he heard this. Then he snorted coldly. So your physique has reached the minor saint realm. No wonder you can block my attack. I admit that your physique is very strong. It shocked me, but that's it. Because regardless of my physique or cultivation base, I have reached the minor saint realm in all aspects. What do you have to fight me, heavenly thunder roar? Having said that, Lei Zhen formed a seal with his palms. Countless lightning laws appeared in his palms. He let out a roar, and a terrifying thunderbolt exploded with a loud bang. This was a great ability. Together with the power of the heavenly thunder, it swept across all directions. The whole world collapsed, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Endless waves of lightning swept across the 9 heavens. Not good, quickly seal your hearing. Countless saints screamed and sealed their hearing. Some of them were late and fell from the sky. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and their bodies cracked. The rest of the people sucked in a cold breath. This Lei Zhen was too terrifying. With a roar, he could injure so many saints. He was indeed a top genius. Kill, Lin Xian roared. Facing the sky full of lightning sacred waves, he killed his way out. With this powerful divine physique, he swept across all directions. The sound waves hit his body, making earth-shattering sounds. His body was rolling, and his blood was boiling. However, with a roar, he suppressed all of it. Lin Xian was like a golden god of war. He opened and closed his hands, and all the sound waves were completely destroyed. Black holes filled the world, and cracks were everywhere. Lin Xian was floating. Just sound waves can't do anything to me. What other means do you have? Show me, humph, don't be arrogant. This is just one of my divine abilities. The corners of Lei Zhen's mouth curled up into a sneer. Although he was defeated at this moment, he didn't care. His opponent's body was only at the sage realm. His opponent's soul and cultivation were inferior to his. He could slowly play with his opponent. You underestimate my divine physique. Today, I'll let you see the power of my divine physique. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a terrifying light. He tore open the void again, rushed over, and arrived in front of his opponent. Lei Zhen snorted coldly. Lightning God's net. He waved his hand, and endless lightning formed a large lightning net, enveloping the front. His opponent was walking into the net. However, Lin Xian kicked out. His right leg seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword. It easily broke through the lightning net and charged toward Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen raised his hand to block. With a clang, he was forced back. His palm was cracked, and blood dripped from it. How could this be? His strength had become even stronger. Lei Zhen couldn't believe it. Lin Xian harumphed coldly. Every move of mine contains the power of my divine body. Moreover, any part of my divine body can be turned into a sharp blade. How can you compete with me? Indeed, both of Lin Xian's hands and legs could be turned into sharp swords. Using his hands to wield the sword was equally powerful. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! Lei Zhen's previous madness was replaced by disdain. Gradually, he became frightened. The surrounding people were also stunned. They found that Lin Xian was simply a god of battle. He was on par with Lei Zhen. Boom! Boom, boom! Kid, you've completely angered me. Go to hell. Lei Zhen's hair was disheveled as if he had gone mad. He stretched out his palm. In the middle of his palm, there was a lightning talisman that was flickering. It was a black aura that carried an extremely terrifying light. It was a peerless divine ability that he had obtained from the heavenly fate star. Lightning destruction divine palm. As soon as the black lightning appeared, many people trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel down. Even some of the elders had grave expressions on their faces. This Lei Zhen was really something. He had just become a small saint, but he had already displayed such strength. The experts of the other saint cities frowned. The second-generation disciples of Wushuang City also had a drastic change in expression. Even the Crimson Dragon Toad also frowned. They were a little worried now. Could Lin Xian withstand it? Facing such a terrifying lightning destruction divine palm, Lin Xian stood there and activated his divine body to the extreme. At the same time, the law of sword rushed out. He raised his right hand. The golden light on it was monstrous, as if it had turned into a golden divine sword. I have a sword that can break all techniques. Buzz, his right arm bloomed with an incomparable sword light that connected the heavens and the earth. This scene was really too terrifying. Even the elders of Thunder Saint City had a drastic change in expression. Lei Zhen was shocked. He activated the black lightning talisman with all his strength. He slammed it forward fiercely. It carried a destructive aura. It was really terrifying. Lin Xian also waved his arm and slashed down with his sword. Boom, boom, it was an apocalyptic collision, and the entire spirit realm was torn to pieces. There were huge cracks everywhere between heaven and earth. The living beings of the spirit race world prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed. They thought that the heavenly gods were going to destroy the world. As for the spectators, each and every one of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Fortunately, this was above the 9 heavens, and the violent energy could surge into the starry sky. Otherwise, if they were to fight on the ground, there would be no astrals left. Even so, they were still retreating frantically. After waiting for a long time, the terrifying nomological laws in front of him gradually disappeared. Lin Xian retracted his hand, and the divine flame on it danced. His expression was solemn. As for Lei Zhen, he was holding onto his arm. His palm had been slapped away. Not only that, but there was also a crack on his body that almost split him in half. Lei Zhen was injured. Lei Zhen's ultimate divine ability had been broken. It was too unbelievable. Is Lei Zhen alright? Those elders of Thunder God City screamed crazily. The experts from the other holy cities also felt their eyelids twitch. Lin Wuti was too strong. They had to leave as soon as possible. They had even begun to mobilize their forces secretly. No matter what the result of this battle was, they would not allow the other party to live. You can't even withstand a single blow. As I said, you are not my opponent at all. Even if you break through to the small saint realm, you are still not my opponent. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out. Lei Zhen, who was on the opposite side, spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He became ferocious. I refuse to accept this. 9 Revolution Divine Thunder, open for me. Endless lightning surrounded his body. Those thunderbolts kept spinning, disturbing the 6 Revolution Divine Thunder. Lei Zhen's strength also kept increasing. The secret technique of the Thunder God was displayed with all his strength. He wanted to end the battle with one blow. He turned into a phantom of the Thunder God and swooped down. Die, the great thunder heavenly blade appeared in his hand, and the annihilation divine thunder appeared in his left hand. The 2 ultimate skills were unleashed at the same time. Lin Xian roared. You want to end the battle? I will fulfill your wish. So what if the opponent had the 6 Revolution Divine Thunder? So what if the opponent had used all his divine skills, didn't he? The unparalleled secret technique was activated continuously, and the power was 5 times stronger by him. At the same time, the law of Great Sun appeared in his left hand, and the law of death appeared in his right hand. The law of sword circled above both of his hands. Kill, with a roar, both of his arms seemed to have turned into a pair of yin and yang swords. Another earth-shattering collision occurred. Endless law surged. At this moment, the shattering of heaven and earth became even more severe, as if the whole world was about to be destroyed. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, a figure flew out. Lei Zhen's arms were directly cut off, and blood gushed out. Thousands of sword wounds appeared on his body, revealing his bones and internal organs. The crowd screamed. Lei Zhen was defeated, and he lost so miserably. He was a top genius, a small saint. How powerful was his strength? Some of the elders of the older generation did not have the confidence to win against him. But now, Lin Wuti, with his 5th layer cultivation base, actually injured him. How could this be? Lei Zhen shook his head frantically. The sharp pain in his body almost made him faint. His heart was bleeding. He tried his best to catch up and was finally the second to break through to the small saint realm. Especially this time, he had full confidence that he could kill Lin Xian. However, the reality was like a basin of cold water, making his whole body cold. The strength and talent that he was proud of were so weak in front of the opponent. It was a huge mockery. He was so arrogant before, but now he was stained with blood. Was the opponent really a person abandoned by the heavens? He was doubtful now. At the next moment, his pupils shrank because he found that Lin Xian had made his move again. After Lin Xian succeeded, he did not stop at all, but continued to attack. How could he hold back when they had agreed to a life-and-death battle? Moreover, Lei Zhen's action had undoubtedly angered him. The opponent dared to have ideas about his woman, which was unforgivable. His arms turned into a pair of yin and yang swords, and a layer of Tai Chi diagram appeared on his body. Coupled with the strength of his divine body, it was really not weaker than any saint weapon. At this moment, Lin Xian turned into a peerless sword god. His power frightened the people of the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Damn it, the elders of Thunder God City screamed crazily. What was the opponent trying to do? Was he trying to kill them all? Attack. A small saint finally couldn't help but attack. Humph, Fu Hongya waved her hand, and the red leaves in the sky turned into a torrent, cutting off their path. Who allowed you to interfere in the life-and-death battle? Damn it, get lost. The experts of Thunder Saint City roared. They attacked crazily, but the red leaves in the sky were too terrifying. For a moment, they couldn't break through at all. The elders of Thunder God City screamed. Why aren't you attacking? Have you forgotten the purpose of coming here this time? This was to remind the other saint cities. The elders of the saint cities looked at each other. Let's do it. This was an excellent opportunity. They couldn't let the opponent live like this. The elders of the sacred city soared into the sky. Some of them went to besiege Fu Hongya, preventing him from attacking. Some of them went to kill Lin Xian. Not good. Countless people screamed. Those who attacked were all minor saints. Their strength was unparalleled. At this moment, they wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian, F***ck. You guys are too shameless. The toad jumped up. The Crimson Dragon also roared. If you have the ability, attack Ben Huang. Both of them attacked with their divine abilities, but it was useless. Fu Hongya also roared. Do you guys want to become enemies with my Wushuang city? The power and law in his body surged out and blasted away 3 minor saints. However, another 5 little saints had arrived. Your Wushuang city won't go to war for a dead person. Besides, with so many sacred cities joining forces, won't Wushuang city bow down? The Myriad Sword Pavilion, Great Desolate Mansion, and the other sacred cities joined forces to stop Fu Hongya and the second-generation disciples. On Lin Xian's side, he was also in great danger. Die, minor saints. A killing sword emerged, shining with a terrifying blood-red light. It was the people of the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Many people screamed. On the other side, a yellow spring diagram tilted down. The yellow spring turned into 2 gloomy palms, grabbing at Lin Xian. It was the minor saint of the Yellow Spring Palace. On the other side, the minor saint of the Thunder God City also attacked. He struck out with his thunder hammer, breaking the heaven and earth. 3 minor saints besieged Lin Xian. This was a situation where he would definitely die. It's over. Lin Wudi will definitely die. This was what everyone thought. Die, Lei Zhen hid in the distance, revealing a hideous smile. This nightmare could finally end. Lin Xian felt a fatal crisis. He whispered, Devil Saint, you can attack now. As soon as the words were spoken, a giant pitch-black hand slapped down from the sky. It directly enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, the energy rushed towards the 3 minor saints who attacked. Asterisk boom. Asterisk ah. Miserable cries rang out. The 3 minor saints were directly blasted to pieces. What's going on? The experts from the other holy cities were all stunned. Lin Wudi could fight 3 people at once, so powerful. No, look at that pitch-black palm. Damn it, there was a master behind Lin Wudi. Quickly attack with all your might, otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Those people were screaming crazily. In an instant, those elders all rose into the air. Go to hell, all kinds of sacred weapons came down, and there was even a terrifying killing matrix that shrouded Lin Xian. Humph, an icy voice echoed between the heavens and earth. Following that, a pitch-black finger pressed down on the black-colored palm. Like a black heavenly pillar, it shattered the heavens. At the same time, one of his fingers moved as if it had turned into a sharp black sword, blowing away all the holy chi. Boom! When the two elders of the demon city came into contact with the black finger, their bodies exploded into a mist of blood. Their souls fled in panic. An elder of the Netherworld Hall was also directly crushed into meat paste. Even his soul did not escape. The person behind Lin Wudi was terrifying. This devil chi, was it from the devil race? At this moment, countless people between the heavens and earth were terrified. The eyes of the people from the holy cities turned red. They did not expect that their meticulous preparations could not kill the other party. Those who were watching the battle were even trembling. How did it turn from a life-and-death duel into a chaotic battle? The three toads and the people of Wushuang City all breathed a sigh of relief. Great, Lin Xian was not in danger. Fu Hongye snorted coldly. Kill. At this moment, he also had the intention to kill. In an instant, he pierced the heads of three little saints. The corpses of the three little saints fell to the ground. The others were horrified. This Fu Hongye was too strong. Indeed, back then, Fu Hongye was a genius on the pilgrim list. Now, so many years had passed. Although he had left the list, his strength had long reached an incredible level. These elders and little saints were nothing in front of him. Do you think that you can kill me with the killing array you set up? Too naive. Lin Xian rushed forward. His target was Lei Jin. Lei Jin was trembling with fear. At first, he thought the nightmare was about to end. He did not expect that the nightmare had just begun. So many holy cities joined forces, but they could not stop the finger in the sky and the pitch-black palm. The devil saint killed the little saints beside Lei Jin. As for Lei Jin, I will kill him myself. Hearing this, another finger stretched out between the heavens and earth. The two little saints beside Lei Jin were killed. The two little saints screamed. No, who are you? Do you want to become enemies with my Thunder God City? They were too frightened. Two little saints, one of whom was a mid-stage little saint, still could not stop the finger. This showed that the owner of the finger was at least a late-stage little saint. Or maybe a sacred venerable. Damn it, are they going to use such a powerful expert? Lei Jin, without the protection of the little saints, let's see what you can do. Lin Xian sneered, and the great sun sword in his hand slashed down again. Lei Jin was sent flying. Damn it, he was already scared out of his wits, so he did not dare to fight. Run, 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 thunder wings appeared on his back. Thunder represented extreme speed. He did not believe that the other party could catch up with him. Turning into a stream of light, Lei Jin left directly. You can't escape. Since it's a life-and-death battle, we have to decide who lives and who dies. Lin Xian quickly chased after him. He turned into a peerless sword light, slashing everything. Lei Jin was scared out of his wits. He found that his thunder light could not get rid of the other party's pursuit. Speed up, he even swallowed all kinds of heavenly treasures and ignited his bloodline. But he was still caught up. After a fierce battle, Lei Jin was cut in half again. He exploded the lower half of his body, and the upper half of his body fled quickly. Lin Xian used the void escape art and dodged the force of the explosion. He chased after him again. In the end, he was intercepted by Lei Jin. Lei Jin's face became incomparably ugly. Ling Wudi, please let me go. I will not dare to go against you in the future. Let me go this time, and I will agree to anything you want. At the moment of life and death, Lei Jin no longer had the arrogance from before. I don't want anything, I only want your life. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. Lei Jin was so angry that his whole body trembled. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Do you want me to kneel down and beg you? He knelt down in the void with a plop. Is that enough? Can you let me go now? I've said it before, this is a life and death battle, it's a battle of superiority and inferiority. No, if you kill me, Thunder God City will not let you go. They will kill you at all costs. Why do you have to? You shouldn't have touched my woman. You've touched my bottom line. So you will die without a doubt. Hearing this, Lei Jin regretted it. He did not expect that the plan they were so proud of would become the reason for his death. With a pucci, his head was chopped off. The aura of the great dragon sword spirit completely obliterated the other party's soul. A genius of a generation, the head prince of Thunder God City, Lei Zhen, had completely fallen at this moment. Lin Xian brought Lei Zhen's corpse back to the spirit race's world. At this moment, the war was still raging in the spirit race's world. Some of them chased after Lin Wuti, but they were stopped by the black fingers and palms in the sky. On the other side, Fu Hongya and a few second-generation disciples went all out, slaughtering their enemies. The war was extremely terrifying. At this moment, a voice rang out. "All of you stop, Lei Zhen has already been killed by me." Having said that, Lin Xian waved his hand, and Lei Zhen's corpse fell from the sky. It was Lei Zhen. Was Lei Zhen really dead? Countless people were terrified. They had never thought that it would end up like this. Lei Zhen was a minor saint, but he was killed just like that. No, the people of Thunder God City gave up the battle and roared crazily. They couldn't accept it. The other minor saints of the other saint cities also stopped, and each of them gasped. Damn it, it was impossible for them to kill Lin Wuti today. Because there was a late minor saint expert behind Lin Wuti. They didn't send such an expert. In their opinion, a group of minor saints was enough to kill Lin Wuti. If they knew that Lin Wuti had a late minor saint expert, they would have sent a Saint Venerable. However, a Saint Venerable wouldn't come here easily. If things went wrong, there would be a crazy war between the saint cities. Let's go. The people of the saint cities discussed and prepared to leave. The people of Thunder God City brought Lei Zhen's corpse and soared into the sky. Fu Hongya said coldly. This matter won't end here. Wushuang City will remember what you've done today, and will definitely pay you back in the future. Lin Xian sneered. I heard that there are people who want to propose marriage. I'll pay a visit to your saint cities one day. At that time, I hope your chief disciples will be able to come out of seclusion. I'm going to have a life and death battle with them. As soon as these words came out, the elders of the saint cities in the sky almost fainted. This lunatic wants to have a life and death battle. They quickly ran away. The great battle quickly came to an end. Heaven and earth were shattered, and countless saint blood splashed everywhere. It wouldn't disappear in a short period of time. The minds of the people attending the banquet went blank. They knew that there would be a lot of excitement today, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian's side would emerge victorious. The people from the spirit race were dumbfounded. They weren't optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. But now, they were optimistic that Lei Zhen would die. Lin Xian, who he didn't think highly of, was so terrifying. They knew they were done for. Indeed, many people from the spirit race knelt on the ground with a thud and said in a trembling voice. Lin Gongzi, we acted recklessly and offended young master. Please forgive me, young master. Yes, young master, please let us off for Qiuer's sake. How could these people not be terrified? If the other party could kill Lei Zhen just like that, there was no need to talk about the rest of them. The spiritual race patriarch instantly aged 1,000 years. Ling Lianhua and the others were so scared that they almost fainted. Junior brother, I'll leave it to you to deal with these people. Fu Hongya said that no matter what you do, Wushuang City will be your firm backing. You don't need to worry about anything. As soon as these words were uttered, countless people were in an uproar. The people from the spirit race kept kowtowing because what Fu Hongya meant was that even if Lin Xian annihilated the spirit race, Wushuang City would also fully support him. In this way, they would really be in danger of being annihilated. Humph, now you know fear. What were you doing before? You even wanted to marry Lei Zhen City. Are you guys crazy? The Crimson Dragon sneered. Lin Xian looked at these people and his eyes flickered. He asked, where's Qiuer? The people from the spirit race were delighted. Maybe he would really let them off for Shinjingqiu's sake. Qiuer is still cultivating in seclusion. I'll bring you guys there now. Some elders of the spirit race stood up and wanted to lead the way. At this moment, a voice came from the depths of the spirit race. There's no need. I'm already out. Everyone exclaimed, and Lin Xian's eyes lit up. An ethereal young lady flew over from afar. She had an outstanding temperament and her aura had reached the early 6th heaven of the saint realm. She was also a small saint. Moreover, she was the first to break through to the small saint realm. Her aura was even stronger than Lei Zhen's. Qiao, Lin Xian waved his hand. Shen Jingqiu flew over. Lin Xian, I've made you worry. It's good that you're fine. Lin Xian smiled with relief. Shen Jingqiu said, Brother Lin Xian, I know what happened. Can you let me handle the people from the spirit race? All right. Lin Xian nodded. Even if Shen Jingqiu released all of them, he wouldn't say anything. Qiao. Holy Lady. The people from the spirit race stood up and heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Jingqiu was their holy lady after all. They shouldn't be in any danger. These people only needed to apologize. Hence, they smiled. Qiao, it's our fault this time. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Shen Jingqiu's expression was cold. She changed her cute appearance and said, Next time, I'm afraid there won't be a next time. What does she mean? These people trembled. The leader also said, Qiao, it's our fault. However, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Yes, the spiritual lotus also said, Sister Qiao, we know we're in the wrong. Please let us live. I want to know who proposed this marriage. Who agreed? Who hosted it? Shen Jingqiu asked. Many people fell silent when they heard this. One of the elders stood up and said, The great elder, the fourth elder, the sixth elder, the eighth elder and the ninth elder had hosted it together. The elders also said, Holy Lady, we know we're in the wrong. Did you host it? They knew they couldn't defend themselves. They could only nod. Yes, we were forced to. Before they could finish speaking, their heads flew into the air. Shen Jingqiu waved her hand and destroyed the souls of these elders. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Shen Jingqiu actually attacked. She killed them directly. The people from the spirit race were shocked. Isn't this their holy lady? Holy lady, the others also shouted in fear. Who else was involved in this? Shen Jingqiu's voice was cold. The leader of the spirit race sighed. She knew that Shen Jingqiu's anger couldn't be appeased without killing some people. Therefore, she pointed out all those people. Shen Jingqiu didn't hold back at all. She destroyed all of them. Among them, the spirit lotus shrieked miserably as it was destroyed. Those who were killed were basically from the spiritual lotus branch. They had always been Shen Jingqiu's enemies, so their people were basically all slaughtered. Their blood dyed the spirit race red. The remaining elders felt their scalps go numb. Shen Jingqiu said coldly, If this matter was handled by others, the spirit race might be completely destroyed. However, you guys have taken care of me and nurtured me. I've also been the holy lady of the spirit race for a period of time. Therefore, I won't let the spirit race be destroyed. However, from now on, I'm no longer the holy lady of the spirit race. Granny leader, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Qiao is very grateful. As she spoke, she bowed. I'll give you a world as compensation for taking care of me all these years. However, from now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Hearing this, the people of the spirit tribe were stunned. Shen Jingqiu was the future hope of the spirit tribe, but now she was cutting ties with them. In this way, the future of the spirit tribe was bleak. Why, is one world not enough? Then I can give you one more. Shen Jingqiu's expression was cold. The leader of the spirit tribe closed her eyes. She knew that their decision this time had completely hurt Shen Jingqiu's heart, and it was irreversible. So he said, Qiao, thank you for showing mercy this time. The spirit tribe is grateful. From now on, the spirit tribe would go into seclusion and not come out for 100 years. Countless people were in an uproar. It seemed that the spirit tribe had suffered a double loss. Big brother Lin Xian, let's go. After dealing with the matter of the spirit tribe, Shen Jingqiu's expression was a little lonely. Lin Xian said gently as he held Shen Jingqiu in his arms. In the next moment, they all rose into the air and left this place. They came to the outer space. Lin Xian said, Don't worry, Qiao, I will always be with you. Big brother Lin Xian, you are so good. Shen Jingqiu held Lin Xian's arm. I gave the spirit tribe a world. Big brother Lin Xian won't think that I am too wasteful, right? Lin Xian said, It's nothing. After all, the spirit tribe has taken care of you for so many years. Moreover, those who went against you have been killed, and those who are left are those who are good to you. It's just that they made a mistake in a moment of confusion. Let's go, I will help you conquer a world. Lin Xian smiled. The Crimson Dragon and the others were also excited. Were they going to take action? They were going to start conquering the world. Xianxia looked up and smiled. Well, you don't have to worry about that, big brother Lin Xian. I have a way. Do you have a world in your hands? This time even Vhumad and the others were surprised. One had to know that controlling a world was something only the Holy City could do. Apart from that, only the top families could do it. They had never heard of a person controlling a world. I obtained some good fortune on planet Tianming, so I can still do it. Xianxia smiled. Lin Xian and the rest were also confused. Oh yes, Qiao, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. What did you experience on planet Tianming? Why haven't I seen you yet? Vhumad and the others were also puzzled. Brother Xianxian, can you let me keep a little secret? I promised the other party that I wouldn't say anything. Alright, as long as you're not in danger, Lin Xian smiled. Then, he pulled Xianxia into his arms. A few of the second-generation disciples laughed. Junior brother Lin, this is an eye-opener for us. We've always heard of your legends, and now we've finally seen it for ourselves. Lin Xian turned around. His senior brothers were being too courteous. I'll treat you to some roasted golden crow meat. He still had some stock here, so they found a world to land on. He began to set up the grill and began to roast the golden crow. When Vhumad saw the golden crow meat, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. I've been roaming the starry skies for so many years, but this is the first time I've eaten golden crow meat. The second-generation disciples were even more dumbfounded. They really didn't know what to say. However, after eating, Vhumad and the others' eyes lit up. It was really delicious. It seemed that they would have to hunt some golden crows to try in the future. After eating, Vhumad said, Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. Seeing that you're not in danger, I can return to report. Remember, you'll always be the disciples of Peerless City. Peerless City will always protect you. Return when you have time. Thank you, senior brother. I'll take care of some things, then return to Peerless City with Qiao. After that, Vhumad and the others returned to the sacred land. Only Lin Xian, the northern demon, and the others were left. Of course, the two holy demons were still hiding in the dark. Lin Xian thought about it and didn't let them return. Instead, he said, let's go somewhere. Where to? Xianxia was puzzled. Even the toad and the others were puzzled. Lin Xian said, let's go to my world. A light appeared in his eyes. He also had a world. To be exact, he had two worlds. That was Planet Twin Rain. He had once obtained the heart of the realm of Planet Twin Rain in the chaos. However, Planet Twin Rain was now divided among many powers. However, he still had control. As long as he was willing, he could summon tsunamis and lightning tribulations at any time to attack the people above. Qiao was also shocked when she heard this. The toad even jumped up. F***ck, you've already controlled two worlds. This was really unbelievable. There were still battles happening on Planet Twin Rain. However, most of it had already been divided. Lin Xian and the others arrived quietly. They didn't alert anyone else. The toad asked if they should chase these people out. Lin Xian shook his head. Not now. Let them be proud for a while. When there was time in the future, he would make them spit out everything they had. Moreover, there was another reason, and that was that a world of stars was interdependent. Humans needed the world's energy. And the world also needed life on it. This was a form of coexistence. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't make a move now. He brought everyone to the center of the world, below the earth. After arriving at Planet Twin Rain, Lin Xian could feel that this world and him had a mysterious relationship. He could mobilize the power of the entire world to fight against it. This time, he had another purpose. That was, he had a small 8 trigrams in the Golden Palace's Yin-Yang Hall. Lin Xian had also studied it before. Moreover, he had also asked Black Mountain before. Black Mountain said that this 8 trigrams was equivalent to an 8 trigrams furnace that could be used to refine weapons. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to use the power of the 2 worlds on planet Twin Rain to provide power to the 8 trigrams. He was prepared to refine a sacred weapon, which was the Great Destruction Spear. The more his strength increased, the more Lin Xian felt that the Great Destruction Spear's power was endless. Therefore, he had to refine it properly. He had to make it completely his. He typed out the 8 trigrams and placed it in the depths of the world. Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear and placed it in as well. Then, he mobilized the power of the world and began to refine and cultivate it. This was a slow process. In the short term, he shouldn't be able to use the Great Destruction Spear. Fortunately, he still had the unparalleled sword in his hand. Coupled with his physique, his strength didn't weaken. Moreover, once the Great Destruction Spear was refined again, it would be a handy sacred weapon. At the same time, the second astral realm was once again in an uproar. The matter of the spirit tribe was completely spread. Everyone was in an uproar. The marriage alliance failed, Lei Shen was dead. Who did it? Did Peerless City send an expert over? It was Lin Wudi who did it, Chang Tianya. Was he finally out? Had he also become a minor saint? Everyone knew that Lei Shen was a minor saint. Now that Lin Wudi could kill him, it meant that he had also become a minor saint. It was unbelievable. However, the situation wasn't so. Everyone found that Lin Wudi's body was only a saint, but he could kill Lei Shen. It was really shocking. It's over. Thunder God City will definitely not let this matter rest. They will definitely assassinate the other party crazily. The other saint cities probably won't even be able to fall asleep. If such a peerless enemy doesn't go out early, they won't be at ease. The second star realm was once again boiling because of Lin Xian's action. Thunder God City was furious. Their chief disciple was killed. This was simply a great humiliation. In an instant, they sent out many experts to assassinate him. However, they only met Fu Hongya and his group on the way back to Wushuang City. They fought a great battle and returned in defeat. Fu Hongya kept chasing after these experts of Thunder God City and spread the word that if they dared to let him see them again, he would kill his way to Thunder God City. This scene once again caused an uproar. No one knew where Lin Wudi had gone. The people of Thunder God City were so angry that they vomited blood. Lei Zhen, that trash. On this day, a disdainful voice came from Wanjian Pavilion. He was actually killed by someone. It was really a disgrace to a minor saint. The one who said this was Jian Chen. He had also come out of seclusion. Moreover, his strength had also reached the minor saint realm. After Jian Chen came out, he couldn't wait to show his strength. Therefore, he announced to the world that Lin Wudi would come out and he would definitely kill him under his sword. This scene caused an uproar in the starry sky. However, Lin Xian didn't appear at all. Jian Chen gritted his teeth. Damn it, I don't know where he is hiding. In that case, I will let you come out. He used the same method to bring people to Kunlun Pavilion to propose. F***ck. It can't be. This Jian Chen actually dares to propose. Moreover, he is proposing to Murong Qingqing this time. I heard that Murong Qingqing is also Lin Wudi's woman. Isn't this Jian Chen courting death? Not necessarily. Jian Chen's strength was originally much stronger than Lei Zhen's. He was an existence that could become a saint king. After breaking through to minor saint, his strength should have far surpassed Lei Zhen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. For a time, the news spread quickly in the starry sky. Even Lin Xian and the others who were at the other end of the starry sky knew about it. Because the people of Double Rain Star were also talking about it everywhere. Not good, the Crimson Dragon and the others flew back and passed on the news. Lin Xian's face was cold. It seemed like killing Lei Zhen wasn't enough. He had to kill all of them, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Let's go. He was prepared to bring people to the Kunlun Pavilion to kill Jian Chen. However, before they could make a move, another piece of news came. This time, it was the Northern Demon who returned. He had a strange expression on his face. I don't think we need to rush there for the time being. What happened? Lin Xian asked. The Toad and the others also said, why not? I'm not afraid of them. The northern monster said that it wasn't a matter of whether he was afraid or not. It was just that there was no need to. As he spoke, he told her the news. When they heard this, they were all stunned. It turned out that another piece of news had spread. The starry sky was in an uproar. Xianxia was immensely proud of himself. He brought people to the marriage alliance, but in the end, the Kunlun pavilion didn't agree at all. Xianxia still wanted to act shamelessly. He wanted to use his identity and the strength of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion to threaten them. In the end, he was directly beaten out by Murong Qingqing. It was said that Xianxia directly fled. He was in a very miserable and sorry state. When this news came out, everyone was stunned. Was that Murong Qingqing of the Kunlun Pavilion already so terrifying? He could actually defeat Xianxia. Xianxia, what kind of destiny was she? She didn't know anything. She was testing. Everyone went crazy. Why was there someone else other than Chao Tianxing who was risking his life? Murong Qingqing's strength was beyond everyone's expectations, so much so that even the northern demon and the others were stunned. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. It seemed that Qingqing had also broken through. This Xianxia had hit an iron plate, right? He even dared to provoke his woman. He was courting death. Since Murong Qingqing was not in danger, he was not in a hurry to go. It was better to accompany Qiu'er first. After that, the two of them began to live a loving life. After a few days, the northern demon said, "Brother Lin, I'm preparing to go out and cultivate for a period of time. Can't I cultivate here?" Lin Xian was surprised. "I won't be a third wheel." "I won't be a third wheel either." He Shan also walked out. "I'll bring my disciple to cultivate and try to let him break through to become the Xiaoxiaoxing as soon as possible." "All right." Lin Xian shrugged. "If there's anything you want to find me for, just send a message to Wushuang City. I should be able to receive it." After the northern demon and He Shan left, the crimson dragon, the toad, and little white also wanted to leave. Lin Xian asked, "Where are you guys going?" The toad said, "I'm going to look for treasures." "Do you think I'm a vegetarian?" "Let me tell you, my identity is so big that it'll scare you to death. Now, I'm going to look for the lost treasure." The crimson dragon chuckled. "I'll go with Brother Toad. And Little White, lend it to us." With that, the three of them also ran away. Only Lin Xian and Xianxia were left. "Forget it, let's not bother about them. The two of us will stay here." The two of them began to live a loving life. Time passed quickly. A year passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, Lin Xian's cultivation base had become even more stable, and his divine body had completely transformed into a minor saint. Xianxia became more beautiful than before. Her strength was also increasing rapidly. This made Lin Xian very surprised. Because in this year, the two of them only cared about their love and did not cultivate much. However, the speed at which Xianxia's cultivation was growing was too shocking. It seemed like Xianxia had received an incredible summon. "Brother Lin Xian, Qiu'er has to go on a long journey. I've promised the spirit tribe that I'll give him a world. Do you want me to go with you?" Lin Xian asked. Xianxia shook her head. "Don't worry, with Qiu'er's cultivation, she won't be in danger. Brother Lin Xian, why don't you go and see Sister Miss Seductress? When I'm done, I'll go and find you." "That's good." Lin Xian waved his hand. After all, for people like them who wanted to walk the path of great emperor, they had to spend less time together. A year of warmth. Lin Xian was already very satisfied. Xianxia waved her hand and left. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged again. He had not cultivated for a year. Now, he had to cultivate properly. On the other side, Xianxia left. Double Rain Star turned into a stream of light and shuttled through the universe. Not long after she left, a cold voice sounded. "Is he your man? His talent is not bad. He actually has the 9-yang divine body." It was a woman's voice. It was unusually cold. However, there was no one around. If there was someone here, they would definitely be shocked. However, Xianxia's face was calm. It seemed like she already knew about his existence. She snorted coldly. You don't have to care about Brother Lin Xian's matters. Alright, I don't care about his matters. Let's talk about your matters. I've already given you a year's time. I didn't rush you. The two of you, you've had enough of your tenderness. Isn't it time to get down to business? Hearing this, Xianxia's face turned cold. The woman's voice sounded again. What's wrong? Are you going back on your words? You were the one who wanted to walk this path. Since you've decided, you can't go back on your words. Xianxia said. Don't worry, I don't plan to go back on my words. That's good. Don't worry, according to what I said, your cultivation will definitely surpass all the geniuses in the second astral realm. You'll leave them in the dust. Now, let's begin. Xianxia's figure disappeared into the starry sky. On the other side, Lin Xian didn't know that there was a mysterious woman in Xianxia's body. At this moment, he was preparing to cultivate for a period of time before going out to travel. He wanted to break through to the small saint realm as soon as possible. He was looking forward to what kind of changes would happen when he broke through to the small saint realm. At that time, killing small saints would be as easy as cutting vegetables. Those in the same realm wouldn't be his match at all. Double Rain Planet. Many saint cities were divided by the major clans. However, there was a place that no one dared to set foot in. Because this place was very strange. The saint cities that were fighting against each other and those terrifying experts were now united in the hands of a single person. Together, they formed a very frightening alliance. Who was the boss behind this alliance, no one knew. They only knew that it was a woman who could make countless saints crawl under her feet. Li Tianxing was a small saint from the Ghost Hell region. He was also an elder stationed on the Double Rain Planet. Previously, when they were fighting for a spirit vein, the Ghost Hell region's people were injured by the Alliance. This time, he was prepared to go to the Alliance to ask for an explanation. What alliance? How dare they go against our Ghost Hell region? They're courting death. He wore black clothes and ran with a ruthless gaze. As a small saint, he was very powerful. Moreover, the Ghost Hell region's cultivation method was sinister. He was like a ghost, bringing with him terrifying information. Soon, he arrived at the Alliance's territory and directly killed his way in. The people from the Alliance naturally counterattacked. However, how could those fifth-layer saints be his match? Soon, they fell to the ground and wailed. Li Tianxing sneered and walked towards the depths of the Alliance. Soon, he arrived at the deepest part of the Alliance. What woman? Come out and see me. A terrifying voice sounded. However, in the next moment, the void cracked open, and a terrifying palm slapped out. There was an ancient mirror in his hand that was emitting a terrifying light. Li Tianxing's expression changed as well. With a sway of his body, he pushed the door open. Little saint, he couldn't believe that there were little saints in this alliance. And from the looks of it, that was a powerful demon saint. His face darkened. It seemed like there was going to be a tough battle ahead. But at this moment, a lazy voice sounded from the palace in front of him. Let him in. A towering tiger sage walked out of the void with a cold look on his face. Hearing the woman's words, he snorted coldly. Go in. But behave yourself, or I'll tear you to pieces. Li Tianxing's pupils shrank to the size of needles. It was actually someone from the saber-toothed tiger tribe. This really surprised him. One had to know that this was a dignified far ancient royal family. To think that they would submit to someone else. Who on earth was the woman inside? Thinking of this, he became even more impatient. He secretly circulated his power. As long as there was danger, he would go all out. In the next moment, he pushed open the door of the palace. There was no one inside. He walked through a few more palaces and found a woman sitting in front of him. She was an extremely beautiful woman. Her entire body was emitting a seductive aura. It's you. Li Tianxing's lips curled into a disdainful smile when he saw her. She wasn't a little saint, and her cultivation base was only at the 5th level. What was going on with her being the leader? Were the people of the Alliance crazy? Could it be that they were lusting after beauty? But at their level, they could capture any woman they liked and make her their concubines. They could either use her as a cauldron and let them play with her. How could they let a woman manipulate them? Become my subordinate and I can spare your life. The woman in front of him stood up. Her every word and action, including her voice, was filled with endless seduction that could make one's soul sink into it. Seduction? Humph, trying to use such a method to subdue me? What a joke. I'm a little saint. At this point, Li Tianxing's body emitted a ghostly aura. Go to hell. He stretched out his ghostly claw. This was the attack of a little saint. It was abnormally terrifying. However, the sound of a bell rang between heaven and earth. Clang, Li Tianxing was stunned. He didn't manage to launch his attack. His soul, however, received an intense fluctuation. This is the joyous bell. You're from the joyous hall. He was too surprised. He didn't expect this woman to be from the joyous hall. The joyous hall was a sacred ground. Moreover, it was a sacred ground that specialized in seduction techniques that could disturb one's soul and make one sink into it. Humph, if you're a little saint. Then I'm really afraid of you. But you're just a 5th level. Do you think you can seduce me? You're overestimating yourself. Is that so? I'll make you crawl under my feet today. The woman in front of him revealed an even more seductive smile. The next moment, she activated the joyous bell with all her might. All kinds of strange sounds rang between heaven and earth. However, he was a little saint after all. Li Lidian was very strong. He blocked the attacks while attacking madly. Soon, he arrived in front of the woman. The next moment, his pupils shrank. Because he saw a saber appear in the beautiful woman's hand. A pair of mandarin duck daggers were slashing down at him. Not good. It's the endless saber of affection, damn it. He screamed crazily and wanted to turn around and leave. However, the slash still managed to hit him. However, the strange thing was that his body didn't seem to split apart at all. However, his expression changed. His pale face became incomparably ferocious. He seemed to want to resist, but not long after, his eyes became empty. The next moment, they were filled with light. That wasn't coldness, but love, a deep love. He looked at the peerless beauty in front of him as if he had fallen in love. Now, are you willing to crawl under my feet? I'm willing. Li Tianxing, an elder of the ghost hell land and a terrifying little saint, was actually crawling under the woman's feet. The woman giggled, and the seduction on her body became even stronger. The whole palace seemed to be filled with a spring breeze. She put away the short saber and then bowed. Remember, I'm your master from now on. My name is Yusi Concubine. Yes, master. Li Tianxing raised his head, and a fiery light appeared in his eyes. However, although his eyes were fiery, he didn't dare to act rashly. This was the power of the Joyous Union sect. They could make countless men go crazy for you, but they didn't dare to cross the line. They could easily play with these people in the palm of their hand. Very good. I have already subdued 2 minor saints. Plus, I have those 5th heavenly layer experts. Lin Xian, your death is coming. The seduction in Yusi Concubine's eyes disappeared, replaced by a biting cold-killing intent. She must take revenge for this. Lin Xian didn't know that Xianxia was on the Twin Rain planet and that her strength had become so terrifying. She could even control 2 small saints and a large number of 5th firmament experts. This method was really too unbelievable. At this moment, he was still cultivating. Buzz. When he sensed an extremely terrifying danger, he opened his eyes. He instantly tore open the void. In an instant, he arrived above the 9 heavens. In the next moment, a terrifying attack came towards him again. Lin Xian directly came to the outer space. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that his heart ached. This was his world. If he really destroyed it, he wouldn't be able to find anyone to compensate. Therefore, he didn't want to fight here. Who is it? Come out, how dare you assassinate me? Which holy city are you from? In his opinion, it was very likely that it was the people from Thunder God City and the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Still not giving up, in the next moment, the void split open, and a man in black armor walked out. He carried 2 blades on his back, and the aura on his body was very cold. He had reached the late 5th firmament. Someone from the Fiend planet? Lin Xian frowned. Do you know who I am? You dare to fight with me? Lin Xian sneered. His current reputation could resound throughout the second astral realm. Those geniuses in the holy city didn't dare to attack him. A mere fiend planet dared to be so arrogant? With a clang, the expert from the fiend planet pulled out the two blades on his back and danced quickly. Horrifying saber lights were densely packed as they slashed forward. Unable to withstand a single blow, Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and clawed forward, directly tearing apart the blade lights that filled the sky. Then, he slapped over. The saint spat out blood and flew backward, his body splitting open. At the same time, three figures appeared on Lin Xian's left, right, and back. The three figures were wearing different clothes. Obviously, they weren't from the same family or sect. However, the three of them were all ice saints. The law of ice filled the air and directly enveloped Lin Xian. Countless ice instantly formed on Lin Xian's body. He became an ice sculpture. Humph, how dare you trap me with mere ice? His body trembled slightly, and the ice quickly cracked. At this moment, a purple claw came over. A slap landed on his body. Lin Xian raised his hand to block. With a clang, the sky collapsed and the earth split open. He was forced back, and his entire arm was numb. A small saint, at this moment, he finally frowned. From the looks of it, it was a demonic beast. Was it someone from the fiend city to set up such a simple trap? Lin Xian channeled his qi and blood, and the divine fire surged, repairing his numb arm. He sneered. Thousand Demon City? Interesting. I'll play with you. A crackling sound came from his body. When the fiends is seeing s he xian s roar, he xian he's of ts of soft courses right, he. Lin he s Lin Xian laughed. He was still not afraid and used his divine body to fight back. The two of them fought fiercely. Buzz, at this moment, the saber-toothed tiger saint opened his mouth and spat out an ancient mirror. It emitted a faint light. A terrifying ray of light pierced through it. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. However, it was a terrifying saint artifact. His body swayed, and he tore through the void to dodge it. However, at the same time, a terrifying white bone hand grabbed at him from behind. With a bang, it enveloped him, and then a terrifying ghost chi engulfed him. He was too weak to withstand a single blow. In the void, another black-robed man walked out. It was Li Tianxing. He had a sinister smile on his face. The battle this time was too simple. However, at the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. That was because the white bone claw he had shot out had exploded, and a golden figure had rushed out. How is that possible? You're not affected. He was stunned. He was a small saint. How could his opponent block his laws? What kind of physique was that? At the same time, he felt that there were black chains on his opponent's golden body. What a terrifying death chi. This was the law of death. The two small saints were indeed prepared. One was the demon city, and the other was the ghost nether region. Who else? Come out. Don't hide anymore. A few more figures appeared in the surroundings. They were all late-stage fifth heavenly layer, and they belonged to different sections. Lin Xian frowned. There were so many sects, and only two small saints. They wanted to kill him. Who else is there? Come out. Golden light bloomed in his eyes. You're still as arrogant as ever. Two small saints are enough to kill you. At that instant, a seductive voice echoed between the heavens and earth. The eyes of the surrounding saints were all burning. Their bodies began to tremble with excitement. Lin Xian frowned and snorted. He felt that his soul was being disturbed by an inexplicable force. His soul was extremely powerful. Thus, he was able to withstand the attack very quickly. It was the people of the Joyous Union Palace. He frowned slightly. He had felt this similar aura from Xianxia before, but Xianxia was even more terrifying. At least you're knowledgeable enough to recognize my identity. But do you really know who I am? In the sky, a bewitching woman walked over. Humph, could it be that Xianxia is here? But even if it's her, I'm not afraid. But soon, Lin Xian was stunned. Even his expression became strange. It's you. He found a familiar face. He actually knew the woman in front of him. Xianxia. He didn't expect to meet her here. Last time, when the Rain clan was destroyed, you escaped. I didn't expect you to dare to come out. It seems that you've been staying on the double Rain planet. No. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Your aura indicates that you've joined the Joyous Union Palace. You really have a lot of questions. But when you go to the Yellow Springs, I'll burn paper money to tell you. Now go to hell. Xianxia's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. It was the person in front of her who had destroyed the Rain clan. Now, she wanted revenge. She wanted to tear him into pieces. Boy, I'll use your blood to pay tribute to the thousands of heroic spirits of the Rain clan. Lin Xian laughed loudly. Heroic spirits? I think they're more like wandering ghosts. The Rain clan has only yourselves to blame for today's outcome. I'm the benefactor of the Rain clan. How did you treat your benefactor? If you had a bit of conscience, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was nothing to say about this matter. It was the Yu clan who were despicable and shameless first, so it was normal for him to destroy the Rain clan. Xianxia trembled with anger. She didn't care how despicable her clan was. She only wanted to kill him now. Attack! With a shout, the Joyous Union bell in her hand rang. Immediately, the eyes of the surrounding saints turned red. The two little saints, in particular, let out a roar. Die, kid! Li Tianqing was the first to attack. He took out a black flag and waved it. Ghostly qi rushed out from it. On the other side, the saber-toothed tiger sage also attacked. His huge body charged over. At the same time, the ancient mirror above his head kept glowing. Everything was destroyed. Buzz! Lin Xian condensed the death demonic saber in his left hand and slashed forward, colliding with the Ying ghosts. At the same time, the great sun sword in his right hand swept out and clashed with the persevering tiger sage. Lin Xian fought against two alone. It was unparalleled. These two people were very strong. They had been in the minor saint realm for hundreds of years, so their combined strength was extremely powerful. Although Lin Xian's physical body was a saint, his laws and cultivation were not, so he felt a lot of pressure at this moment. However, he was still not afraid. He had experienced pressure countless times in his life. He roared, and his divine body shone. The death demonic saber and great sun sword merged with his arms. At this moment, his arms turned into sharp saint artifacts, and he kept attacking. Golden flames surged into the sky, and the Taiji diagram spun out, releasing a mysterious aura. Lin Xian used all kinds of divine abilities to fight. Around him, 6 late-stage fifth firmament cultivators formed a formation and attacked, using terrifying laws and divine abilities. They did not dare to get close. The 6 of them combined into a formation, which was also mysterious. Lin Xian used stellar transposition and transferred the attack of the formation to the two saints. In an instant, a great battle broke out, and it was difficult to tell who would win. In the distance, the joyous bell in Xianxia's hand kept ringing, but she was extremely shocked. Damn it, this guy is actually so strong. It's really unbelievable. It was not that she had not heard of the other party's legend, but no matter how strong he was, he could only fight against a saint. Now, 2 saints and 6 late-stage fifth firmament cultivators joined forces, but they could not do anything to him. Thinking of this, her face darkened. It seemed that she had to do it herself. The joyous bell sent out countless sound waves, sweeping towards Lin Xian's soul. Lin Xian felt the spiritual impact. Dang! A golden blade of light blocked the sound waves of the joyous union bells. At the same time, he roared. Chop! The sword slashed out into the distance. Terrifying sword chi swept out, turning into waves, flames, and terrifying mountains. He had directly killed those late-stage fifth heavenly layer experts. He was too strong. They wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. Now, they could only rely on the 2 little saints. Yusiki was also shocked. The other party's strength was beyond her expectations. You really surprised me. No wonder Lei Jin could die in your hands. But today, you will die without a doubt. At my command, kill him, no matter the cost. Xianxia's dreamy voice drifted over. Lin Xian frowned. The eyes of Saber-Toothed Tiger and Li Tianqing, who were fighting with him, instantly turned red. They burst out with endless light as though they had gone mad. The laws on their bodies burned fiercely, and their power suddenly exploded. It seemed that they wanted to attack regardless of anything. Boom, a single strike had destroyed everything. Lin Xian felt a great threat. It was enough to hurt him. He used the spatial escape, using the spatial divine ability to dodge the attack. After dodging the attack, his face turned pale. That was close. 2 minor saints had sacrificed themselves to unleash a full-powered attack. It was truly hair-raising. Damn it. How could it be? How could these 2 little saints be controlled by others? It was possible to ask a little saint for help, but to ask 2 little saints to burn everything they had without regard for their own lives was not something that anyone could do. Could it be that Xianxia had reached such a terrifying level that she could even control a little saint? He didn't believe it. Xianxia's cultivation was 1 level lower than his. It was too heaven-defying for someone like her to be able to control a little saint. After missing their attack, the 2 little saints burned their blood and laws again. They attacked crazily. The ancient mirror kept expanding, and a ray of light shrouded the entire void. On the other side, the black flag also covered the sky. Both of them had launched a sure kill attack. Lin Xian felt great pressure. His figure flickered, and he took out the Grand Sage Pagoda to block the attack. He blocked the terrifying ancient mirror. The 2 collided violently. At the same time, he pulled out the dragon sword soul. He slashed at the black flag. Boom, boom. Boom, the black flag trembled from the beating, and cracks even appeared on it. Damn it. Li Tianqing's heart bled when he saw this. He frantically pulled back the flag. His eyes turned red when he saw his flag was damaged. Seeing this, Xianxia's heart jumped. What was that thing? That sword shadow was too terrifying. Attack! Attack! The joyous union bell in his hand kept shaking. Li Tianqing was still heartbroken, but after receiving the order, he went crazy again. The broken flag charged out once again. Lin Xian waved the sword shadows, forming a Taiji diagram. It kept spinning to block the terrifying black aura. At the same time, he roared. His peerless sword technique seemed to tear the universe apart. After a fierce battle, the black flag was completely destroyed. Li Tianqing was also sent flying while vomiting blood. A hint of fear appeared in his infatuated expression. Damn it, this young man is too terrifying. He can actually injure me. On the other side, the saber-toothed tiger saint was also roaring. He used the ancient mirror to block the Grand Sage Pagoda, and at the same time, he charged over. His body was covered in a terrifying demonic light that tore through heaven and earth. Tiger, the king of beasts. As the tiger saint, his power was even more terrifying. Every move he made could shatter the starry sky. The peerless sword technique he used was even more terrifying. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged over. He used his fists and legs to fight against his opponent. In an instant, the 2 of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves, and both of them retreated. Lin Xian's body was numb. On the other side, the saber-toothed tiger saint's body was cracked, and many parts of his bones were exposed. He was defeated in a close combat contest. Kill! Lin Xian charged over again. His fists became more and more terrifying, and his body shone brightly. The starry sky lost its brilliance. The stars in the sky were scattered by him. In the end, he smashed the saber-toothed tiger saint's head with a punch. The saber-toothed tiger saint's headless body charged over. On the other side, Li Tianqing also charged over. His entire body was ferocious, and the devil horns on his head grew out. Lin Xian snorted. He held the dragon's shadow with both hands and swept it across. The 2 of them were split into 4 halves, and their blood dyed the void red. How was this possible? The 2 minor saints were dumbfounded. They could not believe it at all. The 2 of them together could not defeat him. Xianxia was also stunned. Damn it, give me your lives, she screamed. She used the joyous union technique to the extreme. She did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of the 2 minor saints to kill her opponent. The two minor saints' expressions were ferocious. To be honest, they were really unwilling to self-destruct. They wanted to struggle free, but they were quickly controlled. Their bodies suddenly split apart. The entire universe was filled with light and light. It was as if the sun had split open. At this moment, the people on Double Rain Planet were also stunned. They looked up at the sky. Damn it, what was happening up there? Someone was fighting, they didn't dare to go over. That terrifying aura made everyone's hair stand on end. The power of the self-destruction of two minor saints could really destroy everything. Lin Xian was instantly swallowed up. He should be dead now, right? The corner of Xianxia's mouth raised into a cold smile. She finally got her revenge. Boom, in front of her, in the terrifying destructive energy, a figure quickly charged out and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia screamed, scared out of her wits. She found that the other party wasn't dead at all, and he seemed to be unharmed. How was this possible? She was really too shocked. She quickly retreated, but how could she be a match for Lin Xian? Lin Xian arrived in front of her in an instant and grabbed her neck with one hand. Xianxia couldn't breathe at all. With your little strength, you still want to take revenge? Is that possible? Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with extremely terrifying killing intent. Xianxia's body was also cold, but at this moment, a mandarin duck curved blade appeared in her hand. Die, Xianxia revealed a cold smile. This was his ultimate move, the endless blade of affection. Even a minor saint couldn't withstand it, let alone the other party. The blade light slashed down coldly. Lin Xian snorted coldly and raised his hand to block. But soon, he was stunned. Because he found that the blade had slashed through his body as if it was an illusion. What was going on? Wasn't it a physical attack? Suddenly, he had a splitting headache. He felt that his soul was being attacked. This was a soul attack. This blade was a blade of the soul. Lin Xian covered his head and fell into a struggle. He also withdrew his hand that was grabbing Xianxia's neck. His eyes were ferocious and incomparably red. Xianxia was gasping for air, but she was smiling. Humph, how is it? Do you think you can withstand my trump card? Don't worry, I won't kill you. But from now on, you're my slave. For the rest of your life, you can only crawl at my feet. I will torture you for the rest of your life. Yusiki finally laughed out loud. She could finally get her revenge. She wanted her enemy to be tortured for the rest of his life. Lin Xian had indeed suffered a soul attack. Furthermore, this soul attack seemed to be trying to influence him and make him fall in love with this woman. Furthermore, they would serve the other party for all eternity. How could this be? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Destroy. His heavenly fate god eyes quickly opened, and the golden vortex continued to destroy this power. The great dragon sword spirit roared and rushed in. Together with the heavenly secret divine eyes, it destroyed the power of the endless saber technique. In the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly emitted a golden glow. I'll be a slave for the rest of my life. Very well, I'll accept your offer. I've also decided not to kill you. I'll make you my slave for the rest of your life. How could this be? You weren't affected. Yusiki was so frightened that she took 3 steps back, her face pale. At this moment, she was finally terrified. Because her greatest trump card was the endless saber technique. After she left the Double Rain Planet, she had a fortuitous encounter and met a big shot of the Joyous Union sect. She had entered the Joyous Union sect and obtained her current cultivation base because of that big shot. Even the sentimental and endless saber in her hand was a treasure given to her by that big shot. It was for the sake of nurturing her. With the endless saber technique and the Joyous Union technique, Yusiki had been successful in every endeavor. She had even subdued many minor saints. In her opinion, killing Lin Xian would be a piece of cake. However, reality exceeded her expectations. He had actually broken free from the endless saber technique's control. How did you do it? That was impossible. What kind of trump card did he have? In the next moment, when she saw Lin Xian's golden eyes, her body trembled and revealed a trace of fear. Your eye technique is actually so terrifying. Let me show you what true control is. Lin Xian pushed the heavenly secret divine eye to its limits. Yusiki tried her best to resist, but she couldn't. The heavenly secret child prodigy's strangeness and terror had completely exceeded her expectations. In the next moment, she felt a seal being planted in the depths of her soul. This seal wouldn't cause any damage to her soul, but it could affect her soul and make her submit to him forever. She struggled violently, even wanting to use the endless saber technique to resist. However, she was still a step too late. If she had known the power of the heavenly secret divine eye from the beginning and been on full alert, she might have been able to resist. But now, it was all too late. She had been planted with a soul seal, completely becoming Lin Xian's slave. For Lin Xian, planting a slave seal like this wasn't difficult at all. In particular, his heavenly secret divine eye had its own special eye technique. At this moment, he was using one of them. This kind of soul seal was very effective after being planted. It wouldn't affect the other party's talent, thoughts, or various actions. It was only related to him. Any order he gave, the other party had to submit. This was the power of this soul seal. "What did you do to me?" Yusiki screamed crazily. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. "Naturally, I'll make you my slave according to your agreement." As he spoke, he used his eye technique. "Submit to me now." "No. I won't submit to you," Yusiki also screamed crazily, but her body involuntarily knelt down. Even her voice couldn't help but come out. "Greetings, master." Damn it, how could it be like this? After bowing, Yusiki screamed in horror. However, she still knelt there, her face full of fear. She discovered that although she could clearly sense everything, she had no choice but to submit to the other party's orders. This was really too terrifying. It seemed to be even more terrifying than the endless saber technique. The effect wasn't bad. "Try again. Stand up and take off your clothes." Hearing this, Yusiki screamed, no, however, she couldn't help but stand up. Her hands even began to quickly unbutton her clothes. Soon, her clothes slipped down. Damn it. Yusiki closed her eyes. She opened her eyes and looked at me. Lin Xian gave another order. Yusiki's eyes were forcefully opened by a force. This was the change that occurred after her body received the order. However, her emotions were violently trembling. No, 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. Right now, she felt even worse than death. Could it be that she would be tortured like this for the rest of her life? Right now, she was very regretful. When her clan was being exterminated, she had successfully escaped. If she had hidden, she could have lived her life safely. However, she wanted revenge and even thought that she could succeed. If the heavens gave her another chance, she wouldn't dare to take revenge even if she was beaten to death. But now, it was too late to say anything. Very good. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction. He said, "Tell me everything about your experiences over the years, and don't hide anything." This was Xianxia's secret. She didn't want to say it at all, but she couldn't control her mouth at all. Next, Xianxia told him everything that had happened over the years. It turned out that when the spirit clan was exterminated, after she escaped, she wandered into the starry sky. During this time, she met an injured woman in a world. At that time, she was also on the run, so she sympathized and helped this woman. 3 years later, this woman woke up. She didn't expect that she was a big shot in the Huan sect. She had a high position and was powerful. However, she was injured in battle and almost died. When she woke up, she found Xianxia. Firstly, Xianxia saved her life, and she was grateful. Secondly, she found that Xianxia's physique was naturally suitable for their Huan pavilion. Therefore, she took Xianxia as her disciple and passed down the affection blade. Then, Xianxia used the affection blade and the powerful Huan technique to start the process of subduing those saints. Lin Xian was extremely surprised after hearing this. This Xianxia actually had such a fortuitous encounter. It was really hard to believe. Moreover, he revealed a strange expression because he discovered that although the saints that the other party had captured were all infatuated. However, it seemed that they hadn't even touched Xianxia's little finger. It was really terrifying to be able to play with saints in the palm of her hand. However, he soon narrowed his eyes. In that case, you were still there the first time. Since that was the case, he couldn't waste it. What do you want to do? Hearing this, Xianxia took 2 steps back. Although she practiced the joyous union technique and had controlled many saints, she was still a virgin. Now that she had fallen into the hands of this great demon king, how could she have a good ending? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What do you think I want to do? I'm your benefactor. But what about you? You've tried to kill me time and time again. Even now, after your clan has been exterminated, you still don't know how to repent and want to kill me. Since that's the case, how can I let you go? Previously, when I first came to the Double Rain planet, I heard that you have the super strong bloodline of the Rain clan. If that's the case, your bloodline will be able to nourish the other party and greatly increase their strength. That's why so many geniuses wanted to woo you back then. Now, I want to have a taste of your Rain clan's bloodline. No. You can't be like this, Xianxia screamed in fright. She almost fainted. Did he really dare to do such a thing to her? Lin Xian laughed coldly. This was not up to him. He waved his hand and took out the great sage tower. Then, he said, go in and wash yourself clean. Xianxia was about to go crazy, but her body involuntarily approached the great sage tower. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He disposed of the corpses of the saints and collected their storage rings and other valuables. If it was useful, he would take it. If it was useless, he would put it into the 8 trigrams furnace to use as energy. Then, he walked into the great sacred tower. He controlled the great sacred tower and entered the depths of the Double Rain planet. Inside the great sacred tower, Xianxia had already washed herself clean. At this moment, her heart was extremely nervous. Lin Xian walked in. I hope your bloodline won't disappoint me. He picked up Xianxia. Making love on a mountain of Wu, spending a wonderful night together. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia woke up. She looked at the blood on the ground and the changes in her body and screamed crazily. At this moment, a voice came from beside her. Quiet down, my ears are about to go deaf. Damn it, Xianxia jumped up. She was about to go crazy. I have to say, the Rain clan's bloodline is really strong. It actually allowed me to rise by a realm. Thank you, I'm now a late-stage 5th firmament person. Indeed, even Lin Xian didn't dare to believe this. How long had it been since his last breakthrough? He could actually break through again. This made him feel like he was dreaming. It seemed that not killing her and making her his maid was the right choice. You broke through, you actually broke through, Xianxia felt like she was going crazy. She actually helped her enemy break through a realm. This was worse than death. Suddenly, she found that she had also broken through, reaching mid-stage 5th firmament. This, for a moment, she was also stunned. It could be said that her emotions were extremely complicated. Alright, I'm hungry. Prepare some food for me. I want to eat. Lin Xian ordered first. Xianxia was extremely unwilling, but she had to start preparing. After tasting the benefits of the Rain clan's bloodline, Lin Xian let Xianxia stay by his side for the next 2 months. Wu Mountain and Wu Rain. His strength increased every time he went through the 9 tribulations. Of course, he didn't break through again. Because the effect of the first time was the best, he was able to achieve a breakthrough. On this day, Lin Xian stood up. It was about time to go find Qingqing. It would be best if he met Jian Chen and killed him. Go outside and gather information for me. Look at Morong Qingqing and Jianingqing. Where are they now? Xianxia left the Great Sage Pagoda and returned a day later. At the same time, she brought back news. It turned out that Morong Qingqing had been chasing Jian Chen all this time. It seemed that she was using the pursuit as a form of cultivation. At this moment, the 2 of them were on Xianxia planet. It was said that Jian Chen was about to collapse, so he didn't plan to run anymore. He wanted to fight to the death with his opponent on Xianxia planet. Fight to the death? With just him? Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and headed to Xianxia planet. The 2 of them left Twin Rain planet and headed for Xianxia planet. At this moment, Xianxia planet was extremely lively. Because of Morong Qingqing and Jian Chen, the 2nd astral realm was shaken. When the news spread, all the experts headed to Xianxia planet. Therefore, Xianxia planet was extremely lively. Countless experts and geniuses had come. It was even rumored that many top experts from the holy city had come to watch the battle. Amidst this lively scene, two figures descended. It was Lin Xian and Xianxia. After the two of them came down to investigate, they realized that the battle hadn't started yet. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had arrived in advance. Let's go. The two of them shuttled through the air quickly. However, gradually, Lin Xian realized that someone seemed to be watching him. On this trip to Xianxia planet, Lin Xian had changed his appearance. This was because his identity was too influential. If he came, everyone would probably attack him again. Lin Xian was here to help Morong Qingqing. He didn't want to cause too much trouble. At the very least, he didn't want to scare Jianshan away. Therefore, she changed her appearance. Logically speaking, it shouldn't attract any attention. However, he realized that at least 10 pairs of eyes were watching him along the way. There were many experts among them. What was going on? Had he been discovered? That was impossible. With his methods, these people would not be able to discover him unless a holy venerable came. No, he soon realized that these gazes were not directed at him, but at Xianxia beside him. He had to admit that Xianxia was a peerless beauty. Standing there, she basically did not speak. A look or a movement was enough to make countless people go crazy. Xianxia originally had the weak water body, and the power of her bloodline was enough to make countless people go crazy. Not to mention now that she had joined the Hehuan sect and cultivated this Hehuan technique. Her charm was even more unparalleled. So along the way, she attracted the attention of countless people. Finally, someone could not take it anymore. Two figures appeared in front of them, blocking their path. "Brother, please wait." These were two young men. One was handsome, and the other was tall. Although they were talking to Lin Xian, their gazes were all on Xianxia. Not only that, but 3 people also appeared on his left and right. These people were all looking at Xianxia. One of them said, "Brother, why don't we discuss something with you?" Lin Xian frowned slightly. The other person beside him snorted coldly and said, "I like this woman of yours. Give her to me, and you can get lost now. I can let you go on the holy road. If you don't know what's good for you, then I'll send you to hell." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes at this threat. He looked at Xianxia. "It's all your fault." Xianxia rolled her eyes. "It's none of my business. I didn't do anything. If I wanted to cause trouble, I reckon the entire world would come to kill you." Indeed, she really had this kind of charm. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party was now his servant, not his enemy. So the other party did not dare to do so. He looked forward and said coldly, "I'm in a hurry. If you don't want to die, get lost. You don't know what's good for you. Can you fight against so many of us by yourself? Let's join forces and kill him. Yes, we can share this beauty." A few people revealed sinister smiles. Such a peerless beauty was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Even if there were, they were in the hands of some old monsters or had very noble status. They did not even dare to think about it. This time, they met a lone beauty. How could he possibly let go? In an instant, the 7 of them attacked. Terrifying laws and divine abilities blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian shouted coldly and slashed forward with his sword. The void in front of him cracked open and swallowed all of the energy. "Get lost!" With a roar, his sound waves seemed to transform into endless waves, crashing in all directions. All 7 of them spat out blood as they were sent flying, their faces filled with terror. The other party was actually this strong? Damn it, damn it. He was unwilling to accept this. It wasn't easy for them to encounter such an opportunity, so how could they give it up? They gritted their teeth, wanting to fight with their lives on the line. At this moment, a loud laughter rang out. Good lad, so he was a top-notch genius. No wonder he had such a peerless beauty. However, I have my eyes on your woman. An old voice sounded. Then, an old man descended from the sky. The 7 of them were originally furious. There was actually someone who dared to snatch their woman. Was he courting death? But when they sensed the aura of the old man, all of them shrunk their necks in fear. Early 6th Heaven Saint, this was a small saint. Firmament, small saint, have both made their moves. This time, let's see how this kid will die. The 7 of them did not leave. Instead, they looked at this scene with a cold smile. Although they couldn't get their hands on the woman, they would still feel great if the beauty was snatched away. They thought evilly. Kid, I won't bully you. I'll give you a Dharma treasure. Take it and leave quickly. As he spoke, he threw a sword at Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at it and sneered. It's not even a saint weapon, and you want to use it to exchange for a beauty. Do you have the life to take it? I'll give you a chance to live. Get lost quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. So what if the other party was a small saint? Now, 3 small saints had died in his hands. He didn't mind adding one more. The 7 of them were stunned. Is this kid an idiot? How dare he talk to a small saint like this? Humph, who does he think he is? He's too arrogant. Does he think he can compete with a small saint just because he can defeat the 7 of us? This time, let's see how he will die. Kid, do you know what kind of existence you are talking to? The little saint was infuriated. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He stretched out a palm and slapped forward. This strike was going to destroy the other party's soul. A terrifying light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes was really terrifying. He took a step forward, and his divine body bloomed. A terrifying fist directly blasted out. It was as if the sun had lit up the whole sky. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the small saint was directly sent flying. His body was broken, and he vomited blood. How could this be? The 7 of them were so scared that they wet their pants. That was a small saint. How could he not even be able to withstand a punch? Who is this young man? They were on guard. The small saint's pupils constricted. The pain in his body drove him crazy. He was actually injured by a young man, and by a 5th celestial layer at that. How could this be? How could there be such a terrifying person in the world? Who are you? He stopped and quickly recovered. He gritted his teeth and asked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The person who will kill you. His body swayed, and he rushed out. Endless flames danced on his arm, turning into a terrifying flaming sword. He slashed down from the sky. How dare you underestimate me? The old man was angry. He was a small saint. How could he not kill the young man? He must have been careless just now. Go to hell. He formed a seal with his palm. Dragon trapped in 3 seas. A terrifying wave appeared in his palm. At the same time, there were 2 more waves on his left and right that rushed forward together. Even if it was a dragon, he would be able to kill it, let alone a young man. Asterisk boom. Asterisk in an instant, Lin Xian was bound by the 3 waves and was even swallowed. Humph, you're courting death. The old man laughed. The 7 young men also heaved a sigh of relief. They were wondering how the young man could be so heaven-defying. However, everyone was dumbfounded at the next moment. The 3 waves were directly torn apart. Lin Xian was even more violent than a dragon. You're blocking my way. Go to hell. Lin Xian shouted angrily. An extremely terrifying light appeared in his hand. He could already kill Lei Zhen when he was at the mid-stage of the 5th heaven. Not to mention that his cultivation base had improved again. The old man's strength was at most on par with Lei Zhen. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill the old man. Asterisk boom. Asterisk he threw out a palm that covered the sky and directly shrouded the old man. The old man screamed crazily. How could this be? He tried his best to resist, but he was still killed. His head fell off, and his eyes widened. Until his death, he could not believe that he was killed so easily by a young man. He could not withstand a single blow. Lin Xian sneered and retracted his palm. Behind them, Xianxia sighed when she saw the scene. As expected. These early-stage minor saints were no match for him at all. Sigh, why can't my appearance attract a sacred venerate? She desperately hoped that a sacred venerate would appear to kill him. However, it seemed unrealistic. The 7 people around her knelt on the ground. Even a minor saint was dead. Could the 7 of them fight against him? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so don't blame me. Lin Xian waved his hand and flicked out a few rays of sword qi, destroying the 7 people's souls. Then, he turned his head to look at Xianxia. Alright, you don't have to follow me anymore. Go do your own things. If I need you, I'll look for you. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he left. It was too troublesome to bring Xianxia along. He was in a hurry. This battle also attracted the attention of many. After all, it was a battle between minor saints. Many people rushed over. They wanted to watch the battle. However, when they arrived, they discovered that heaven and earth were collapsing. There was blood of a saint in the void, and there were even cries. Song Tianya, had a minor saint fallen, their scalps went numb. Which terrifying existence had done it? One had to know that from the beginning to the end of the battle, only a short time had passed. The one who had done it must be an extremely terrifying expert. Look, there's someone ahead. They saw an extremely beautiful woman walk out of the sea of blood. Her every frown and smile carried endless charm. She was so beautiful. Many people's eyes were red. They were stunned. Soon, Xianxia also left. Behind her, 8 figures followed. These 8 people had infatuated eyes, and their gazes were fiery as they prostrated themselves at Xianxia's feet. More and more experts descended on Qingshui planet. In the end, it caused an uproar. Because a prodigy on the pilgrim rankings had also come. The person who came was Yu Quan. It seemed that he had come out of seclusion. He actually attracted Yu Quan to come. As expected of Morong Qingqing and Jianchen. Why do I feel like he's coming for Lin Xian? You mean Lin Wudi? It was said that Yu Quan had suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Wudi on celestial fate. Now, he should be looking for Lin Wudi. He wouldn't attack Morong Qingqing, would he? Countless discussions broke out. After secluded spring came, he looked down on everyone, and no one dared to provoke him. After hearing the news, his face turned cold. Noisy. Destroy them for me. Soon, their followers began to move out. Who spoke ill of our young master just now? Come here, I'll chop off his head. The other people were so scared that they fled madly. The few followers killed in all directions. For a while, no one dared to talk about it anymore. Not long after, another figure descended, causing countless people to scream. Oh heavens, Mo Xiao, is he here too? It was too inconceivable. This Mo Xiao also had a grudge against Lin Wudi? Everyone was talking about it. No, why do I feel that their goal is not just Lin Wudi? There might be something wrong with Clearwater. These people were too excited. The arrival of the 2 experts on the pilgrimage leaderboard caused an uproar. Within a few days, news about Qingshui planet spread. It turned out that Qingshui Xian, who didn't seem famous now, was extremely famous tens of thousands of years ago. It was said that an extraordinary person called Duan Qingshan appeared in that world. Later on, Duan Qingshan became a sage king. It was said that Duan Qingshan lived in seclusion on Clearwater in his later years. Perhaps his inheritance and tomb were there. There was such a rumor. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the people on the pilgrimage leaderboard were here for Duan Qingshan? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. In a main city on Clearwater, people came and went in an endless stream. This was the fastest place to gather information. Generally, people who wanted to gather information would come here. On the streets of the city, there were several terrifying figures walking there. They were 3 demon beasts. One of them was incomparably red. It was a cheetah that seemed to have reached the realm of a demon saint. On the other side, one was a majestic lion, and the other was a snow demon wolf. The cold aura they exuded was abnormally terrifying. On the backs of the 3 demon saints sat 3 figures. The one riding the snow demon wolf was a beautiful woman. She had a round face and big eyes. She was very cute. Wherever the 3 of them passed, people would make way for them. Obviously, the 3 of them had powerful backgrounds. However, there was a figure in front of them who did not give way at all. Did this kid have a death wish? The man riding the red cheetah snorted coldly and was about to attack. The girl next to him said, "No, senior brother. He's only a level 5. What's wrong with that? That's right, we don't care about people like him." The cute girl took a few deep breaths. Then, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. I smelled the scent of blood on his body. He seemed to have just killed someone. So what? The two young men next to her laughed when they heard that. There were killings in this world every day. Wasn't it easy to kill a few people? Indeed, battles like theirs were nothing out of the ordinary. However, the cute girl shook her head. No, it's not that simple because the aura of his blood is the aura of a little saint. He fought with a little saint and was stained with his blood. Hearing that, the two young men next to her were stunned. The other party injured a little saint? How could a level 5 person injure a little saint? The other party was not Lin Wudi. That's right. Lin Wudi was already heaven-defying enough in this world. It was impossible for there to be a second one. I guess it should be two little saints fighting, and he should be nearby watching the battle. That's why he has the aura of a little saint. That should be the case. The two young men found an explanation to comfort her. However, the cute girl shook her head. She said, "Senior brother, let's not attack." The two young men listened to her. They were also suspicious. The person in front of them was very strange. It was better for them not to complicate things. So, they did not attack. They prepared to take a detour. However, before they could move, the void in front of them split open. A terrifying killing sword pierced the back of the man's heart. Shit, the girl screamed. The pupils of the other two young men also shrank. An assassin. An extremely terrifying assassin. It's over. That man is dead. Humph, fine. Since he dares to block our way, so be it. Clang, the sword pierced the body of the young man in front of him. However, to everyone's astonishment, the killing sword was actually broken in half. The tremendous force made the little saint retreat frantically. How terrifying, the surrounding people were stunned. The cute girl and her two senior brothers were also stunned. What kind of physique did this man have? How could he block such a terrifying attack? Buzz, the young man in front of him, did not stop at all. Instead, he pointed a finger. A sword wave shot into the void. Soon, blood flowed down from the void. A corpse fell to the ground with its glabella split open and its soul destroyed. It was dead. The young man had killed a terrifying assassin with a single strike. This person was too terrifying. The two young men shuddered too. Could it be that the young man really had the strength to kill a little saint? Damn it, how could there be another terrifying monster in the world? They were very glad that they listened to their junior sister and did not act rashly. Otherwise, they might be the ones dead now. Buzz. Buzz, at this moment, figures rushed out from all directions. Each of them was holding a black flag in their hands. They stabbed into the void. The 4 flags formed a spatial barrier, sealing the young man inside. Kill, this was a terrifying black death chest that could kill everything. It's over. This time, he's dead meat. That was what everyone thought. Even the girl was frightened. No one could survive being shrouded in such a terrifying domain of black sand. However, there, in the terrifying slaughter domain, a figure appeared. He did not receive any injuries at all. The murderous aura attacks landed on his body, producing a deafening sound. As for the young man, with a wave of his hand, he broke the 2 black flags. Then, he rushed out and slapped the 2 assassins into a mist of blood. In addition, he swept out his leg and sent the other 2 flying while vomiting blood. The 2 assassins tried to escape, but they were shattered by 2 golden eyes. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices and they fell to the ground. In an instant, the 4 assassins' souls were destroyed. This young man is too strong. Yes, who is he? The surrounding people were stunned. Is he a hidden genius from some sacred ground? He might not be a genius, but an old monster who had lived for countless years. The crowd discussed animatedly. The cute girl and her 2 companions were also shocked. Buzz. However, the killing did not stop. It continued. After the death of the assassins, a terrifying aura filled the air again. There was even an extremely terrifying voice. Lin Wudi, you will die today. What? Lin Wudi. God, he was the legendary invincible Lin. The surrounding people screamed crazily. Now, they finally understood why the other party was so powerful. It turned out that the other party was the legendary terrifying Demon King. Most likely, there was someone else who could kill so many terrifying killing saints with just a wave of his hand. At the same time, those people were also terrified. Who were these assassins? Why did they want to kill Lin Wuti? Lin Xian frowned. After he separated from Xianxia, he came to this city. Originally, he thought that leaving Xianxia would save him a lot of trouble. Who would have thought that he would be targeted by this group of assassins again? Since that was the case, the muscles and bones on his face changed, restoring his original appearance. Humph, are you people of the human world? He thought for a moment and realized that only a terrorist organization like the human world would be able to find him. You are a man who must die. Today, we will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. A cold voice rang out from the void. Immediately afterward, 6 slaughter saints appeared around him. There were even 2 minor saints among them. They were exceptionally terrifying. Including the leader, there were 3 minor saints. It was a sure kill situation. It was over. Lin Wuti was in danger. Yes, he should have come from Murong Qingqing. He didn't expect to die at the hands of the human world before he even saw Murong Qingqing. Even Lin Wuti wouldn't be able to resist such a lineup. The cute girl's eyes flickered. She clenched her fists. So this was the legendary Great Demon King. She didn't know if he could withstand it. He should be able to. After all, he seemed to have killed a minor saint before. With just you guys? Lin Xian stood there and looked around with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The current him was no longer the him from a year ago. Therefore, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Seeing Lin Xian's disdainful attitude, the people around him felt their scalps go numb. Heavens, was he looking down on the human world? Did this kid think that his life wasn't long enough? Attack. The order came from the sky, and the 6 slaughter saints attacked crazily. Among them, there were 2 minor saints and 4 saints in the late stage of the 5th heaven. Their strength was unparalleled. As soon as the order fell, a killing sword pressed down from the sky at an extreme speed. Even Lin Xian was shocked by the speed. It seemed that the other party should have cultivated a kind of speed law. He knew that he couldn't dodge, so he took it head-on. He threw out a palm and collided with the other party's sword chi. With a clang, the sky fell and the earth cracked. His arm went numb, and the long sword was directly broken. Buzz. Buzz. At the same time, several other terrifying attacks came. They were all filled with unparalleled killing intent. Lin Xian's figure swayed and dodged these attacks. His nerves became incomparably dignified. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. Kill. The 6 sacred exterminators snapped coldly and charged forward once again. In an instant, the terrifying attacks and the laws in the sky annihilated the front. A sword crossed the sky like a divine mountain, with infinite power, slashing down from the sky. On the other side, the sky full of sword light turned into lightning, shrouding the area. Behind Lin Xian, there were 2 figures who came to his side in a strange manner. They were less than a meter away from him, the 6 of them attacked with a fatal blow. They didn't give Lin Xian a chance to live. It's over. This time, it's really over. The surrounding people saw the scene and closed their eyes. The genius of the generation was probably going to fall today. Boom, Lin Xian roared in anger. He released his divine body and swept in all directions. Those attacks were all blown away by him. At the same time, his feet were like dragons, and his hands were like knives. He opened and closed them, fighting with these people. The 4 late-stage 5th heaven assassins were instantly sent flying. Their bodies were broken, and they vomited blood. In just a moment, they were severely injured and almost died. If it weren't for the 2 minor saints on their side, they would have died. Lin Xian wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by the 2 minor saints. Courting death, the strength of these 2 minor saints was very terrifying. One of them was holding a knife, and the other was holding a sword. Both of them looked cold. The shiny long saber cut through the 9 heavens and blocked Lin Xian's path. On the other side, the terrifying earthly fiend sword stabbed at Lin Xian's forehead. Lin Wuti, you will die this time. The 2 minor saints attacked. You are too inexperienced. It seems that your intelligence is not good. Lin Xian laughed and stretched out his hands. He wanted to resist the two minor saints at the same time. Boom, after the attack, Lin Xian was knocked back. However, he was not injured at all. How was this possible? He could fight two saints at the same time. How long had it been? Had his strength become even more terrifying? The surrounding people were all stunned. The faces of the people in the mortal world also became extremely ugly. The change in the opponent's strength was beyond their imagination. Attack! With another roar, two minor saints rushed over. The four saints of the late fifth heaven combined with the formation and attacked quickly from a distance. Lin Xian appeared and disappeared unpredictably. He conjured the Tai Chi diagram to block the attack. The killing blade in the sky was blocked by him. Moreover, the Tai Chi diagram rotated and pinned down a minor saint. At the same time, he pushed out his right hand. The five elements sword. His arm was surrounded by the terrifying five elements law, and he slashed in all directions. The five elements sword contained the five elements law. It was unpredictable and powerful. The second minor saint was forced to retreat. Not only that, but the bodies of the four fifth heaven late-stage saints were also penetrated in an instant. They all fell from the sky, dead as could be. Damn it! When the third minor saint saw this scene, he roared, "Lin Xian, go to hell!" He roared and rushed down from the sky. A long spear appeared in his hand. The killing intent on it was unparalleled. It seemed that he wanted to pierce Lin Xian's head with the spear. Get lost! Lin Xian pinned down the two minor saints with both hands. At the same time, his right foot kicked upward. There was a loud crash. His right leg collided with the opponent's long spear, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The people around were all sent flying by the force. Boom! Boom, boom! The earth-shattering collision sounded, and the long spear in the opponent's hand directly collapsed. The minor saint's pupils constricted. How is this possible? How can he still fight back? It's unbelievable. Die. However, the leader was obviously an expert. After the long spear collapsed, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward again. His palm became incomparably red, as if it could drip blood. This was an extremely frightening palm. With a single slap, it could refine all the blood on the body of a sage. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. Sure enough, when the palm strike struck out, the spectators felt as if their blood was about to be refined. They frantically retreated. Lin Xian faced this attack head-on. There was no way he could retreat. The two killer saints beside him were also doing their best to pin him down. Suddenly, Lin Xian opened his mouth and spat out a beam of sword qi. It was a dragon-shaped sword qi that shone with incomparable light. As soon as it appeared, it let out a loud dragon roar. Boom! Boom! The sword qi of the dragon roar pierced through the blood-red palm. The Saint of Slaughter retreated. His entire arm had been cleaved apart. Not only that, his body was also pierced through. For the time being, it was impossible for the wound to heal. Blood flowed out, driving him crazy. Damn it, he had been careless. Who would have thought that the other party would still have such a terrifying trick up his sleeve when he was besieged by three great assassins? Thinking of this, he quickly retreated. The surrounding people were also stunned. 1 against 3, but he was not at a disadvantage. Moreover, he could even injure a Saint of Slaughter. Was this Lin Wudi? He had become even more terrifying than a year ago. After succeeding in one strike, Lin Xian attacked again. A lot of sword qi rushed out of his body, blooming with a terrifying aura. They slashed in all directions. Lin Xian fought against 3 minor saints alone. The battle was earth-shattering. He had a divine body, so his physique was strong. Kill his soul. The 3 killer saints in the mortal world obviously knew Lin Xian well. They knew that Lin Xian's physique was strong, so they changed their strategy. They respectfully requested the sword of soul slaying. The 3 of them formed a seal with their palms and became incomparably sincere. Their glabella split open, and blood dripped down. At the same time, a transparent sword qi rushed out of their glabella with an extremely terrifying aura. The sword of soul slaying specialized in killing souls. The crowd screamed. The means of the mortal world were really too terrifying. The Sword of Soul could kill people without leaving a trace. 3 swords of soul slaying rushed out from the 3 of them. The 3 of them formed a triangle and attacked together, completely engulfing Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. Competing with me in sword soul? You really don't know what's good for you. With a roar, the great dragon sword soul rushed out, turned into a dragon's shadow, and slashed in all directions. So what if the other party had the sword of soul slaying? Between heaven and earth, the great Tao danced. A sonorous sound rang out, and the sword of soul slaying disappeared. The 3 killer saints were also stunned. Lin Xian retracted the dragon-shaped sword shadow, snorted coldly, and walked forward with his hands behind his back. What's going on? Is the battle over? The surrounding people were stunned and didn't know what was going on. Soul attacks were strange and unpredictable. Often, the outcome could be determined in the blink of an eye. Now, it seemed that Lin Wuti had won. It shouldn't be. These 3 killer saints should still have the strength to fight. After all, they were 3 little saints. At this time, they screamed in horror. It turned out that the glabella of the 3 killer saints had completely split open, and they fell on their backs. There was no sign of life on their bodies. Are they dead? These people were stunned. In an instant, Lin Xian killed 3 minor saints. This method was simply heaven-defying. They looked at the back of the departing figure, and their hearts were filled with fear. Who could stop the rise of this young man? Lin Xian strode away. His expression was incomparably cold. The current situation was very bad. He didn't expect that the people of the mortal world would come. This group of assassins was simply crazy. He really had to be careful in the future. He continued to walk towards the depths of the city. He wanted to find out the whereabouts of Murong Qingqing. However, before he reached the depths of the city, there was a burst of exclamations. A formation flickered, and a dozen figures rushed out. They exclaimed, "Oh no, something big has happened." Murong Qingqing was in danger. It was very likely that he was going to die. The people in the city were instantly stunned. What's going on? Did Jianshen make a move? Has Jianshen become so powerful? That shouldn't be the case. Before, Jian Ningqing had been slaughtered by Murong Qingqing, and he was scared witless. Who was the one who did it? Could it be those terrifying sword saints from the Myriad Sword Pavilion? Lin Xian's expression changed. He turned into a stream of light and instantly appeared in front of a person. He grabbed the person with one hand. Who is it? The person's body was almost torn apart. He screamed in horror. What are you doing? Lin Xian let go of his hand and said, I want to know the news. The person wanted to be angry at first, but when he saw Lin Xian's expression and felt the terrifying murderous aura from Lin Xian's body, he changed his mind. He immediately talked about his neck. In the Yunming Grand Canyon, which was 70,000 miles away from the north, Murong Qingqing was besieged by the experts of the Golden Crow clan. What? It was the Golden Crow clan who did it, those bunch of lunatics. They heard that Lin Wuti killed the 7th prince of the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crow clan chased after Lin Wuti but couldn't find him. Now, they should be attacking the people around Lin Wuti. Exclamations were heard. Lin Xian tore the void apart. Golden Crow clan, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He turned into a giant dragon, roaring between heaven and earth, and disappeared from the city in an instant. Let's go and have a look. The surrounding people knew that something big was about to happen, so they followed him. However, they couldn't keep up with him. Lin Xian was going all out. Although 70,000 miles was a long distance, he could reach it in the shortest time possible. Dreamcloud Valley. The battle was extremely terrifying. All kinds of divine powers and laws were collapsing between heaven and earth. There was no one in that area. The spectators were all watching from afar with their saint domains. It was over. This Murong Qingqing was really in danger this time. Yes, of all people, she had to have a good relationship with Lin Wuti. This time, she was in deep trouble. She thought that she could kill Jianshen, but she didn't expect that Jianshen was still alive and Murong Qingqing was in danger of dying. She had no choice. Apart from the Golden Crow clan, the experts of the Peacock clan were also here, and they brought along a terrifying saint weapon. Freeze. Morong Qingqing. Otherwise, Morong Qingqing could escape even if she couldn't defeat them. You are no match for us at all. If you obediently surrender, you might be able to suffer a little less. A few golden crows roared between heaven and earth. The flames on their bodies burned the heaven and earth. On the other side, a few experts of the Peacock clan stood. One of them was forming a seal. He controlled a 5-colored sacred mountain in the sky and shot down a 5-colored light, freezing the void. Morong Qingqing was imprisoned by this power, so she couldn't escape. At this moment, the shadow of a phoenix circled around her body, blocking the attack. To be honest, if it was someone else, they would have been killed. However, Morong Qingqing's bloodline was strong, so she could block the attacks of so many experts. But even so, she was still in danger. There were too many experts here this time, and none of them were weak. They were all minor saints. Stop talking nonsense with him. Capture him quickly. The peacock expert in the sky said coldly. Capture him and force that kid to come here. I'm going to tear Lin Woody into pieces. Alright, let's end the battle. The golden crows once again displayed their powerful aura. This time, they wanted to capture the other party completely. Morong Qingqing was extremely dangerous. Her beautiful face was stained with blood, but her beautiful eyes were incomparably resolute. Do you think you can catch me? Her hands continued to form seals as various laws flew out from her fingertips. She had a pair of jade-like hands, and in her left hand was a lake with a mysterious aura. This was the Jade Lake Phantom. In her right hand, tens of thousands of mountains revolved around it. That was the Phantom of Kunlun. The fact that Morong Qingqing was able to conjure the Jade Pool and Kunlun was truly shocking. Even the golden crow's faces changed. No, they had to act quickly. They roared madly. It rushed down with monstrous flames. At this moment, a roar came from afar. Daring to touch my woman, I'll destroy his soul in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His voice was like thunder. The sky fell and the earth cracked. At first, it was still far away, but in the next moment, countless people saw a figure tear through the 9 heavens and instantly arrived nearby. Oh heavens, someone is coming. It's Lin Woody. Is he coming to save Morong Qingqing? Everyone was stunned. The peacock race and the golden crow race's experts were also stunned. When they sensed the other party, the corners of their mouths curled into a cold smile. You're finally here. Kid, today is the day you die. Buzz, Lin Xian's body shone with a monstrous light. Like a god of war, he tore through the void and arrived nearby. When he saw Morong Qingqing's blood-stained body, he was instantly enraged. You all deserve to die. The killing intent in his eyes surged like a tide. You don't have the right. You're the one who's going to die today. The peacock race's people laughed sinisterly. With a wave of their hands, the 5-colored sacred mountain shone brightly and rushed towards Lin Xian. Not good, Brother Xian, be careful. This is a fixed Dharma treasure that can restrict movement. As expected, Lin Xian felt a huge pressure surging towards him. In an instant, the place where he was standing seemed to have been fixed. He couldn't move at all. This wasn't the first time Lin Xian saw such a scene. Previously, he encountered the mind fixation pearl, which could make it difficult for him to move. However, the power of this mountain was much more terrifying than the mind fixation pearl. Lin Xian roared. His divine body struggled, but he still felt as if he was being pulled into a quagmire. His movements were slow. Kid, it's useless. Once a minor saint enters this Qiankuan mountain, they can't break free at all. So, you're going to die today. Don't worry, I'll let you and your woman accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. The peacock race's people sneered. The golden crow race's people also snorted. I won't let you die so easily. 2 golden crow small saints instantly pounced over Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing wanted to make a move as well, but she was held back by the others. Lin Xian sneered. Looking at the 2 small saints, he smiled brightly. I don't have any more golden crow meat in my storage. Today, I'll kill you to fill my rations. The 2 golden crows were completely infuriated. They had long heard that the other party ate golden crow meat. How dare he eat them? He would tear the other party's mouth apart. He would break every bone in the other party's body. He would let the other party die in the most miserable way possible. When the two small saints approached, Lin Xian opened his mouth and spat out two dragon-shaped sword qi, chopping off their heads. Puff, blood spurted out and screams rang out. The two small saints frantically retreated. Damn it, they were really shocked. Didn't he already imprison the other party? Why was he still able to attack? Was he so strong? The onlookers in the distance were also dumbfounded. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Great, Brother Xian, let's work together. Speaking of this, she threw out the Jade Lake Phantom in her hand. The Jade Lake water that filled the sky surged. Although it was just an illusion, it was incomparably terrifying. The golden crows soared into the sky and flapped their wings, striking out monstrous golden crow flames to fight against the illusion. On the other side, Morong Qingqing also threw out the Kunlun Phantom, smashing it towards the experts of the peacock race. The experts of the peacock race also felt the powerful aura of the illusion. They didn't dare to fight it head-on and could only move quickly. However, the Kunlun Phantom was too terrifying. One mountain turned into thousands of mountains. It chased after them and pressed down on them. Courting death, the five-colored divine light washed over everything. They struck out the five-colored divine light, forming a terrifying net to block the attack. On the other side, Lin Xian roared. He pushed his divine body to the extreme. Monstrous light and sword qi burst out. He wanted to shake the Qiankuan mountain. The Qiankuan mountain shook violently as if it was really going to fly out. Not good. The experts of the peacock race saw this scene and shouted crazily. Fellow Taoist golden crows, are you still going to hide? These two were extremely terrifying geniuses. If they were to hold back, they would really go against the heavens. Alright, use the Qiankuan mountain to seal that brat, and I'll block this woman. One of the golden crows said coldly. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a vine quickly grew out of his palm. It was a golden vine, and the flames on it were extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, even the peacock tribe was shocked. The golden crow fire vine, you even brought this thing with you. The spectators in the distance retreated once again. Oh heavens, the golden crow fire vine was also a terrifying divine artifact. It was rumored that it was a supreme plant that existed in the sun. It was the plant that the golden crows used all year round. The flames on it were extremely terrifying and could burn everything. The power of the golden crow fire vine was no weaker than that of the Qiankuan mountain. This time, it was going to be dangerous. The golden crow fire vine covered the sky and spread toward Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing felt a great sense of danger. She used the Yaoqi mirage to block it. At the same time, the seven-colored phoenix kept roaring and engulfing everything. However, the six golden crows in the sky formed a terrifying golden crow mirage and joined forces to form an ancient golden crow to fight against the phoenix. It blocked Morong Qingqing's bloodline. Useless girl, although your bloodline is powerful, the six of us together are enough to stop you. The flaming vine split into two parts. One part of it wrapped around the Yaoqi mirage. The other part charged toward Morong Qingqing. If it enveloped Morong Qingqing, this peerless beauty would probably be burned to ashes. Morong Qingqing could only summon the Kunlun mountain mirage to block it. In this way, no one would disturb the peacock tribe. The two peacock tribe elites joined forces to control the Qiankuan mountain. Die, brat, the terrifying Qiankuan mountain became even more terrifying. Lin Xian felt an even more terrifying pressure gushing over. Instantly, his body was shaken and he was pushed back. Pfft, he spat out a mouthful of blood that dyed the void red. Useless brat, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to break free from the Qiankuan mountain today. The terrifying Qiankuan mountain suppressed everything. The expert from the peacock race snorted coldly. Someone came and beheaded him. A little saint of the peacock race pulled out a long saber. The five-colored light on the saber swept across. On the other side, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe also brought a sky full of flames, wanting to refine Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared as he struck out with the Taiji diagram to resist the Qiankuan mountain. At the same time, he brandished his fist and struck out with sword qi to resist the five-elemental saber light and the terrifying flames. Boom! Boom! The sound of an intense collision rang out. To think that he could still resist, another minor saint rushed over and took control of the situation as well. The Qianquan mountain turned into endless rays of light and suppressed Lin Xian rapidly. From the looks of it, they wanted to seal Lin Xian completely this time. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The image of a dragon appeared on his body, carrying a terrifying aura as it continuously attacked. The terrifying dragon shadow blocked the sealing power brought by the Qianquan mountain. How could this be? The elders of the peacock race were stunned. The other party was actually able to block it. The power of the Qianquan mountain was truly unbelievable. One should know how terrifying the Qianquan mountain was. It could easily imprison a little saint. However, it couldn't seal a fifth heaven saint. Humph! Lin Xian blocked the Qianquan mountain with the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, the death demonic saber condensed in his left hand and slashed out. It collided with the five-colored saber light. When the two collided, the death demonic chi directly shrouded the powerhouse of the peacock race. It deprived the powerhouse of his vitality. No, the powerhouse was scared out of his wits and quickly retreated. In an instant, his body caved in. On the other side, Lin Xian activated the sun sword again and slashed out. He unleashed the flames that filled the sky and sliced a little saint of the Golden Crow clan in half with a single slash. At this moment, whether it was the Golden Crow tribe, the peacock race, or those who were watching the battle from afar, they were all stunned. This Lin Wudi was too strong. Being suppressed by the Qianquan mountain, he could still counterattack and successfully injure two little saints. Damn it! The powerhouses of the peacock race shouted angrily. The three little saints worked together to control the Qianquan fan, causing the Qianquan mountain to come crashing down. This time, it wasn't just the light. The body of the Qianquan mountain was incomparable. Let's see how Lin Wudi is going to die. Lin Xian also felt a great sense of danger. The dragon soul's aura wrapped around his hands and coupled with his divine body. 9 suns opened the sky, he struck out with both palms and slapped forward. Clang, a deafening sound rang out. Come on. He resisted the Qianquan mountain, causing it to be unable to fall. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Especially the powerhouses of the peacock race, they were simply going crazy. Damn it, what did he do? He actually blocked it. How did he do it? Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon-shaped sword chi, rushing towards the Qianquan mountain and the three little saints. The three little saints knew how powerful the sword chi was, so they worked together to resist it. At the same time, Lin Xian's feet were like a dragon, constantly moving forward. He attacked the powerhouses of the Golden Crow race. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow race used their flames to resist. However, they were still sent flying by a kick, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. He was too powerful. Lin Xian was attacked by so many powerhouses, but he could still counterattack. Damn it, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow race were finally angry. So many of them couldn't take down a young man, which made them feel ashamed. Kill, they attacked crazily. On the other side, the flame light and the horrifying vines kept attacking Murong Qingqing. However, the two phantoms of Murong Qingqing were too terrifying. They blocked the flames of the Golden Crow race. At the same time, the phoenix bloodline in her body kept erupting. Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. A 7-colored phoenix spun between heaven and earth, swooping down and sending 2 powerhouses of the Golden Crow race flying. Kunlun 9 slashes. The phantoms of the phoenix turned into 9 green light blades and slashed down. Each attack was stronger than the previous one. In an instant, many people were injured and vomited blood, flying backward. Damn it, the people of the Golden Crow race were about to go crazy. After fighting for so long, not only did they fail to take down Lin Wudi, they couldn't even subdue Murong Qingqing. Suppress, Murong Qingqing waved her hands, merging the Jade Pool phantoms and Kunlun phantoms, and suppressed the Golden Crow fire vine. The Golden Crow fire vine was such a powerful treasure, but it was suppressed in an instant. It was surrounded by the 2 phantoms and could not escape at all. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all stunned. Murong Qingqing was too terrifying. That's right, she actually had such a method. Lin Xian smiled when he saw this scene. Very well, it seemed like it was time to counterattack. He roared and unleashed endless dragon-shaped sword energy, which turned into a dragon head and bit Xianxia Mountain. He took advantage of this opportunity to break free from the restraints of Xianxia Mountain. He punched out in all directions and charged out. Boom! After he came out, he slapped a peacock in half with his palm. On the other side, his eyes shone with a piercing light as he smashed a powerhouse of the Golden Crow race into pieces. How dare you join forces with me? All of you will die here today. Lin Xian charged over. The solar sword swung wildly, and the death demonic saber slashed through everything. With a slash, a minor saint's head was cut open. Not only that, the headless body was enveloped by the law of death, instantly depriving it of its vitality. The soul wanted to escape, but it was destroyed by the saber. On the other side, Lin Xian used the solar sword to cut open a minor saint of the Golden Crow clan. In the blink of an eye, 2 minor saints had fallen. Everyone was going crazy. What kind of combat strength was that, late-stage 5th firmament? Damn it, he broke through again. How did he do it? If they remembered correctly, he should have been at the mid-stage 5th firmament when he came out of planet Tianming. It had only been a few years, but he had already reached the late-stage 5th firmament. One had to know that it would take an ordinary saint at least a few hundred years to break through to such a level. The people who were watching the battle from afar were also shocked. Lin Xian had killed 2 minor saints in a row. His aura was extremely powerful. He stared at the rest of the people. None of you can escape today. Damn it. The people of the Peacock clan were so angry that they vomited blood. They frantically mobilized Xianxia Mountain, only to find that it was tightly bitten by the dragon head. For a moment, there was no way for them to escape. Humph. Without Xianxia Mountain, I can still kill you. Let's join forces and kill him. Many people rushed over crazily. Lin Xian used all kinds of laws to fight. On the other side, Morong Qingqing was also fighting with the experts of the Golden Crow clan. The front was completely destroyed. At this moment, dozens of sword lights streaked across the sky, tearing everything apart. They fell towards Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Oh no, what a terrifying law of sword! It was the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion had mobilized dozens of sword saints. Those people were terrified. This is a sure kill. Oh no, hurry up and attack. Lin Xian did not expect the 10,000 Swords Pavilion to be so despicable. This was beyond their range of resistance. In the sky, a pitch-black palm slapped down, and a pitch-black finger fell down. It completely enveloped the sword chi. Boom. Boom, the momentum was earth-shattering. What a terrifying demonic aura, what was this? Someone else had joined the battle, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Lin Xian's voice was ice-cold. The 2 devil saints in the sky made their move and fought with the sword saints in a frenzy. In an instant, 5 sword saints were torn to shreds. All sorts of miserable cries and howls could be heard. How could there be such a terrifying person? Those sword saints screamed crazily. Damn it, you can't do this, we're from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Despicable, humph, you still have the face to call me despicable and shameless? None of them should even think about leaving alive today. Lin Xian roared. A chaotic battle broke out. Humph, the one who will die today is you. A sword shadow transformed into a handsome young man. With the starry sky sword on his back, he was extremely powerful. Jianchen had finally arrived. In an instant, Jianchen stared at Lin Xian with cold killing intent in his eyes. Lin Xian also saw the other party and waved his hand. Come over and accept your death. As he spoke, he crippled a minor saint with a slash of his sword. Seeing this scene, Jianchen's pupils shrank. Damn it, the other party had not become a minor saint, but his strength made his heart skip a beat. Humph, Lin Wudi, someone will come after you. Today, you can't escape. I'm going to deal with your woman. I'll let you see with your own eyes that your woman dies in front of you. This is what you get for provoking me. Jianchen revealed a sinister smile and looked at Morong Qingqing. Do you dare to fight with me? Are you an idiot? Morong Qingqing snorted coldly. How dare he ask such a question? I've been chasing you all the way, and you're no match for me at all. How dare you provoke me now, damn it, I pretended to be defeated just to lure Lin Wudi out. Do you really think I can't defeat you? Xianxia was furious. His starry sky sword bloomed with light as if the starry sky of the universe scattered down. The power was really strong. His strength had increased. So he had been hiding it. But so what? Kunlun 9 slashes, the terrifying Kunlun secret technique flew out, and a phoenix appeared between heaven and earth to break the universe. The two of them fought fiercely. The people in the distance were stunned. The shocking chaotic battle, coupled with the death duel between the two top geniuses. They actually erupted at the same time. Not long after, Xianxia frowned. He originally thought that Morongqingqing's strength would be greatly reduced after such a long battle. And he had hidden his strength, so he could easily kill the other party. But he did not expect that after dozens of exchanges, he could not suppress the other party at all. Instead, he might be defeated again. Damn it, he wanted to mobilize the elders of the Myriad Swords Pavilion to kill the other party, but he found that more than 30 elders were beaten miserably at the moment. The two devil saints were too strong, especially the late minor saint. His finger seemed to be able to pierce the sky. Lin Xian next to him was even stronger. The experts of the Peacock tribe and the Golden Crow tribe could not defeat him even if they joined forces. Not only that, they were beaten miserably. Lin Xian was like a golden god of war, or a grim reaper of hell, constantly reaping the lives of the devil saints. Those minor saints were nothing in his hands. At this moment, the number of minor saints who died in his hands had reached 8. It was simply earth-shattering. No. Damn it. How dare you kill us? The Peacock tribe will not let you go. The Peacock tribe did not send many people here to begin with. Originally, they thought that the Qianquan mountain could suppress everything, so they did not send many people. However, at that moment, only 2 people remained from the heavenly monarchs. The 2 minor saints screamed crazily. They found that without the Qianquan mountain, they could not defeat Lin Xian even if they joined forces. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think it's useful to threaten me now? He cut one of them in half with a slash of his sword. Damn it. The last minor saint screamed crazily. He slapped the blood of his companion on the Qianquan mountain. At the same time, he shouted, Old ancestor, please help. Buzz, the Qianquan mountain was stained with blood. The 5-colored divine light on it suddenly bloomed. It broke the restraint of the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, it bloomed with incomparable light and smashed toward Lin Xian. Not good, Lin Xian's pupil shrank. The others were also in an uproar. The void in that place was shattered. At this moment, 5 fingers flew over. They bombarded the Qianquan mountain one after another. The 5 fingers were broken, and the Qianquan mountain was also blocked. The next moment, the Qianquan mountain broke through the void and left. It was so dangerous. In the void, the arm of the late minor saint expert of the heavenly devil tribe was broken, and his flesh was badly mutilated. His face became incomparably solemn. Fortunately, it was only a soul mark on it. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous this time. Humph. I'll kill the people of the Peacock tribe every time I see them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The others felt their scalps go numb. The Peacock tribe was so powerful, but only one of them could leave alive in the end. Moreover, it was a miserable escape. Who would have thought that this would happen? On the other side, the people from the Golden Crow tribe also felt their scalps go numb. Only 4 of them were left. At this moment, Lin Xian had freed himself up to deal with them. Would they be able to resist him? Not good. When Xianxia saw Lin Xian, he was afraid that no one could suppress him, so he immediately pulled away. He said, Wait. Everyone was stunned. Morongqingqing also snorted. What tricks are you playing now? Xianxia said. The situation today is too chaotic for us to fight. Let's fight to the death another day. It seemed that he wanted to leave. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this still the sword genius who had been flaunting his prowess before? Morongqingqing also snorted. You can come and go as you please. The Kunlun 9 slashes is even more terrifying. At the same time, she shot out the phoenix light. Xianxia could only passively resist. He said, Why? You don't dare? Lin Xian snorted. There's nothing to say to a despicable person like you. I'll leave you here today. He also slashed out a deathly blade light, and the sword light below quickly left. Damn you, Lin Wuti. Do you want to join forces? It's unfair. Lin Xian laughed. You brought more than 30 sword saints to kill us, and you said that we won unfairly? Where's your face? Are all the people cultivated by the 10,000 sword pavilion so despicable? Damn it. The people from the 10,000 sword pavilion also frantically retreated and began to protect their chief disciple. Jian Chen's face was cold again. I said that today is not suitable for fighting. 10 days later, Morong Qingqing and I will fight to the death in the arena. Do you dare? You said it so nicely. Now that you can't beat us, you want to leave? What if you escape 10 days later? Lin Xian sneered. He didn't want to let Jian Chen go. Damn it, why would I escape? I've already forced Jian Chen into a corner for the 10,000 sword pavilion's reputation. If they continued to fight, he might really die today. And it was very likely that he would be killed by Lin Xian. There's no need for 10 days. Let's fight here. Just the two of us. I'll fight with one hand. Lin Xian said. Jian Chen harumphed coldly. You're not even a little saint. You're not even qualified to fight me. I'll only fight with Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing, you don't dare, Qingqing. There was no need to waste words with him. Morong Qingqing nodded. That's what I thought too. How much did she walk up? At this moment, another cold shout rang out. Then, a black figure in battle armor descended from the sky. He brought with him an endless aura of desolation, causing the surrounding plants to instantly wither. The people from the great desolate mansion were terrifying. Xianxia, isn't that you, Quan? He actually came as well. Everyone cried out. Sure enough, the people who descended from the sky were from the great desolation mansion, and the one leading them was Yu Quan. His feet trampled the 8 desolates, standing above everyone else. Those on the holy pilgrim rankings were terrifying even among little saints, and were qualified to look down on everyone. Yo Chuan's arrival caused Morong Qingqing to stop in his tracks. Lin Xian also frowned. Do you want to interfere too? Yu Quan's cold gaze shrouded Lin Xian, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. He didn't attack, but said, I think Jian Chen's suggestion is very good. Today's battle is very chaotic, and it's not suitable for a holy deathmatch. I think it's a good idea to start the holy deathmatch 10 days later. Hearing Yu Quan's support, the corner of Jian Chen's mouth rose into a smile. He looked at Lin Xian provocatively. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect Yu Quan to come at the last moment. To be honest, although he had defeated Yu Quan before, Yu Quan had suppressed his cultivation base. Now, Jian Chen was a true little saint. In addition to the opportunities he had obtained on the Heavenly Fate planet, he could be said to be an extremely powerful little saint. It seemed like Jian Chen had also brought a lot of experts from the Great Desolation Mansion. If he interfered at this time, he might really be able to change the situation. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. You want to delay for 10 days? Sure, I'll let you live for 10 more days. After 10 days, I'll let Qingqing kill you. However, there's an additional condition, and that is, do you dare to have another holy death match? Lin Xian pointed his sword at Yu Quan. You've been wanting to kill me for a long time, right? I also want to kill you. Why don't we have another holy death match 10 days later? As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Even the eyelids of those little saints twitched. Yu Quan's face was incomparably cold. To be honest, he really wanted to kill Jian Chen. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Jian Chen's cultivation base was much lower than his. Since he dared to provoke him like this, there was obviously a trap. Therefore, Yu Quan snorted coldly. You're not even a little saint. You're not worthy of my attack. You don't dare, right? Lin Xian sneered. The surrounding people were also stunned. They didn't think that Yu Quan would really refuse. Could it be that he was really afraid of Lin Xian? They heard that he had been defeated by Lin Wuti before. No way, is Lin Wuti going to enter the holy death match list? Many discussions broke out. Yu Quan roared, and the power of desolation became even more terrifying. Everyone didn't dare to speak. Yuquan looked at Lin Xian. Kid, are you in such a hurry to die? However, you're not qualified. It's not that I don't dare, but you're not worthy. When you become a little saint, I'll be the first to come and kill you. Now, you're not qualified for my attack. As a genius on the holy deathmatch list, he had his own pride. Even if Jianshen was a genius, he wasn't worthy of his attack if he hadn't reached the little saint realm. Fine. When I become a little saint, I'll be the first to kill you, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and then he looked at the people of the Golden Crow clan. The Taiji diagram suddenly shot out, turning into a yin and yang light, directly cutting off the heads of the three people. At the same time, the dragon sword spirit unleashed a dragon-shaped sword chi, killing the souls of the three people instantly. Between heaven and earth, the roar of a dragon resounded, and miserable screams rang out, shocking everyone. Yuquan was also angry. Damn it, I said stop. Didn't you hear me? Do you really want me to kill you? He really didn't expect that Jianshen would dare to kill 3 more experts of the Golden Crow clan in front of him. What does it have to do with you that I killed the people of the Golden Crow clan? Do you want me to kill you now? Lin Xian didn't show any mercy. He snorted coldly and stared at the last expert of the Golden Crow clan. He said, I'm sparing you not because I don't dare to kill you, but because you're very lucky. Go back and tell me that your Golden Crow clan has a 7th crown prince. Does that mean there are 6 crown princes before you? Ask one of them to come. 10 days later, I'll have a life and death battle with him. Of course, if he doesn't dare to come, I'll spare his life. Now get lost. Lin Xian unleashed a tornado and swept the other party away. The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, Lin Xian was going to have a life and death battle with the crown prince of the Golden Crow clan again. Even Yuquan was stunned by this scene, thinking that this guy was really arrogant. The others felt their scalps go numb. The Golden Crow clan and the Peacock clan had attacked with great force, but in the end, the 2 clans were completely annihilated. In the end, only 2 of them escaped. If it weren't for Yuquan's arrival, Jianshen would have died here today. Even so, Jianshen's side didn't feel good. Not to mention that he couldn't raise his head, he could only fight another day. Of the more than 30 little saints of the Myriad Swords Pavilion, more than 20 had died at this moment. In the end, only 5 people were left. It could be said that this was a huge loss. Just like that, the battle came to an end. Everyone knew that this wasn't the final result because there were still 2 more battles to the death in 10 days. By then, it would probably be even more intense. In just 10 days, the people on Xianxia planet were shocked beyond words. They called for their friends and family. More and more people came to watch the battle in the second astral realm. On the other side, Lin Xian took Morong Qingqing away. Morong Qingqing was injured previously. He needed to recuperate. On Lin Xian's side, he took out all of his treasures. Lin Gongzi, please come to my residence to rest if you don't mind. A group of people came over and took Lin Xian away. Lin Xian's current strength was too strong. His future was limitless, so many people were prepared to help him. At the very least, they had to make friends with him. It wasn't just Lin Xian. Yuquan, Jianshen, and the others were also respectfully invited away by the big families on Xianxia planet. In a huge and majestic residence, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing sat cross-legged. Lin Xian was treating Morong Qingqing's injuries. There were countless formations around them. After 2 days, Morong Qingqing opened his eyes. Brother Xian, I'm fine. Don't worry. Although I'm injured, my foundation isn't damaged. Your treasures are enough for me to recover. Morong Qingqing's bloodline was very strong. This kind of injury wasn't much of a threat to him. However, if Lin Xian had arrived late, it would have been really dangerous. Qingqing, don't worry. I'll take revenge for you. I won't let the Golden Crow race, the Peacock race, and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion off. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Although he had killed almost all of the people who had participated in the hunt this time, he was still able to do so. Although he had killed most of them, it was still difficult to calm her anger. In the next few days, the 2 of them didn't even leave the main hall. They stayed inside. After all, in a few days, there would be a great battle. However, on the fifth day, a few terrifying figures suddenly appeared in the mansion. They hid in the void and quickly attacked. Lin Xian's array formation was instantly broken. In an instant, many figures appeared around him. Boom! Lin Xian directly detonated the broken array formations. The rumbling sound instantly transformed into a pillar of light that connected heaven and earth. What's going on? What happened? The people in the mansion were all stunned. Oh no, that's where Lin Gongzi is. The people of this family went crazy. They originally wanted to make friends with Lin Xian, but if something happened to Lin Xian while he was here, they would lose their lives. Most likely, Wushuang City would not let them off. For a moment, they rushed over in a frenzy. But he was thrown back. The energy in front of them was too terrifying. They couldn't get any closer and could only wait. At the same time, on the other side, Yu Quan, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and his face darkened. Damn it, what are these pieces of trash doing? Didn't they say that they were going to kill each other quietly? It turned out that these people were sent by Yu Quan. Originally, he wanted to secretly kill these two people, but now they made such a big commotion. Forget it, so what if it caused a huge commotion? As long as they could kill these two people, it would be fine. But soon, his expression changed, because he saw a few figures fly out, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Some of their bodies were shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, they were his people. Why were his people injured after the rumbling sound? Where were the other party? In the next moment, he saw two figures standing there. Lin Wudi, the two of them were not dead. Yu Quan, who was hiding in the dark, was really shocked. On the other side, the people of the mansion rushed over and asked anxiously, Lin Gongzi, are you okay? We really don't know what's going on with these people. Lin Xian waved his hand and didn't let them continue. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the head of one of the assassins. His golden pupils shone, and that person screamed miserably. The expressions of the others changed drastically. Damn it, the assassins wanted to attack, but Lin Xian blasted that person back. That person's body exploded, and his soul was directly entangled by the chains. Then, it was torn to pieces. Are you from the Great Desolate Mansion? Humph, I'll grant you your wish to die. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing attacked. Retreat quickly. The assassins wanted to retreat, but in an instant, two of them were killed. Morong Qingqing also killed one of them. In the blink of an eye, 3 sages had fallen. And then, another 3 sages had fallen. Stop right there. A furious roar was heard, and a figure flew over from afar. It was Yu Quan. When Lin Xian saw this scene, his eyes bloomed with cold killing intent. Do you think you're worthy of being on the sage list? Other than despicable sneak attacks and assassinations, what else can you do? The surrounding people were all stunned. Could it be that these people were sent by Secluded Spring? Yu Quan snorted coldly. I don't understand what you're talking about. You don't understand? Then what are you doing here? Lin Xian sneered. Yu Quan said that I'm naturally here to ensure fairness. Since you have a life and death duel in a few days, I naturally guarantee that no one will disturb you during this time. That's why I came over when I heard the noise. When these words came out, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. To be honest, even they didn't believe these words. Yu Quan was so kind. However, they had no evidence. Despicable. Morong Qingqing snorted coldly. Lin Xian laughed. In that case, we should be grateful to you. There's no need to be grateful. I'll ensure fairness. I'll naturally do what I said before. However, I advise some people to enjoy their last few days of life, because it is very likely that they will die in a few days. These people are very suspicious. I'll bring them back and interrogate them. After I find out their whereabouts and identities, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. With that, without waiting for Lin Xian to say anything, Yu Quan waved his hand and released the terrifying desolate chain, sealing these people. Then, he directly took them away. Isn't Brother Xian going to chase? Morong Qingqing asked. The surrounding people were also surprised. It shouldn't be. With Lin Wudi's personality, how could he let these people leave? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. There's no need. Didn't he want fairness? Give him fairness. Speaking up to this point, he had someone arrange a new palace for him. After he and Murong Qingqing walked in, their expressions changed. Do you think that no one will know what you did? But I've already taken your soul. Next, I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine. If he can assassinate me, I can assassinate him too. With that, Lin Xian sent out a demon saint to assassinate the other party. On the other side, Yu Quan brought his people back to his residence. Those people knelt on the ground. Young master, we didn't do our job well. Please punish us. Yu Quan snorted coldly. Forget it, this matter isn't your fault. That kid is too strange. You guys go down and recuperate. A few people went down. At this time an old man walked over and said, this matter is too easy. It's not like his character. Yu Quan snorted coldly. So what? The only reason he dared to challenge me before was because my cultivation was suppressed on planet Tianming. With my current cultivation, I can kill him with one hand. How would he dare to go against me? At the end of the day, he was also a human. As long as one was human, they would have fear. They would fear death. There are still 5 days left. Prepare well. After 5 days, no matter what the final result of the death match is, Lin Wudi must die. Yes, I'll go prepare now. The old man left. Yu Quan snorted coldly and returned to his cultivation room. At night, the dark curtain fell. Yu Quan had been cultivating. As an expert on the pilgrim role, in addition to his extraordinary talent, his perseverance and his pursuit of a higher realm were the necessary conditions for him to become a powerhouse. Therefore, whenever he had time, he would cultivate crazily. He slowly formed a seal with his palms, and a terrifying aura of desolation flew out from his fingertips and was absorbed by him. It formed a mysterious cycle. However, at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression changed drastically. In the next moment, he spat out a shield and placed it in front of him. With a boom, the place where he was standing collapsed. Yu Quan was sent flying, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. The shield he took out was a supreme treasure. It blocked these terrifying energy attacks. Who the hell dares to sneak attack me? Yu Quan was furious. He had never thought that someone would dare to assassinate him. Boom. In the midst of his anger, another terrifying piece of information was transmitted to him from behind. It wanted to kill him completely. Not good. Yu Quan's pupils constricted. He opened his mouth and spat out a broken sword. The broken sword was covered with cracks. At this moment, Yu Quan's eyes were bloodshot. Explode. That broken sword suddenly enlarged, cutting through the heaven and earth. Then, it abruptly exploded, blocking this terrifying attack. Whoosh, violent law spread out, and energy surged. Yu Quan tore through the void and escaped. At the same time, the people of the great desolate mansion rushed over. What's going on? Protect the young master. For a moment, the surroundings were in chaos. Kill. Yu Quan roared and charged back with his men. In just an instant, he had lost a super powerful saint artifact. How could he be willing to accept this? He had to capture the other party and find out who he was. They charged down and tore apart the laws, but found that the person had already left. Damn it. Yu Quan was so angry that he stomped his feet, and the others' faces turned cold as well. That elder walked over and said coldly. Search quickly, he couldn't have gone far. The surrounding people moved out frantically, but they still returned without any results. The elder came to the ruins and carefully sensed for a while. Then, he grabbed a lump of aura. Young master, look, this black aura should be demonic qi. Demonic qi. Yu Quan frowned. Was it someone from the demon race? It was said that Lin Wudi's relationship with the demon race was not ordinary. He had once led the Sky Devil race's experts to attack. The last time, it was also the Heavenly Fiend race's experts who took action and blocked the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people. Do you mean that Lin Wudi sent someone to assassinate me? Yu Quan was instantly enraged. Damn it, this brat actually dared to assassinate him. Did he not want to live anymore? His face became ferocious. Now he finally knew why Lin Wudi had let him take the girl away so easily. It turned out that Lin Wudi wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. He didn't know what was good for him. At first, he thought he had some brains, but now it seemed that he was an idiot. How dare he provoke me outside? Let's go and kill Lin Wudi, they rushed over aggressively. Although many people were resting at night, this terrifying scene still alarmed countless people. What happened? What a terrifying desolate aura. Why do I feel a sense of desolation? It was the great desolate mansion's people. Let's go and take a look. Countless people followed from afar. That direction, wasn't that the direction where Lin Wudi was? Heavens, was Yu Quan going to attack Lin Wudi again? He was really strong. Lin Wudi, come out and face your death. After Yu Quan arrived with the great desolate mansion's experts, he roared and shattered the void below. It couldn't withstand it at all. In Lin Gongzi's mansion, those people's faces became incomparably pale. They couldn't withstand such a scene at all. The door of the palace opened, and Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing walked out. Lin Xian looked at the sky, then said to the people beside him, "Go back and sleep. I'll help you settle this matter." With that, he stepped into the air and walked forward. Isn't he a genius on the pilgrim roll? Why did he leave in the morning? Is he here again at night? I don't have any spiritual tea here to entertain you. Lin Wudi, you don't know what's good for you. How dare you assassinate our young master? Kneel down and face your death, the great desolate mansion's experts shouted angrily. The surrounding people's faces changed drastically when they heard this. What's going on? Did Lin Wudi attack Yu Quan? He's giving Lin Wudi a taste of his own medicine. I knew it. With Lin Wudi's personality, he wouldn't let it go so easily. I don't like what you said. Which eye of yours saw me sending people to assassinate him? Lin Xian shrugged. I knew you were going to quibble. Look at this. The great desolate lake elder waved his hand, and a ball of black demonic aura rolled in his hand like a black poisonous snake. Has he found evidence? Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian didn't care at all. What can a ball of demonic aura prove? I'm from Wushuang City, and I've never cultivated demonic aura. You can say that my swordsmanship is superb. You can say that my physique is strong, but you're trying to frame me with demonic aura. Do you think everyone is an idiot like you? Elder Zhang was so angry that he was trembling. Yu Quan said, there's no need to quibble. Everyone knows that you can mobilize the Heavenly Fiend Tribe's experts. This demonic aura was left behind by the Heavenly Fiend Tribe's experts. What else do you have to say? Lin Xian sneered. Did you get hit in the head by a door? Are you still asleep? The Heavenly Fiend Tribe killed someone. Why are you looking for me? Can I mobilize the Heavenly Fiend Tribe? Do you think that's possible? The Heavenly Fiend Tribe is a terrifying existence. Why should they listen to me? Besides, even if I can mobilize one or two of them, can I mobilize the people in the Heavenly Fiend Tribe's residence? What if others can mobilize the Heavenly Fiend Tribe as well? You want to prove that I'm the murderer with this little evidence? I'm afraid it's impossible. If you can prove it with this evidence, then I can say that I've already searched your soul during the day. The people who tried to assassinate me during the day are from the great desolate mansion. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? At this point, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. The surrounding people discussed among themselves. Indeed, there was insufficient evidence to take action. If they took action, it would be a provocation to Wushuang City. What a sharp-tongued brat. Let's see if you can walk out of here alive in 5 days. Yu Quan waved his hand and left with his men. Are they gone? Everyone in the mansion heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian pulled Murong Qingqing back to the palace. After setting up the array, he said, assassinate him every day for the next 5 days. Yes. The great devil saint disappeared again. Yu Quan had just returned to Cultivate when he encountered another assassination attempt. Yu Quan was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Ah! He frantically chased after the person, but the person disappeared again. Damn it! In the next few days, Yu Quan encountered assassination attempts every day, making it impossible for him to cultivate. He couldn't even sleep. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Lin Xian, on the other hand, began to appear in various cities with Murong Qing. It seemed that they were enjoying the life of a saint. Many people cried out in surprise when they saw Lin Xian. This was the legendary Lin Xian. Was his wife Morong Qingqing? She was so beautiful. There was actually such a beautiful woman in the world. That's not right. I heard that Morong Qingqing was injured, and there were only a few days left before the Saint Death duel. How could she have the time to stroll outside? Everyone was puzzled. However, when they saw Morong Qingqing swallowing treasures from time to time, they all went crazy. Oh heavens, what did she just eat? A small dragon. Many people went crazy. Some saints also swallowed their saliva. That wasn't a dragon, but dragon marrow. It was extremely precious. Damn it, did she just eat it like that? She was really generous. What happened next caused everyone to break down even more. They discovered that other than the dragon marrow, there were also treasures like Great Earth Spirit Liquid and 10,000-year spirit herbs. Morong Qingqing ate them like snacks. We were worried that she would be injured. What a joke. With so many treasures, even the most serious injuries would have healed by now. Comparisons were odious. Many saints' mouths twitched. If they had such treasures, they would carefully cut them into 100 pieces and eat them at the most crucial moment. Morong Qingqing ate them like snacks. It really made them jealous. On the 9th day, many experts arrived. Among them, the Golden Crow race and the Peacock race came. The Golden Crow race sent another crown prince, the 6th crown prince. The moment he arrived, he threatened to kill Lin Xian to avenge his brother. The Peacock race also sent a princess, the Peacock goddess. It was said that her strength was terrifying, and her bloodline power had reached an unimaginable level. The people on Clearwater Planet were all excited. It seemed like the two sage death battles were going to erupt tomorrow. Is he here? Lin Xian's eyes also lit up when he heard the news. 6th Golden Crow Crown Prince, Humph, I'll make sure you don't leave this time. The 10th day finally arrived. As the sun rose, countless martial artists screamed excitedly. On the ground of Qingshui Planet, 2 arenas appeared. It was said that it was forged by the peerless expert Duan Qingshan tens of thousands of years ago. It was extremely sturdy and could be used in a battle to the death. Wang, countless golden chariots flew across the sky and a majestic figure landed on the battle platform. His voice rang out in all directions. Lin Wudi, come and die, along with it came boundless flames that engulfed the 9 heavens. So terrifying, this is the Golden Crow 6th prince, he was much stronger than the 7th Jinwu crown prince. It was said that he had entered the minor saint realm long ago. It was rumored that he was a strong contender for the pilgrim rankings. I feel that Lin Wudi might not be able to contend against him. That might not be the case. Lin Wudi had created countless miracles. He might be able to create another one this time. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Some of them supported the Golden Crow 6th prince while others supported Lin Xian. Both sides were in a heated argument. On the other side, Jian Qingqing also walked onto the battle platform. He carried a long sword on his back and did not say a word. Today's battle was extremely important to him. Hence, he had to give it his all. The previous battle had shown him how powerful Morong Qingqing was. Hence, he did not dare to be careless. However, he would definitely win this time because he had obtained another powerful trump card in the past 10 days. In the void, a beautiful lady was sitting on the 5-colored chariot. Her body was covered in 5-colored radiance. It seemed like she was the princess of the Peacock race, Princess Xianxia. Apart from her, Yu Quan was also there. He was looking down at the battle from above. Mo Xiu was also there. There were other experts as well. This battle could be said to be the focus of everyone's attention. Under everyone's expectant gaze, 2 figures walked over from afar, hand in hand. The 2 of them were like immortal children. Countless people were envious and looked up to them. They're here. Lin Wudi and Morong Qingqing are here. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on the 2 of them. Qingqing, be careful. When they came near, Lin Xian reminded her in a deep voice. Brother Xian, be careful too. I will end this battle quickly. Morong Sini came to the battle platform. She and Jian Qingqing had already fought. She was confident that she could kill her opponent today. On the other side, Lin Xian also walked onto the battle platform. The man who was radiating radiance said coldly. "You're Lin Wudi. Later, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to my seventh brother." "Is that so? You're very confident. However, it's a pity. Today, I will send you to hell and reunite with your seventh brother. Not only that, I will also send the princes of your Golden Crow race to hell one by one. Ignorant ant, do you think that you can contend against me just because you killed my seventh brother, not to mention killing my brothers? Today, I will let you know what strength is." The Golden Crow sixth prince's eyes were filled with disdain. So what if Lin Wudi had a legendary battle record? He was confident that he could defeat his opponent today. In the next moment, he directly made his move. The wings on his back flapped. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. He raised his palm and slapped Lin Xian's face. It seemed that not only did he want to kill Lin Xian, but he also wanted to use the most humiliating method to kill Lin Xian. The crowd exclaimed. If Lin Xian was hit, it would be a slap in the face. "Humph," Lin Xian snorted coldly. An extremely terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes. He also slapped his opponent's face with his palm, and his speed was even faster. It seemed that the two of them were tit for tat. Some experts gasped. The Golden Crow sixth prince's expression changed. It seemed that his plan was not going to work. He would not let his opponent succeed. He waved his hand and slapped Lin Xian's palm. Boom! Boom, the two collided. Boom, it was as if two suns had collided. The terrifying flames and light tore everything apart. However, to everyone's shock, the Golden Crow sixth prince's palm cracked, revealing white bones. Lin Xian's palm was also covered in blood. However, it was not his, but his opponent's. His opponent's blood ran out and dyed his palm. After the attack, he took a few steps back. His expression became extremely ugly. The others exclaimed. Xianxia. The Golden Crow sixth prince was injured with one attack. In the competition of physique, Lin Xian actually had the upper hand. This was too unbelievable. The Golden Crow was a legendary divine beast. Its physique was so strong, but it was suppressed at this moment. This shocking scene caused an uproar. On the other side, Morong Qingqing also turned her head and looked over, a smile appearing on her face. It seemed that Brother Xian was not in danger. Jianchen was also shocked. Fortunately, his opponent was not Lin Xian, but Morong Qingqing. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent turned his head to look, he suddenly attacked. The starry sky sword slashed through the air, bringing with it a dazzling light. In an instant, it enveloped Morong Qingqing. How despicable and shameless. How dare he suddenly attack? He doesn't have the demeanor of an expert at all, many of the onlookers screamed. Morong Qingqing was so beautiful that she had attracted a large number of followers. Heart Saint was naturally displeased when they saw Jian Chen's despicable attack. However, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. What do you know? How can you pay attention to other things when experts are fighting? That's right. Morong Qingqing is courting death because of her arrogance. How can we be blamed? Damn it, I've never seen someone so shameless and arrogant. The people around were so angry that they vomited blood. The peerless beauty couldn't have fallen just like that, right? No, the fatally beautiful fairy will definitely be fine. The followers clenched their fists tightly. Jian Chen's lips curled into a smile. Even if he couldn't kill Morong Qingqing with this strike, he would still be able to injure her. He would continue to expand this advantage. It seems that you're really not that strong. How dare you come up with such a despicable method? Amidst the terrifying sword light, a cold voice rang out. Then, a phoenix palm directly pushed the sword curtain away. Morong Qingqing was unscathed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. How could it be? She wasn't injured. Jian Chen's face turned ugly. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also secretly cursing. Morong Qingqing was too terrifying. The surrounding followers cheered. Great! The fatally beautiful fairy was indeed unparalleled. Humph, 10,000 Swords Pavilion, just wait for your misfortune. Buzz, Morong Qingqing made her move, attacking Jian Chen. Xianxia gritted his teeth and roared. He had to win. The two of them fought fiercely. In the other arena, the sixth Golden Crow Prince was at a disadvantage in his first exchange of blows. He couldn't tolerate it. He roared crazily and his palm healed. Then, he turned into a flame and charged over again. Of course, he didn't dare to fight in close combat this time. Instead, he took out a golden sledgehammer and smashed it repeatedly. The sledgehammer was filled with flames that seemed to be able to burn everything. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian sneered and summoned the Death Dharma. He condensed the Death Demonic Saber. A terrifying saber light swept out and extinguished all the golden flames. The originally scorching aura between heaven and earth also dropped rapidly. The two of them fought fiercely, using all sorts of techniques. It was truly a shocking scene. Right at this moment, the Golden Crow Sixth Prince shouted angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out 36 golden battle swords. They formed a sword formation between heaven and earth, trapping Lin Xian within. Those golden battle swords were incomparably terrifying. They all had the image of the Golden Crow on them. Was this the Big Dipper battle sword? Many people were surprised. A few older generation figures were also alarmed. Did the Golden Crow Sixth Prince bring this type of thing over? How were they supposed to fight? That was because the heavenly battle sword was the Golden Crow Saint King's saint weapon. Legend had it that the Golden Crow Saint King had used the 36 golden holy swords to kill everyone. Thus, he created an illustrious reputation. In front of the Sage King's weapon, even if Lin Wudi had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Some people's eyes lit up. He stared at the 36 swords with fiery red eyes. If he could snatch them, suddenly, someone screamed. No, this was not the real Big Dipper battle sword, but a replica. Was it actually a replica? Everyone was shocked. However, even if it was a replica, its power was still boundless. With the means of the Golden Crow tribe, this was definitely the strongest saint weapon of the same level, and it seemed like it was specially made for the Sixth Prince. This was an exclusive saint weapon. Kid, I admit that you have a strong physique, but so what? The biggest mistake you made in this generation was to become enemies with the Golden Crow tribe. Now, you can go and repent. The Sixth Prince revealed a sinister smile. After being enveloped by the Big Dipper sword formation, even a mid-stage minor saint might not be able to survive, let alone Lin Wudi. However, things went beyond his expectations. Lin Xian directly tore open the void and used the space escape to escape the sword formation. In the next moment, he activated the Tai Chi diagram and charged toward the Sixth Prince. Yin and Yang Qi circulated, forming a terrifying yin-yang fish that kept spinning. The terrifying aura caused everyone's expression to change. How could it be possible? The Sixth Prince was also stunned. He really did not expect Lin Wudi to dodge his Big Dipper sword formation in an instant. Moreover, Lin Wudi was still able to return. He was careless and did not have time to escape. Get lost, he struck out a terrifying flame that formed a sky full of Golden Crow fists to fight against the formation. The Tai Chi diagram rampaged and sent all the flames and fists flying. It immediately cut off one of the Sixth Prince's arms. Ah! The Sixth Prince retreated and screamed. His voice made people's scalps tingle. The surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect the Sixth Prince to be injured like this. The Sixth Golden Crow Prince was even more ferocious. He was completely dumbfounded. How was this possible? Lin Wudi actually injured him again, and this time, his injuries were even more serious than before. He could not accept it. Lin Xian used the void escape and instantly chased after the Sixth Prince. Another Tai Chi diagram hit the Sixth Prince's body, causing many cracks to appear on his body. This attack almost cut the Sixth Prince in half. The Sixth Prince looked sinister. He did not expect Lin Wudi to be so seriously injured. Get lost, he opened his mouth and spat out a stream of true sun fire toward the Tai Chi diagram. At the same time, he frantically retreated. The true sun fire was very terrifying. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He used the Tai Chi diagram to block it with all his might. At the same time, he felt the 36 battle swords behind him charging back. Get lost, he waved his fists and sent out countless fist shadows, causing the 36 battle swords to tremble. However, the Tiangang sword slash was too powerful. His fists could not do anything to it. However, these battle swords could not do anything to him either. He used the stellar transposition in his hands and waved them to both sides. The battle swords slid past him like fish. Despicable brat, you actually dared to injure me so seriously. I will definitely not forgive you. The sixth prince recovered. His eyes were red. Originally, he came with a supreme aura and wanted to suppress his opponent. However, he did not expect to be suppressed by his opponent. He could not bear it. 36 Tiangang swords, kill. After saying that, he controlled the Tiangang sword formation with all his might. At this moment, he was standing in the middle of the Tiangang sword formation, forming a powerful defense. Then, the three battle swords flew up and released an incomparable light as they slashed forward. The flames on the golden battle swords were monstrous. No one could open their eyes. The entire world was dyed red by the light. Buzz buzz buzz, 3 streams of light charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. The Tai Chi diagram spun and rushed forward. Bang bang bang, the 3 battle swords pierced through the Tai Chi diagram, but they were stuck. So powerful. They actually broke through Lin Wudi's yin and yang power. Countless people screamed. Although they did not know Tai Chi, they knew yin and yang. This was the yin-yang diagram in their eyes. It represented the source energy of heaven and earth. How powerful was it? Now, the Tiangang swords could actually pierce through it. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Continue, the 6th Golden Crow Prince controlled the remaining 30 swords and turned them into streaks of light. He wanted to completely shatter the Taiji diagram and kill his opponent. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 6th Golden Crow Prince looked carefully and then laughed proudly. From where he was, the Taiji diagram was broken and the 36 swords had pierced through Lin Xian's body. Ha 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 ha, he's dead, that's great. I can finally take my revenge. However, the surrounding people were all stunned. They saw that the 36 swords had all pierced through the Taiji diagram, but they were all stuck by it. Very good. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up. He waved his hands and the Taiji diagram spun, sending the 36 swords flying. And that direction was where the 6th Golden Crow Prince was. Oh no, the 6th Golden Crow Prince is in danger. Everyone's expression changed. The Golden Crows also screamed. Crown Prince. They were all crazy. They realized that their Crown Prince didn't dodge at all. Instead, he stood there and smiled foolishly. What was the meaning of this? In the blink of an eye, the 36 swords had already arrived in front of the 6th Golden Crow Prince. Then, they stabbed into the 6th Golden Crow Prince's body. Although the 6th Golden Crow Prince had a strong physique, he couldn't block these swords at all. In an instant, his body was pierced through. Blood flowed out. Ah, the 6th Golden Crow Prince's pupils constricted as he screamed crazily. He screamed crazily. Impossible. What happened? Why was he injured? Moreover, he was so seriously injured. It shouldn't be. He clearly saw that the other party was pierced through by the swords. Damn it, could it be an illusion? The 6th Golden Crow Prince was extremely powerful. He immediately figured it out. He must have fallen for the other party's illusion earlier. Damn it. He was crazy. When did he fall for the other party's illusion? Moreover, the other party's illusion was too powerful. He wasn't prepared at all. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He was the one who had cast the illusion. It was easy for the heavenly secret divine eyes to affect the other party. Moreover, the 6th Golden Crow Prince was already impatient and murderous. In addition, he had been injured before, which made him crazy. Thus, there was a huge flaw in the other party's state of mind that could be overcome in an instant. Thus, the current situation was created. Humph, you aren't much either. You can't even compare to your 7th brother. Lin Xian walked forward. In his hand, a demonic blade of death was formed and slashed down. Damn it, the golden crows in the sky were enraged. The 6th Golden Crow Prince's pupils also shrank. He raised his golden hammer to block the attack. With a clang, the golden hammer was sent flying, and one of his arms was chopped off. The life force and blood on it were quickly draining away. Then, it turned into a skeleton. Ah, the sixth golden crow prince's wound was also tainted by the law of death. At this moment, it was absorbing its vitality. He roared crazily and unleashed the true sun flame, igniting these death laws. His expression was extremely ugly. Being pierced by the 36 heavenly dipper swords caused him to suffer fatal injuries. The current him was no match for the other party at all. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damned brat, you actually dared to use illusions to harm me. This battle doesn't count. We'll fight another day after I recover from my injuries." The surrounding spectators were shocked when they heard this. It seemed that the sixth golden crow prince had admitted defeat. It was too unbelievable. The other party was so arrogant before he came that countless people even thought that he would definitely win this time. The one who would die would be Lin Xian. However, the scene of the battle was beyond their expectations. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed after hearing this. "What do you think this is? Are you kidding around? This is a life and death battle. It's either you die or you die. You actually want to fight another day? Do you think that's possible?" The demonic blade of death slashed down crazily. "How dare you? I'm the Golden Crow Prince. Men, take him down." The sixth Golden Crow Prince roared crazily. He dodged the blade with difficulty, but he was sent flying by Lin Xian's kick. The cracks on his body became even bigger, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The golden crows in the sky rushed down crazily. "Damn it, how dare you?" "Humph." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Wherever the long blade went, a death crack appeared and directly cut off the sky and earth. The golden crows felt the law of death on it and were shocked. They joined forces to break his law of death. These people spat out the flames of the sun and burned. On the other side, Lin Xian turned his head to look at the sky again. "UK, didn't you say that you wanted to maintain the fairness of the battle? It's time for you to stand up. The Golden Crow clan wants to go back on their word. What do you think we should do?" In an instant, countless gazes fell on Luo Yuquan. UK's face sank. "Damn it, why did the other party drag me into the water at this time? Young master, don't fall for his trick." The elder next to him reminded him. UK nodded. "I know," he said, "regarding this matter, I think." He wasn't done yet. Lin Xian nodded. "Very well, UK said that one of us must die in the life and death battle, so I'll listen to young master Yu Quebec die." As soon as he finished speaking, his death demonic blade directly enveloped the sixth Golden Crow Prince. "Ah!" The sixth Golden Crow Prince let out a miserable scream, but he couldn't leave the blade light at all. UK, who was in the sky, was also stunned. His face became extremely ugly. "Damn it, when did I say that one of us must die? I told you to stop." However, it was already too late. The sixth Golden Crow Prince had been pierced by the battle sword and was already seriously injured. He didn't have much combat strength left. Now, with the addition of the death demonic blade, he died directly. Even his soul was destroyed. The corpse fell to the ground. The people of the Golden Crow clan went crazy. Another one of their princes had died. This was an earth-shattering matter. How were they going to explain it when they returned? The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. The sixth prince was dead. Lin Woody was really decisive. This time, he probably wouldn't rest until the Golden Crow clan was dead. Good stuff. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The Golden Crow meat was a top-grade delicacy. How could he miss it? Moreover, he also took a fancy to the 36 heavenly dipper swords, so he waved his hand and directly sealed the corpse. The 5 elemental laws kept spinning, forming a 5 elemental seal that enveloped the corpse. Then, he put it away. Seeing that the sixth prince's corpse was gone, the eyes of the powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan turned red. Damn it! They finally tore apart the death elemental laws and attacked. Go to hell! Hand over the corpse of our crown prince! Attacks rushed out crazily. Lin Xian used the void escape and dodged these attacks. He came outside the arena and sneered. Why, do you want to take revenge? Is the Golden Crow clan so petty? We agreed on a life and death battle, but you didn't prepare to die. Why did you come to fight this battle? The surrounding people were also discussing animatedly. Yes, in a life and death battle, losing meant death. This was a very normal thing. The sixth prince of the Golden Crow clan had pretended to be cool, but he didn't expect that these people couldn't take it anymore. Humph, what Golden Crow clan? They don't have any tolerance at all. Don't you know that you have to admit defeat when you bet? Cold laughter sounded. The powerhouses and elders of the Golden Crow clan were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it! Hand over the corpse of our crown prince. These people gritted their teeth. Yuquan's expression tensed up. Hurry up and say it. Before he could finish, Lin Xian laughed. Young Master Yuquan, you're drooling. Don't worry, I'll share half of it with you later. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. What? You still want to fight to the death? I'll take it today. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The people of the Golden Crow clan went crazy and killed him. These people rushed over crazily. On the other side, Yuquan, who was in the sky, also threw the blame to him. He could clearly feel that the people of the Golden Crow clan were also releasing killing intent towards him. What? You want to die? I'll grant you your wish. In the sky, a terrifying black chi shrouded down. It was an extremely terrifying message that blocked the illusions of the Golden Crows in the sky. Damn it! The people of the Golden Crow clan gritted their teeth in anger. Do you think we're not prepared? At this moment, the people of the Golden Crow clan snorted coldly. They condensed an ancient shadow. They condensed an immemorial void beast and charged towards the demon saint. They already knew that Lin Xian had a powerful devil saint by his side, so they were fully prepared. Sure enough, the late minor saint of the devil race also felt the pressure and was suppressed for a moment. Old ancestor, they're very strong. Why don't you think of a way to leave first? The devil saint said. Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. These Golden Crows are really despicable. They even used such a powerful method, it was impossible for him to retreat. After all, Morong Qingqing was still here. However, he wasn't afraid of this kind of attack. At most, he could just use the Grand Sage Tower. He formed a hand seal and wanted to summon the Grand Sage Tower. However, at this moment, a gourd smashed down and blasted many Golden Crows away. Cracks also appeared on the immemorial Golden Crow silhouette. Damn it! Who is it? The minor saints of the Golden Crow clan went crazy. Who could be so strong? In the next moment, they saw a sloppy Taoist walking towards them from afar. He looked like a drunkard, swaying as he walked. At this moment, he was holding a gourd in his hand. Damn it! This guy dares to interfere with our business? Does he want to die? The Golden Crows gritted their teeth. The sloppy Taoist glanced at him. Did he still want to fight? I don't mind enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They were from the Heavenly Law Alliance. They were from the Heavenly Law Alliance. Did the Heavenly Dao sect send an expert to protect Lin Xian? Wasn't he abandoned by the heavens? Could it be that the legends weren't true? The people around him went crazy. The experts from the Holy Lands were also stunned. Lin Xian was surprised as well. He had seen this slovenly Taoist before, as well as the other members. For example, Taylor Hua. Furthermore, he knew that the Heavenly Dao Union was not called the Heavenly Dao Union but the Deity Dao Union. However, when he left planet Tianming, he remembered Taylor Flower saying that they had helped to stop the Bronze Emissary. However, they shouldn't have bothered with ordinary pursuits. Could it be that someone even more terrifying had arrived this time? Damn it. The people from the Golden Crow tribe also had ugly expressions. The Heavenly Law Alliance was an extremely terrifying and mysterious existence in the second astral realm. If the other party wanted to interfere, it would really be difficult for them today. At that moment, the crowd exclaimed again. That was because the battle between Morong Qingqing and Jianshen in the other arena had also changed. Originally, Jianshen was suppressed and even injured. He was about to be defeated. However, at that moment, four extremely terrifying sword auras shot out from his body. As soon as the four sword auras shot out, they sent Morong Qingqing flying. Heavens, Xianxia actually had such a trump card. No way, what kind of sword aura was that? It was too terrifying. Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. Damn it, it wasn't Xianxia's sword aura. He could clearly feel that the four sword auras were definitely not Xianxia's. In other words, it was someone else's sword intent that was left in Xianxia's body. He looked at the elders of the Myriad Sword Pavilion and understood. This should be Xianxia's trump card. He wanted to use this method to kill Qingqing. How despicable, Morong Qingqing, I admit that you're powerful, but so what? I'll definitely win today. It's a pity that a peerless beauty like you is going to fall. However, you're Lin Wudi's woman. Today, I'll personally kill you in front of him. I'll let him know what pain is. At that moment, the four sword auras around him became even more dazzling, as if they were heavenly swords. These four sword auras were formed by the four elders of the Myriad Sword Pavilion continuously for 10 days and 10 nights. They were so powerful that even 10 Morong Qingqing wouldn't be able to block them. This was his greatest trump card. It was also the reason why he dared to participate in the deathmatch of the saints. This was because the 10,000 Swords Pavilion cultivated the 10,000 swords returned to origin. This peerless cultivation method allowed them to absorb other sword auras and store them in their bodies. Then, they would use the ancestral swords. These four sword auras were enough to destroy everything. Well, it was all over now. Xianxia waved the astral sword in his hand, and the four terrifying sword auras shot forward. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless people screamed. The eyes of the followers turned red. Was Morong Qingqing going to fall? They couldn't bear to see such a peerless beauty die. Damn it, Xianxia was despicable. This was definitely not his power. But so what? Even if these people knew, so what, the sword fell. No one could change the outcome of the battle. Lin Xian's face darkened. He even wanted to attack. However, the people of the Golden Crow clan stopped him. Kid, I'll let you know what pain is. The Great Desolation Mansion also sent out experts to stare at Lin Xian. At the same time, UK sneered. I won't allow anyone to destroy the fairness. At this point, he revealed a cold smile. Since Lin Xian dared to make him the scapegoat twice, he would kill his woman here. Damn it. Lin Xian's face darkened. He wanted to activate the Void Escape and use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to attack recklessly. At this moment, Morong Qingqing laughed. So this is your trump card. It's actually someone else's power. Xianxian, I really look down on you. You don't deserve to be the chief disciple, and you don't deserve to be a swordsman. A seven-colored light bloomed on Morong Qingqing's body, and the shadow of a phoenix surrounded her. At the same time, a small pagoda appeared in her hand. The small pagoda was exquisite, and it bloomed with a mysterious light as soon as it appeared. So what if you said so much? In the end, I'll be the one who lives. Xianxian charged forward. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Was she dead? Everyone was paying attention. Morong Qingqing was very likely to fall. However, Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't make a move. Instead, he sneered. Soon, the others realized that something was wrong. They realized that the terrifying seven-colored phoenix had not weakened. Instead, it had become even stronger. Through the laws, they saw that Morong Qingqing had blocked the four-sword qi. In front of Morong Qingqing, there was a small, exquisite pagoda that blocked everything. How could it be? Xianxian was stunned. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also in a frenzy. How terrifying were the four-sword qi? Morong Qingqing should not have been able to block it, but she had. Damn it, what was the exquisite pagoda? They were extremely shocked. The others were also discussing it. Lin Xian was also surprised. He could see that the exquisite pagoda was exactly the same as the desolate pagoda in the Jade Pool. Of course, it could not be the real desolate pagoda. Lin Xian guessed that it should be a replica. However, the replicas of extreme-grade weapons were far more powerful than other sacred weapons. It was not difficult to block the four-sword qi. Your trump card is just SOSO. This battle could finally come to an end. Morong Qingqing activated the exquisite pagoda and completely suppressed the sword qi. Then, the seven-colored phoenix rushed out. No, the elders of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed. Xianxia, retreat quickly. Xianxia also retreated frantically. He had lost, but he did not want to die. He tore open the void and wanted to leave. With his strength, it was not a problem for him to escape. Moreover, there were so many sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion nearby. As long as he left the life and death arena, no one could hurt him. However, in the next moment, his body stiffened and he could not even move. Damn it, what was going on? What kind of power was this? Xianxia was terrified. Morongqingqing was also stunned. She originally thought that her opponent could really escape, but in the next moment, she realized that. In the midst of her seven-colored phoenix, a five-colored light appeared and directly imprisoned her opponent. Was someone secretly helping her? At this moment, her seven-colored phoenix had turned into Kunlun Slash. It split her opponent's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Xianxia was completely dead. No, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed crazily. They couldn't accept that their chief disciple had been killed. Damn it, many sword saints rushed over in an instant. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Let's see who dares to make a move. He came to Morongqingqing's side, exuding a terrifying aura. In a battle of life and death, it is up to the heavens to decide the outcome of the battle. Don't you understand this? The sloppy Taoist said indifferently. Damn it, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Great, that despicable bastard is finally dead. However, Morongqingqing frowned. Lin Xian was worried. Qingqing, are you injured? Morongqingqing shook his head. I'm not hurt, but things are a little strange. At the last moment, Xianxia should be able to escape the arena, and the sword saints would be able to protect him. But she was held in place by someone. Held in place? What does that mean? Lin Xian was puzzled. Morongqingqing said, in my seven-colored phoenix, there was a five-colored light that shrouded the opponent. The opponent couldn't move at all. The five-colored light also had the ability to hold the opponent in place. Lin Xian immediately thought of Qianquan Mountain. That was a treasure of the peacock race. He looked up at the princess in the five-colored chariot in the sky. He frowned slightly. Are you saying that the peacock race helped you in the end? How is that possible? The peacock race was their archenemy. How could they help her? However, he knew that Morongqingqing wouldn't be wrong. It was really a strange thing. He didn't know what the princess of the peacock race was planning. The beautiful figure in the five-colored chariot in the sky said calmly, "Let's go." Hearing this, the people of the peacock race drove the five-colored chariot and flew away. Are the two battles of the sage deathmatch over? The crowd was filled with emotions. However, at this moment, there was an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation between heaven and earth. Under their feet, the ground rolled and a terrifying array formation was formed. It shrouded everyone. At the same time, many figures appeared in the sky. Their auras were terrifying. Who is it? It's not a trap. Everyone roared. Damn it, run. These people went crazy in an instant. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He stared at those people in the sky. They were the killers of the mortal world. Oh no, we're in danger. Lin Xian's expression became extremely ugly. This time, there were many killers, and there was an extremely terrifying killing array here. Why didn't they sense it before? In an instant, those killers attacked crazily. Together with the terrifying killing array, some people died in an instant. Blood dyed the ground red. Everyone inside was attacked. Whether it was the Golden Crow race, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, or Yuquan and the others, they were all hunted down. In fact, even the bystanders were mercilessly killed by them. Lin Xian and Morongqingqing were the focus of attention. In an instant, 10 killer saints charged towards them. Buzz, Lin Xian punched in all directions, forcing those killer saints to retreat. At the same time, the Linglong Pagoda in Morongqingqing's hand shone brightly. The two great demon saints kept attacking to protect Lin Xian's safety. The slovenly Taoist master roared and attacked as well. A great battle broke out. It was extremely intense and chaotic. The slovenly Taoist master not only protected Lin Xian, but he also wanted to protect everyone. This was because he used the gourd to release monstrous flames to defend himself. The mortal world wanted to kill all of them. It was too terrifying. Moreover, the Heavenly Law Alliance had received the news in advance. What was even more strange was that this happened after the peacock race had left. Lin Xian's mind was racing as he attacked the enemies. He felt that it was too strange. Especially the princess of the peacock race. She became a saint as soon as she left. If it was a coincidence, then his luck was too good. Moreover, she had helped Murong Qingqing and killed Jian Chen. He also felt that it was inconceivable. He smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Could it be that this peacock race's Princess Xianxia had some connection with the mortal world? Let's go. Lin Xian brought Murong Qingqing into the great sage pagoda. They broke through the killing arrays and killed their way out. The others also fled as the mortal world's assassins chased after them. Lin Xian's great sage pagoda was extremely terrifying. Together with the Linglong pagoda in Murong Qingqing's hands, they tore apart all the pursuers. They left this world. Is Big Brother Xian leaving? Is he not going to care about those people in the mortal world? Lin Xian looked down. Forget it. The mortal world is too terrifying. We were able to kill our way out because of the saint artifacts in our hands. If not for the great sage pagoda, it would not have been easy for us to escape. Moreover, the Deity Dao Alliance has interfered in this matter. I think that with their strength, they should be able to suppress it. As expected, before they left, Lin Xian seemed to see a flood dragon descend from the sky and tear the entire array apart. He knew that it should be the flower tailor. With such an expert here, the mortal world's people should have retreated. Let's go back to Wushuang City. Lin Xian had been out for so long. It was time for him to return to Wushuang City. Peerless City. In Watersky City, Shirbufan and the others came out of seclusion. After returning from planet Tianming, they had been digesting the treasures they had obtained. Today, they all came out. Lin Xian was back. Senior brother Lin, they surrounded him excitedly. During this period of time, not only did the news about Lin Xian not decrease, it actually increased. When they came out and found out, they were also extremely shocked. This must be senior brother Lin's wife. She's so beautiful. A lot of people looked at old Murong Qingqing, revealing a shocked expression. Murong Qingqing nodded and greeted them. Wang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. Doesn't senior brother Lin already have senior sister Shen? He even has such a beautiful wife. Murong Qingqing spoke again. Oh yes, where's Chou'er? Isn't she here? They were shocked. It seemed that Murong Qingqing knew about Shen Jingqiu. They seemed to be on good terms. It seemed that they had worried too much. These people looked at Lin Xian with envy in their eyes. I wonder what method senior brother Lin has to be able to pursue two peerless beauties at the same time. What a blessing. Wang Xiaofeng walked out and said, Senior sister Shen hasn't returned yet. Lin Xian said, I was with Chou'er. She has something to do. I think she'll be back after she's done. Alright, stop crowding around here. Hurry up and go cultivate. When the time comes, we'll go create a new world together. The people around them went back. Lin Xian brought Murong Qingqing back to his cultivation ground. As the head disciple, the residence he had was much better than the others. After returning, the two of them had a good rest. On this day, a figure appeared. Murong Qingqing, who was admiring the flowers in the courtyard, was stunned. Vhumad was also stunned. This must be the saintess of Kunlun Pavilion. I'm Vhumad. I'm here to look for junior brother Lin. Murong Qingqing nodded. Lin Xian walked out from inside. Senior brother Fu, you're here. I won't disturb you, right? If you're busy, I'll come find you later. As he spoke, he looked at Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing blushed. Lin Xian said that he wouldn't delay. Oh right, I have golden crow meat here. You can take half of it. Lin Xian handed over a storage ring. Vhumad's eyes lit up. Junior brother, you're really something. Vhumad had eaten the golden crow meat before and was still thinking about how to get some. She didn't expect Lin Xian to give it to her. Then I'll accept it without hesitation. He took it and said, Master wants to see you. Junior brother Lin, you have a high chance of becoming the next direct disciple. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. Fu Hongye's master was the owner of Peerless City, the Peerless Saint King. If the Peerless Saint King wanted to see him, could it be that he wanted to accept him as his direct disciple? After hearing this, the core disciples who lived in the surrounding area all stuck their heads out and exclaimed. Is senior brother Lin going to become a direct disciple? That's really worth celebrating. With senior brother Lin's strength and status, it was only a matter of time before he became a direct disciple. They were really envious of him. The status of a direct disciple was even higher than that of a chief disciple. That was because he was the disciple of the Saint King. Of course, there were only 3 generations of disciples in Peerless City. Of the 3 chief disciples, only Lin Xian wasn't a direct disciple now. However, it seemed that he would become one soon. Qingqing, you can cultivate here first. I'll go with senior brother Fu. Then, Lin Xian followed Fu Hongye and flew into the depths of Peerless City. Peerless City was very big. Fu Hongye even had to take him through 2 teleportation portals to reach their destination. There was a light screen in front of them. Let's go in. Fu Hongye led Lin Xian through the light screen. In the next moment, they walked in. Lin Xian realized that there was a different world inside the light screen. There were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was like a celestial paradise. In front of a waterfall, there was a figure standing. Lin Xian looked over and realized that it was a young man who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. He had a handsome face and a pair of clear eyes. There was a supreme spiritual aura in them. Who is this? Could it be that he's also a direct disciple? Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't know that there was such a genius in Peerless City. Just by looking at the other party's temperament, he was probably an incredible genius. He didn't know. What kind of person was the Peerless Holy King? His master had already arrived. Fu Hongye walked forward and said respectfully to the 16 or 17-year-old young man. Lin Xian's eyes widened. His jaw was about to drop. Oh my God. Did he hear wrongly? Fu Hongye also called the kid in front, Master. This young, delicate, and adorable youth was actually the Peerless Saint King. Lin Xian felt that he was about to faint. Because in his imagination, unparalleled Holy King should be a majestic middle-aged man with a majestic gait. He didn't expect him to be so young. Of course, he knew that the Peerless Holy King only looked young on the surface. He was definitely an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. However, for a powerhouse who was thousands of years old to have such a childish appearance, it seemed that he still had a child's heart. The Peerless Holy King turned around and looked at Lin Xian with a faint smile. Fu Hongye said, Junior brother Lin, what are you looking at? Hurry up and greet the Holy King. Lin Xian came back to his senses and quickly cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Holy King. Fu Hongye also said, Master, Junior brother Lin might have lost his composure because it's his first time meeting the Holy King. The handsome young man waved his hand as if he didn't care. Hongye, you can leave first. Yes. Fu Hongye respectfully left the mystical secret realm. Only Lin Xian and the Peerless Holy King were left. There were sounds of birds and beasts chirping and the sound of the waterfall. The Peerless Holy King had his hands behind his back. Although he looked young, there was a deep light in his eyes. One could tell that he was an overlord of the astral boundary, a supreme existence. He walked around Lin Xian 3 times and kept nodding his head. Looking at Lin Xian, he felt goosebumps. Damn, what is this Peerless Holy King doing? What is he thinking? Did I really anger him just now? I wonder why the Holy King is looking for me? Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. The Peerless Holy King clapped his hands and laughed. Good, good, good. He said the word good 3 times in a row, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Hearing this, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Peerless Holy King had a good impression of him. I wonder if the Holy King summoned me here because he wants to accept me as his personal disciple, he asked with a smile. Lin Xian felt that it was very likely to be the case. However, the Peerless Holy King shook his head. No, I can't accept you as my personal disciple. Can't, Lin Xian was also stunned. What did he mean? If he wasn't going to take him in, why did he call him here? Seeing Lin Xian's puzzled expression, Peerless Holy King smiled. I won't take you in as my disciple because I can't. Because you're my junior brother. What? Lin Xian was completely stunned. Junior brother? How did he become Peerless Holy King's junior brother? He had never seen Peerless Holy King before. Aren't you the disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal? I'm the disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal. You're the disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal. Lin Xian was completely stunned. The Wine Sword Immortal was also Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian was indeed Lord Alcohol's disciple, but he had never thought that Lord Alcohol had other disciples. And this disciple was actually Peerless Holy King. Isn't this too unbelievable? Lin Xian had never thought that he would have another senior brother, and a Holy King at that. Little junior brother, come with me. Peerless Holy King waved his hand, and Lin Xian walked forward. He still felt like he was in a dream. However, after hearing Peerless Holy King's explanation, Lin Xian gradually understood that this was indeed Lord Alcohol's disciple. That meant that he was really his senior brother. No wonder he couldn't take him in as a disciple. Master, how are you doing? Peerless Holy King asked. Lin Xian sighed. I haven't seen him in a long time. The last time I saw him, he seemed to have recovered a little. The two chatted for a long time, and Peerless Holy King said, although I'm only your senior brother, I can teach you any martial arts problem. As long as I know it, I won't hold back. But there's one thing. This identity can't be made public for now. Other than the two of us knowing it, you have to act like how you were before. Okay, I understand. Lin Xian nodded. Alright, junior brother, let me see your current strength. Peerless Holy King smiled and stood up. Show me your laws. Lin Xian displayed the 5 elemental law, the law of death, the law of sun, and the law of sword. Peerless Sage King was shocked when he saw it. With your current strength, killing ordinary early minor saints shouldn't be a problem at all. However, your laws can still be improved. A supreme sacred ruler was a sacred ruler. His comprehension of nomological laws far surpassed Lin Xian's. Therefore, with his guidance, Lin Xian corrected some of his mistakes. His understanding of nomological laws became even more profound. Peerless Saint King could give some pointers on the sword Dao, but he could not give any pointers on the divine body. The 9-yang divine body was rare in the world, so Lin Xian had to figure it out himself. Fortunately, he had the divine body inheritance. As long as he had enough resources and opportunities, he would be able to improve his 9-yang divine body. Little junior brother, take this jade pendant with you. You can come to my mystic realm directly at any time. For the next month, Lin Xian spent his time cultivating in the secret realm. After a month, he left temporarily. Outside, Vhumad was still waiting. Seeing Lin Xian come out, Vhumad smiled. Junior brother Lin, how was it? Have you become a personal disciple? Lin Xian shook his head. No. How was that possible? Vhumad didn't believe it. With Lin Xian's talent, he was probably stronger than him. How could he not become a personal disciple? Lin Xian said. My reason is very special. It's because I had a master before. I promised him that I would take him as my master for the rest of my life. Therefore, I won't take any other master. The sacred ruler understood this very well. That's why he said that I don't have to take him as my master, but he can teach me. So that's the reason. Vhumad was surprised when he heard it. However, he also said that since he could be a master, then it's about right for him to be a personal disciple. Then, the two of them left. Lin Xian returned to his mansion. You're back. Morong Qingqing walked out and asked, how was it? Lin Xian said, do you know, I still feel like I'm in a dream. He walked in and told Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing was also surprised when he heard it. Unparalleled sacred ruler was Lord Zhou's disciple. That meant that he was Lin Xian's senior brother. Lin Xian nodded. Was it a dream? It was indeed a dream. Morong Qingqing was also surprised. Oh right, Qingqing, this matter has to be kept a secret for now. In the following days, Lin Xian had nothing to do, so he went to the Wushuang's secret realm. He could even take Murong Qingqing with him. That was because his identity was not ordinary. Unparalleled sacred ruler naturally had no objections. In fact, he was very happy. There were many sacred places for cultivation in the Wushuang secret realm. Lin Xian had tried them all. Some of them were surprisingly effective, but of course, they were also very dangerous. There was a bloody path, and Lin Xian was seriously injured inside. Oh right, junior brother, I haven't given you a greeting gift since I told you about the situation the last time we met. This time, senior brother will give you a greeting gift. What greeting gift? Lin Xian was surprised. How could the sacred ruler's greeting gift be bad? Enter the waterfall. Lin Xian walked into the waterfall. In the next moment, he found a cave inside. After entering, he sat down cross-legged. Then, she felt an endless amount of pure energy rushing towards her from all directions. The energy was too strong, but it was not violent at all. It was unusually gentle. It allowed him to absorb it safely. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was too shocked. Did senior brother want his cultivation to reach the next level? This was really a huge gift. He was already at the late stage of the 5th heaven. If he reached the next level, he would be at the 6th heaven of the sage realm. In other words, he would enter the small saint realm. Was he finally going to enter this realm? He stabilized his mind and broke through with all his might. Outside, peerless sacred ruler shouted coldly. Lin Xian quickly came back to his senses and did not dare to think too much. His eyes shone with a piercing light as he quickly absorbed the energy. 3 days and 3 nights later, an extremely terrifying aura came from inside. With a loud boom, the void in all directions trembled non-stop. With a long roar, Lin Xian flew out of the waterfall. His body was shining brightly, and his sword qi was monstrous. At this moment, his aura was countless times stronger than before. Because he had reached the early stage of the 6th heaven of the sage realm. Small saint. He had finally become a small saint. His strength was much stronger than before. Previously, he could kill people at the early stage of the 6th heaven. Now, he had reached this realm. Ordinary experts of the same level were no match for him at all. Unless it was an extremely terrifying genius like him, only then would they be able to fight him. Otherwise, with his strength, it would not be a problem for him to kill ordinary saints at the middle stage of the 6th heaven. Even now, Lin Xian was confident that he could fight against the Skyprides on the pilgrim roll. Yu Quan, a piercing light appeared in his eyes. After entering the small saint realm, it seemed like he would have to fight with his opponent. Brother Xian, you've finally broken through. Murong Qingqing also smiled. Her beautiful smile made the surroundings lose their luster. The unparalleled Sage King nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the 9-yang divine body and the dragon sword soul. If it were someone else, they would be able to break through 2 or 3 realms in a row. However, you've only broken through 1 realm. This shows that you have great potential. Junior brother, stabilize your realm first. Half a month later, you can go to Xianxia planet. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. What else was there if he went to Xianxia planet? You should have heard of the legend of Xianxia planet. Back then, Duan Qingshan was a sage king. Legend has it that he came from Xianxia planet. After he grew old, he lived in seclusion on Xianxia planet. Therefore, there was a family on Xianxia planet called the Qingshan family. They should be the descendants of Duan Qingshan. This time, the leader of the Qingshan family is going to celebrate his 3000th birthday. You can represent me to attend. Okay, I got it. Next, Lin Xian cultivated in the unparalleled secret realm for another half a month to completely stabilize his realm. Then, he and Murong Qingqing got up. After experiencing the assassination in the human world, Xianxia planet was originally quiet. However, it was lively again these few days. The powerhouses and geniuses of the holy city rushed over again. The people on Xianxia planet were in an uproar. Rumor has it that there is a Qingshan family in Xianxia planet. They are the descendants of the Sage King. However, they usually hide in the mountains and lakes and can't be found at all. It seemed that these people from the holy city were here to celebrate the birthday this time. Indeed, ordinary people weren't qualified to go to such a place. Only the geniuses of the holy city and some terrifying powerhouses were qualified to enter. In the void, a stream of light streaked across, and then two figures appeared. They were back again. Morongqingqing's beautiful eyes flickered. She was very emotional. Because not long ago, they had experienced a life and death battle here. Now, they were back again. Lin Xian looked around and saw many terrifying figures flying into the distance. He was puzzled. It was really surprising. Logically speaking, Duan Qingshan was already a figure from tens of thousands of years ago. He had already fallen long ago, and there were no saint kings among his descendants. Was such a clan worth such a big fuss? It was indeed very strange. There should be some hidden secrets. We'll know when we get there. The two of them flew into the distance. Everyone had only one goal, which was the Green Mountain tribe. Therefore, the further they flew, the more they gathered together. Lin Xian could also feel the terrifying auras of the people around him. There were even many elders among them. They passed through many mountains. In the endless mountain range, he found a mature one. This should be the Green Mountain tribe, hidden in the mountains. Lin Xian looked around. At first, it was just a city deep in the mountains. It was nothing special, but the more he sensed it, the more he realized that this city was not ordinary. There was a mysterious aura around it. On top of the city walls, there were profound Dao runes. Although they had been damaged by the passage of time, they were still incomparably terrifying. This was an ancient city that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Could it be that Duan Qingshan had personally built a city for his descendants? The geniuses of the other sacred cities were also shocked. To be honest, they were also disdainful of such a clan. They were just a declining clan. If it were not for the request of their elders, they would not have come. However, at this moment, in front of this Green Mountain city, their expressions changed. Their expressions were solemn. It seemed that they had underestimated the Green Mountain tribe. Just the city walls alone were enough to make them feel like they were facing a great enemy. Therefore, they also stopped looking down on the Green Mountain tribe and began to take this Sage King clan seriously. Let's go. A powerful sage took a deep breath and took the lead to fly into the distance. They landed one after another. In the face of such a terrifying city, no one dared to fly in directly. They could only come down and submit their invitations, and then be brought in. Lin Xian and Morongqingqing also landed. In this place, these arrogant and unruly powerhouses actually lined up in a line without the slightest bit of noise. They must have been shocked by the terror of this city. At the entrance, there were 2 lines of 20 people. They were guarding there. They carefully checked their identities, then cupped their fists and entered the city. These 20 guards were not ordinary either. They were all sages of the 5th heaven, and each of them had outstanding talents. Moreover, they seemed to be very young. They looked to be about 500 years old. This Green Mountain tribe was incredible. Although they kept a low profile, their foundation was terrifying. Lin Xian thought about it and felt that it was a little similar to the Heavenly Demon tribe. Those were all terrifying inheritances, but there was no new Sage King. Although it might be a little weaker than the Sacred City, it was much more powerful than the other major clans. Just their foundation alone was incomparable. It's you. Just then, a roar rang out, and in the next moment, countless sword lights. This caused the entire world to tremble violently. The only quiet place was Green Mountain City in front of them. The expressions of the surrounding sages changed drastically. What a terrifying sword chi! It was the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Morongqingqing, how dare you kill my chief disciple? Die, and you, Lin Wudi, die too. The elders of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were filled with murderous intent when they saw the scene. The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Wudi and Morongqingqing, the two of them were here too. Previously, they were shocked by Green Mountain City and forgot to pay attention to other things. They did not expect the two of them to be among them. The two of them still dared to come. One should know that the previous life and death battle was witnessed by countless people. In their opinion, these two young people would not appear in front of everyone for a short period of time. But they did not expect them to see through it. Lin Wudi, prepare to die. On the other side, the people of the Golden Crow tribe also rushed over. The two sides of the sacred city, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, were firmly surrounded. How dare you? Who allowed you to fight here? The 20 guards in front shouted coldly. They struck out, the long spears in their hands uniformly piercing the void. A terrifying aura fluctuated. Although there were only 20 of them in the fifth heaven, they were not afraid in the face of these small saints. Because they were from the Green Mountain tribe. Please forgive us, we have some private matters to attend to. Don't worry, we won't disturb Green Mountain City. The elder of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion said. On the other side, the people of the Golden Crow tribe also said that they would bring the two of them out of this space. Hearing this, the 20 guards withdrew their long spears, looking indifferent. Kid, have you thought about how you want to die? The people of the two sacred cities sneered. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to attack me? Jianchen is dead. The sixth Golden Crow Prince is also dead. Have you chosen a new Crown Prince and Chief Disciple? If you have, let them come and have a death match with me. Otherwise, get out of my sight. You're courting death. I'll kill you today. A golden crow? The elder roared and descended from the sky. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. With a wave of his hand, the true sun flame instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding void collapsed in an instant. The true sun flame was truly too terrifying. It caused the surrounding people to turn pale. This is an expert of the older generation. He's even stronger than the sixth Golden Crow Prince. Can Lin Xian resist him? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stretched out his golden hand and grabbed all the true sun flame in his palm. Then, he struck out with his palm. This time, the true sun flame flew out. Along with it, the 9 suns divine flame intertwined and shot towards the elder of the Golden Crow race. With a loud bang, the elder was pushed back 3 steps. His arm hung limply by his side. He was dumbfounded and speechless. Not only was his opponent able to block his attack, but he was also able to force him back. The others were also in an uproar. This kid's strength had become stronger again, damn it, we must kill him. These people's eyes were red. It had only been a few months, but his strength had become stronger again. If this continued, he would break through to the minor saint realm very soon. They could not let this person be arrogant and grow stronger. In an instant, the people of the Golden Crow race and the Wan Sword Pavilion were ready to attack. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Who dares to attack? He took out a token and said coldly. This time, I'm here to represent the unparalleled Saint King in the birthday banquet. Whoever touches me will be challenging the unparalleled Saint King, his cold voice echoed in all directions. Everyone was in an uproar. His identity was too extraordinary. The people of the Wan Sword Pavilion sneered. What qualifications does a third-generation disciple have? The Golden Crow race's people didn't believe it either. The others were also shocked. That's right. If one were to represent the Sage King, then it should be the first-generation disciple, Linghu Chuishue, or the second-generation disciple, Fu Hongye. How could it be Lin Wudi, the third-generation disciple? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is an unparalleled order. Everyone carefully forgot about it, and then gasped for breath. They could sense the aura of a Sage King from the token. It really was the Sage King's token, furthermore, it was a personal token. Damn it, did the other party really represent the Saint King? Lin Wudi was valued to such an extent. Could it be that he had already become a personal disciple? All kinds of thoughts flashed across their minds. What, do you still dare to make a move? Lin Xian looked at the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the Golden Crow tribe. The faces of these two powerhouses from the holy cities turned extremely ugly. Although they were strong, they did not dare to provoke the Sage King. Humph, the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion snorted and withdrew their swords. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. The next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you. As they said that, they walked in. On the other side, the people from the Golden Crow tribe also said, you won't be so lucky every time. The battle ended just like that. Lin Xian took out the unparalleled order, which shocked the people of Green Mountain City. They had heard of Lin Wudi's name before, but in such a situation, with so many elders and seniors present, Lin Wudi was a rising star and could not attract their attention at all. Even if he was the chief disciple, it would not work. Because there were too many chief disciples present this time. But now that the other party took out the Sage King order, it was different. This was a representative of the Sage King. Such a status was completely above those people. Hence, they even sent their elders to welcome him personally. They invited Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing in. The two elders came together and invited them in respectfully. This was too grand. Many people's eyes turned red. They did not receive such treatment. Even these older generation figures did not receive such treatment. A young junior had surpassed them, but there was no other way. After all, he had the unparalleled order. After entering, Lin Xian saw many people in the city. There were people from the Green Mountain tribe, and also people from the Second Galaxy, the big families, and the Sacred City. It was really lively inside. In this Green Mountain city was a huge city. It was very spacious inside. The mansion they were going to this time was at the center of Green Mountain City. The two elders flanked Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing and introduced them to the buildings and palaces. These buildings and palaces seemed to have a history. Lin Xian was very surprised after hearing this. Murong Qingqing, who was next to him, also blinked curiously. At this moment, 5 claps of thunder sounded in the distance. The two elders' faces changed. Lin Xian asked, "What's going on?" The two elders said that a holy venerate level great figure had come. "Both of you, please forgive us for not treating you well. We have to go and entertain the sacred venerable." The two elders had an apologetic look on their faces. "It's okay. Please go ahead, elders." Lin Xian cupped his fists. Anyway, they already knew the location of the mansion. Besides, the two of them had more freedom to wander around. The two elders left. Lin Xian even found that many elders in Green Mountain City had been dispatched. It seemed that they were going to welcome a great figure. Indeed, a sacred venerable was in existence above a little saint. He was a terrifying expert in the 7th heaven of the sage realm, second only to the Sage King. Such a person would be the overlord of a region in the universe. In the holy city, they would also be elders or protectors with high authority. He was far from being comparable to an ordinary elder or other sage. The arrival of such a person was enough to cause a sensation. Sure enough, countless people in Green Mountain City also looked up. The next moment, they saw a majestic figure being respectfully invited in by countless elders. In an instant, he disappeared into the mansion in the distance. Is that a sacred venerable? It's so scary. I can feel an extremely terrifying aura from him. Not long after, another 5 thunderous sounds were heard. The second sacred venerable was also invited in. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were also surprised. It seemed that many great figures had arrived. They wondered what was going on. Was it just to celebrate the birthday? In fact, everyone had doubts in their hearts. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing went on their way again. At this time, a voice was heard from afar. "By Shanchuan, don't blame me for being rude if you continue to follow me." The voice attracted the attention of countless people. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also stopped and looked to the left. This was because the voice was extremely familiar. It was Sister Hongxiu. Murong Qingqing was stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. Li Hongxiu was standing in front of them, but at this moment, her small face was a little pale. In front of her was a young man in a white robe. There were a few young geniuses beside him. It seemed that they were entangled. What's going on? Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing walked over immediately. Hongxiu, are these people bothering you? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Murong Qingqing also asked, Sister Hongxiu, do you want us to help you? Both of them had teamed up to fight against the enemy in Roland's Golden Palace and had formed a strong friendship. It's you guys. Li Hongxiu exclaimed when she saw the scene. The man in the white robe frowned. With an unfriendly look on his face, he shot Lin Xian a glance. However, when he saw Murong Qingqing, his expression froze for a second, and then a trace of fire appeared in his eyes. What a stunning beauty. She was not inferior to Li Hongxiu. In fact, she was even more outstanding. He was dumbfounded. The geniuses around him were also dumbfounded and their eyes burned with passion. Morong Qingqing frowned when she saw the scene. Li Hongxiu snorted and Bai Shanchuan came back to his senses. He was pursuing Li Hongxiu and could not be too interested in other beauties. However, Morong Qingqing was too beautiful. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, he could not help but look in her direction. Hongxiu, what's going on? Who are these guys? Lin Xian asked coldly. Bai Shanchuan came back to his senses. I'm asking you. Who are they, especially this brat? Who was he? He had a strong sense of enmity towards him. This brat was actually able to walk together with such a peerless beauty. His heart was filled with jealousy. Especially when he seemed to be on good terms with Li Hongxiu. He was going crazy with jealousy. Li Hongxiu, wanted to say something but a smile suddenly appeared on her face. She told me and you that he's her man. Are you unhappy? Speaking of this, she whispered a message to Morong Qingqing, Sister Qingqing, I need to borrow your man for a while. Lin Xian was stunned. Oh my god, what's the meaning of this? Bai Shanchuan was even more stunned. This young man is Li Hongxiu's man? Are you kidding me? Why didn't you tell me before? Why should I tell you? Li Hongxiu snorted. Bai Shanchuan said, Hongxiu, stop acting. Your acting skills are not that good. How can you be a couple with him? At this point, he looked at Morong Qingqing. His meaning was obvious. Morong Qingqing grabbed Lin Xian's other arm and said with a smile, can't the two of us like the same man? Hearing this, Bai Shanchuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The geniuses around him went crazy as well. F*ck, two peerless beauties were actually taken by a man. Damn it, if looks could kill, they would have cut Lin Xian into 1,000 pieces. Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he felt himself being hugged by two women. However, he could tell that Bai Shanchuan was probably pestering Li Hongxiu, so he also said, that's right, both of them are my women. If you're not happy, come and bite me. Kid, do you want to die? Quickly let go of Hongxiu. Bai Shanchuan shouted angrily. A terrifying purple light appeared on his body. A terrifying aura spread out. This Bai Shanchuan was actually a minor saint. Moreover, his cultivation seemed to have reached the peak of the early stage of minor saint. That's right, kid, quickly kneel down and accept your death. What right do you have to have such peerless beauties? The people behind him roared crazily. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. How dare you fight with me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. How dare you snatch my women? I can only say that you're tired of living. Bai Shanchuan roared. The people around him were also stunned. Their expressions became extremely strange. It was Lin Wudi. Heavens, there's someone who dares to provoke Lin Wudi. Is that white-robed guy an idiot? He actually dares to provoke Lin Wudi. Sigh, he should be a retard. I don't think he can survive. Discussions broke out. Bai Shanchuan's lungs were about to explode when he heard that. These people didn't think highly of him and even called him an idiot. Do you want to die? His gaze swept across the crowd. Those people were so frightened that they didn't dare to speak. However, there were still people who snorted coldly. You challenged Lin Wudi and said that we're courting death. Why don't you find out about Lin Wudi's battle record? Lin Xian said after hearing that. Did you hear that? I advise you not to fight. So, you're that Lin Wudi. Bai Shanchuan's face was cold. How could he not have heard of this name? He just didn't expect it to be this kid in front of him. So what if you're Lin Wudi? Do you think that you can fight against me just because you killed a few young geniuses? Bai Shanchuan sneered. I'm not comparable to those young geniuses. I've been a minor saint for 80 years. Can you fight against me? Moreover, you dare to use the name of being invincible? You're really courting death. Bai Shanchuan faced Lin Xian without fear. Moreover, he was acting all high and mighty. The people around were shocked. Who is this person? Even the chief disciple isn't as arrogant as him. Yeah, he's not someone on the pilgrim list. If someone on the pilgrim list was so arrogant towards Lin Xian, it was understandable. But where did this man in white get his courage from? Lin Xian was also stunned. He looked at Li Hongxiu and asked, "Who's this idiot?" "His name is Bai Shanchuan. He's from the Purple Void Temple. His grandfather is a Saint Venerable. He was just invited in. The grandson of a Saint Venerable. No wonder he's so arrogant. It seems like he dares to be so unscrupulous because his grandfather is here." When the others heard that, they felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to say anything else. His grandfather is a Saint Venerable. Moreover, he's in Qingshan City. They don't dare to provoke such a terrifying existence. No wonder he dares to provoke Lin Wudi. Lin Xian was also stunned after hearing that. Then, he sneered disdainfully. "So, this is a person who uses his grandfather's name to intimidate others. I thought you were some powerful genius. If your grandfather wasn't here, would you dare to be so arrogant?" Bai Shanchuan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "How dare you question me? Kid, I want to duel with you." His eyes were red. He wanted to prove himself with his strength. "I refuse. What if you can't beat me and bring out your grandfather?" Lin Xian shook his head directly. "Nonsense. I won't rely on my grandfather's name. I want to defeat you personally." Bai Shanchuan roared. "You don't dare? Are you sure?" Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. "Of course I'm sure." Bai Shanchuan snorted. "If I win, I'll disappear from the sight of these two beauties." "Okay, I agree to your condition. But if I win, you'll disappear from Hongxiu's sight too. You'll never pester her again." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Bai Shanchuan snorted coldly. "Come, I'll show you how powerful I am. The sacred battle platform is in the distance." As he spoke, Bai Shanchuan walked forward. Lin Xian hugged the beauties on his left and right and followed him. The surrounding people were stunned. Is there going to be a battle? It's really unbelievable. They didn't expect that someone would dare to provoke Lin Xian after a life-and-death battle here a few months ago. Moreover, it was the grandson of a Saint Venerable. "Do you think Lin Wudi will dare to fight? That Saint Master is in the city." "Who knows, don't you know Lin Wudi's character? It doesn't matter if you're a Saint Master or the grandson of a Saint King." On the other side, Morong Qingqing frowned slightly. "Brother Xian, hold back. Don't kill him. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if that Saint Master comes. It's impossible for them to fight against a Saint Master with their current strength." Lin Xian nodded his head in agreement. "Don't worry, I'll let him live for the sake of his grandfather." On the other side, in the Green Mountain Mansion, there was a magnificent hall. All the top experts were gathered there. He was either a powerful elder or a terrifying Saint Venerable. Among them, there was an old man in a cloud robe. His aura was terrifying. He was a Saint Master. He was Bai Shanchuan's grandfather, a powerful existence in the Purple Virtual Palace. Sitting next to him was the chief elder of the Green Mountain sect. At this moment, the great elder seemed to have received the news. He was surprised. "Oh, what's going on?" the other Saint Masters asked. The great elder of the Green Mountain sect said, "Daoist Bai, your grandson seems to be fighting with someone. Do you want me to send someone to stop him?" Many Saint Masters looked at Saint Master Bai as soon as he said that. Saint Master Bai Shanchuan was also stunned. "Who is Shanchuan going to fight with? I heard that it's Lin Wudi." Many people's eyes lit up. "Are you talking about Lin Wudi from the Wushuang city? He just killed the 6th prince of the Golden Crow not long ago. Why did he have a conflict with Bai Shanchuan?" Discussions broke out one after another. Saint Master Bai was also stunned, but then he smiled. "It's okay. Shanchuan's strength is above the 6th prince of the Golden House. He's already at the peak of the 6th heaven. He's one step away from the intermediate small saint. His strength shouldn't be a problem. Alright, let the younger generation solve their own problems." It seemed that Saint Master Bai was very confident in his grandson. The others nodded and didn't say anything. After all, no matter how terrifying Lin Wudi was, he was just a young junior to them. That was all. Even if the other party was extremely talented and could become a great sage in the future, or even an existence above the great sage, it would still be a matter of thousands of years later. News of the battle between Lin Xian and Bai Shanchuan quickly spread through Qingshan City. Many people gathered at the ancient ring. Bai Shanchuan stood in the ring and looked down. "Brat, come on. I'll let you know the difference between us in this battle." Bai Shanchuan snorted. The surrounding people were discussing. Who was this person? He actually dared to challenge Lin Wuti. He was Bai Shanchuan. His grandfather was the lord, and he lived in the mansion. It turned out that he was someone with such a background. Moreover, his cultivation was already at the peak of the early stage of the sixth heavenly layer. Soon, he would enter the middle stage. He was even stronger than the sixth Golden Crow Prince. Perhaps he could really suppress Lin Wuti. No wonder he dared to fight with Lin Wuti. He was such a strong cultivator. Hearing the envious voices around him, Bai Shanchuan's lips curled into a smug smile. On the other side, Lin Xian also walked up to the ring. He was expressionless. "Let's start. I don't have time to play with you." "Play? Do you think I'm playing with you?" Bai Shanchuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He instantly turned into a stream of light and leaped over. What a fast speed! The surrounding people exclaimed. Li Hongshou also exclaimed. Great void step. Brat, be careful. This is the unique skill of the Purple Virtual Temple. The Great Void Step was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian. A palm came down from the sky. You have some strength. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He originally thought that this person was just relying on his grandfather's reputation. Now it seemed that he had some real skills. His strength was even above the Golden Crow Prince and Jianchen. Interesting. I'll use you to test my skills. Lin Xian had just broken through and wanted to give it a try. Now that he met such a strong cultivator, his blood was boiling. With a sway of his body, he dodged instantly like a kuanping. Brat, do you think you can dodge in front of me? Bai Shanchuan sneered and continued to use the Great Void Step. Lin Xian used the kuanping movement technique. The two of them were like two bolts of lightning, shuttling back and forth in the arena. The surrounding people were stunned. They could not catch sight of the two of them at all. They could only see some after images. So fast. These two are too strong. Yes, if I were to fight with them, I would probably be killed instantly. Some of the geniuses from the sacred city were also sweating profusely. The older generation figures sighed as well. We're old. There are new talents in every generation. We've been eliminated by the times. Humph. Purple Light Palm. Seeing that his opponent's speed was not inferior to his, Bai Shanchuan's face turned cold. His Great Void Step was extremely terrifying in terms of speed. He had never seen someone of the same level who was faster than him. Not to mention someone whose cultivation level was lower than his. But now, his opponent's speed was not inferior to his at all. His opponent was even suppressing him. How could he tolerate this? Therefore, he did not want to compete with his opponent in terms of speed. Instead, he attacked abruptly. His palm stretched out towards the void. In his palm, countless purple light principles filled the air. Then, it formed a purple light that shrouded the entire arena. Every ray of light was like a peerless heavenly blade. It carried an unusually cold chi. With this palm, his opponent would not be able to escape no matter how fast he was. Another unique skill. Many people exclaimed. They could see that the purple light was equally terrifying. He's indeed the grandson of the Lord. Looks like he's been trained by the Lord all these years. His strength is too strong. I feel that this Bai Shanchuan can fight against a middle minor saint expert. Indeed, Lin Wuti has met his match. What a terrifying palm technique. Lin Xian was also surprised. However, he snorted and threw out a punch. A fist bloomed with radiance, emitting an incomparable radiance along with the sun. The two of them continued to clash. Every clash was earth-shattering. After 4 rounds, Bai Shanchuan's face became extremely solemn. To be honest, although they had not exchanged many blows, his opponent's technique had shocked him. He realized that his purple light palm could not do anything to his opponent. His opponent's fist seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. Damn it. I don't believe that I can't do anything to you. Bai Shanchuan gritted his teeth and roared. He retracted his hand and did not use the purple light palm again. Instead, he kept forming seals. The seals were formed very quickly. He formed thousands of seals in a row. Damn it. Is this the legendary flipping sky seal? Bai Shanchuan already knows this unique skill. As soon as the voice came out, many people's faces changed drastically. This was a peerless divine power. Legend had it that it could even overturn the sky. However, it was very difficult to cultivate this kind of divine power. Legend had it that not many people in the Purple Void Temple knew it. Most of them were elders. Among those young people, no one had heard of anyone who could use the overturning sky seal. They did not expect Bai Shanchuan to be able to use the overturning sky seal. Kid, let's see how you'll die this time. Bai Shanchuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Not good, Li Hongxiu exclaimed. Morong Qingqing also frowned. Lin Xian's face also froze. What a terrifying aura. His body swayed, and he instantly punched out. His entire arm seemed to have turned into a golden dragon, rushing forward. Block it for me. Bai Shanchuan opened his mouth and spat out a huge mountain, blocking in front of him. The mountain law on it was very terrifying. However, it exploded in an instant. Not only that, the fist directly smashed into his hand, sending him flying. With a crack, his arms turned into a bloody mist. A miserable sound came, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Was it broken? Many people screamed. The older generation figures were also stunned. They did not expect the overturning sky seal to be broken by Lin Wudi before it could form. Damn kid, how dare you break my divine power? Bai Shanchuan covered his wound and gritted his teeth. Lin Xian sneered. You're too slow in forming seals. You didn't even make a move. You'll probably be defeated. This time, I'm giving face to your grandfather. Otherwise, I would have destroyed your soul with that blow. The people of the Purple Void Temple also became extremely frightened. They did not expect young Master Bai to be defeated. Damn it, how could this be, young Master Bai? Are you alright? Damn Lin Wudi, how dare you hurt our young Master Bai? Do you want to die? They quickly kowed out and apologized. These people roared crazily. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. These people held their heads and screamed. They were instantly attacked by the eye technique. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices. So powerful. The others were terrified, no longer daring to clamor. You have lost this battle. Disappear from Hongxiu's sight. Lin Xian said coldly. On the other side, Bai Shanchuan struggled to stand up. His somewhat handsome face became extremely ferocious. Damned brat, I haven't lost yet. You were the one who launched a sneak attack. Now, you can go to hell for me. As he spoke, he formed another seal with his hands. A small seal flew out from between his eyebrows. It was a palm made of jade. It was very exquisite and very small. As soon as it appeared, it grew bigger with the wind. Bai Shanchuan spat out a mouthful of blood on it, then shouted angrily. Sky-flipping seal, die for me, what's going on? Everyone was stunned. Wasn't the other party's overturning sky seal already broken? Do you still want to use it? No, Bai Shanchuan's speed was too slow. If it were someone else, he might have succeeded. But Lin Wudi's speed was too fast. He didn't give his opponent any time to react. Those experts shook their heads. But soon, they said, no. They realized that Bai Shanchuan didn't form any seals at all. And the small jade hand that he spat out suddenly grew bigger. That hand formed a seal. It was like a huge seal that slammed down from the sky. Seeing that seal, someone screamed. That was the overturning sky seal, how was that possible? How could he use it without forming a seal? What was that? Some of the older experts screamed. They used the overturning sky seal in advance, condensing it with a powerful treasure and fusing it with their power. It was a life-saving technique that could be used directly at a critical moment. What? The overturning sky seal that the sacred master used was fused with the sacred artifact. The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh no, Brother Xian! Morong Qingqing also exclaimed. That wasn't Bai Shanchuan's power at all. That was the power of the sacred master. Damn it, how dare you cheat? Xianxia was also angry. Kid, retreat. There was no need to fight with him anymore. He had already lost. It was too late. Bai Shanchuan sneered and locked onto Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a fatal danger. Was that the real overturning sky seal? Buzz, he roared angrily, and a dragon-shaped sword soul instantly appeared in his hand. With a roar, endless light shone so brightly that everyone could not open their eyes. Meanwhile, he waved the dragon-shaped sword chi and slashed down, colliding with the overturning sky seal in the sky. Boom! Boom, boom! 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 Everyone kept retreating. However, many people shook their heads. It's over. Lin Wuti is dead for sure this time. I didn't expect Bai Shanchuan to have such a trump card. No one below the sacred master level can resist it, let alone Lin Wuti. After all, that was a life-saving treasure. But soon, they were stunned. That was because they discovered that the cyclic sky seal had been sliced apart by the sword. The cyclic sky seal in the sky had been split into two. Bai Shanchuan also vomited blood and was sent flying. A crack appeared between his brows and spread all the way to his stomach. The crack was getting bigger and bigger, and his entire body was dyed red with blood. Bai Shanchuan screamed in horror. How was that possible? His opponent had broken his overturning sky seal. And injured him, that was unbelievable. That was a life-saving treasure that his grandfather had personally given to him. How could his opponent have broken it? The others were also stunned. They didn't expect Bai Shanchuan to be the one to lose, and his life might even be in danger. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in the sky was still descending. It seemed that Bai Shanchuan was going to die soon. At the same time, in the mansion of Qingshan City, the sacred masters and martial venerables were chatting and talking about martial arts. All of a sudden, Saint Bai spoke up through Kongmeng. A jade pendant on his waist suddenly shattered. Oh no, Shanchuan is in danger. With that, he tore open the void and disappeared. Boom, in the arena, Bai Shanchuan was in despair. He had lost his life-saving treasure. Was he really going to die? Grandfather, save me! He screamed crazily. With a boom, a huge palm directly sent the dragon-shaped sword chi flying. Moreover, Lin Xian was also hit by the power. His pupils constricted. He used the void escape and instantly appeared in another space. Where Lin Xian was, the void shattered and a black hole appeared that connected to the netherworld. Terrifying. That was the real overturning sky seal. Who was it? Was it a sacred master? Everyone screamed. Brother Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia were also extremely nervous. However, when they saw Lin Xian appear in another direction, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's face was extremely cold. If he didn't have the space divine ability and the heavenly secret divine eye, he would have been in danger. When a sacred master attacked, he could only dodge in advance. If he reacted and dodged again, he would definitely die. That should be Bai Shanchuan's grandfather, Sacred Master Bai, right? The other party was so ruthless. He had already broken the rules of the second astral realm. To think that the Purple Void Temple was so despicable that they dared to break the rules of the second astral boundary. Lin Xian's cold voice could be heard. The others felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, a sacred master was not allowed to attack anyone below the sacred master level. But the attack just now was obviously merciless. If Lin Xian was hit, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. How could you be so ruthless at such a young age? How dare you injure my grandson so severely? Sacred Master Bai's face was extremely cold. Although he had blocked the attack just now, Bai Shanchuan's injury was beyond his expectation. The sword scar on his body was too terrifying. The aura left on it was so sharp that it shocked him. If Bai Shanchuan was alone, he would not be able to heal the sword scar. I'm ruthless? Lin Xian laughed. Do you think everyone is an idiot? Why don't you ask who was the one who used a forbidden weapon to kill me? You left the sky-flipping seal for him, right? That's your power. Your grandson wanted to kill me, why can't I fight back? Your grandson is despicable and shameless. Not only did you not educate him, you even protected him. In your eyes, you're even more despicable than your grandson. You actually want to kill a young genius. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Sacred Master Bai was so angry that his nose was crooked. He was a sacred master. Who dared to provoke him, but this brat in front of him actually acted so recklessly. Space tore open, and the other holy venerates appeared. When they saw this scene, their expressions sank as well. Because they were sacred masters, they had to protect the dignity of sacred masters. Young man, you've gone too far. Didn't your sacred city teach you how to respect your elders? One of them said coldly. Humph, I respect true heroes. As for those despicable and shameless people who attack young geniuses, I despise them no matter how high their cultivation is. Good, good, good. Today, I'll represent Wushuang City to teach you a lesson. Sacred Master Bai was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand and the sky-flipping seal was thrown out again. The surrounding people went crazy. If this attack continued, Lin Xian would at least be half dead. His body and soul would probably be destroyed. Lin Wudi was too arrogant. That's right. Normally, it was fine for him to go against those young geniuses. But now, he actually dared to disregard the sacred venerables. He was afraid that he wouldn't have a good ending. The other holy venerates did the same, watching coldly. They also felt that the other party was too arrogant and needed to be properly suppressed. Fight me. Look at what this is. Lin Xian took out the Wushuang token again. He didn't dodge at all. The unparalleled medallion blossomed with light, and a voice sounded from within. What? You dare to make a move against me? Accompanying him was a young man who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. As soon as he appeared, he gave off an extremely terrifying aura. Weng, the cataclysmic seal in the sky was instantly shattered by the youth's palm. Not only that, but one of Saint White's arms had also exploded into a bloody mist. Ah, he screamed miserably, his face pale. His holy blood pierced through heaven and earth. Oh my heavens! What's going on? 100 Saint Venerables are injured. This was impossible, right? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. The eyelids of the other holy venerates twitched wildly. A wave of fear gushed out from the bottom of their hearts. The Holy King's phantom. They looked at the handsome youth in front of them, and their faces became extremely solemn. The others also looked over. Holy King. This young man is actually a Holy King. Could he be the unparalleled Holy King? Everyone knew that there was a Holy King in every holy city, but only a few had actually seen a Holy King. Hence, they didn't know that the Holy King looked so young. What? Are you going to make a move against the people of Wushuang City? The unparalleled Holy King's phantom asked after he came out. Holy King White, quickly say, I wouldn't dare. This is a misunderstanding. My grandson is useless and offended the genius of Wushuang City. I'll punish him now. As he said that, he recovered his arm and slapped Bai Shanchuan's face. Slap. Bai Shanchuan's face was smashed, and he fell to the ground, wailing like a ghost. He couldn't believe that his grandfather would hit him so hard. Then, Saint White looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile, Forgive me, young master. I was just playing with you just now. Humph. Lin Xian sneered. Playing with me? If he didn't have the Wushuang token, he would have been killed. As expected, the unparalleled Holy King's phantom sneered. Playing with me? Then I'll play with you too. Take my attack. Saint White was scared out of his wits when he heard that. Although it was just a phantom, he was still a holy king. His means were not something that he could withstand. Hence, he quickly said, Holy King, please calm down. I won't dare to make a move against Wushuang City again. Lin Gongzi, please forgive me for my mistake, Lin Gongzi. A holy king was so powerful that countless elders of the Green Mountain tribe would welcome him personally when he arrived. However, at this moment, he was bowing down in front of Lin Xian. Coupled with the fact that he was so arrogant, it was quite ironic. Seeing that Lin Xian was unmoved, Saint White gritted his teeth and looked at Bai Shanchuan. It's all your fault, you little bastard. How dare you offend Lin Gongzi? Get over here. I'll beat you to death today. He immediately conjured a whip of the law and whipped Bai Shanchuan's body. Bai Shanchuan's skin and flesh were torn apart. After a few thousand whips, Bai Shanchuan was beaten beyond recognition. His flesh was badly mutilated, but he was still breathing. Everyone's scalp went numb. This Saint White was really ruthless. He was so cruel to his own grandson. It seemed like Saint White was really scared. Lin Xian had a cold smirk on his face the entire time. This matter still depended on his senior brother. Seeing that, the unparalleled Holy King's phantom said, "Seeing that it's the birthday of the Green Mountain tribe, I'll spare your life today. If you dare to make a move against the people of Wushuang City again, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." After saying that, the unparalleled Holy King's phantom disappeared. Saint White's back was drenched in sweat. The other Saint Venerables were also sweating profusely. At this moment, the way they looked at Lin Xian had changed. Damn it, this kid is here on behalf of the unparalleled Holy King. His identity is really extraordinary. He's not any weaker than us. The people of the Green Mountain tribe were also stunned. A few elders quickly walked over and said, "This way, please. Please forgive us for not treating you well." They respectfully invited Lin Xian and his group in. The few Saint Venerables' faces were gloomy. They did not say a word and returned to the main hall. The surrounding people were in an uproar. It was really exciting. They reckoned that Bai Shanchuan would not dare to come out and show off in the future. They wanted to spread the news, but soon, the people of the Purple Void Palace came over and warned them. Whoever dared to spread the news would be killed without mercy. These people knew that the Purple Void Palace would not let the news spread for the sake of a Saint Venerable's face. Hence, most people did not know about it. Only a small number of people who were watching the battle knew about it. But it was enough. Because this time, the people who were intimidated were not ordinary saints, but Saint Venerables. At this moment, these sacred venerables and the elders of the Green Mountain tribe were all in awe of Lin Xian. Lin Xian and the rest felt uncomfortable being surrounded by a group of old monsters. Therefore, they found an excuse to leave the main hall after a while. After leaving, Li Hongxiu heaved a sigh of relief. "Great, I don't have to be bothered by that guy anymore. I have to thank you this time." "It's nothing. Let's go. The scenery over there is pretty good. Let's go take a look." Lin Xian brought the two peerless beauties to play in the mansion. On the other side, the atmosphere in the main hall had eased up a little. They did not expect Lin Wudi to be so valued that he even brought the unparalleled order. They wondered if he had become a personal disciple. He should be, right? Although he was strong, he still needed a few hundred years to fully mature. Only by relying on the Wushuang token can you fight against us. What they really wanted to see was the Pilgrim Board. It was said that there were a few geniuses who had the strength to make it to the Pilgrim Board. They wondered what kind of bloodbath would be stirred up for this board. That was not very likely. Although these rising stars were strong, it was still too difficult for them to make it to the Pilgrim Board. Every single person on that list was a world-shaking powerhouse. Someone else came. Suddenly, a sacred venerate looked into the distance. The other sacred venerables also stood up. It seemed like an old friend had come. They should go out and welcome him. Sure enough, another sacred venerate came. Green Mountain City was once again in an uproar. However, Lin Xian and the rest did not know that at this moment, they were sitting in the pavilion, feeling the breeze and looking at the fish in the pond. They were very relaxed. "Big brother Jean, your swordsmanship is really too powerful. With your pointers, my swordsmanship actually improved again." "That's right. In just 2 days, our swordsmanship has improved. It's really incredible." At this moment, a few excited voices came from the courtyard opposite the pond. Then, the voice of a young man rang out. "You are all sword geniuses. I'm just giving you a little guidance. I'll teach you another move. Hurry up and take a look. It's the sword geniuses of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion teaching sword skills. Let's go and listen." Many people surrounded them. Among them, there were many people from the Qingshan clan. Oh, Lin Xian's brows twitched when he heard this. Myriad Swords Pavilion, Big Brother Jean. When did another expert appear in Xianxia? To be honest, he had seen many sword saints, but there was only one that could enter his eyes, and that was Wan Jianni. He didn't even take a liking to Jian Chen, so why was there another genius in the way of the sword here? Let's go and have a look. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Li Hongxiu walked down from the pavilion. They walked on the water and crossed the pond. Then, he walked to the courtyard next door. Many people had gathered in the courtyard next door. A young man and 3 people from the Qingshang clan were standing in front of him. A young girl and 2 young men. At this moment, he was incomparably excited. That man with a long sword on his back should be the so-called Big Brother Jean. Someone exclaimed from the side. Zhan Xiongfei. He didn't expect that he would come as well. He was a genius disciple from the previous generation. That's right. His strength had long reached the intermediate minor saint realm, and his sword skills were superb. His guidance would definitely be beneficial. Countless people were discussing. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. A disciple from the previous generation of Myriad Swords Pavilion. No wonder. He should be about 500 years older than them. He was from the same generation as Fu Hongya. The young girl and the 2 young men were about 15 or 16 years old. Although they were young, their chi wasn't weak. They were both kings. As expected of a big clan. A 14 or 15-year-old king would be considered a top overlord in other worlds. The young girl's sword technique was a soft sword technique, like a cool breeze. It was ethereal, but it was strange and tricky. It was like an antelope's horn that couldn't be seen clearly. At this moment, Zhan Xiongfei looked at this scene and nodded slightly. Not bad. However, the speed of her attack should be faster. Don't treat the sword as a weapon. Treat it as a part of your body. Treat it as your arm. Only then can you achieve the unity of man and sword better. Also, you have to change your state of mind. You have to imagine yourself as a gust of wind. What you practice is the wind sword skill. You have to integrate yourself into the sword skill. After hearing this, the young girl nodded. Although she didn't fully understand, she still did as she was told. As expected, her sword skill became more ethereal. This time, it was as if she couldn't see clearly. The surrounding geniuses exclaimed. As expected of Zhan Xiongfei. He could enlighten people with just a few words. Thank you, Big Brother Jean. The young girl was very happy. To be honest, according to age, Zhan Xiongfei was old enough to be the ancestor of these 3 young men. However, the status of the Green Mountain clan was high. Therefore, they were treated as peers. Alright, I'll give you some pointers on your prairie fire sword skill. Zhan Xiongfei nodded and looked at the other young man. That young man was incomparably excited. He pulled out a fiery red sword. With a twist of his wrist, the sword pierced out. Flames danced in the sky, burning fiercely. With a single slash, a crack appeared in the void. Many people exclaimed. It seemed like this young man was also a genius. Zhan Xiongfei said, the power is very good, but it's not enough. When you attack, raise your arm an inch higher. When you stop, move your arm an inch to the left. Try again. The young man's little face was red. He nodded. According to Zhan Xiongfei's instructions, he attacked again. This time, he was actually able to split open 2 cracks in the void. Great, the power has become stronger. The young man was excited. The others also exclaimed. This Zhan Xiongfei was really amazing. Brother Zhan was really a sword genius. Now that they saw it, they were really impressed. Many people began to flatter him. However, at this moment, laughter came from the crowd. Who dared to laugh at this time? Did they not want to live anymore? Zhan Xiongfei's face also darkened. Oh, I wonder who it is. Do you have any objections to my words? You can come out and give me some pointers. As he spoke, his gaze was also very small. Soon, he locked onto a place. The others also looked over. The next moment, they were discussing. What beautiful women. They were the first to see 2 beautiful women. They were like fairies. Even Zhan Xiongfei was stunned. However, soon, someone screamed. Wasn't that Lin Wudi? Indeed, between the two peerless beauties was Lin Xian. The laughter from before was also made by Lin Xian. At this moment, he still had a smile on his face. When he saw many people with strange expressions, he said, "Sorry, I couldn't help it because it was really too funny. What are you laughing at?" The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion roared. Damn it, it was this guy again. He was too detestable. Their chief disciple was killed by the woman next to him. Moreover, it had a lot to do with Lin Wudi. They couldn't wait to tear her into pieces. Now, she was starting to laugh at their senior brother Zhan again. Zhan Xiongfei was also stunned. Then, he narrowed his eyes. "So you're Lin Wudi." Then, he looked at Murong Qingqing. "You're the one who killed junior brother Jianshen." A cold light appeared in his eyes. Xianxia also stopped smiling. "Why? Do you want to avenge Jianshen? Today is the birthday of the Qingshang clan. It's not a good time to see blood. Revenge can wait. But let me ask you, why are you laughing? Are you unhappy with me?" Lin Xian said, "I'm laughing because you're misleading people." However, these people didn't know that. If you cultivate according to what you said, even if you're a genius, you'll become trash. When he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. What's going on? Is he refuting Zhan Xiongfei? The people from the Wanjian Pavilion were also angry. Nonsense. Lin Wudi, don't go overboard. Zhan Xiongfei also laughed. I thought that Lin Wudi was some kind of person. It turns out that you're just a clown. How dare you say that I'm misleading people? Ask yourself, am I misleading people? The girl from the Qingshang clan stood out and said, "What do you know? After Brother Zhan taught me, my swordsmanship became more powerful than before." Another young man also jumped out and said, "You don't know how powerful Brother Zhan is." Everyone nodded. Yes, Zhan Xiongfei's strength in swordsmanship is obvious to all. Moreover, with his guidance, the power of the swordsmanship could be increased instantly. Such a person is misleading people? What a joke. Lin Xian wasn't angry after hearing that. He looked at the girl and said, "You're still young and don't understand. What nonsense are you talking about? I think you're just jealous of Brother Zhan." The girl sneered. The young man also said, "Yes, you're jealous of Brother Zhan's talent. You can't beat Brother Zhan, so you can only slander him. The Qingshang clan doesn't welcome you. Hurry up and chase him out." The young girl gave the order. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. The people from the Wanjian Pavilion sneered, "Kid, do you see that? You want to question our Brother Zhan? You're courting death." Zhan Xiongfei also said, "Lin Wudi, I admit that you have some strength, but you are too arrogant and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't have the right to tell me what to do. Cultivate for another 500 years, it's you. You don't have the right." Lin Xian shook his head and looked at the three young men from the Green Mountain clan. "Forget it, I originally wanted to kindly remind you not to go down the wrong path. But since you don't appreciate it, what does it have to do with me?" He shook his head and prepared to leave with Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. They thought that Lin Wudi was simply terrified and wanted to find an excuse to leave. However, the girl from the Qingshang clan said, "Stop. What right do you have to say that Big Brother Zhan is leading people astray? Big Brother Zhan has indeed helped me. Hurry up and apologize to Big Brother Zhan." "Yeah, that's right. Apologize, or I'm not letting you go today." The two youths also walked over and said coldly, He, kid, did you hear that? Hurry up and apologize to our senior brother Zhan." The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. Zhan Xiongfei's lips curled into a smile. This time, they were not only here to celebrate the birthday, but also to fulfill a more important mission. If they could get on the good side of the Green Mountain clan and build a good relationship with them, they would benefit immensely in the future. Now, it seemed that he had already achieved this step. As for Lin Wudi, no matter how strong he was, he had offended the Green Mountain clan. He had no chance at the next opportunity. Apologize? Give it to him? Lin Xian laughed. He was not worthy. Lin Wudi, watch your words. Don't think that I won't dare to attack you. Zhang Xiongfei was also angry. Lin Wuti had provoked him time and time again. Did he really think that he wouldn't dare to attack him? You better kowtow and apologize to me now. Otherwise, I'll let you know how powerful I am. How powerful you are. Just based on your comments on sword skills? Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he stopped in his tracks. He looked at the girl and said, "You said that Zhang Xiongfei taught you sword skills, so the power of your sword skills increased, right? Then I say that he's wrong. If I teach you a way to double the power of your sword skills, would you believe me or him?" "What, double the power of your sword skills?" The girl was obviously stunned. That was impossible. She shook her head because she did not dare to imagine it. "Kid, keep bragging." The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also snorted. Zhang Xiongfei also laughed. "My guidance to her has already optimized her sword skills. If she wants to improve it, she will have to make a breakthrough in her cultivation. That's why I said that you're misleading her." Lin Xian snorted. He looked at the little girl and said, "The weakness of your sword skills is not the speed of your attacks, nor is it a problem with your state of mind. It's the most fundamental problem. You're left-handed, so you used your right hand to attack. That's obviously a mistake. Now, you switched to your left hand and used your left hand to perform the sword skills just now. What's going on? Left-handed? Nonsense." The people around them did not believe it. The girl was also stunned. She was left-handed. How come she never knew that? No one had told her. She looked at Zhang Xiongfei. Zhang Xiongfei sneered. "It doesn't matter. Didn't he want to compete with me? Then, just do what he said and use your left hand. There's no need to hold back. I'll let him know the difference between us. I believe in Big Brother Zhang." After the girl heard this, she placed the sword in her right hand in her left hand and looked at Lin Wuti. "I want to see how you know that I'm left-handed." As she spoke, she stabbed the sword in her left hand and performed the supporting wind swordsmanship. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. They could not catch the girl's sword skills at all. They could not even see the sword light. They could only hear a terrifying crack in the void. After the girl finished performing, she was also stunned. What was going on? Was this the supporting wind swordsmanship? Why did it feel so terrifying? Buzz, the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were dumbfounded. Zhang Xiongfei's pupils constricted. "Impossible!" he screamed. The power was indeed much stronger than before. Could it be that she had broken through? He stared fixedly at the young girl and discovered that the young girl's cultivation had not broken through at all. This girl was really left-handed. Song Tian, the power had really doubled. The people around them screamed. The girl also screamed. "No way, I did it. I really did it." Her two companions were also stunned. The boy walked out and asked, "Then tell me, how did you improve my swordsmanship?" Everyone looked over. Previously, the boy could only create one spatial crack. Under Zhang Xiongfei's guidance, he could create two spatial cracks in an instant. That was already very heaven-defying. They wanted to see if Lin Xian could do anything this time. Humph, he must have been lucky the last time. A blind cat met a dead mouse. Yes, that's right. How could he surpass our senior brother Zhang in terms of swordsmanship? The people from Net Sword Pavilion gritted their teeth. Zhang Xiongfei's face was also extremely gloomy. "You're practicing the prairie fire swordsmanship, right?" Lin Xian asked. "That's right." The boy nodded. "Can you double the power of the prairie fire swordsmanship?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I can't double your prairie fire sword technique." The young man was stunned. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also laughed loudly. "I told you, this kid was just lucky." Zhang Xiongfei also sneered. He was scared to death. He really thought that the other party was a terrifying genius, but now it seemed that he was just a little lucky. However, Lin Xian said, "I can't double your prairie fire sword technique, but I can double your sword technique." The surrounding people were stunned. What's the difference between the two? Zhang Xiongfei also snorted coldly. Deliberately mystifying. Lin Xian said, "Prairie fire sword technique is a fire-type sword technique, but you're not suitable for fire-type sword techniques at all." You're suitable for Earth-type sword techniques. Therefore, your Prairie Fire sword technique is the worst choice. You should cultivate an Earth-type sword technique. At this point, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the endless earth condensed in his hand, forming a heavy sword. He threw it to the other party. With a boom, the void trembled. Everyone was shocked. How heavy is this sword? Can this young man withstand it? The young man was also stunned. Is he really suitable for such a wide-open sword technique? Lin Xian said, you can give it a try. The young man waved it a few times, and he felt that his body was about to collapse. However, in an instant, he felt a new wave of power rising in his body. Boom. Boom, boom. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Although the speed was very slow and looked a little clumsy, the power was much stronger than before. The sword chi was released, and 4 cracks appeared in the void. The power was twice as strong as before. Heavy edgeless heavy sword, this is the most suitable for you. He's already so powerful without cultivating such a wide-open sword technique. If he cultivates it, its power will increase exponentially. Really? The young man was also stunned. He said, great. He felt like he was dreaming. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion people were dumbfounded. Zhang Xiongfei's expression became extremely ugly. Damn it, the other party actually succeeded again. Now, he knew that this couldn't be a coincidence. Was Yi Futian's attainments in the way of the sword so terrifying? Even though Zhang Xian had managed to raise the prowess of their swordsmanship with his guidance, that was only on the surface. The gap between the two sides was too obvious. What about me? The last young man asked. The others also looked over. They also wanted to know what kind of comments Lin Xian would make next. Lin Xian looked at him and said, you're not suited for swordsmanship, you're suited for boxing. Give up on swordsmanship and switch to fist techniques. That's what suits you. Fist techniques? That young man's eyes flickered, although he had many doubts now. However, the first 2 companions had changed. Let him believe unconditionally. Thank you, big brother. I've wronged you. I apologize. That young woman was extremely embarrassed. The 2 youths also said, that's right, big brother. We were confused before and didn't know at all. If it weren't for your reminder, we would have been killed. When Zhang Xiongfei heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was trembling with anger. D*MN, was he harming others? D*MN brat, I'm not convinced. I want to compete with you, I definitely won't lose to you in swordsmanship. Zhang Xiongfei finally couldn't hold it in any longer and roared crazily. You, forget it. You're no match for big brother at all. That's right. You almost destroyed all of us. You still have the face to stand here? It's already very good that we didn't chase you out. I advise you to leave quickly. The young woman and the 2 youths waved their hands impatiently. D*MN, Zhang Xiongfei was furious. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had never been looked down upon like this. D*MN, it was all because of this brat. It was all because of this Lin Wudi that he was looked down upon. He had to kill him. Zhang Xiongfei stood out and shouted coldly. Do you dare? You're no match for me. In terms of swordsmanship, you won't be able to beat me even if you train for another 500 years. I'm not interested. Lin Xian shook his head. D*MN, you have to fight today even if you don't want to. Having said that, Zhang Xiongfei waved his hand. Countless sword chi flew out from his fingertip. The sword chi carried a vast aura. It was a water sword. His opponent was a water sword saint. Buzz not good. Big brother is in danger. Quickly dodge. The young woman screamed. She was very nervous. The others were also surprised. Although Zhang Xiongfei had been slapped in the face, he was still an expert of the previous generation after all. Could Lin Wudi block it? This was a true intermediate minor saint, Lin Xian snorted when he saw the scene. He pointed out his finger. Sword chi spread out from the tip of his finger. With a poochie sound, the finger landed on the sword chi. Immediately, the monstrous sword chi was destroyed. How could it be? He actually found the weakness in an instant. Zhang Xiongfei couldn't believe it. D***it, he must have guessed it. He waved his sword and changed it again. At this moment, it was still a monstrous wave. However, there was a murderous intent in the sword chi. It was terrifying. This was a double sword chi. Under the waves, there was a peerless killing intent hidden. Let's see what you can do this time. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. There was so much sword chi around them that they couldn't block it. They could only dodge it. However, once they moved, they were afraid that the true killing move would be revealed. It could be said that all possibilities were sealed. This was a sure kill move. One had to admit that Zhang Xiongfei was really too powerful. Lin Xian sighed. I've already said that you're no match for me in terms of swordsmanship. He waved his sword 3 times to the front and left, creating 3 cracks in the sword chi. These 3 swords were all aimed at the opponent's weak points. Therefore, the power of the sword chi that filled the sky was reduced by half. The remaining sword chi was shattered by Lin Xian's palm. Pung pung pung. How could it be? Zhang Xiongfei took 3 steps back. His face was filled with shock. Did Lin Xian find his weakness again? D***it. He clenched his fist. Did Lin Xian really surpass him in terms of swordsmanship? Every strike was aimed at his weakest point. It could instantly break his swordsmanship. He couldn't believe that a young man could do this. You're not convinced? Then take a sword from me. At this point, Lin Xian also pointed out a finger. A sword chi flew out. It was also the water vision. It rotated in the sky. Block it for me. Zhang Xiongfei roared angrily. He formed a sword light facing the sky and slashed at Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could hurt him. His strength far surpassed Lin Wudi's. Puff, the void in front of him shattered. Zhang Xiongfei's pupils constricted. He missed. Was this sort of feint? D***it. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. He hurriedly retreated and withdrew his sword to block around him. The nomological laws that filled the sky enveloped his body tightly. But in an instant, his body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, it's not a fake move. He realized that the move that he had thought was a trap had actually hit his shoulder and sent him flying. Cough cough *. He kept retreating while vomiting blood. His arm was hanging down and there was a bloody hole in it. Damn it, he felt that he couldn't hold the sword in his hand anymore. His opponent had actually managed to injure him in an instant. You can't even block my sword. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian shook his head. Damn it, you dare to hurt me? I won't let you go. Zhang Xiongfei was completely enraged. Not only was he slapped in the face in front of so many people, but he was also injured by Lin Fan. This made him feel humiliated. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. And all of this was because of the person in front of him. He wanted to kill Lin Fan. You're courting death. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian waved his hand and the 5 elements sword flew out, enveloping Zhang Xiongfei. The 5 elements law circled around each other and all kinds of terrifying sword shadows completely repelled Zhang Xiongfei. Puff Zhang Xiongfei vomited another mouthful of blood. The surrounding people couldn't bear to watch anymore because it was too embarrassing. Senior brother, are you alright? The people of Myriad Swords Pavilion exclaimed. At the same time, in a pavilion far away, a few figures leaned against the window and looked at this scene, shaking their heads slightly. This Zhang Xiongfei is really an idiot. In this room, there were 3 people standing by the window. The aura of these 3 people was very mysterious. There was a mysterious rune between their eyebrows. It made people feel pain in their eyes when they looked at it. They couldn't look at it directly. The one who sneered at this moment was a man by the window. This Lin Wudi isn't simple. Although he's just an early minor saint, his attainment in Sword Dao has far surpassed Zhang Xiongfei. He has even reached an unbelievable level. He's simply a genius in Sword Dao. Another person said. I guess his talent in Sword Dao isn't weaker than Myriad Swordsman. It's a pity that he's not in Myriad Swords Pavilion. Otherwise, he would be even more terrifying. The last woman was wearing a green and white robe. She looked down without saying a word. "Junior sister, you should say a few words as well." The woman's eyes flashed and she softly said. It was a pity. Even if he wasn't in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, he wouldn't be able to stop his rise in the path of the sword. I really want to compete with him. My limitless sword art and his sword Dao. Which one of us is stronger? A shocking light flashed in the woman's eyes. Below, Zhang Xiongfei spent a lot of effort to break open the 5 elements sword formation. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. They were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Everyone was trembling. Perhaps only Lin Wudi could withstand the wrath of such a strong cultivator. Damn brat, you've completely pissed me off. Die for me. Countless sword lights appeared on his body, and it was obvious that he had activated the 10,000 swords return to origin. His strength was much stronger than before. Not good, retreat quickly, the surrounding people screamed crazily. After activating the 10,000 swords return to origin, he was clearly going all out. Turning into a stream of light, Zhang Xiongfei charged out. Older brother Xian, be careful. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu brought the girl and the 2 young men to a faraway place. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I'll play with you then. However, before he could make a move, a thunderous sound came from the void. As soon as the sound came out, a sword light stopped Zhang Xiongfei. Zhang Xiongfei did not make a move. He turned his head and said, "Let me make a move. I'm confident that I can defeat him." "Humph, you've disgraced the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. How dare you make a move?" In the void, a man walked over. He stepped on the sword chi and his aura shook the world. His appearance caused the whole world to tremble. The weapons in everyone's hands were trembling non-stop. What a terrifying sword Dao. Who is this man? It's Wan Jiani. He's here too. He's a genius on the pilgrim list. Moreover, he's an extremely terrifying existence on the pilgrim list. These people were stunned. Lin Xian was also stunned. His expression became solemn. Wan Jiani, he felt a great threat. This Wan Jiani has reached the late stage of the minor saint realm? He's too strong. Zhang Xiongfei and the others couldn't compare to him. Is this the strength of the people on the pilgrim list? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He knew that these people were powerful. These people had suppressed their cultivation when they were on Heavenly Fate Star. After leaving Heavenly Star, he had only seen Yu Quan. Youquan's strength was also very strong. However, Lin Xian felt that it wasn't impossible to defeat him. He felt that his strength should be similar to Youquan's. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. Wan Jiani's aura was much stronger than Youquan's. It seemed that the gap between the people on the pilgrim list was very big. That secluded spring was probably ranked last. Wan Jiani could definitely be ranked in the top 3, step back. Wan Jiani said coldly. Zhang Xiongfei was helpless. However, he didn't dare to go against Wan Jiani. He could only clench his teeth and step aside. Wan Jiani looked at Lin Xian again and said coldly. I heard that you talked about sword Dao in front of us. Who gave you the courage to do so? Lin Xian laughed. How arrogant. Are you the only people in the world who can talk about sword Dao? I'll talk about it today. Come and bite me. The surrounding people were stunned. Zhang Xiongfei couldn't believe it. This guy actually dared to provoke Wan Jiani. He's too reckless. Wan Jiani only needed one move to kill him. If he wanted to kill this kid, he would also need one move. Sure enough, he's still as arrogant as before. However, this is the real world. Without the suppression of the great Dao, do you think you can fight against me? You'll know if you can try. Lin Xian took a step forward. Although Wan Jiani gave him a fatal threat, so what? He wasn't afraid of anyone in a life and death battle. Even a Saint Venerable bowed in front of him, let alone Wan Jiani. The atmosphere between heaven and earth was getting more and more intense. In the eyes of the crowd, there were only 2 peerless sword lights confronting each other. The endless void collapsed and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. Stop! This scene attracted the attention of the Green Mountain tribe. A terrifying elder quickly walked over. Both of you, please give us some face. Kid, you're very lucky. We'll spare you this time. However, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, if you see me in the Green Mountain world, you won't be so lucky. After saying that, he turned and left. The others heaved a sigh of relief. Even the elder from Green Mountain City heaved a sigh of relief. Although Wan Jiani was much younger than him, his sword Dao made his hair stand on end. This Wan Jiani was too impressive. Lin Xian was also surprised. What was the Green Mountain world? Was he going to that place? Why hadn't he heard of it? It seemed that so many people from the sacred city came not only to celebrate the birthday, but also to hide some unknown secret. It should be related to the Green Mountain world. As he was thinking, Lin Xian's eyebrows suddenly twitched, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. He turned his head and looked behind him. There was a pavilion in the distance, and he felt an extremely terrifying aura. When he turned his head, he only saw a figure disappearing in a flash. However, with his heavenly secret divine eye, he could clearly see it. It was a beautiful woman in a green and white Taoist robe, and there was a strange rune between her eyebrows. He had seen that rune on Chao Tianqing's forehead before. Was she from the Limitless sect? He could sense a mysterious way of the sword coming from the other party. She was also a terrifying sword saint. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly shot out two rays of sword light that pierced into the void. At the same time, the woman from the Limitless sect who wanted to leave was stunned. She felt the sword intent and suddenly turned her head. There was also a flicker in her beautiful eyes. The two sword Dao collided in the void, causing the void to shatter. What's going on? Is there another battle? Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian said, "It's fine, let's go." On the other side, the woman from the Limitless sect's eyes flickered. Interesting. This kid actually discovered our existence. The people beside him were also very surprised. His sword chi was more piercing than expected. They were looking forward to fighting with him more and more. The three figures gradually disappeared into the void. Lin Xian and the other two also left. Morong Qingqing said, "I'm afraid more and more experts will come, and there will be many sacred venerables this time. If the sacred venerables of the Golden Crow tribe and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion appear, I'm afraid we'll be in danger." Lin Xian also frowned. That was true. He said that they probably won't attack us openly, so we're still safe on the surface. I'm afraid that they'll attack us behind our backs. Moreover, it seems that another Green Mountain world has appeared today. I wonder what it's like. Do you know? He looked at Li Hongxiu. Li Hongxiu said that she knew a bit, but she had heard that the Green Mountain race had some secrets and trump cards. There seemed to be an ancestral land called the Green Mountain world. Every once in a while, he would open it. It was probably time for him to open it this time, which was why so many people were attracted. Needless to say, this Green Mountain world definitely had something to do with that Saint King. They could only take it one step at a time. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the three of them prepared to return to the main hall. But at this moment, they suddenly felt a terrifying aura pressing down on them. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu's expressions changed. Even Lin Xian turned his head abruptly. A cold light burst out from his eyes. Two figures appeared on their left. Both of them had scales on their bodies, and terrifying dragon blood was surging from them. What a powerful bloodline aura. Morong Qingqing frowned. Li Hongxiu also said. The Dragon Clan? The two men stared at Lin Xian and the other two. You must be Lin Wudi. Who are you people? Are you from the Demon City? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Us, can't you feel it? We are the Dragon Clan. The two men's eyes were filled with endless arrogance. Dragons were the king of all beasts. They were incomparably powerful, and they had the capital to look down on everything. It was not the first time Lin Xian had seen the Dragon Clan. He had killed many experts of the Dragon Clan before. But this time, he could clearly feel that the dragon blood in their bodies was abnormally strong. Evidently, they were not ordinary dragons. Instead, they were extremely powerful dragons. He did not know why the other party had come to find him. The two of them laughed. Don't be nervous, we won't do anything to you yet. We just want to see who is so arrogant as to call himself invincible. Even our crown prince does not dare to use your title. Quickly change this title, or you will die miserably. Crown prince? Li Hongxiu frowned. The crown prince of the dragon clan? Why hadn't she heard of him before? However, Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He remembered the existence in the lair of 10,000 dragons in the quintessential world. Were these people under the other party's command? The dragon clan existed in all the worlds, but the one in the lair of 10,000 dragons was obviously more powerful. At that time, there was a rumor that there was a crown prince, the son of the dragon emperor, who had a heaven-defying bloodline. He was a sage at birth, and he did not know what realm he had reached, but it was definitely incomparably terrifying. Was the other party about to appear? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. If the other party appeared, they would be the most powerful enemy. Humph, Morong Qingqing, who was beside him, snorted coldly. He activated the phoenix bloodline in his body, and a phoenix phantom pounced forward. You dare to transform into a phoenix with just you? The dragon clan members sneered disdainfully. One of them stretched out his dragon claws, but after contact, his expression changed. He retracted his arm with a shocked expression. You are a member of the Phoenix clan. Previously, he was disdainful, but when he felt the other party's bloodline, he was really shocked. This bloodline actually caused him to tremble slightly. Well, now is not the time to make a move. Another dragon clan powerhouse said with a frown. The young man retracted his hand. Fine, I'll let you live a little longer, but from now on, I'll be your nightmare. Remember my name is Long Xiaotian. The two figures slowly disappeared into the void. The dragon clan, huh? It seemed that a battle was unavoidable. In that case, Lin Xian was not afraid. Although he did not have a super powerful bloodline, he had the dragon soul. It would be fine if the dragon clan members did not provoke him, but if they did, he would not be lenient. Seeing Lin Xian's serious state, Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu knew that someone was going to be unlucky. In the main hall of Huihong, 9 sacred venerables were sitting there. The clan leader of the Green Mountain clan and some core elders were also there. At the moment, the door was closed, and the two sides were having a private discussion. One of the sacred venerables of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion said, "Don't worry, we will not let you down this time when we enter the Green Mountain world. We will give you the conditions that we promised you before." In that case, I thank you all. The clan leader of the Green Mountain clan said in a deep voice. The other elders also took a deep breath. It was obvious that the two sides had reached some kind of agreement. These sacred cities would give the Green Mountain clan some benefits. The Green Mountain clan would open the Green Mountain staircase, allowing other powerhouses of the sacred cities to enter. Others can go in, but Lin Wuyi can't. Lin Wuyi can't go in. Yes, that's right. A sacred venerables of the Thunder God City also said in a deep voice. He was not qualified to enter. I don't agree to let him in either. A sacred venerables of the Demon City also spoke. The 3 sacred venerables objected. The atmosphere was a little tense. The people of the Green Mountain clan were in an uproar. The clan leader of the Green Mountain clan said, "I'm afraid that's not a good idea. It would seem that the Green Mountain clan is targeting Wushuang City." "It's okay, we'll support you." "What are you afraid of?" The 3 sacred venerables sneered. Next, these people discussed some specific matters. One day later, the birthday banquet began. The entire Green Mountain City was bustling with activity. Countless elders and experts from the second astral realm gathered in the city. Their seats were arranged in an orderly manner according to their status and strength. However, the most dazzling palace at the top was still the most dazzling. Countless people looked up at it. There were only a few people there. Other than the clan leader of the Green Mountain clan and a few core elders, the rest were Saint Venerables. Only Saint Venerables could enter that palace. The others were not qualified at all. Even Wan Jiani and the others could only sit in the second palace below. Lin Xian and the other 2 also arrived. Looking at the lively scene, they were very emotional. "Kid, where are you sitting?" Li Hongxiu asked. "Why don't you come with me to the second palace?" As the daughter of the Saint King, she could also sit in the second palace. "Qingqing, you accompany Hongxiu." I have other places to go. Lin Xian smiled. The three of them walked forward. They crossed countless pavilions and palaces, attracting a lot of attention. Look, that's Lin Wuti. He's walking forward. Is he going to enter the second palace? Did he already have the qualifications to enter that place? Many people were shocked. The people sitting in the second palace were those on the pilgrimage list. Other than that, there were some people with very special identities. For example, Li Hongxiu, the daughter of the Saint King, or Bai Shanchuan, the grandson of a Saint Venerable. In short, their status was very high. Other than that, other chief disciples or some powerful small saints were not qualified. They could only sit in the third and fourth palaces. It seemed that Lin Xian wanted to sit in the second palace. Is he qualified to be on the pilgrimage list? In the second palace, these people looked down at Lin Xian and the other two and sneered. Lin Wuti wants to come in? What a joke. Don't worry, I won't let him in because he is not qualified. Yu Quan's lips curled into a cold smile. The others also sneered coldly. Soon, Lin Xian and the other two came to the front of the second palace. Alright, Qingqing, Hongxiu, you two can go in. Morong Qingqing nodded. Li Hongxiu said, if you're really not coming, then where are you going? The third palace? Before Lin Xian could say anything, a few figures walked out from the second palace, led by Yu Quan. Brat, you want to enter the second hall? Do you have the qualifications? Ants don't have the qualifications to be with us. Mo Shou was the same. Today, they would definitely not let Lin Xian in. When Li Hongxiu saw this, she frowned. Don't go overboard. But he is my friend. Li Hongxiu, although you are the daughter of the Sage King, you still have to follow the rules. If one wanted to enter the second hall, they either had to have a noble status or extremely strong strength. Which one did this brat have? What if I insist on bringing him in? Li Hongxiu's face darkened. In that case, don't blame us for being impolite. Mo Shou also stood out. The auras of the two of them were extremely powerful. Don't worry, we won't hurt you, but don't even think about breaking the rules in our hands. Damn it. Li Hongxiu's face was cold. She didn't expect the two of them to be so bold and audacious. They didn't even give her face. Morong Qingqing, who was next to her, also had a cold expression. Lin Xian said, alright, you two go in. I have my own place to go. Qingqing, let's go. Li Hongxiu pulled Morong Qingqing and walked forward. Aren't you going to dodge? Do you want to be my enemy? Li Hongxiu shouted coldly. Yu Quan sneered. Of course, these two fairies could enter. As they said that, the two of them stepped aside to make a path. Li Hongxiu and Morong Qingqing walked in, but their bodies were immediately blocked. They looked down at Lin Xian condescendingly. As for you, don't even think about entering in this lifetime. Lin Xian smiled. You are right about something. Ants don't deserve to be with me. As he said that, he ignored Yu Quan and Mo Xiu, turned around and walked further away. He was walking in the direction of the first palace. Countless people were paying attention to what happened here. Was Lin Wuti blocked outside the door? How embarrassing. That's right. If Second Highness Yu couldn't enter, his reputation would be completely ruined. It wasn't easy to build up a reputation, but it was only a matter of time before he fell. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that Lin Xian was too arrogant this time. It was too early to enter the second palace now. Some of the chief disciples of the sacred city and some experts also snorted. Lin Wuti wasn't qualified to enter. Sure enough, they saw the two beauties beside Lin Xian enter, but Lin Wuti was blocked outside. They were gloating. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. They realized that Lin Wuti didn't intend to enter at all. Instead, he was walking towards the first palace. Was this kid tired of living? He couldn't even enter the second palace, and he wanted to go to the first palace? He must be pretending. Don't worry, he would definitely be beaten out in an instant. If he offended those sacred venerables, he would at least be half dead. These people shook their heads. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu were also stunned. What was going on? Did this kid really want to go to the first palace? What a joke. They didn't have the qualifications to enter. Previously, the matter of Wu Shuang's order was sealed by Sacred Venerable White, so only a small number of people knew about it. The others didn't know about it. Therefore, when they saw Lin Xian's action, they knew that Lin Xian was too daring. Two guards appeared at the entrance of the first palace in an instant. Both of them were late minor saints. They said coldly, "Stop. Who are you? This is not a place where you can come. Get lost." Their voice was incomparably cold, causing the smile on everyone's face to become thicker. "See, I told you, how could Lin Wudi enter? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Lin Xian was expressionless. He took out the Wu Shuang token. "I'm here on behalf of the Wu Shuang Saint King." The two late little saints sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. They could feel a trace of the Saint King's aura from the token. Instantly, both of them retreated. "Young master, please. We hope you can forgive us for offending you earlier." Both of them respectfully invited Lin Xian in. The people around him had all gone crazy. How could this be? He entered the first palace. Oh God, am I dreaming? How could he enter? Even Wan Jiani and Yu Quan couldn't enter. Sure enough, Yu Quan and Mo Xiu were stunned. They wanted to watch a good show, but they were dumbfounded. Their minds were blank. How could this be? How did he do it? The second palace was also in an uproar. This guy really did it. The incomparably seductive Qin Xianer opened her cherry lips. Wan Jiani also frowned with a cold look in his eyes. Even Chao Tianqing and Gu Feng were stunned. They did not expect Lin Fan to be able to enter. Bai Shanchuan thought of something and shivered. He hid in the shadows and did not say a word. Li Hongxiu was also surprised. Wow, this kid is so handsome. Only Morong Qingchen had a beautiful smile on her face. Now these people knew who the idiot was. They actually wanted to stop Lin Xian. In the end, they were the ones who were slapped in the face. Lin Xian walked into the first palace under the shocked gazes of countless people. After entering, he attracted a few gazes. These were the gazes of sacred venerables, and they carried an extremely strong pressure. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and blocked the pressure. In the next moment, he walked forward and said loudly, "Greetings, senior clan leader. I'm Lin Xian, representing the unparalleled Sacred King to wish you a happy birthday. The Sacred King can't leave because he has something to do, so he sent me here. This is just a small gift to show my respect." Lin Xian flipped his hand and a treasure box appeared. Since he was here to wish him a happy birthday, how could he not bring a gift? This gift was personally given by the unparalleled Sacred King, so it should not be bad. So it's Lin Gongzi. I've heard of Lin Gongzi's name long ago. Now that I've met him, he's indeed a young hero. The clan leader of Qingshan said with a smile. Although Lin Xian was just a junior in front of him, he was still representing the Sacred King. His status was not to be underestimated. An elder beside the clan leader came over and took the treasure box in his hand. Then, he said, "Lin Gongzi, this way please." Lin Xian followed him to an empty space and sat down. The other sacred venerables looked unfriendly, and some snorted coldly. To be honest, they were really unhappy to be sitting with such a young kid. He was not qualified at all. The birthday banquet began. A loud voice sounded. Then, the banquet began, and the scene became lively again. A series of greetings could be heard as gifts and treasures were delivered. The several saint sovereigns in the main hall were also talking about some cultivation problems and some important matters in the future. This had nothing to do with Lin Xian. As for cultivation, he was not a holy venerate yet, so he could not understand it. As for the major events of the world, they had little to do with him, because they had already risen to the level of the holy city. Therefore, he couldn't get a word in at all inside the main hall. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. So what if he was a saint venerable? He was going to become a great emperor in the future, so he didn't feel inferior at all. Instead, he drank alone. His expression was calm and composed. This scene made the sacred venerates of the Thunder God City and the myriad demon city even more displeased. Saint Master White's face darkened as well. Of course, there were also some people who were shocked. This young man was really not simple. Before the auras of these holy venerates, the other party remained calm and composed. Just this mentality alone was not something that just anyone could achieve. It was no wonder that the other party could create such a reputation. He was indeed unique. Even the Green Mountain Sacred King nodded slightly. He was thinking, is it really possible to keep such a genius out of the Green Mountain world? At this moment, a sacred venerate of the Thunder God City said, Nephew Lin, after the banquet, you can return to Wushuang City to report on the completion of the mission. At that time, we can use the spatial teleportation array to send you away. The sacred venerate of the Myriad Demon City also said. Lin Xian was stunned. The other party was so kind, it shouldn't be. Was there a trap, to teleport to another place? Lin Xian said, Seniors, you are too polite. I don't need you to worry about my own matters. Lin Xian changed the topic and asked, Senior clan leader, I heard people say something about the Green Mountain world. I don't know what it means. The Green Mountain clan leader frowned. The other sacred venerates' faces also darkened. Among them, the voice of the Myriad Sword Pavilion said, Lin Gongzi, you don't have to think about the Green Mountain world. Yes, this time, your Wushuang City did not participate. Why don't you wait for the next time? The sacred venerate of the Thunder God City also raised a smile. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. It seemed that the Green Mountain world was a secret realm, and it was related to the Sage King. However, these people actually wanted to leave him outside. What a joke, these seniors were thinking quite far ahead. However, this was not the Holy City, but the Green Mountain clan. Whether my Wushuang City can enter or not is not up to you seniors. After saying this, he looked at the Green Mountain clan leader. The sacred venerates were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Normally, if such an ant dared to provoke them, they would have slapped him into meat paste. However, now, they could only watch helplessly. The other party was jumping around in front of them. They were really unhappy. However, they did not have the final say. So what? They had already discussed this with the Green Mountain clan leader. What do you think, Green Mountain clan leader? The sacred venerate of the Thunder God City asked. I think the Green Mountain clan leader should have the same opinion as us. The sacred venerate of the Myriad Sword Pavilion also said. The Green Mountain clan leader hesitated. When Lin Xian saw this scene, his face became even gloomier. It seemed that these people had reached some agreement. Were they really going to exclude him? They really deserved to die. One day, when he became a sacred venerate, he would make these old fellows grovel at his feet. The Green Mountain clan leader took a deep breath as if he had made a decision. Just as he was about to speak, a stream of light streaked over from afar. Old ancestor, this is bad. The young master's illness has acted up again. What? The Green Mountain clan leader suddenly stood up. What's going on? Why did it act up in advance? Let's go and take a look. He did not care about the others and directly rushed out. What was going on? The other holy venerates were also stunned. The Green Mountain clan's first elder said, Fellow Taoists, please calm down. Something happened in my clan. As he spoke, he briefly explained the matter. The sacred venerates and heavenly queens all frowned. There was actually such a thing. Lin Xian was also surprised after hearing it. It turned out that it was a young man of the Green Mountain clan leader's lineage. He was only 8 or 9 years old and had contracted a disease. It would act up once every 3 months and could not be cured at all. Even the sacred venerates were helpless. This gave the people of the Green Mountain clan a headache. If it was an ordinary clan member, it would be fine. After all, there were many people in the Green Mountain clan. It was fine if the young man was sick. However, this young man was a direct descendant and had the bloodline of the Green Mountain Sacred King. There was even a phenomenon of atavism. This surprised the people of the Green Mountain clan. If he grew up, he might become the second Green Mountain Sacred King in the future. So, how could they not be worried? No wonder the Green Mountain clan leader was so anxious. The sacred venerates were also discussing. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He felt that this was an opportunity. From the looks of it, the Green Mountain clan leader and these sacred venerates had reached an agreement. It was very likely that they would not let him enter the Green Mountain realm. However, he had to go in. It was not easy for him to reach his current cultivation level. Every improvement was very difficult. Moreover, with his current strength, his divine body and great dragon sword soul required a huge amount of energy. If he wanted to take another step forward, he would have to cultivate normally for hundreds of years. He could not wait that long. Therefore, he would not miss any opportunity. This was obviously a great opportunity in the Azure Mountain world. How could he miss it? Therefore, Lin Xian stood up and said, I wonder what illness the little young master has. Can I take a look? Maybe I have a way. You? The people in the hall were stunned. The Grand Clan leader of the Azure Mountain race said, Lin Gongzi, are you sure? The holy venerables laughed loudly as if they had heard the best joke. Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you can be compared to us just because you are sitting with us? We are just giving face to the unparalleled sacred king. Otherwise, do you think you are qualified to stand in front of us? You are so young, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. You are really ignorant. The holy venerables snorted coldly. You don't even know what illness the little young master has. Do you know that over the years, several holy venerables have investigated the little young master? There are even alchemy experts. However, without exception, they could not cure him. With just you, they had disdainful expressions. The Grand Elder of the Azure Mountain race sighed. Indeed, he did not think that Lin Xian could do it. Lin Xian did not care. He said indifferently, you can't do it, but it doesn't mean that I can't. This world may be yours now, but it will be ours in the future. Some people are old, while we are rising. Some people are short-sighted and are destined to be trapped in the same place for the rest of their lives. Are you courting death? How dare you teach us a lesson? The holy venerables of the Thunder God City stood up. The holy venerables of the Thousand Fiend City also had gloomy expressions. The other holy venerables also frowned. Even those who didn't say anything earlier had cold expressions on their faces. Because of these words, the other party had completely angered them. What did he mean by saying that they were old and could not do it, and that they would be trapped in the same place for the rest of their lives? What a joke. At their level, what they were most unwilling to do was to stay where they were. Although it might be the truth, they didn't allow others to say it. Now, Lin Xian had mercilessly torn open this scar, making it unbearable for them. Kid, it seems like I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of Wushuang City. Have you ever heard of the saying that dead geniuses are nothing? A terrifying aura pressed down on Lin Xian. The holy venerates did not even need to make a move. One look was enough to kill them. Lin Xian also felt the aura, and his body tensed up. He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword spirit roared for 9 days while he stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. What's wrong? Did I poke your sore spot? Are you unable to look directly at yourself? Then you seem to be doubting your own Tao. If you can't even persist in your own great Tao, what right do you have to go further? My Tao is something you can't imagine. Lin Xian exuded a heroic spirit. He looked down on the world, as if the endless universe and stars had to crawl under his feet. This was a kind of boldness that was unstoppable. At this moment, the holy venerates were all shocked. This young man actually had such a grand ambition. But soon, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Damn it, they even had the intention to kill him. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Saint Bai was a good example. He now had the Wushuang token in his hand, so he was not afraid of these people at all. If these people dared to touch him, the Wushuang Sage King would definitely not let them off. More importantly, he had the Great Sage Tower. If he couldn't beat them, he could hide in the Great Sage Tower. These people could not do anything to him. Therefore, Lin Xian was not afraid. He looked at the Great Elder and said, since so many holy venerates can't cure me, why don't you let me try? Anyway, you have nothing to lose. The Great Elder thought about it and felt that what he said was right. There was nothing to lose by giving it a try. Who knows, he might even be able to get lucky. He said, then, Lin Gongzi, this way please. Nonsense. I want to see what qualifications you have. The holy venerate of Thunder God City stood up. The other holy venerates also stood up. They were also very curious. Where did Lin Xian get his confidence from? They tore open the void and directly left the first palace. So much so that the people outside did not know at all. And they had already arrived in the depths of Xianxia city. At this moment, they were all gathered in the palace. These people were all core elders. The Xianxia clan leader was also there. His face was full of worry. A middle-aged couple, however, had anxious expressions on their faces. Ancestor, will we be fine? Yes, this time, the attack had been brought forward. The middle-aged woman was very anxious. Her face was full of tears. The middle-aged man also had a worried look on his face. The Xianxia clan leader's face was ashen. He looked at the person in front of him. That was the medical expert in the clan. There was even an alchemy grandmaster and other experts. Those people all shook their heads. It seemed that they were helpless. At this moment, the void broke open. The first elder, Lin Xian, and the others had all arrived. Those holy venerates also came. A terrifying holy aura swept through the world. The faces of the people in the palace changed. The Xianxia clan leader also turned his head. His expression changed. Why are you here? The first elder took a few steps forward and whispered. The Xianxia clan leader shouted coldly. Nonsense. Lin Xian has a way? Are you kidding me? To be honest, so many holy venerates can't do it. How can a young man do it? Xianxia clan leader, we don't believe it either, but someone is incomparably arrogant and thinks that he can solve it. So we followed to take a look and broaden our horizons. Lin Gongzi, I won't trouble you with the matters of the clan. Please go back. I hope you can forgive me for not being a good host. After saying that, he wanted to ask these people to go back. Lin Xian said, Old clan leader, why don't you give it a try? There's no harm in it anyway. Can the situation be worse than it is now? Patriarch, do you have a way? The middle-aged woman walked up. Lin Xian said, I'm not sure now because I haven't seen the young master. However, I should still have some confidence. You haven't even seen him, and you dare to say that you have confidence? Aren't you just trying to deceive us? The holy venerate behind him snorted coldly. The middle-aged man also frowned. However, the middle-aged woman did not care about anything. She said, That's easy. Hurry up and take a look. Don't mess around. The patriarch is still here. The middle-aged man said. The middle-aged woman cried, Patriarch, please. The Xianxia clan leader sighed. Forget it. It's just a look anyway. It's not a big deal. He said, All right. Lin Xian went in to take a look. There was a young man lying there. His face was pale, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Even his small face was somewhat distorted. His body kept trembling, but he did not see anything strange at all. His bloodline was normal, his physique was normal, and even his soul was normal. However, he was in great pain. The Green Mountain Patriarch said. He had already asked many Saint Venerables to take a look, but they couldn't find anything. He wondered what nephew Lin had found out. The Saint Kings behind him also sneered. They were also investigating at this moment, but they couldn't find anything. It was indeed a strange disease. Lin Xian snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme and saw through everything. Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He found that his normal bloodline had changed under the full operation of the heavenly secret divine eyes. He saw some black runes appear. These black runes carried a strange aura, which Lin Xian had never felt before. What was this? He was too surprised. He found that it was these black runes that caused the young man in front of him to be in so much pain. It was so strange. He could only see it because he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to detect it no matter how high their cultivation was. No wonder several Saint Venerables couldn't see it. It was impossible without a powerful eye technique. But even if he saw it, Lin Xian didn't know what it was. However, it didn't matter if he didn't know. He didn't need to know. He just needed to destroy these black runes. Others might not be able to do it because those Saint Venerables couldn't see the black runes, but he could. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul, which could destroy everything, including nothingness. He was also confident that he could destroy these black runes. Therefore, Lin Xian retracted his gaze and stood up. Humph, you can't find it, right, kid? Who do you think you are? Are you really the chosen one? Behind him, the Saint Venerables of the Thunder God City sneered. The Saint Venerables of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also shook their heads in disdain. The people of the Green Mountain clan sighed. They had long known that this would be the result. The middle-aged woman cried until she almost fainted. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, I found it. There is indeed some strange power in his body. What? Everyone was stunned. Did the other party see it? How was this possible? They, the Saint Venerables, couldn't see it. What nonsense. The Saint Venerables of the Thunder God City roared, Kid, don't be presumptuous, you're the impudent one. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Old thing, I've tolerated you for a long time. Are you trying to take advantage of your seniority? It's useless in front of me, what did you say? The eyes of the Thunder God City's Holy Venerate instantly turned red. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? The killing intent on his body instantly rushed into the main hall. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's Holy Venerate also shouted coldly. This is too much. Even if I have the Holy King's badge today, I will still teach you a lesson. Sure enough, you're taking advantage of your seniority. You can touch me, but you have to think about the consequences. Since the peerless Saint King dared to send me here, it means that my relationship with him is not ordinary. If you touch me, you will be touching the peerless Saint King. Think about the consequences of offending a sage king. You dare to threaten me? The two Saint Venerables roared. Lin Xian sneered. So what if I threaten you? After saying that, he looked at the Elder of Green Bamboo again. I have already checked his condition. I have a way to cure him. Hearing that, the people of the Green Mountain clan were all stunned. The middle-aged couple also jumped up abruptly. Is that true? They grabbed Lin Xian's hand tightly. The Green Mountain clan's patriarch also trembled. Lin Gongzi, do you really have a way? Of course. Lin Xian said. What a bunch of nonsense. Today, I will kill you, you ignorant fool. A terrifying thunder aura appeared on the Thunder God City's Holy Venerate. Lin Xian sneered. I have a way, but if I die, I'm afraid that no one else in the entire Starry Sky universe can save him. Hearing that, the Green Mountain clan's patriarch waved his hand, and a huge mountain blocked the thunder palm. Please don't go too far. This is the territory of my Green Mountain clan. Green Mountain clan's patriarch, do you really want to believe this kid? The Thunder God City's Holy Venerate went crazy. He did not expect that the other party would actually attack him. The other Saint Venerables were also speechless. This matter concerns the fate of my Green Mountain clan. I have to be careful. The Green Mountain clan's patriarch said in a deep voice. Lin Gongzi, when can you make a move? Do you need us to prepare anything? Natural treasures, all sorts of medicinal pills, formations, just name them. My Green Mountain clan will definitely be able to do it. Lin Xian said, all right, I have a way. However, I have a few conditions. Just name them. We will definitely be able to do it. The Green Mountain clan's patriarch nodded quickly. Lin Xian said, I want absolute safety in Green Mountain City. No one can threaten my life. After saying that, Xiaoqun glanced at the Thunder God City's Holy Venerate and the other Saint Venerables. Don't worry. My Green Mountain clan will definitely protect young master. Whoever dares to touch young master will be my Green Mountain clan's enemy. The moment Xiaoqun said that, the expressions of the Thunder God City's Holy Venerate and the other Saint Venerables turned extremely unsightly. Damn it. Isn't this targeting us? To think that we are targeted by a youth. Damn it. Very good. Lin Xian smiled. He said, second, I want to enter the Green Mountain realm. No problem. The Green Mountain clan's patriarch nodded. This was not a big deal in the first place. Damn it, the expressions of the Thunder God City's Holy Venerables turned even more unsightly. Unexpectedly, not only were they unable to make a move, but their plan to attack Xiaoqun was also ruined. Damn it. They felt like they had been slapped in the face. Brat, you speak so confidently. However, what if you can't cure him? The thunder god Holy Venerate said. If I can't cure him, I will be at the mercy of the Green Mountain clan's patriarch. Alright, since you said it, we will wait and see. The Holy Venerables snorted coldly. They did not believe that Xiaoqian could do it. In their opinion, Xiaoqian would definitely fail. As long as they waited for Xiaoqian to fail, they would not let him make a comeback. An ant would not be able to jump around in front of them. Alright, I'm done. I'm going to treat young master now. You can all leave. The Green Mountain clan's people retreated. However, the Holy Venerables did not leave. Lin Xian frowned. What's wrong? Are you not leaving? Do you need to be so sneaky when treating an illness? Is there anything shameful about it? That's right. What if you hurt young master? I'm not as despicable as you. Furthermore, you are just leaving the hall. Are you afraid that I will do something? If someone is here, I will refuse to treat him. Please, the Green Mountain clan's patriarch will come personally. Good, good, good. Let's see how far you can pretend. The Holy Venerables waved their sleeves and came out of the hall. Not only do you have to go out, but no one is allowed to use their souls to check the situation inside. Once I discover it, I will immediately stop the treatment. I will not bear the consequences. Young master, don't worry. I can guarantee that. The Green Mountain clan's patriarch nodded. With him here personally, he did not believe that anyone would dare to be impudent. The Holy Venerables gritted their teeth. Damn it. To be honest, they were also very curious. They wanted to know where Xiaoqian got his trump card from. However, it seemed that there was no hope now. Lin Xian waved his hand and closed the hall's door. Then, he set up a formation. As long as a soul touched it slightly, Xiaoqian would instantly know. Then, he took a deep breath and arrived before the youth. He activated his heavenly secret god eyes to the extreme and saw those black runes again. They were like tadpoles swimming in the youth's body. What was that? Lin Xian used his law and poured it into the youth's body, rushing toward the black runes. In an instant, his law turned into a large net and enveloped the black runes. Naturally, the black rune wanted to struggle and resist. In the next moment, Lin Xian was shocked. He seemed to have entered an illusion. He saw a strange scene. It was a deep ancient temple, and there was a statue of a ghost king that was abnormally ferocious. In front of the ghost king statue, there was a figure kneeling. He was emitting a mysterious aura. He couldn't see what he looked like, but he could see that his hands were forming seals. Numerous black runes were pulsating. Moreover, there were 2 strings of pearls on his wrists. Those pearls were pitch black, and it was unknown what they were made of. Each bead had a ferocious ghost head painted on it. The scene was incomparably strange. Those black runes were the same as the runes in the youth's body. Buzz, Lin Xian's body trembled. He suddenly felt that the ferocious ghost king statue's eyes were shining, and it turned its head to look at him. In the next moment, the illusion in front of Lin Xian's eyes disappeared and shattered. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He felt that there was a strange force in his body that was trying to devour him. Damn it, destroy it, the great dragon sword soul roared and destroyed the black runes. Not only that, the black runes in the youth's body were also destroyed. After the first rune, the rest of the black runes started to jump violently, as if they were about to explode together. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul completely charged out and rushed into the youth's body, slashing in all directions. Although these black runes were strange and carried a terrifying power, they were no match for the great dragon sword soul. However, he was no match for the great dragon sword soul. After a round, the great dragon sword soul returned to Lin Xian's body. At this moment, the black runes in the youth's body were completely destroyed. Lin Xian was still worried, so he used his Tianji god eyes to check 3 more times. When he confirmed that he did not miss anything, he heaved a sigh of relief. Was that power a curse? He wiped his sweat. It felt very similar to the legendary power of curses. However, this power was even more mysterious than the power of space. He didn't expect that it would appear here, and on this young man's body. As for the reason, it was probably a secret of the Green Mountain clan. There was no need for him to investigate. He stood up and let out a sigh of relief. Outside the main hall, The people of the Green Mountain clan were waiting anxiously. Do you think that brat can do it? Many people whispered to each other. The Thunder God's Holy Venerate sneered. What kind of joke was this? Did they really place their hopes on this ant? I suspect that not only will he not be able to cure the young master, he might even worsen the young master's illness. The 10,000 Fiend City's Holy Venerate also snorted coldly. Ancestor, what should we do? Many people looked at the chief of Green Mountain. The chief of the Green Mountain sect looked at the time and said while gritting his teeth, wait a little longer. They would wait for the period it took an incense stick to burn. If there was still no movement after the period it took an incense stick to burn, if nothing happened, he would go in and investigate personally. As soon as he said that, the main hall in front of him suddenly opened, and Lin Xian walked out. Did he come out? Everyone turned their attention to the front. He came out so quickly. It was obvious that he failed. The Thunder God City's Holy Venerate sneered. The other Holy Venerates also shook their heads. The people of the Green Mountain clan were really stupid. They actually placed their hopes on such a young man. The people of the Green Mountain clan surrounded him and asked, Young Master, how is it? Yes, Young Master, can you tell what illness it is? Is there a way to cure it? If not, we can send Holy Venerates to help you. Lin Xian waved his hand to silence these people. He said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I've already cured your young master's illness. What? He's cured? Everyone was stunned, especially the few Saint Venerables who were watching the show. They were stunned on the spot. How is that possible? The Thunder God Holy Venerate instantly jumped out. Brat, there should be a limit to your nonsense. How can you cure an illness that even Holy Venerates can't cure in such a short time? Humph. Lin Xian sneered. You're trash, but don't treat everyone as trash. I can do what you can't do. How dare you call me trash? The Holy Venerate was completely enraged. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. Lin Xian said, try attacking me. I've already cured your young master's illness. I'm protected by the Green Mountain clan. The Thunder God Holy Venerate calmed down. The Green Mountain clan's clan leader comforted the Holy Venerate while rushing inside impatiently. The others also rushed into the main hall. I want to see what you're talking about. The Thunder God City's Holy Venerate was not convinced. The other Holy Venerates were also greatly shocked. They had to see it with their own eyes. Everyone rushed inside. They saw a young man lying there, sleeping peacefully. His pained little face also relaxed. The pain was really gone. The middle-aged couple cried tears of joy. The people of Green Mountain clan were also in an uproar. The Green Mountain clan's clan leader heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving my young master. He was a dignified Holy Venerate, the clan leader of a clan. However, at this moment, he bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. Behind him, the Holy Venerates were even more stunned. No way, did he really cure the young master? Could it be a coincidence? These people gritted their teeth. They guessed that the young master's illness must have flared up, so he was cured. It was definitely not this kid who cured him. However, no matter what they said, the people of Green Mountain clan were still grateful to Lin Xian. The Green Mountain clan's clan leader asked, Lin Gongzi, do you know what illness this is? Yes, we've already invited many people, but they can't tell, let alone cure it. The Green Mountain clan's clan leader also had a rueful expression. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Should I tell them about the curse? He did not say it directly. Instead, he asked, have you offended anyone? Or rather, did this young master offend anyone before? Offended anyone? The people of Green Mountain clan shook their heads. That shouldn't be the case. Their Green Mountain clan was very low-key. They usually stayed in Green Mountain City and would not go out. Who could they offend? Moreover, even if they offended someone, they were not afraid. Even if they offended a Holy Venerate, they would not be afraid. Unless it was a Saint King. However, a Saint King would not do anything to them. Therefore, the Green Mountain clan's clan leader shook his head. Then I don't know what illness he has. I only know that there is a black rune in his body that is very strange. I destroyed the black rune, so his illness should be cured. Black rune? These people were greatly surprised. The holy venerates were also shocked. They did not see it, but they did not expect a young man to see it. How did Lin Gongzi find out? A Saint Venerable asked. The others were also puzzled. Lin Xian replied, well, I have my own ways. Everyone has their secrets, don't they? Humph. The Saint Venerable snorted. He didn't expect Lin Xian to keep him guessing. The other people's faces were also gloomy. This time, it was really too embarrassing. Previously, they swore that Lin Xian would never succeed. However, Lin Xian cured the young master's injuries easily. Wasn't that a slap to their faces? And it was very painful. Therefore, these Saint Venerables didn't want to stay here. The Green Mountain clan leader also knew, so he asked the great elder of Green Mountain to bring these people back to the main hall. He stayed here personally, holding Lin Xian's hand and laughing non-stop. The people of the Green Mountain clan around them were even more grateful to Lin Xian. Many people offered him treasures. The Green Mountain clan leader also said, I'll agree to these 2 conditions. If you have any other requests, the Green Mountain clan will definitely satisfy you. Seeing the Green Mountain clan leader's fiery eyes, Lin Xian felt a little scared. Damn, these people are too excited. It seemed that the young master he saved was very impressive. It was said that he even had an atavistic bloodline. There was a high chance that he would become a saint king in the future. No wonder these people were so excited that they were about to cry. Senior clan leader, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just giving it a try. To be honest, I didn't have much confidence before. I'm just lucky this time. Lin Gongzi, no matter what, you are the savior of the Green Mountain clan. Even though Lin Xian refused, the Green Mountain clan leader still gave a few saint artifacts and some natural treasures to Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, don't worry. We will open the Green Mountain world in 5 days. At that time, Lin Gongzi will definitely enter. Lin Xian nodded. Then I'll wait. Then, he left. It seemed that this was a blessing in disguise. Not only did he humiliate the Saint Venerable, but he also became Green Mountain Bamboo's savior. He could do whatever he wanted here. Those holy venerates did not dare to make a move against him. Moreover, he had obtained several saint artifacts and a pile of natural treasures for free. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sang a little tune as he returned to the birthday banquet. The people outside were very lively. They did not know that the people from the first palace had already left. When Lin Xian reappeared, it caused an uproar among the crowd. It was Lin Wudi. Many people exclaimed. The fact that the other party came out from the first hall was truly enviable. With his hands behind his back, Lin Xian walked toward the second palace. Inside, Mo Xiu, Yu Quan, and the others gritted their teeth as they saw the scene. Damn brat, what kind of despicable method did you use? How dare you? Your grandfather and I are of the same generation. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you believe that I will drag you to the first palace and let your elders educate you personally? Damn it, Yu Quan and Mo Xiu were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They wished that they could make this hateful brat in front of them disappear immediately. They had to teach him a lesson. Crackling sounds came from their bodies, and all kinds of terrifying laws spread out. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu walked over. The 2 of them were also facing a great enemy. Lin Xian did not care. Humph, the Green Mountain clan's patriarch walked out and said loudly. From now on, Lin Gongzi is the most important guest of the Green Mountain clan. His status is equivalent to a core elder. Whoever touches Lin Gongzi will be an enemy of the Green Mountain clan. The Green Mountain clan will not rest until one of us is dead. His loud and clear voice spread in all directions. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Oh my god, what is going on? Not only did Lin Wudi enter the first palace, but he also became an important guest. His status was equivalent to a core elder. Didn't that mean that in the Green Mountain clan, apart from the patriarch, Lin Wudi could do whatever he wanted? What happened during this period? Discussions and screams sounded. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were also stunned. Brother Xian, what's going on? That's right, kid, how did you do it? There's no other way. the Green Mountain Clan's patriarch and I hit it off at first sight. So, he wants to be friends with me. Yu Quan, Mo Xiao, you too, do you still want to make a move on me? Yu Quan and Mo Xiao's faces darkened. What do you mean by making a move? They already said that making a move on this kid in front of them was making a move on the Green Mountain Clan. They were guests here, and they did not want to be kicked out. Kid, just you wait. When we get out of Green Mountain City, I'll teach you a lesson. The two of them directly left. Because they felt that if they stayed any longer, they would be angered to death. Lin Gongzi, you're really surprising. I'm more and more interested in you now. Xianxia walked over with a charming face. She exuded endless charm and excellence from head to toe. Seeing this scene, Li Hongxiu coldly snorted. Even Morong Qingqing was fuming with anger, guarding against her like she was guarding against a thief. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He'd better stay away from this demoness. The birthday banquet ended in a state of shock. A small number of people left, but the top experts and geniuses did not leave. Because they were waiting. 5 days later, the Green Mountain World would open. Their main purpose this time was to come to the Green Mountain World. Of course, not many people would be able to enter the Green Mountain World. Most of the others could only stay here to watch the show and wait for news. On the third day, Lin Xian was invited away by the Green Mountain Clan's patriarch. He thought that the old man would thank him, but to his surprise, the Green Mountain Clan's patriarch brought him to a pavilion and left. What's going on? Who is he going to see? Lin Xian walked inside. Soon, he saw a young man sitting there. His palm followed a strange seal, and wisps of aura spread out from his body. It's this young master. This little guy is really too unusual, isn't he? His cultivation is so mysterious. Lin Xian realized that he could not see through him. The young master of the Green Mountain Clan opened his eyes. There was a hint of vicissitudes in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. It made people think that it was an illusion. You're here. You must be Lin Wudi. I heard that you saved me. Thank you. He looked like a young man, only 8 or 9 years old, but he spoke like an old man. It's nothing. Besides, I didn't lose anything. Your Green Mountain Clan has given me a lot of benefits, so you don't have to be too grateful. They don't understand. They don't know what this means to me. But I know very well that if it weren't for you, I'm afraid that my life would be ruined. You're very interesting, little guy. Why do I feel like you're an old monster? Oh right. Do you know what illness you have? It's a curse, not an illness. The young master said in a deep voice. A cold light appeared in his eyes. The temperature of the surrounding area dropped. Lin Xian was surprised. You actually know it's a curse, he was too shocked. Even the saint couldn't tell. This young master was too strange. Who did you offend? To think that someone had placed the most mysterious curse on him. Lin Xian was very curious. The young master glanced at him. I offended someone. It's too terrifying. Then, he revealed a mysterious smile. Do you know? We are the same kind of people. Huh, Lin Xian scratched his head. What did he mean? The young master smiled mysteriously and gave him a jade scroll. Keep this thing well. It will be of great help to you when you enter the Green Mountain World. I'm still very weak. I still have to cultivate, so I won't send you off. There will be times when we meet again. Lin Xian walked out with the jade scroll. However, he was even more puzzled. If it wasn't for the other party's weak cultivation, he would have suspected that the other party was an old monster who looked young like the unparalleled Saint King. The other party's cultivation was indeed too weak at the moment. He was really just an ordinary young man. Shaking his head, he ignored it. He didn't know what was inside the jade scroll. After returning, Lin Xian probed it with his soul. In the next moment, he screamed. Damn. What's wrong? Morong Qingqing was originally resting at the side. When he heard Lin Xian scream, he immediately woke up. On the other side, Li Hongxiu also pushed open the door and entered. As she entered, she said, What are you doing? I didn't see anything. She came in with her eyes closed. Morong Qingqing's face turned red. Sister Hongxiu, you're making fun of me. We didn't do anything. Oh, that's right. It's broad daylight. Li Hongshou opened her eyes and then frowned. Why are you screaming in broad daylight? Lin Xian was too excited. His hand that was holding the jade scroll trembled slightly. What was going on? The two beauties were very puzzled. Lin Xian said that the map of the Green Mountain world, including the array formations and traps, had all been marked. What? Li Hongshou also screamed. Morong Qingqing's eyes also lit up. Really? Brother Xian, how could you have such a thing? The Green Mountain world was rumored to be incomparably mysterious. Even the people of the Green Mountain clan could not explain it. Not to mention a map. However, at this moment, Lin Xian had a piece of the map in his hand. This made them extremely suspicious. Brat, did you get tricked by someone? Li Hongshou was also cold. The Green Mountain realm was very mysterious. How could there be a map? Who gave it to you? Lin Xian was also puzzled. Could it be that young master's prank? However, he didn't think so because the picture was too detailed. It wasn't something a teenager could pull off as a prank. Was it the idea of the clan master of Green Mountain? But why did he have to give it to him through this young master? He didn't understand, but he firmly memorized the map. He planned to test it out a few days later when he entered the Green Mountain steps. The two of you should also take a look and note it down. When the time comes, we will verify it. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongshou also extended their souls. They firmly memorized the map. Another 2 days passed. Finally, the day of the Green Mountain realm's opening arrived. One by one, experts and geniuses walked out of the pavilions. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Li Hongshou also walked out. They turned into streams of light and followed the group to the back mountain of the Green Mountain clan. That was the ancestral land. Usually, no one was allowed to enter. They were only allowed to enter when the Green Mountain realm opened. At this moment, many elites and elders were standing in the ancestral land rented by the Green Mountain clan. They joined forces to form a line of defense. No one was allowed to enter. Outside of them, there were countless figures. Each of them had an unusually strong aura. Among them, Mo Xiu, Yu Quan, and the others were also among them. The clan master of the Green Mountain clan stood out and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the Green Mountain realm will open soon. When the time comes, I will let everyone in. However, I have something to say in advance." The Green Mountain steps were left behind by the Green Mountain king. It is extremely mysterious. After so many years, we still can't figure out its secrets. We only know that the space inside is very big. It is as if it is an independent world. Not only are there opportunities, but there are also dangers. There are even monsters and humans living inside. Not only are there warriors, but there are also ordinary people. You can enter to obtain opportunities and kill monsters, but you must not attack ordinary people. You must keep this in mind. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by the Green Mountain clan. The surrounding people were in an uproar. There were ordinary people living inside. What was this Green Mountain realm? Could it be that it was really a world that had been refined by the Saint King? Even Lin Xian and the others were curious. The Green Mountain realm was becoming more and more mysterious. Next, they began to wait. About an hour later, a rumbling sound came from a mountain in front of them. Then, it cracked open. Inside, a vortex appeared, forming a vortex door. A terrifying and mysterious aura spread out from the vortex door. The surrounding people felt it. They took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from their eyes. When the Green Mountain clan leader saw this, he said loudly, "All right, the Green Mountain realm is now open. Everyone, you may enter." As soon as he finished speaking, many people walked forward. However, they did not enter rashly. After all, entering an unknown area left behind by the Saint King was still dangerous. When the people of the Green Mountain clan saw this, they took the lead and walked in. This time, their clansmen wanted to enter too. Seeing the people of the Green Mountain clan walk in, the others followed. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and flew in with two peerless beauties. "Lin Wudi, the Green Mountain clan is protecting you outside. But once you enter the Green Mountain realm, let's see who can protect you." Yu Quan snorted. Mo Xiu also smiled coldly. If possible, he would make Lin Wudi stay in the Green Mountain realm forever. More and more people rushed in. Lin Xian and the other two appeared. They appeared on a grassland, surrounded by green grass. A cool breeze blew past, making people feel comfortable. Beside them, Li Hongxiu exclaimed. This place was too unusual. She felt that the great Tao of heaven and earth around her was boiling violently. Cultivating here would be twice the result with half the effort. Morong Qingqing was also surprised that the Green Mountain clan had such a sacred cultivation ground. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around, and then combined with the map he had seen to identify the direction. We're in the south now. At this moment, a few figures swayed nearby and turned into a few young people. Lin Xian recognized the clothes they were wearing. They were from the Green Mountain clan. When they saw Lin Xian, they also cupped their fists. Greetings, Lin Gongzi. They were extremely respectful to Lin Xian. You're too polite. Lin Gongzi, you have to be careful. When we came in, we seemed to feel some people's murderous intent towards you. You have to be especially careful of Yu Quan and Mo Xiu, who are on the pilgrimage list. They are too strong. Lin Gongzi could avoid them for now. Once they were out of the Green Mountain world, they would not dare to act recklessly. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. These two had wanted to make a move on him for a long time. There might really be a battle in the Green Mountain world this time. Thank you for telling me. Also, the patriarch told me to remind Lin Gongzi when I see him. Oh, what's that? Lin Xian was surprised. When I came in, I heard that someone had just arrived. This person is called Qisong. What's so special about him? Lin Xian asked. He's Han Qianyu's disciple. Han Qianyu is a powerful saint venerable. He was your master's enemy 2,000 years ago and was injured by him. Until now, he was still injured and could not enter the Saint King realm. However, he took in 3 disciples. The youngest one is called Qisong. This time, he seems to be targeting you. Did he want revenge? Lin Xian understood right away. Master could not defeat unparalleled Saint King, so he sent his disciple to destroy the geniuses of unparalleled city. How despicable. If Qisong dared to come, he would send him to hell. Thank you for your reminder. Lin Xian cupped his fists in gratitude. Indeed, if these people did not tell him, he would not have known that he was being targeted by a dangerous person. Since Qisong dared to come alone, it was enough to show that his strength was not ordinary. Lin Gongzi, be careful. We'll leave first. The few young people of the Green Mountain clan ran in a direction. They had their own goals. We're in the south now. If the map is correct, there should be a cave nearby with some Tao insights carved in it. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian thought that this should be a good way to verify the authenticity of the map. The 3 of them discussed and turned into streams of light, flying into the distance. 20,000 miles away, there was a huge rift valley. 1,000 meters below the rift valley, there was a cave. There were many murals in the cave, and they were carved with Tao insights. Indeed, they saw a huge valley in front of them. There really is a canyon. Li Hongxiu was surprised. Morong Qingqing was also overjoyed. Let's see if there are any caves in the canyon. The 3 of them directly flew down the canyon. Sure enough, they found a cave 1,000 meters down. The cave was covered by many vines. There were also countless Tao runes around the cave. Clearly, the entrance of the cave was covered by an array formation. If Xianxia did not come down, even a little saint would not be able to tell what was going on. However, Lin Xian and the others had a map, so they obtained it effortlessly. Lin Xian went in to take a look. He waved his hand and tore apart the vines. Then, he sent out a flame and flew in. The 9 suns' divine fire turned into a golden crow and circled around inside, illuminating the interior. No danger. Let's go. The 3 of them walked into the cave. Lin Xian's flames turned into a sun that floated in the sky, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. The cave was not big, and there were murals painted on the walls. Those were the insights of the Great Tao. The Great Tao insights left behind by a sage king were very useful to them. They hurried to comprehend them. The hillmen were overjoyed. they found that the map was real. Great! This way, they could search for treasures according to the map. The three of them began to comprehend the map. Lin Xian was comprehending the map while using the natural treasures given to him by the Green Hill clan to enhance the power of his body and the great dragon sword soul. The others did not have a map at all, so they could only search aimlessly. These people searched in all directions crazily. Lei Zhen was dead in Thunder God City, and a new chief disciple was chosen. His cultivation base was also at Early Small Saint. As a saint city, Thunder God City had a very strong foundation. Those Saint Venerable Elders had their own disciples. This was the disciple of one of the Saint Venerable Elders. He had been cultivating quietly in the Saint City all this time. However, after Lei Zhen was killed, he was pushed out. He was chosen as the new chief disciple. His name was Luo Fan. However, he was not ordinary at all. His strength was much stronger than Lei Zhen. He could be considered a disciple of the previous generation. At this moment, under the lead of Luo Fan, these geniuses of Thunder God City were searching for treasures. Suddenly, a red figure descended from the sky and hovered above their heads. That person squinted his eyes and asked, "Do you know where Lin Wudi is? Who do you think you are? How dare you step on our heads? Get down here," one of the geniuses of Thunder God City roared. Luo Fan frowned. In this place, other than the people on the pilgrim list whom he was afraid of, he did not care about the others. Now, someone was stepping on his head. Was he courting death? Kneel down and kowtow to me. I can give you a quick death. Luo Fan said indifferently. Looks like you're their leader. Since that's the case, let's ask you. The others can go die. The crimson figure in the sky sneered. Many red Dao runes appeared on his body and spread out in all directions. Those red Dao runes seemed to have turned into poisonous needles that shot downwards. The void was pierced through endlessly. You're courting death. How dare you look down on us? The geniuses of Thunder God City were furious. The other party dared to fight against them alone? They had more than a dozen experts on their side. He was courting death. Everyone, join hands to kill him. They wanted to use the cruelest means to torture him to death. These geniuses soared into the sky and struck out their laws to block the needles. But soon, they screamed in pain. They could not block these red needles at all. Each of them was a law that pierced through their bodies. In an instant, two of them turned into a hornet's nest. Their bodies were full of bloody holes and looked extremely miserable. Even their souls were stunned to death. Not good. This person is an expert. Quickly defend, the other 7 people roared, but it was useless. The red needles fell from the sky and all 7 of them were killed. The only one left alive was Luo Fan. At this moment, Luo Fan's pupils shrank and cold sweat flowed down his body. Damn it. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Who are you? How dare you kill the people of Thunder God City? Do you want to be my enemy? Trash, you dare to ask me? Answer me first. Do you know where Lin Wudi is? I don't know. Luo Fan shook his head. Seems like you want to die too. The red figure in the sky slowly descended. Luo Fan took 3 steps back. Our Thunder God City has a grudge with Lin Wudi. If I knew, how could I hide it? Since you don't know, then die. With that, the red figure waved his hand. The terrifying red needles once again turned into a torrent and rushed over. Damn it, 9 Revolution Divine Thunder, Luo Fan did not dare to be careless. He immediately used Thunder God City's lost technique. There was terrifying lightning on his body that quickly spread and reached the 6th revolution in an instant. With a palm strike, the 6th revolution Divine Thunder accompanied by his Thunder God's palm was extremely powerful. However, it was useless. The 6th revolution Divine Thunder was broken in an instant. Luo Fan was injured, and he was also pierced into a hornet's nest. His body was shattered, and a soul fled in panic. Still want to escape? The crimson figure in the sky reached out a hand and grabbed the soul. Then, he directly collected the soul. The soul was burned, and he screamed. After half an hour, the red figure retracted his hand. He really didn't know. What a piece of trash. Forget it, let's find another person to ask. the red figure disappeared again, leaving only the corpses of the Thunder Saint City scattered all over the ground. In another area, in front of a large waterfall, 4 figures kept shuttling back and forth. Senior brother Jean, is there really a treasure in this place? Yes, this green mountain world is too big. We can't find it at all. Zhang Yunfei said, we can only rely on luck. If we can't find it, we can only say that it's not in our lives. But before that, we have to work hard to find it. The 4 of them began a large-scale search. Sword Qi with the power of the soul probed in all directions. They covered a radius of millions of miles. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed past. It slashed down. A sword saint screamed and flew out. Who is it? The other 2 sword saints roared. Zhang Xiongfei also snorted coldly and rushed forward. Someone actually dared to attack their 10,000 swords pavilion. They were courting death. Soon, they saw their junior brother lying on the ground with his head being stepped on by a red figure. The red figure grabbed the sword saint's soul and directly pulled it out to search his soul. A miserable voice sounded. Damn it, how dare you, the 2 sword saints roared. Their long swords intertwined, and a terrifying sword Dao erupted. Ice sword Dao. Endless ice sword Qi spread out, freezing everything. Lightning sword Dao. Another person attacked. Lightning flashed between heaven and earth, turning into a divine sword that soared into the sky. The 2 sword saints attacked. They were really powerful to the extreme. They were courting death. The red figure sneered. With a wave of his hand, countless red laws turned into red needles, sweeping over from all directions. Lightning sword Dao and ice sword Dao were both pierced through. The 2 sword saints were also beaten into a hornet's nest. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their eyes were wide open. Was he going to lose just like that? He was unwilling to accept this. Their souls left their scabbards and hugged their holy swords, wanting to escape. Those red needles turned into 2 chains that pulled the souls of the 2 people, and then collected them. No, no, what a piece of trash. The red figure roared, and the void within a million li shattered. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiongfei's expression became extremely ugly. Just who are you? Why are you attacking my 10,000 swords pavilion? You are the only one left. Tell me, do you know where Lin Wudi is? Was he looking for Lin Wudi? Zhang Xiongfei's pupils shrank. Are you Lin Wudi's enemy? It just so happens that we are the same. Why don't we join forces, you? The red figure snorted coldly. You are not qualified. Impudent, Zhang Xiongfei was enraged. He was the sword saint of the previous generation, and his strength was unparalleled. You killed a disciple of my 10,000 swords pavilion. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to my junior brother's soul. As he spoke, he unsheathed the sword on his back. Water sword Dao, with a loud bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying wave swept across the sky, turning into a huge sword Qi with a terrifying aura. It slashed forward. The endless void shattered. Zhang Xiongfei was really too strong. He was even stronger than the 3 sword saints combined. He was even more terrifying than Luo Fan. That was interesting. The red figure waved his red sword, resisting the attack. The sky was pierced by 2 rays of light. One was red, and the other was blue. The 2 sides clashed, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Not bad, you are qualified to make me attack. Remember my name is Qi Song. The red light on the figure slowly disappeared, revealing an ice-cold face. This was a man dressed in a crimson robe. A red pine tree was painted on his body, and it looked like Su rushing. Now that you know my name, you can die in peace. Qi Song launched his attack. It was a terrifying divine ability. Boundless red light spun between heaven and earth, forming a red pine tree. It was even more majestic than an ancient mountain. The aura on it was terrifying. The pine tree shook, and countless pine needles fell down, as if it was a heavenly tribulation. Boom boom, Zhang Xiongfei roared and instantly activated 10,000 swords. His combat strength increased again. Sword after sword slashed into the void, and countless giant swords surged. The 2 of them fought for 30 moves. Half of Zhang Xiongfei's body was smashed into a hornet's nest. He was terrified. Too strong. Who was this person? He had never heard of him. But the other party's strength made him despair. Explode, he exploded the broken half of his body. His soul wrapped the other half of his body and escaped with the holy sword. You can't escape. The red pine needles turned into chains and swept out, piercing through heaven and earth, blocking the other party's path. Damn it, the sacred sword exploded in an instant, and he left with his broken body. Those chains were broken by the holy sword. Qisong looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was indeed difficult to deal with. He could actually escape from my hands. He looked at the disappearing figure in the distance and didn't chase after him. Forget it, my main goal is still to kill Lin Wuti. Shaking his head, he put away the illusion of heaven and earth and disappeared between heaven and earth. Following that, people were killed from time to time. These people were terrified. They knew that a powerful crimson figure called Qisong had come to kill Lin Wuti. Damn it, what kind of person did Lin Wuti provoke? For a time, many saints didn't dare to search for treasures and went into hibernation. Inside the canyon, Lin Xian and the other two kept comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth day and night. Great, my flowing cloud sleeve is even stronger than before. Li Hongshou opened her eyes, and the corners of her mouth raised into a smile. On the other side, Morong Qingqing also said, my Kunlun/'s power has also increased. Brother Xian, what about you? Lin Xian stood up and said, my laws are also more refined than before. As expected of the Green Mountain realm. According to this map, we might be able to break through. He was too excited. The two peerless beauties were also extremely excited. The three of them left the cave and left the canyon. Let's go to the next place. It's not far from here. There was a spiritual herb garden there, but it was occupied by some powerful monsters. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian and the other two went again. According to the map, there was a mountain that was occupied by terrifying demon saints. Those 3 demon saints were very terrifying. They had all reached the small saint realm. They were a lion, an elephant, and a golden rock. They were very terrifying. Lin Xian and the other two were stronger. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongshou fought against them separately. The 3 of them fought, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. In the end, they killed the 3 powerful demon saints. Great, this is a spiritual herb garden. There are so many 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. They were too excited. They made sure to leave all the roots behind. This way, these spiritual herbs could grow again and benefit future generations. Lin Xian was very familiar with these things. They collected the entire spiritual herb garden. There were 36 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs and even more 8,000-year-old or 9,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Lin Xian and the others harvested nearly 500 spiritual herbs from this spiritual herb garden. Great! Lin Xian and the other two would split the spoils. Li Hongshou put it away and said, when we go back, I'll ask my father to refine some good pills for me. I'll give you some when the time comes. Do you still need to go back? I can refine them for you now. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. You know this skill? Li Hongshou was surprised. Of course, sacred pills were not a problem. Come on. Lin Xian took out the Great Void Divine Furnace and prepared to refine pills. Yufei's journey and the search for other treasures were left to these 2 peerless beauties. Morong Qingqing summoned the shadow of a phoenix and the 3 of them walked up. Li Hongshou began to search for the next treasure according to her memory of the map. Just like that, the 3 of them went on their way, a red light streaked across the sky. Damn it, are these people from the sacred lands useless? They don't even know where Lin Wuti is. Qisong's face was a little cold. This time, he was ordered to kill Lin Wuti. His master had lost to the unparalleled Sage King back then. Now, he wanted to kill the most powerful young genius of Wushuang City to avenge his master. Hey, the energy fluctuation in front, that's a phoenix, it should be a powerful guy. Let's go up and take a look. Qisong saw the light in the distance and immediately rushed up. In the next moment, endless red pine needles sprinkled down. This was his method. No matter who it was, he would first severely injure them and then interrogate them. By then, the other party would not dare to lie to him. Morong Qingqing felt a sense of danger approaching and her expression changed. Not good. Her palms formed an imprint. The phoenix phantom beneath her feet roared and spat out rainbow-colored radiance. It formed a heavenly barrier and blocked those red pine needles. Li Hongxiu stood up. Who dares to attack us, to think that he could block my attack? Qisong walked out from the void and looked down. His eyes then lit up. What stunning beauties, and there were two of them. Looks like I'm in luck today. I won't kill the two of you. Come with me obediently and become my favorite concubines. Not interested. Morong Qingqing coldly snorted. Li Hongxiu also rolled her eyes. This guy must be retarded. He actually dared to say such words to them. Qisong laughed and said, let me ask you, do you know the whereabouts of Lin Wudi? Lin Wudi? Li Hongxiu was stunned. Morong Qingqing also frowned. Why are you looking for Lin Wudi? From the looks of it, the other party didn't count. Qisong laughed. Naturally, he wanted to kill Yi Futian. At this point, an even more terrifying light appeared on his body. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. That was because he saw a young man sitting behind the two beauties. The young man had a divine cauldron in his hand. It danced in the air, and flames filled the sky. Previously, he was attracted to Morong Qingqing's appearance, but when he saw the young man, his eyes lit up. He shook his hand, and a scroll appeared in the void. You look exactly the same. You must be Lin Wudi, right? The heavens are helping me. He didn't expect to meet him this time. These two peerless beauties must be Lin Wudi's women. It's a good opportunity to kill Lin Wudi and take away these two beauties. Qisong's lips curled into a cold smile. Kid, I've been looking for you. Now kneel down and accept your death. If you want to touch Brother Xian, you'll have to ask me first. Morong Qingqing coldly snorted. Her beautiful eyes shone with a rainbow light. The phantom of the phoenix under her feet became even more terrifying. It was as if a real divine beast had come back to life. Do you think you can fight us? Li Hongxiu, who was next to her, opened and closed her hands. Her sleeves shone with a mysterious light. Do you only dare to hide behind a woman? Aren't you very arrogant? Qisong snorted. Buzz, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Two rays of sword light flashed in his eyes, piercing through the void. Qisong, he had heard from the martial artists in Qingshan City that there was an elite who wanted to kill him. His name was Qisong. He didn't expect to meet him so soon. Well, since I've met him, I'll take care of him. Buzz, Lin Xian formed a seal with one hand, then stood up. However, there was still another one of him sitting cross-legged in the same place. A clone? Li Hongxiu was surprised. Morong Qingqing also said that Brother Xian was not an ordinary person. Don't worry, it's just a clone refining pills. I'll take care of him with the remaining strength. Lin Xian walked over. He used the Nine Suns' divine fire to create a clone to refine pills. He was prepared to fight against his opponent. Kid, you're too reckless. More than 10 elites have died in my hands, and you still dare to create a clone to refine pills. Even if you're at your peak, you're no match for me. We'll know if I'm a match for you after we fight. Lin Xian walked forward with a calm expression. Although he no longer had the Nine Suns' divine fire, his aura did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger. The laws of swords surrounded him. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Qisong snorted and waved his hand. Endless red pine needles flew over, covering the sky like a torrent. Previously, Song Zhen had been able to easily pierce through a 5th-level celestial realm genius. Even Luo Fan had suffered under this mystic skill. Lin Xian took a step forward. He raised his arm, and the laws of sword surrounded it. He slashed forward with his sword. The terrifying sword light broke through the void and illuminated the sky. The red needles in front of him exploded. Boom, a terrifying wave of energy came from the front. Behind him, the phantom of a phoenix cried. It spread its wings, and a 7-colored light blocked everything. Morong Qingqing rode the phoenix and retreated. You're just SOSO. Lin Xian asked after he slashed the pine needles. Back then, your master lost to the unparalleled Saint King. Now, you're still no match for me. You want revenge, but unfortunately, you found the wrong person. Humph, you're a swordsman with some tricks up your sleeve. But so what? A disdainful smile appeared on Qisong's face. Even the small saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were defeated by me, let alone you. Behind him, the phantom of a red pine tree appeared, bursting with dazzling light. The ancient tree swayed like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire world. Crack, another palm strike. The red pine tree behind him shook. This time, the branches shook and turned into a divine spear, thrusting over. Heaven and earth collapsed in an instant. The void around Lin Xian shattered instantly, unable to withstand the power. In fact, many tears had appeared on Lin Xian's robe. However, Lin Xian was extremely calm. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a rock and dodged the attack. The terrifying spear brushed past his body and made a deafening sound. Lin Xian's body shone brightly and suppressed his boiling blood. Then, he slashed with his sword. The sword slashed towards Qisong and enveloped him. It carried an extremely terrifying aura. Qisong formed a hand seal and countless red needles spun in front of him, forming a terrifying defense. At the same time, he retreated and the terrifying sword Qi cut through the red needles. However, Qisong had already retreated to the back. Crack! 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 Then, his right leg shone with an incomparable light. Countless laws surrounded it and it carried an earth-shattering aura. At this moment, even Li Hongxiu and Murong Qingqing frowned. They were able to sense the terrifying power brought forth by that kick. Wind God's kick. The kick created countless windstorms that condensed and shattered the void as if it was going to destroy the world. Obviously, it was a killing move. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He had to admit that the other party was indeed very powerful to have come alone to kill him. That person's cultivation was the same as hers, at the early stage 6th heaven. However, he was very powerful and seemed to be able to kill a middle stage 6th heaven cultivator. At this moment, the other party used the Wind God's kick, which was obviously a killing move. The power of the kick was extremely strong. Buzz, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian did not choose to retreat. Instead, he charged forward and activated the black Qilin tattoo on his body. In particular, the Qilin tattoo on his right arm spiraled. Qilin arm. At this moment, Lin Xian's arm shone with endless black light and the sound of a Qilin could be heard. What a terrifying aura. Why does this kid have a Qilin tattoo? Li Hongxiu was shocked. The phoenix under Murong Qingqing's feet also let out a cry and resonated. Boom, his right hand blasted out like a black Qilin running between heaven and earth. Wind God versus Qilin. Boom, boom. 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 It was an earth-shattering battle and a terrifying sound. It was as if millions of divine thunderbolts had descended. The area was completely destroyed. So powerful. There are people fighting over there. Who were they? At this moment, countless people who were millions of miles away could feel it. They looked at the shattered void in the distance and did not dare to approach it. Within the storm, the smile that was originally lifted from the corner of Qisong's mouth gradually disappeared. What replaced it was shock. Then, it turned into a roar. Damn it. His entire body retreated, his right leg trembling non-stop, and his body swayed a little. Cracks appeared on his Wind God's leg. At first, it was just a small dot, but soon it was no longer the size of his entire leg. With a cracking sound, his entire right leg split open. Blood dyed the 9 days red. He was injured. He had been crushed by the Qilin arm during the Battle of Ultimate Skills. You're just SOSO. Like I said, your master is no match for Peerless Saint King, and you are no match for me either. Now, have a taste of my attack. Lin Xian rushed over again. He swung his Qilin arm and punched again and again. His entire right arm seemed to have transformed into a Qilin divine sword. Extremely terrifying laws coiled around it, and it was extremely powerful. Ah, Qisong roared into the sky. The red laws around his body danced, and the ancient tree behind him towered into the sky. Previously, regardless of whether it was the elite from Lei Shenqing or the sword saint from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, he was indomitable and could easily defeat them. This made him think that the people who came in were weak. No one was a match for him. However, at this moment, he was severely injured when facing Lin Wuti. Not only was his body injured, but his spirit was also damaged. His pride seemed to have been shattered. Thousand Pine Palm, looking at the figure that was charging towards him, Qisong roared. He merged with the ancient tree behind him. The branches of the ancient tree merged into his arms. He struck out with both palms. There were countless red thorns on them that could pierce the sky. Boom, the two of them fought with all their might. After 3 moves, Qisong's left hand was crushed, and his right hand slapped hard on Lin Xian's body. Great. He sneered again. Although he was severely injured, he was confident that he could crush Lin Wuti's body. Boom, a terrifying sound rang out. Qisong retreated and vomited blood. His eyes were filled with astonishment. What happened? Lin Wuti's body was not crushed, but his palms were crushed. He even forgot about the pain. How was this possible? His Thousand Pine Palm was so powerful that even an intermediate minor saint could not withstand it. However, an early minor saint was able to withstand it. What kind of body did Lin Wuti have? Buzz, Lin Xian's qi and blood were rolling in his body. He roared and waved his qilin arm again, charging towards Qisong. With another punch, both of Qi Feng's arms were completely destroyed. If it wasn't for the phantom of the pine tree behind him, his entire body would have been blown apart. Arg, Qisong looked up and roared. His face was distorted to the extreme. Damn it. Lin Wuti was at the same cultivation as him. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill someone at the same cultivation level as him. But this time, he was severely injured. Moreover, it was after Lin Wuti's clone that he was severely injured. In other words, this was not Lin Wuti's real strength. How strong was Lin Wuti's real strength? He did not dare to imagine who Lin Wuti was. Qisong gritted his teeth and asked. Lin Xian smiled. You're here to kill me, but you don't even know who I am, damn it. Qisong's expression was ugly. He had only gathered information about Lin Wuti from the universe. There were some legends that he did not care about. Now, it seemed like he was too careless. Humph. Kid, I was careless this time. I will not lose next time. Qisong snorted coldly. He wanted to leave, but he had to go back and investigate Lin Wuti's identity. Especially his body, it was too strange. Lin Xian smiled. You still want to leave? You don't have much awareness. Since you're here, then stay. Qisong screamed. You dare to kill me? Lin Xian snorted. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm Han Qianyu's disciple. I won't let you go if you kill me. What Han Qianyu? I've never heard of him. You're not even a sage king. What's there to be arrogant about? Lin Xian walked out. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. Didn't you want to know my true strength? Let me show you. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his right hand. Countless black laws appeared on his qilin arm. The death laws condensed and formed a blade of death. He held it in his hand. Everything was over. With a slash, the world darkened. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The surrounding trees withered as if hell had descended. With a slash, Qisong screamed. No, he merged with the pine tree behind him, emitting a terrifying light. Block it for me. At this moment, Qisong exerted his full strength. However, with a single slash, his life force was rapidly drained away. His skin dried up, and his hair turned pale. Damn it. The power of death. How could you know such a law? I can't accept this. Qisong's vitality was gone. I was careless, but my senior brother will avenge me. A white skeleton fell from the sky. Lin Xian put away the death demonic saber and said coldly, your senior brother is here. I'll kill him. He turned around and walked into the distance, arriving on top of the Phoenix Phantom. Then, he merged with the clone. In the next moment, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Open! With a cold shout, the void in front of him shook deeply, and 36 pills flew out from it, blooming in the sky. An extremely rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. At this moment, the cracks in the sky disappeared. Countless rays of light fell, forming rainbows and auspicious signs. It's done. Lin Xian said with a smile. Next to him, Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were stunned. They had originally thought that there would be an intense battle. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would be able to kill a powerful enemy so easily? Moreover, he did not seem to care and even came back to refine the pills. It was true that he killed a powerful enemy while talking and laughing. Lin Xian indeed did not care. At this moment, he looked at the 36 pills in the sky and said, "These are peerless divine pills." Indeed, the medicinal herbs used to refine the pills this time were all 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and some of them were even close to 20,000-year-old. Even Lin Xian was tempted by the effects of the pills. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian put away the 36 divine pills and said, "Let's go. We'll take them as we go. It's not good to stay here for long." Morong Qingqing urged the phoenix to leave this place. As expected, those people in the distance did not dare to get close because the battle in front was really too intense. However, when they saw the light of heaven and earth flickering and the great path descending, they could not stay calm anymore. Heavens! Such a scene was definitely a heavenly treasure. Let's go and take a look. With such a treasure, even if it was dangerous, they would not miss it. These people rushed over. Seeing that the multicolored light had already disappeared, they all began to roar. Damn it, he was a step too late. Who took it away? What a terrifying aura. A great battle had taken place here. The gazes of these people turned to their surroundings. There was a set of white bones here. They saw a set of white bones lying in the endless ruins and shattered earth. The saint blood in the surroundings surged, causing their hair to stand on end. These red needles, have you heard that a terrifying expert appeared recently? He swept through everything, and no one was his match. It was said that the other party was called Qisong. I heard that they were after Lin Wudi. Could it be that this battle was caused by Ci Song and Lin Wudi? Heavens, who was this white bone? Lin Wudi or Ci Song? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Although it was just a skeleton, there were countless red lines on the bones, like a pile of rubies. An expert frowned. It was rumored that Lin Wudi had the 9-yang divine body. His physique and bones should be golden. As for this one, it's obviously red. I think it's Qisong, right? Was Qisong dead? I heard that many experts died in his hands. Yes, it was said that the new chief disciple of Thunder God City also died in his hands. Not only that, but Zhang Xiongfei was also seriously injured by him and almost died. Such a terrifying person was actually killed by Lin Wudi. Damn it, didn't that mean that Lin Wudi also took away the treasure? Damn it. Some people were unconvinced, and some wanted to kill Lin Wudi. I think that even a mid-stage minor saint might not be enough to kill him. It would take at least a few of them to kill him in a one-on-one battle. Otherwise, don't even think about killing him. Indeed, with regards to this point, everyone nodded in agreement. This incident caused a lot of people to panic. Of course, some people didn't know at all. Because in the Azure Mountain boundary, news didn't spread as easily as outside. Clear Moon Lake. Yu Quan stood there, his face a little gloomy. At this moment, there were many followers around him, and they were all injured. What should we do, young master? These followers' faces were a little ugly. Obviously, they had a fierce battle. There was a lot of blood on the surface of the Clear Moon Lake, but there were no waves at all. It was really strange. One should know that a drop of blood could pierce through heaven and earth. An ordinary lake would have been destroyed long ago. However, the Clear Moon Lake was safe and sound, and it seemed that it was the lake that had injured these saints. They couldn't force their way in. There was a terrifying existence and a terrifying formation in the lake. It seemed that they had to think of another way. Yu Quan's eyes flickered, and he looked in a direction with a smile on his face. At this moment, Yu Quan's group wasn't the only one near the Clear Moon Lake. There were more than a dozen forces there. There were myriad Demon City, Acheron Palace, and of course, the people of Azure Mountain Tribe. However, these forces didn't succeed in entering the lake. One could imagine how mysterious the Clear Moon Lake was. At this moment, Yu Quan moved. He led his group towards the place where Azure Mountain Tribe was. This scene attracted the attention of countless people. What was this guy trying to do? Countless people were puzzled. Could it be that he wanted to join forces with Azure Mountain Tribe? Some saints shook their heads. They had tried before, but the people of Azure Mountain tribe didn't join forces at all. Sure enough, when Yuquan and the others proposed to join forces, the 5 saints of Azure Mountain tribe directly refused. This was something left by their ancestors, and they had an advantage here. Therefore, they didn't need to join forces with anyone. Yuquan's face darkened, and there was a hint of cold killing intent in his eyes. It's not up to you. What do you want? Could it be that you want to fight with us? Xianxia walked out and said coquettishly. The other saints of Azure Mountain tribe also snorted. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, since you dared to resist me, I'll teach you a lesson. Yuquan threw out the great desolation palm. How dare you fight us? Xianxia screamed, and the other saints roared and counterattacked quickly. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw this scene. No way, Yuquan was so bold. After all, this was the Azure Mountain realm. Wasn't he courting death by attacking the people of Azure Mountain tribe here? However, Yuquan had to do it. Good idea, I'll support you too. Mo Shou rushed over with his men. As soon as he arrived, he threw out the Yellow Spring map, which appeared directly above these people's heads. The terrifying Yellow Spring gushed down, making them tremble all over. The 5 people of the Green Mountain clan were unable to resist the power of the pilgrim list and were subdued in an instant. Go ahead, tell me all the secrets you know. Yuquan said coldly. Humph, don't even think about it. Xianxia and the others gritted their teeth. Is that so? Looks like you'll have to suffer a little. Mo Shou attacked from the side. The Yellow Spring diagram. The Yellow Spring water enveloped them. The 5 of them showed painful expressions. Damn it, come on, stop it, we said. The 5 of them couldn't hold on because this feeling was worse than death. We don't know much. After all, the Green Mountain world is very mysterious. We only know that there seems to be a great protection under the Clear Moon Lake. But we don't know how to get in. Everything is still under investigation. Is that so? Don't blame me if you don't tell the truth. Yuquan grabbed Xianxia and left a bloody wound on her arm. The blood spilled into the Clear Moon Lake, and the lake water started to roll violently. It was effective. Seeing this, Yuquan attacked as well. The other 4 people's arms were also cut. The blood of the Green Mountain clan entered. Then, the waves rolled and formed a passage. It looks like you people are still valuable. Go in. Yuquan threw out the great desolate chain and tied the 5 people up. Then, he walked in. The 5 people walked in front. The water separated where the blood dripped. Yuquan and Mo Shou led their people. They followed behind. The others were extremely shocked. Heavens, they really attacked the people of the Green Mountain clan, and it was really effective. We followed them in. Some people's thoughts turned faster. They immediately decided to follow. Some people hesitated, but it was too late. The waves merged again. After they went in, they immediately screamed and were attacked. Everyone guessed that there should be a formation in the lake. The blood of the Green Mountain clan could temporarily break the formation. But it didn't last long because it wasn't a conventional method. But it was enough for the people of the Green Mountain clan to go in. Many people took the opportunity to go in. The remaining people were very regretful by the lake. It looked like they could only wait here for the other people of the Green Mountain clan to come. Then, they would force them to go in. In the void. The Phantom of the Phoenix roared. Lin Xian stood in front and looked down. Behind him, 2 peerless beauties were meditating and cultivating. The 3 of them took turns to guard and fly. They had searched for many treasures these days. In the end, they obtained them easily. After all, the map of the Green Mountain world was here. When there was nothing to do, the other 2 would take medicinal pills and cultivate. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to fly. He looked at the map and decided to go to a larger treasure location. It was the Clear Moon Lake. After identifying the direction, he rode on the Phoenix Phantom and flew at an extremely fast speed. Finally, they saw a huge lake in front of them. It was embedded in the ground like a sea. The lake was incomparably mysterious. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. Here they are. Lin Xian said. Behind him, Li Hongxiu and Morong Qingqing opened their eyes. They stood up as well. Both of them were extremely excited. During this period of time, they ate pills and improved their cultivation. The treasures they had obtained during this period of time were comparable to their 300 years of cultivation in the outside world. It probably wouldn't take long for them to break through again. Was this the Clear Moon Lake? Such a huge storm couldn't even cause a ripple. It was indeed mysterious. Morong Qingqing furrowed her brows slightly. Li Hongxiu also looked at the map. Then, she said, the location marked on the map is obviously larger than the previous locations. This is obviously an important place. Indeed, it was important. There were already many people below. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He could see it even more clearly. Below, near the Clear Moon Lake, many people were waiting. Suddenly, they heard the cry of a phoenix. They all looked up. Who was there? What a powerful aura. It was Lin Wudi and the others. Many people screamed as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Wudi was now a dangerous person second only to the people on the pilgrimage list. They didn't dare to provoke him. It was Lin Gongzi. A few people in ghost robes walked out from below and laughed. Lin Gongzi, the Clear Moon Lake is very dangerous. Only the blood of the Green Mountain clan can break the array. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu have already brought people in. Now, we can only enter if we find the people of the Green Mountain clan. Lin Gongzi has a special relationship with the Green Mountain clan. Can you find them? We can enter together. Can the blood of the Green Mountain clan enter? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Morong Qingqing frowned. Someone had actually entered before them. She was too shocked. Would the people of the Green Mountain clan let them go after they left? There's no need to join forces. We have our own ways to enter. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, his voice turned cold. I have a special relationship with the Green Mountain clan. Green Mountain Bamboo has taken good care of me. So, if anyone dares to have any ideas about the Green Mountain clan, don't blame me for being impolite. At the end of his words, a sword light tore through the sky. The terrifying killing intent made everyone's hair stand on end. The two saints of the Ghost Hell region also retreated, their blood boiling. One of them gritted his teeth. Lin Wudi, don't be too arrogant. We're giving you face by agreeing to join forces. You don't know what's good for you. What right do you have to give me face? Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. These people still dare to have ideas about the Green Mountain clan? Are they courting death? Today, I'll see what qualifications a young genius like you has to be so arrogant. The saint of the Ghost Hell region roared. A pair of black wings appeared on his body, and 3 ghost heads appeared around him. The 3 ghost heads opened their mouths and spat out black flames. The fire of the netherworld was extremely strange and terrifying. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the solar law and 9 yang divine flame formed a golden crow that descended. The 2 flames collided, and the entire void exploded. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding people to continuously retreat. The fire of the netherworld was completely shattered. Not only that, but cracks had also appeared on the 3 ghostly heads that the expert had conjured. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body began to tremble. Damn it! The other person roared. The ghost law on his body spread out, forming 6 ghost hands. Each of them was holding an extremely terrifying weapon. The 6 arms waved together and attacked. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Xian formed a Tai Chi diagram enveloping all of the energy. Then, the Tai Chi diagram rotated, and the solar law of death fell, directly cutting off the 6 arms. Not only that, it also cut the expert in half. I won't kill you today because of Ghost Girl by Luo. Scram! The 2 experts of the Ghost Hell region retreated with their tails between their legs. The others were shocked. They were too strong. As expected, an ordinary small saint couldn't defeat them. Unless it was a late small saint or a few mid-small saints attacking together. How arrogant! How dare you attack my Ghost Hell region? A terrifying sound rang out between the heavens and the earth. Following this, boundless ghost chi formed a vortex. A palm reached out from the vortex. This strength. This is the strength of a late minor saint, countless people screamed. Is there a late minor saint expert here? Lin Xian frowned. Morong Qingqing rode on the phoenix and dodged the attack. The void where they were standing was shattered, forming a black hole. Let's go. They flew towards the quiet moon lake and entered the mirror moon lake in the next moment. Want to leave? A ghost-robed man walked out from the black vortex in the sky. It was indeed a late minor saint expert. Seeing this scene, he also rushed into the clear moon lake. Did they go in? The surrounding people were shocked to see this. They could only watch from the side of the lake, not daring to go in. After all, they had suffered a great loss here before. After entering, Lin Xian felt a strange energy rushing towards them. There was a very dangerous formation at the bottom of the lake. However, they were not afraid. They had the map in their hands and could easily break the ancient formation. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He turned his head and saw that there was someone else coming in after they landed. Moreover, that person was emitting a strong killing intent, locking on the three of them. Damn it! It's that guy from the ghost hell region. Li Hongxiu frowned and slapped a flowing cloud. Buzz. The ghostly claw reached out and tore her sleeve in an instant. He's too strong. Li Hongxiu's face turned pale. The three of them were early minor saints, while the opponent was a late minor saint. The gap between them was too big. The further they went, the more difficult it would be to fight someone with a higher cultivation level. For someone like Lin Xian who could fight someone with a higher cultivation level, he was a top genius. Even so, it was still very difficult for him to fight a late minor saint expert. Of course, Lin Xian was confident. However, he didn't need to do it himself now. He could rely on the peerless killing formation in the mirror moon lake to fight against the opponent. Kid, you can't run away. Behind them, the ghost saint sneered. His figure flickered and appeared in front of the three of them, blocking their way. Kid, I won't kill you for the sake of the ghost lady. I'll give you a chance to live. Give me the cultivation technique of your divine body. I can let the three of you walk the holy road. You're a ghost-type saint. Do you want to cultivate a physique that's as tough as Yang? Aren't you afraid of death? Lin Xian sneered. You don't have to worry about that. I have a way to digest it. What do you think? These conditions are already very favorable for you. The three of you can live. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. In the Azure Mountain realm, even if you die, you won't be able to trace it back to me. I can even make it look like an accident. Are you threatening me now? Li Hongxiu's small face was cold. As the daughter of the Saint King, the other party actually dared to threaten her. So what if he threatened you? In this special space, this ghost saint was not afraid at all. Lin Xian chuckled. Do you really think that you can defeat us on your own, Humph? Although you're strong enough to kill a mid-minor saint, you're still no match for a late minor saint. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, then don't blame me for being impolite. The ghost saint snorted and formed a seal with his palms. 3 ghostly claws appeared behind him, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The power of those claws was really too strong. Even a mid-minor saint would feel despair upon seeing it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian and the other 2 retreated. At the same time, they attacked in different directions. According to the map, there was a formation below. It was called the Purifying Moon Grand Formation. It was extremely terrifying. What they were doing now was to use the power of the Purifying Moon Grand Formation. Sure enough, the water below formed a terrifying killing intent, forming a half-moon light and slashing forward. What's going on? The 3 ghostly claws were instantly cut off. The ghost saint felt a peerless killing intent shrouding him. How could this be? Is Lin Wudi so powerful that he can threaten me? No, it's not this kid's power. The ghost saint looked around. Damn it. There's something in the water. Is it a formation? Damn it, I was too careless. His body swayed, wanting to leave. At the same time, he struck out a few more ghostly claws, wanting to bring Lin Xian and the others away. After all, even if they were dead, he wanted to bring their bodies back. However, the killing intent of the purifying moon grand formation was getting more and more terrifying, causing the ghostly claws to crumble. Damn it. Seems like I have to leave first. He flew upwards. At the bottom of the lake, his speed became extremely slow, as if he was struggling in a quagmire. Behind him, Lin Xian laughed. Don't go back then. How could this be? The ghost saint was shocked. Aren't you guys affected? As a late-stage minor saint, he almost couldn't bear it anymore. However, these three people were smiling happily, as if they weren't affected at all. Wait, these three people are standing there. Could it be that they know how to break the formation? The ghost saint immediately noticed the problem. The three of them weren't standing together, but in different directions. He rushed towards that direction. Very smart, but it's useless. Lin Xian sneered. The three of them changed their positions, and then sent out a force into the water. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. With a crack, a ray of light shrouded the ghost saint. The ghost saint screamed as his body was shattered. One had to admit that he was very powerful. He managed to avoid his vital parts at the critical moment. Only one of his arms was chopped off. Ah, explode, the ghost saint screamed, his hair standing on end. He smashed the broken arm away, and with the help of the force, he soared into the sky. Quick, defend, Lin Xian and the other two kept retreating. The force of the explosion was indeed terrifying. Sure enough, the water flowed rapidly, forming a terrifying aura. With the help of this energy, the ghost saint escaped from the sacred heavens, left the lake, and came to the void. Damn it, Lin Wudi, I won't let you go, what's going on? Is a late-stage minor saint expert injured? The people by the lake were stunned. It was too unbelievable. Did Lin Wudi do it? It can't be, this is too heaven-defying, everyone was shocked. The scene made them dumbfounded. No, it's the formation at the bottom of the lake. However, Lin Wudi hasn't come up yet. Has he been killed? They discussed animatedly. If Lin Wudi died in the lake, it would be a big deal. After waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Lin Xian come up. Someone said that Lin Wudi was dead for sure. No one could stay underwater for such a long time. Great, the great demon king is finally dead. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. However, the ghost saint snorted. That brat could use a formation to kill me. It means that he should have broken the formation below. It's impossible for him to die in the formation. What? Did Lin Wudi crack the array below? His attainments and formations have reached such a terrifying level? These people were terrified. Under the water, Lin Xian and the other two could indeed break the formation. According to the method on the map, they quickly flew to the bottom of the lake. A group of people stopped in the depths of the lake. They were Yu Quan and the others. Previously, they had relied on the blood of the Green Mountain tribe to temporarily break the formation and enter. They had thought that their journey would be smooth, but they did not expect that the blood of the Green Mountain tribe's lord was no longer useful. These people were not the direct descendants of the Green Mountain Sage King. Otherwise, they would have been able to advance further. Mo Xiao said with a frown. Xianxia and the others' faces were extremely ugly. Along the way, they had continuously used their sage blood, causing their qi and blood to become extremely weak. Now, these people dared to look down on them. How despicable, just you wait, once we get out, I will not let you off. The Green Mountain tribe will not let this matter rest. Xianxia gritted her teeth. If you continue talking nonsense, I will kill you right now. Mo Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. The Yellow Springs diagram flew out, causing Xianxia and the others to tremble. However, Yu Quan said, don't attack first, these people might be useful. Watch over them. He used the Great Desolation chain to completely seal the 5 of them. Then, he said to his subordinates. Watch over them. The rest of you, follow me. He waved his hand. 3 of them stayed behind to watch over the 5 people from the Green Mountain tribe. As for the others, they followed UK and Mo Xiao and rushed up. It seemed that they would have to use their own strength to break the formation below. Boom. Boom, boom. Not long after, there was a terrifying tremor. 3 people from the Great Desolate Mansion brought Xianxia and the others to a safe place. Then, they closed their eyes and rested. They only needed to wait. There was no way the 5 of them could escape. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had also entered the lake. Not long after they came down, they heard the sound of violent tremors. Someone is attacking the formation. Morong Qingqing said. Li Hongxiu snorted. It seemed that Yu Quan and the others were trapped. Lin Xian said, let's speed up. The 3 of them quickly flew forward. Wait, those are the people from the Green Mountain tribe. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and saw 8 figures not far away. 5 of them were chained up. The other 3 were guarding them. They were from the Great Desolate Mansion. They had sealed the people of the Green Mountain clan and used their blood to break the formation. Morong Qingqing and the others had heard about what had happened before. Older brother Xian, do you want to make a move? Lin Xian nodded. Of course, he had to help. The Green Mountain tribe had treated him well, and now that he saw someone from the Green Mountain tribe in danger, he had to help. Damn it, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Xianxia shouted. The 3 people from the Great Desolate Mansion opened their eyes and laughed. Little girl, you still want to go out now? Are you dreaming? I haven't killed you yet because you are still useful. When you are no longer useful, I will let you stay in the Green Mountain world forever. When we get out, who would dare to say that it was us who did it? It's very normal for you all to have died. This place is incomparably dangerous. We will create the illusion that you all died in the formation. Damn it, Qing Shanyu screamed. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. The saint of the Great Desolate Mansion said, Little girl, how dare you scold us? Look at how pretty you are. Why don't I let you have some fun in advance? He revealed a ferocious expression. Qing Shanyue's face turned pale. How dare you, what's there to be afraid of? You all are going to die anyway. It would be a waste if I don't enjoy you. The 3 of them laughed sinisterly and walked forward. No, I won't let you have your way even if I die. Qing Shanyue was in despair. However, the Great Desolate Mansion's chains on them were too terrifying. They sealed their cultivation, making it impossible for them to resist. Puff, at this critical moment, a sword light slashed down, directly splitting one of them into 2 halves. That person didn't even have time to scream before he died. When the other 2 saw this, their hair stood on end. They roared in anger. Who dares to sneak up on us? Get out here. Not only were there people from the Great Desolate Mansion and Acheron Palace here, the others had also followed them. There might be experts hiding here. Are they trying to snatch the 5 Green Mountain chieftains' men away? Damn it, contact the people at the front. They wanted to spread the news. However, a ray of light flashed and severed that person's arm. The formation in his hand was also shattered and exploded. Damn it, who is this person? They were horrified. The methods of these people were really too strong. In the next moment, they saw 3 people appear in front of them and surround them. It's you. Lin Wudi. They screamed crazily. Lin Wudi had come in, it was Lin Gongzi, Qing Shanyue and the others thought that they were going to die, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to come at the last moment. Lin Gongzi, save us! They screamed in shock. Lin Xian nodded and waved his hand. The 5-element sword technique cut the Great Desolate Mansion's chains in half. Qing Shanyue and the others were freed and regained their freedom. What do you want to do with these 2? Lin Xian asked. Qing Shanyue said, Lin Gongzi, cripple them and leave them to us. They had been tortured along the way. Although they were not dead, there was not even half of their blood left in their bodies. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to vent their anger. Good. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He waved his hand and a terrifying sword intent rushed out. No, damn it, it can't be like this, damn it, I'll fight it out with you. The 2 of them still wanted to fight back, but how could they be a match for Lin Xian? In an instant, their bodies were pierced, and their cultivation was sealed and crippled. Damn it, what did you do to me? The 2 sages screamed in horror. Lin Xian said, I'll leave them to you. We'll go ahead and investigate. Qing Shanyue and the others' eyes were filled with killing intent. Didn't you want to kill us? Let's see who will kill who today. They tortured the two of them crazily. They didn't have to worry about their voices being heard. Lin Xian set up an array formation so that the people in front couldn't investigate the situation here. I'll go ahead and take a look. The two of you stay here. Morong Qingqing and the others stayed here. Lin Xian went up alone. He put on the void beast skin and quietly flew forward. In front of him, a violent explosion sounded. Obviously, Yu Quan and Mo Xiu were attacking fiercely. They wanted to break the array formation. However, the array formation here was very difficult to break. Even if they used strong methods, the progress was very slow. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this scene. He didn't expect these two guys to bring so many people. It seemed that he had to clean up first. Thinking of this, a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. With the help of the void beast skin, he quietly approached this group of people. Not only Yu Quan and Mo Xiu were here, but there were also many experts from the sacred lands around them, including many little saints. At this moment, Lin Xian was going to attack these people. There was another violent tremor, and the formation in front of them suddenly glowed. Quick, retreat! These people retreated frantically. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. The two little saints fell to the ground with their eyes wide open, as if they had died with everlasting regret. What's going on? The people of the great desolate mansion screamed. Yu Quan also turned his head, and his face became extremely unsightly. Damn it. Is the formation really that terrifying? Should we continue? Let's continue. I don't believe that we can't break it. They gritted their teeth and roared. They continued. However, the next time, 3 little saints from the Acheron palace died. Mo Xiu was furious. Damn it, my eyes are red. However, they did not stop. They attacked again. When the formation counterattacked, they quickly retreated. At this moment, Lin Xian charged at Yu Quan. The law of water spread out, and invisible waves formed a terrifying sort of killing that rushed over. Yu Quan sensed a fatal crisis and instantly dodged. At the same time, the power of the great desolation erupted and cut across the void. With a clang, he was knocked back, his aura surging. On the other side, Lin Xian was also knocked back. He had to admit that Yu Quan was really too strong, much stronger than he had imagined. It was supposed to be a sneak attack, but the other party blocked it. Damn it, there's someone here. Yu Quan was instantly furious. Who is it? He kept attacking. The void trembled, and the person disappeared in an instant. Yu Quan still saw him. It's you, Lin Woody, you're the one who killed my men. He understood in an instant. Mo Xiu, who was next to him, was also furious. How dare you attack us? The Acheron scroll rushed out and swept in all directions. However, Lin Xian had already left with the void beast hide. Our people are in danger. We can't let Lu Qingxi escape. In the blink of an eye, the two of them led a large group of experts and charged back. Let's go. After Lin Xian returned, he came to Morong Qingqing and the others. At this moment, the 2 saints of the great desolate mansion in the formation had long been tortured beyond recognition. Suchen raised his hand and ended their lives. Then, he said, let's go. Xianxia and the other 4 flew in another direction. It really was Lin Woody, kill them. Yes, they couldn't be allowed to escape. He had to capture Xianxia and the other 4, or else his plan would be exposed. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu's eyes turned red. They led their men in a desperate pursuit. The two of them were very fast and were about to catch up. Turn around. Lin Xian coldly shouted and shot out a Kuan Peng, which enveloped everyone and continued to shuttle back and forth. He wasn't flying aimlessly. He was looking for an opportunity. He knew that there were 2 paths at the bottom of the clear moon lake. Yu Quan and the others had taken one path. Now he was going to take a different path. Lin Woody, you can't run away. Yu Quan suddenly accelerated and arrived in front of them in an instant. Desolate's palm slapped down with endless killing intent. Not good. The faces of Qing Shanyu and the others turned extremely ugly. They had fought before, so they naturally knew how powerful Yu Quan was. Such a person's battle prowess had already reached the late minor saint realm. Morong Qingqing and the others also took a deep breath. Lin Xian had activated the unparalleled secret technique. His strength increased fivefold, and his speed instantly increased fivefold. He dodged smoothly. Moreover, he said, "This is a good opportunity." He activated the array formation of this place, and an invisible wave rushed out towards Yuquan in an instant. Yuquan's pupils constricted. He felt the terrifying attack and wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. In an instant, he was split in half. "He hit him," Morong Qingqing and Mo Xiu exclaimed. Qing Shanyu was also stunned. Was he split in half? It was too unbelievable. What kind of technique was that? Behind them, the people of the great desolate mansion were all terrified. "Young master!" they roared crazily. Lin Xian frowned. He found that there was no blood flowing out from the split body. Moreover, there were endless laws lingering in the air. Buzz. The two halves of Yuquan's body turned into a shield and split open. It was a law clone. Lin Xian frowned. He glanced around and activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. He saw Yuquan's true body appear in the void. Yuquan's face was extremely cold. "Damn brat, how dare you trick me?" Just now, it was indeed a clone. He used a shield and the law of desolation to form a clone to dodge the fatal attack. That shield was a defensive saint artifact. How could it be destroyed just like that? "Brat, come out if you have the guts." He gritted his teeth and roared. He naturally felt the terrifying aura in front of him. He did not dare to go forward. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Come out if you have the guts. If you don't jump in front of me." After saying that, he ignored Yuquan and the others and walked forward with his men. "Let's go." "Damn it." Yuquan and Mo Xiu clenched their teeth so hard that they almost broke when they saw this. Looking at the direction the other party was heading, it was obvious that he was going deeper. How could he find a second path? "We will also take this path." Mo Xiu flew up with the Yellow Springs diagram above his head and the devil trident in his hand. However, in an instant, he was shocked back. No, the formation here is even more terrifying than the formation of the first path. Moreover, it's even more dangerous. We still have to go back. We can't let that brat succeed in cracking the first path. These people gritted their teeth and went back. However, soon, they were all in despair. It was too difficult to crack. These people were about to lose hope. However, half a day later, they welcomed hope. Because another person came down. Did someone capture the people of the Green Hill clan? They were happy, but soon they found that it was not the case. The person who came down did not capture the people of the Green Hill clan, but relied on his own strength. Yuquan and Mo Xiu's eyes lit up. "Who is it?" They looked carefully. The next moment, they saw a few beasts coming down, followed by many people. At the very front was a spirit turtle. Although it was a tortoise, it was walking upright with a walking stick in its hand. Could it be Master Spirit Turtle? Mo Xiu was surprised. Yuquan also took a deep breath and hurriedly went up to greet them. "Master Spirit Turtle? So it's two geniuses on the pilgrim list. I want to join forces with you. Are you willing?" "That's great." Their eyes lit up. They were only lacking a master formation now. Master Spirit Turtle was from the Demon City, and his cultivation base was only at the middle stage of the minor saint realm. Yuquan and Mo Xiu did not take him seriously. However, the lifespan of the Spirit Turtle clan was long, so they had more time to study other things. For example, Master Spirit Turtle was studying formations. He was already 7,000 years old. He was older than the average Saint King. Therefore, he had been studying formations for a very long time, and his attainments in formations were very high. The fact that he could come down with his own strength was enough to prove it. Master Spirit Turtle was an expert in formations, however, he did not have any experts with him. If he had Yuquan and Mo Xiu to protect him, it would be perfect. Therefore, the three parties hit it off. Next, they began to crack the formation. Yuquan said, "Master Spirit Turtle, we have to hurry up." There's a kid who took the second path, and he's very fast. We must catch up with the path that we deciphered. It did not matter. Master Spirit Turtle was very confident in his attainments and formations. Sure enough, under his deciphering, everyone could move forward. 3 days later, they arrived at the depths and saw a palace made of coral shells in front of them. Great, there's a palace here. Let's go quickly. These people rushed forward, but they did not dare to enter. Instead, they looked at Master Spirit Turtle. Master Spirit Turtle walked very slowly, but everyone waited patiently. Master Spirit Turtle, please. They did not dare to move forward rashly. Who knew what terrifying formations there were inside? Master Spirit Turtle nodded and waved his staff. Endless laws flew out. Let's go. Under his lead, everyone safely entered the palace. Great, there's definitely a treasure inside. That's for sure. We're going to be rich this time. These people were extremely excited. Along the way, they did not see Lin Wudi's figure. They thought that they should have left him behind. However, after entering, they were dumbfounded. They found that the main hall was empty. There were obviously treasures in some places, but they had been taken away by someone. Damn it, someone has been here. Moreover, Qi Xiu was still there. It was Lin Wudi. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu roared crazily. They wished they could punch a hole in the sky. The others also wailed. Master Spirit Turtle's face also darkened. Did someone beat us to it? He felt insulted. It was a slap to his face. Lin Wudi, I want to see if you can surpass me in terms of formations. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he waved his staff. With a dang sound, a rock in the corner was smashed into pieces. You want to peep at us? You're courting death. Let's go. They continued to move forward. Master Spirit Turtle was also angry, and the others followed in an imposing manner. He crossed the first hall and set off toward the depths. This time, they must be ahead of the other party. In the depths of the lake, Lin Xian and the others had been watching the formations. At this moment, when they saw Yu Quan and the others' exasperated expressions, they all laughed out loud. Especially Qing Shan and the others, they felt very relieved. Morong Qingqing frowned. Since they were able to come in, could it be that Yu Quan and the others were also array masters? It was too unbelievable. One had to know that the reason they were able to come here was because of the map. If they were to rely on their own strength to break the formation, it was not that it was impossible, but it would be too slow. But now, Yu Quan's speed was much faster than they had imagined. Lin Xian even speculated that these people would not be able to enter at all. However, the current situation was beyond his expectations. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the scenes from the political and legal records appeared once again. He pointed at one of the turtles and said, "This fellow is a formation expert." Even Yu Quan and the others did not notice the formation I set up. However, the tortoise noticed it in an instant. I believe that Yu Quan and the others were able to enter the first palace because of this tortoise. Looks like they have a formation master helping them. We have to speed up. Qing Shanyu and the others were stunned. To be honest, they also knew that the bottom of the lake was full of danger. But as they followed Lin Xian all the way here, there was not the slightest sign of trouble. It made them think that they were having fun. Was there really a formation here? They were all doubting it now. Little did they know that if it weren't for Lin Xian, they would have died more than 10 times down there with their strength alone. Soon, Lin Xian and the others cracked the formation according to the map and arrived at the second palace. After entering, they exclaimed in surprise. There were more things here than in the first palace. Most of the first palace was filled with spirit herbs, such as natural treasures or large drops of spirit liquid. The second palace, on the other hand, was filled with all kinds of pills. It was obvious that they had been refined and placed here for a long time. There are several traps in here. Don't act rashly, Lin Xian said. Qing Shan and the others nodded. Next, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Li Hongxiu cracked the formation according to the method on the map. They collected all the pills. Alright, we can split them now. Morong Qingqing was in charge of distributing them, while Lin Xian took out a few pills and put them back in their original places. He said that he didn't think that Yuquan and the others would be able to enter, but now that they had a formation master with them, they could fight. He set up an illusion formation here and erased his previous information and methods. Then, he took out a few remaining pills to attract these people. Then, he restored the formation that he cracked earlier and added his illusion formation. As long as these people dared to touch the pills, they would definitely be able to activate the formation here. When that time came, these people would know what it meant to be miserable. After setting up everything, Lin Xian said, "Let's go." They passed through the palace and set off again. Behind them, Yuquan, Mo Xiao, Master Spirit Turtle, and the others set off with gloomy expressions. This time, they used their full strength and were twice as fast as before. Finally, they saw the second underwater palace. Was there another palace? When the followers saw it, they became excited. However, they soon became nervous. The disappointment they felt the first time made them feel very uncomfortable. This time, would someone beat them to it again? Master Spirit Turtle's speed also became faster. He directly pushed open the door of the palace. Then, Yuquan and Mo Xiao sensed it. They didn't sense any aura. After the others entered, they also began to search. "Look, there are pills over there. Is there really something? Why are there only 5? That's too little." Everyone exclaimed. Perhaps it was a peerless divine pill. Their eyes turned red. Finally, we're in the lead. The corners of Master Spirit Turtle's mouth curled up into a smile. Humph, as expected of a young boy. As long as he was serious, he would trample the other party under his feet. That's great. Yuquan and Mo Xiao made their moves and grabbed the 5 pills. In the next moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. Not good. Master Spirit Turtle's expression changed, and he quickly stopped. However, his words were too late. Yuquan and Mo Xiao had already made their moves. Crack! Crack! The sound of the mirror breaking was heard, and then a terrifying aura enveloped the entire palace. Not good, damn it, those followers screamed miserably. In an instant, they were split in half, and blood flowed out. Yuquan and Mo Xiao also felt a great sense of crisis. Damn it. Mo Xiao directly spat out a yellow springs map and enveloped himself. On the other side, Yuquan roared angrily. He formed a barren canyon and trapped himself in it. The barren aura in the canyon was too terrifying. The great Master Spirit Turtle also set up many formations and defended himself with the toughness of his turtle shell. The others were not so lucky. They couldn't resist at all. For a moment, screams were heard. End of chapter 4068. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.